without a newspaper, without a profit and loss sheet or a rating book to distract you. Keep your eyes glued to that set until the station signs off. I can assure you that what you will observe is a vast wasteland.
Stay tuned to hear more history as it unfolds before your ears. It's the audio archive of Fox News Talk.
From around the world,
Trey Yingst, joining us from Tel Aviv, Israel.
To Washington.
I'm Mike Emanuel.
To your own backyard. If a story impacts you or your wallet, we're on it. It's the Fox News Rundown. We give every story the deeper look it deserves with must-listen interviews and smart analysis from the...
This is the great voice of the Great Lakes, 760 WJR, Detroit, a Cumulus media station.
It's theft and piracy. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That is Venezuela's reaction to the U.S. seizing an oil tanker off the coast. President Trump didn't give many details announcing it.
You'll discuss that with the appropriate people later on, but no, it was seized for a very good reason.
As for the oil, he said, we'll keep it, I guess.
According to Attorney General Pam Bondi, it's a crude oil tanker used to transport sanctioned oil from Venezuela to Iran. It marks the Trump administration's latest push to increase pressure on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and follows several deadly strikes in the region against suspected drug smuggling boats.
Fox's Chanley Painter, a Venezuelan activist who won the Nobel Peace Prize for her opposition to leader Nicolas Maduro.
What's this going to do for you and your family?
What it's gonna do? Oh my God, y'all just saved our life. Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up, and then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need, and we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
The Say Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels. Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
This is just some of the work that Say Detroit does to improve the learning, healthcare, and housing challenges of our city's neediest people. Please help the efforts of Say Detroit by donating or volunteering. Follow along as we share the experiences of your neighbors on their journeys to success all year long. Our story and theirs is only just beginning.
Say something positive.
Say something inspiring.
Say Detroit.
And say something amazing.
A high frequency.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Radiothon.
Every year we gather for a 15-hour broadcast designed to draw attention to the plight of needy Detroiters and how the multiple operations of Say Detroit address those every day. Say Detroit is committed to rebuilding our city's neighborhoods, providing opportunities where there are none, and lifting our neediest when they stumble. Our goal is to spread the message, bring some local and national big names in for support, and raise operating funds.
On 5 Things, First Thing with JR Morning's Chris Renwick, Lloyd Jackson, and Jamie Edmonds.
Get the day's top 5 stories in just 5 minutes, delivered right to your device. Subscribe to JR Morning's 5 Things First Thing wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to the 14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by Illich Holdings. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit was founded by Mitch Albom in 2006 and will be celebrating its 20th anniversary next year. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch.
And we welcome you to the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. 14 years we've been doing this. We've raised close to $17 million, bringing you the stories of our neighbors in need. I'm Mitch Albom. Chad Audi from the Detroit Rescue Mission is sitting alongside me, as he has been since we started Say Detroit. Kenny Brown, my partner in crime on WJR, alongside as well. And before we even get started on laying things out, let's kick it off with an old Detroiter and a little music to wake you up by. Here we go. The great Alice Cooper starts the Radiothon from Heathrow Airport. This is a first, Alice.
Actually, I'm at Heathrow in London on the way to Germany, and we finished 220 cities this year, and this is just like a Christmas kind of thing in Germany, but. But I said, well, we've got to talk to Mitch.
Well, this means a lot to us and everybody here in Detroit. You are definitely the earliest we have ever had any guest on this program at 6:07 a.m. Usually trying to get anybody to wake up this early, other than people who work in the charity field, is pretty damn impossible. But it only shows that people like Alice Cooper, and the day is going to be filled with people like yourself, Tim Allen and so many others who are from here. Matthew Stafford, who doesn't even play football here anymore. They all call in and they encourage. What is it about Detroit, Alice, that no matter where we go?
Yeah, I've been living in Arizona for almost all my life. I was born in Detroit, though, right downtown in East Detroit, and it's something about it. I am proud to say I'm a Detroiter. When people say, where are you from? I go, Detroit. And they go, oh, there's something about Detroit. I don't know what it is. It's magical to people.
We do have to admit, in the rock and roll world, it's a little cooler to say I'm from Detroit than I'm from Arizona.
Yeah, by far. By people, I've always told people that Detroit is the hard rock capital of the world, even though Motown is, probably
That's right.
more celebrated. But I mean, when you think of the bands that came out of Detroit, they're all hard rock bands.
Yeah. Well, you are one of our classics, and I can't thank you enough for kicking us off this morning. I know you got to get on a plane to go to Germany. All day long, we're going to have auction items from different things that people have donated, everything from experiences to flying out to meeting people, celebrities across the country, to jerseys and footballs and baseballs and guitars every now and then. Is there anything that Alice Cooper might be able to toss on the auction pile that we could?
Oh my gosh, yeah, I've got like stage jackets and top hats and all kinds of things I can send you, and
All right. Well, how about that?
Whatever you need.
I'm looking at a picture of you right now in the stage jacket and the top hat, the famous Alice Cooper look. So those people who are watching us around the world here now, if you would donate and maybe autograph the stage jacket and hat that we're looking at here now, that'd be fantastic. Your fans will go crazy.
Well, no problem at all, and I'll always send you my annual $10,000 to start this thing off.
Wow. How about that? All right, we're $10,000 to the good. I would say, Alice, you should go away more often, but you're that way whether you're in Arizona or not. Good luck on your tour. God bless you for always remembering Detroit, Alice, and we'll be in touch for the jacket.
Thank you, and go Lions.
Go Lions.
Go Lions.
Yeah. The great Alice Cooper. How about that way to start off the day? And $10,000 raised. Yeah, I love that. It's a little energy, a little kick-in energy to start you off. So we are here, as I say, we're at Somerset in the Grand Court North, where we have done this now for 14 years. They've been kind enough to let us use this building, and for very good cause. We come to you, yes, we're going to bring you plenty of celebrities, plenty of athletes, plenty of great interviews and funny moments, music and things like that. But the most important thing we're bringing you, I hope, is the story of people in need in Detroit. I am looking at a story, and I pulled this up just before I came in. More than half of Detroit children now live in poverty. 51% of our kids in the city of Detroit officially live in poverty. 34% of all citizens in Detroit live in poverty. And unfortunately, the number of homeless children has gone up like 40% in the past year. Homeless children, you remember the story in February of this year of 2 children who died after carbon monoxide poisoning because their mother had no place for them to sleep, so they slept in a car in a parking garage, and they died. Chad Audi, the issue is very real, and poverty, although we keep talking about the comeback of Detroit on Woodward Avenue, it doesn't hit everybody in our city, does it?
Right, it doesn't. The numbers are growing, and it's unfortunate. Despite all the things that we've been doing, the numbers still come in. And we think the issue is affordability of housing.
Yeah.
The people are not able anymore to pay the rent. They're not even able to go do their grocery anymore.
Right.
So even though we're working closer with the city and we're trying to open more beds for the people who are in need, unfortunately, all the beds are full all the time.
Wow.
We used to see it only in the winter, and now it's all year long.
Well,
So-
affordability is a huge issue for every American, and certainly for those who have the least amount of money. So we are here because Say Detroit addresses those things. We have now 9 or more full-time charitable operations that range in everything from a daycare center for children as young as 5 days old to the nation's first medical clinic for homeless children, which now takes care of families as well and men as well. We've now moved to a brand new, beautiful, big facility, to our Say Play Center at Lipke Park, which takes in 300 kids a day, provides them with not only a hot meal, but also an hour and a half of study or the football fields or any of the facilities there. We've got STEM robotics there, e-gaming, recording studio, dance, science, you name it, on top of everything else. We've got a bicycle factory where we actually make or refurbish bicycles that we now give out called My Cycle, and we give them out to poor people in the city. who need them to get to work and transportation back and forth. We've got veterans programs, seniors programs, housing programs, and much, much more. And all of that runs on your donations. So here's how you donate. 855-955-GIVE. 855-955-4483 is the phone number. If you want to do it online, go to mitchalbumradiothon.com. You will also find there tremendous auction items, things you can bid on. You can do all your Christmas shopping here, Kenny Brown, on today's auction items.
I plan on doing it right from these gifts items.
We've got jerseys, footballs, experiences, tickets to games, and believe me, if you got sports fans in your family, you're going to want to do this.
Right.
I'll run through them in a minute here, all the different things, and we now have an Alice Cooper signed touring jacket and top hat.
Top
so
hat.
If you're an Alice Cooper fan. But I want to first say hello to a gentleman who was here when we got here at the mall. Okay, he beat me here, and I'm usually have to be here to start the show. His name is Bob Sullivan. I don't know Bob, but I do now because Bob just sat down with us. Hello, Bob.
Good morning.
And Bob walked in and handed us a check for $10,002. Written here on December 11th, made out to say Detroit. So I said, come on up, be our first guest. Bob, what brings you here?
Well, what you do is amazing. And when it comes to charities, being able to give to a charity that is so diverse and covering so many different areas, it's just a no-brainer. I mean, I've been in awe at what you've done over the years since I started to come and see you here at the Radiothon. And it's just a great place to invest with charitable giving that goes so far and covers so many different areas.
Well, I do have to ask you about the 2 cents. $10,002.
Last year, Kenny was complaining near the end of the auction that there was no change. It was always rounded numbers.
Oh, that's right.
And so I made a donation that had 44 cents in it. So if you replay the end of last year, most excitement was him saying 44
It is,
cents.
because we get excited over the dumbest thing.
Exactly. Well, this year I thought I'd kick it off with my 2 cents added again with a few more dollars.
You put your 2 cents in.
Exactly.
I like it. All right. So now for the rest of the day, if you hear us say it's good, whatever the figure is and 2 cents, it's because Bob Sullivan did it.
Nah, it's pressure on me for the night, what I'm going to say, huh?
Yeah, right. That's right. You can't use the same lines anymore.
No, not anymore.
Well, Bob, I want to thank you. You are typical, yet a wonderful example of the kind of spirit that we have here in the Michigan area. And the one thing that I can say, we may be, and we are now, sadly, once again, considered the poorest city in the United States of over 500,000 people, the poorest major city in the United States. But we are also the most giving city, and we are the most giving state. And we take care of our own, and we reach out when our own need help. So thank you, Bob, for kicking it off.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it. Bob Sullivan.
Wow. Man.
All right. Over the course of today, some of the people that you are going to hear with us on the program will include, well, of course, the great John Pizzarelli will be joining us. This thing is popping in and out. I don't know if you hear that.
Yeah.
You hear that? But the microphone is popping in and out. Yeah. We need to address the sound system. Yeah. Doing it again.
Yep. There you go. Okay.
Can we get on a different mic? Coming up on the program, as I say, okay, John Pizzarelli will join us, Adam Schefter from ESPN, Tom Izzo, Jim Leland, Craig Gass, Hank Azaria, JB Bickerstaff, Dave Barry, Nate Burleson, Dan Dickerson, Mike Tirico, Dr. Phil will be joining us today. Jay Towers will be here. Joe Buck, J.K. Simmons, the Academy Award winner, Brian Williams from NBC News, Bernie Smilovitz, Carmen Harlan will all be here. Darren McCarty, Hugh Jackman. We've got a movie opening up this week.
Does he?
Ty Steele, Kimberly Gill, Mayor Mike Duggan will be here. Dan Campbell, coach of the Lions, Herman Moore, Lomas Brown, Jane Pauley, John Sally, Paul Stanley from KISS, Zach McKistry from the Detroit Tigers, Tony Kornheiser, Brian Kilmeade, George Blaha will be here, Alex Anzalone, Anderson Cooper, Greg Campy, Gus Johnson,
Gus Johnson.
Curtis, and many, many more, all to try to bring you some great entertainment, but also to encourage you to give at 855-955-GIVE. 855-955-4483 is the phone number. Amongst the things that you will be able to bid on, my goodness, Red Wings Superfan experiences, Grand Hotel bed and breakfast packages, lunch with Carmen Harlan and Bernie Smilovich, lunch with the Mitch Albom Showcast. I'm not sure how much that one's worth. Oakland Hills Country Club golfing, one-on-one Zoom call with me. I've done this year after year. I spend a half hour just talking to people, sometimes about writing or whatever it is. A Shields Pizza party, chance to go to the Rocket Mortgage Classic, the Roost Detroit Hotel stay, Aiden Hutchinson signed Lions football, J.K. Simmons Tigers game, go to the ball game with J.K. Simmons, Jared Goff signed Lions football, Cade Cunningham signed Pistons jerseys, chance to go to a Tigers game at batting practice, a luxury suite for a Pistons game, signed baseballs by Colt Keith and A.J. Hinch and Riley Green and many, many more on the Tigers. Lucas Raymond signed Red Wings jersey, Morris Sider signed Red Wings jersey, Dave Barry goes to lunch with you, and trips to New York, trips to Texas, many, many opportunities here coming up. I want to say hello to our executive director, Rick Kelly, who runs the day-to-day operations of Say Detroit. Rick, good morning.
Good morning. My pleasure to be here again. I just realized walking in, my 6th annual Radiothon, our 14th annual overall. And I was going to piggyback on what you said on earlier about the wonderful community here. And boy, did that happen right out of the gate today with Bob showing up with that wonderful check. So we're here all day. Come down and see us. And this is the time of year where we're able to really double what we've been doing over the years since I've been here because of the charity of our community.
This is sometimes it just takes an event to galvanize people. I always say, Chad, that it takes cold weather, because something that I've been saying for 14 years is, if you're listening to us in your car, just roll down your window and don't roll it back up. You had to live in that.
Right.
Yeah. And
especially today.
Unfortunately, this is how many people live.
Especially today.
If you go down Woodward or you go down to Cass, you'll see a lot of guys. This is the exact way they live. And if it wasn't for the charity and the donations and the work that we have been doing with Say Detroit, people would not have a place to go.
Exactly.
So we hear people coming in and saying, hey, please let me in. I want to be with my kids here. Please do not let me out. You know, your heart get broken when you see a woman trying to warm the hands of her child by just rubbing them.
Wow.
This is the way it is. That's the reality of things.
I want to try to cross over to our friends Blaine Fowler and Lauren Crocker on WDVD. Can they hear us over there?
I know right now that Mitch Albom is trying to get us on the air on WJR. So I'm going to bring him up over here.
Hello.
It's 96.3 WDVD, Blaine and Lauren. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Trying to get a microphone here to work.
Mitch's
We didn't pay the rent.
We love the radio.
Oh, man. Well, you know what? While you guys get your mic worked out, I'll just tell everybody that's listening to us, call 855-955-GIVE. And Mitch and Say Detroit are going to do amazing things for so many families here in Metro Detroit, as they've been doing for now. This is the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon.
Woo!
Mitch, if you can hear me all right now, Blaine?
We can hear you, Mitch.
I had to switch microphones
That's
here.
okay, bud.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you for giving us a minute or two of your radio time. Yeah, this is the 14th year that we've done this. We started it thinking like, maybe we'll, pull this off for a day. Maybe we'll make $10,000. And last year we made $2.2 million in a single day. And it would it would be bold to say that we want to try to exceed that today, but it would also be less than brave of me if I didn't say we wanted to. So we're gonna try to do that.
Mitch, it's incredible. I just have to say, I got to spend some time at the Say Detroit Family Clinic in October. I did a broadcast with Marie Osborne from JR when you guys were doing the breast cancer screenings there. And I was so impressed with that clinic. Not only is it just an amazing place to be, but the entire staff who works there. They were so wonderful, and they love working there so much, and they love what they do there so much, and they love what they do for the community and all the patients. It was a magical afternoon. It was my first time really spending time there. So I just wanted to let you know how wonderful it was.
That was one of the first things that we started with Say Detroit. Chad Audi helped me do that. He's sitting next to me from the Detroit Rescue Mission. Reason for that clinic was because homeless children in Detroit were not getting medical care. Because if you took your child to the emergency room, which back then was where poor people got all their medical care, so before Obamacare and My Child and anything, they took your kids away. Remember, Chad?
Yeah, yeah.
So you would go in and say, my child's sick, and they'd say, well, where do you live? And they'd say, well, I live in a shelter. I'm homeless at the moment. And they called social services, and your kid got taken away.
Oh, my God.
So consequently, people stopped taking their children for medical care because they were afraid of losing them. And so we created the nation's first clinic for homeless children that did not ask any questions, and you didn't have to have insurance. And that's how it was birthed. And then it grew from that to, we've gone from taking care of kids to taking care of their mothers. And now in our brand new facility there, we take care of the entire family, fathers, mothers, and children.
Mitch, that's awesome. And you know what? And the thing is, the thing that keeps it going is those donations that we do 1 hour today on our sister station, 760 WJR. You can go to saydetroit.org. And you can watch the Radiothon. You can go hang out with Mitch, Ken, and everybody out there at the Somerset Collection. They're in the central court. Are you on the north side or south?
We're on the north side.
North side.
Are you by Santa?
Right by Santa.
Okay.
We may even have Santa on later on.
Is Santa going to be on around the time of Paul Stanley or Jane Pauley?
Well, our first guest was Alice Cooper at 6:07 a.m.
Oh, man.
So never let it be said that Detroit doesn't wake you up with rock and roll.
Cooper's up before we are?
Yeah, well, he was in London.
Yeah.
I was going to say,
Or going to bed.
or he's going to bed. He's got a tea time or something like that.
Exactly. Well, thank you, Blaine. Great to talk to you guys.
Great to talk to you guys too. And listen, everybody, this is such a good thing. They've got so many cool things that you can bid on, by the way. Auction items.
Yep. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com.
Go to saydetroit.org and you can look at all these auction items. They were talking about,
And we're going to take a
autographed
break right here on
stuff
760
from
WJR.
Dan Campbell,
Memorabilia, yeah.
Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, if you're a
It's another beautiful day at Save Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the executive director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. How was school? Huh? For the D. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the Deep. The Deep is our education center. It's named the Deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The Deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our young people are engaged in tutoring for literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the Deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading.
Got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. And so whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities and the electives that are available to our students here. Notes for Notes is a national organization that provides music studios across the country. Our wonderful art teacher, Ms. Kai Pearson. Can you talk a little bit about just kind of the value of having this kind of space for young people?
Especially in Detroit, this kind of space for young people to express themselves, to learn who they are as like humans and artists, to hone those skills with people from the community like us. I think it's a one-of-a-kind space and it's needed like throughout this city.
As we leave the creative arts room, you may hear some music in the background, and that's because right next door is our dance studio. And we have a variety of different dance genres: hip-hop dance, tap dance, modern dance, and then we also have an African dance and drum program. And so today, our students on Mondays are engaged in their hip-hop dance activities. We're now in our gym area. We are extremely committed to making sure that our students increase their health. And so we exercise, calisthenics, running, agility, and then we also get into organized sports, including basketball, volleyball, but we also like to get our students
Holidays mean more travel, more shopping, more time online, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. But LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our US-based restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
This hour of the 14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Illich Holdings. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, here's Mitch.
All right, we welcome you back here. We are off and running at the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Lots of guests, lots of auction items, lots of poignant stories, we hope. We're going to bring you a lot of people who benefit from the services of Say Detroit. Mitch Albom, Kenny Brown, Chad Audi from the Detroit Rescue Mission. And joining us now are, I'm introducing them on their own show, which makes no sense. It's Chris Renwick, Jamie Edmonds, and the great Lloyd Jackson.
Hey.
Hello, all of you.
Good morning.
So thank you for coming out. And I'm going to leave you now because I have to go do something with WDIV. But would you be kind enough to let the people know the great incentive and auction items we have here?
Well, this is one of my favorite days of the year.
It is.
Because we get to highlight all the good that Say Detroit does and all the wonderful things, all the hard work and dedication that it takes to make sure that the people of Detroit are being serviced. And Mitch was rattling off these statistics earlier of the homelessness, the poverty line that so many people live under. So what he does and what this charity does is absolutely fantastic.
And what I also love about it is that there's no overhead, and 100% of what you give goes to the charity, and if there is a little bit of overhead, so Mitch will take care of it, and then all of your money goes right to the charity. So that is so great that they get 100%.
There's a ton of great items that you can buy, you can bid on, obviously, that you're going to want to check out today. And all those proceeds go to wonderful causes all throughout the Say Detroit umbrella. How about a Tom Izzo signed baseball? or basketball rather.
Baseball would be
fantastic.
interesting.
That would be
Absolutely
different.
fantastic.
Baseball be good too.
Maybe
That
you
topic
wanna-
on baseball. I really want that.
And maybe you want a one-night stay at the Daxton. It's there for you. You want to go to the Grand Traverse Pie Company. It's there. You check out a Matthew Stafford LA Rams jersey. Still
Okay.
very much involved with Say
yeah.
Detroit.
Yeah.
That's good till Sunday.
No, it just has a one-day reprieve.
That's
and
right.
then
That's
you
it.
go back.
That's absolutely it. Maybe you want to come down here, check everything out here at the Radiothon, and then just pick up a Somerset gift card.
That works.
Mill around,
Then you
do
can
your
get-
shopping.
Get what you want.
I'd love to mill around, but it's not open yet.
It's not quite
Yeah.
open yet. No,
Yeah.
but you got to get down here. Groceries still expensive. Kroger gift cards are there for you. There's just so many things. And then, I mean, maybe you want to go see Cat Williams at Little Caesars Arena.
Oh,
Get in on the
yeah.
auction
That one-
there. That's
a good
going to
one.
be a good night.
Yes.
We've got tickets to the Detroit Lions home opener next year. Got to talk about baseball's Riley Green. There is the same signed baseball today.
Okay.
Riley
Okay.
Green's got it
Okay.
covered.
All
So
right.
we're
Good.
good.
There we go.
No Riley Green basketball?
Hold on. Let me
Better check that.
not on this list.
Not on
Good
this
point.
list.
Yeah. But all the wonderful things that happen here at Say Detroit is absolutely fantastic. And pizza and the Rocket Classic hospitality opportunities are there for you too. So you can get yourself something for next year. You can get a gift for somebody, all while doing really good.
It's easy shopping too. I mean, you
It
know,
is.
you're gonna fight the crowds the next couple of weeks to try to get your presents, the last minute gifts. When all you gotta do is you can do it by phone or by computer here, and it's already done.
Is
don't
that how
have to
you
leave
do
it-
most of your shopping? You
when I
just
do it,
contribute to
when
this?
I do Christmas shop every other year. I'm like a leap year. I'll be Christmas shopping.
So are you on or off this year?
Yes, I'm off this year. Unless there's a Riley Green basketball, then I will be getting that. So just it's easy. Every year I watch this, and people get these presents for Christmas, and they get them, and you get them from this Radiothon, and that's the greatest thing. People come back and tell you how easy it is, and their items. Some of these are like one, even though it might be four of them, they're one of a kind items. You know,
Yeah.
you can't get these anywhere. So take a look at the list, Chris. You just gave a few examples of a great list.
Lunch
of
with the
items.
Mitch Album Show. Are you involved in that?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
Of
All right.
course. And the people that have did this in the past have come back again the next year. So
Yeah.
it's a great deal.
It's a win-win, man. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, for your holiday shopping, and
I'm sure it's something with your show too in there, right? Somewhere down that line, there's a media.
We're
something
going to
with your
lunch?
show.
No.
Yeah.
the food.
So look for it.
We're here somewhere.
You're in there somewhere. I
We're here
know. I remember I saw it. Yeah.
Like a co-hosting opportunity to come in with us.
Oh.
Well, look, the realities are, you can. There's something for everybody on this list.
Yeah.
Anything that you are interested in, they've got you covered. Do your Christmas shopping and give.
And there's so many ways that you can call in and buy these items. You can call 855-955-GIVE. That's 855-955-4483. Or you can go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Or you can even text Mitch14 to 59925.
Very nice.
There's even a Zoom book club meeting with Mitch.
Oh,
Yeah,
those
I
are
saw
great.
that.
Those are great.
Wow.
Those
I
are great.
saw that.
I
could
mean,
see
my
some
God,
Those
that's
are
book
great.
clubs
unbelievable.
Right.
really getting lit over that.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Those are great.
What I like about this is that he had an idea way back when to help people. And look at how big it's become and how many people are being helped and serviced in our town. Like a little idea can really grow
It
with
can.
a community like this supporting it.
Yeah, I think the community aspect is exactly right.
Mhm.
Because look, God love him, Mitch can't do it all, and you got to find the people, the good people that want to put in that hard work, that want to make sure that they are serving the mission of Say Detroit.
And people want to see results, and they get results when they give to Say Detroit.
So 855-955-GIVE 4483, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Text Mitch14 to 59925. Always to give.
Have you guys been over to the Say Detroit Center?
Yes.
I've seen it. I haven't been over there to it.
I remember doing stories over there, and like the kids all care about the sports. You know, they
Well,
want to
sure.
go over the basketball, but
Yeah.
they can't do the sports until they do
The academics.
the academics.
Okay.
And I found that to be really sweet and great
And
too.
that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's the key to it. If we're going to dig out of this hole that we're in on these subject with these children, that education part has got to be the first part
Mhm.
because that leads to everything else that happens in life basically after that. So if you get them when they're young and get them
Right.
on the right road to where they're going, everything opens up for them. You know what I'm
Especially
saying?
reading,
Uh,
Ken. Like if
Absolutely.
you can't read, you can't do the other things.
Exactly. And even a lot of people hate math or whatever. Kids hate math or whatever, but the reading part helps the math. I remember when I was a kid, the sports section, I used to do box scores. That's how I learned math.
Oh,
I was figuring out averages.
How are you going to learn it again? Is my question.
Well, I forgot it, but that's what I'm saying. But you start them early, man, and then they never, like I said, you teach them how to, feed a fish, save them is. But you got to do it early, and that's why when I go over to that center, I watch these kids, man, and once the light comes on, it doesn't go off.
Yeah,
it does not go off.
I mean, this usually is a day where I cry 3 or 4 times listening to this broadcast, because while it's great to see, Tim Allen come back and support the city and all the celebrities that Mitch has built these relationships with and is friends with and their involvement, I always find the stories of those of, our neighbors here that are so touched, that have so been impacted, that their lives have been changed. And they can provide, a better life for their children. I always find those to be so incredibly inspiring.
Well, and you see the impact, you feel the impact, and that's why you have people who give and participate in this radiothon, because they get the results.
Yeah,
and they can see it.
Mitch, bad news. I actually think we lost money while you've been gone. Sorry about that.
That's almost impossible to do, and yet
they tried.
And yet you did your best. Periodically I have to run off to do. Well, you used to run off to stand in front of a camera,
Right.
To talk to a TV station, and now you just go to another computer and Zoom with that.
Yeah.
So it's nobody wants to get in the car anymore. It's just too cold.
It's cold.
Apparently, we're the only people doing anything in person. But thank you guys for coming out this morning. I mean, it's a lot of work to get up early, and I know you do it for a living.
But we got to sleep in a little bit.
Yeah.
It was a good
This
day
is actually
today.
late for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nice when you can say you're late at 6:10 a.m. And while we get a moment, and I see Ann out in the stands there, we want to thank WJR. Sometimes I wait till the end of the show to do this, and I shouldn't. I should basically start, because there are very, very few, as in zero, other radio stations in this country that would give away a day of programming with nothing in return. Let there be no question about that. We don't have to pay WJR for this time or anything like that. This is just out of the goodness of their hearts, and Cumulus, who owns the station, and they've been doing it for 14 years. It's, you lose a lot of revenue and over the course of a day when you do that, and they're kind enough to do it. So thank you, WJR. Thank you, Steve Beneteri, Ann, and everybody who does that here. On the other hand, hosts like yourself tend to thank me all day long.
All day.
Yes, we do.
They get
We're
Paul
very
W.
grateful.
Smith thanks me, Kevin Dietz thanks me, Ryan Armani thanks me, everybody thanks me. So we appreciate your being here. So what did I miss while I was gone?
I went over the items.
You went over all the items?
Yeah, I went
Okay,
over the
all
items.
There's a lot of wonderful stuff on here for people.
Yeah, and
Christmas shopping, get it done.
the other thing is you got to listen during the course of the day, because people tend to throw things on as they come
As
on.
they come on, okay.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like,
you had Alice Cooper on. Was that on the list?
no.
Yeah, so that's new.
I just said, okay, I'm one of those people that I never ask anybody for favors. I never have tried to. I wasn't born a celebrity. It took a long time before anybody knew who I was, and I've never been comfortable saying, well, don't you know, I'm well known in some circles. Do me a favor. But on this day, this is the only day I hit people up for favors, and I try to embarrass them on the air so that they can't say no. And we have gotten some amazing things from people just by putting the pressure on.
You'd be amazed how much the pressure can do.
Oh yeah, Paul Stanley gave us,
yeah.
He said, well, how about if I give you one of the guitars? And I said, how about if you get it signed by everybody in KISS? Okay. So you got to like throw it at them there.
Yeah.
And so between all the people who are coming on here today, we'll get something. Dylan Larkin's coming on. We'll get something out of him. We'll get something out of Dan Campbell. Yeah.
A win, hopefully. But
Yeah.
Let's bit on the win side.
I don't have much to do with that.
Yeah.
All right, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 are the phone numbers to help out in any one of our, and had we run through the operations that Say Detroit do? Did you do that while I was gone?
No.
Okay, so Chris and team here, just so people understand, Say Detroit started in 2006 during the Super Bowl. You remember the Super Bowl we had?
Yeah.
I do.
So there was an article about
a Super Bowl party for the homeless. And I read that and I was like, what is the Super Bowl party for the homeless? Well, it turned out it was a euphemism for getting all the homeless people off and shoving them into a shelter so that they wouldn't bother the visiting guests, you know, and then on Monday morning, kicking them back out into the snow. And that just seems so cruel to me. It's, you don't give people help because it's convenient for you. Oh, I've got an event here. I'll help you out. Now get out of my way. So I went to a homeless shelter and spent the night there thanks to Chad Audi. And that's where we met. Not in the homeless shelter. He actually had a home at the time. I'm not sure about now.
I don't know.
So I met Chad, and Chad said, well, you can come stay the night in our shelter. And I wanted to write about the experience and say, this isn't something you just give to people and take away. So I get the soap, I get the blanket, I get my bed assigned to me, and then I'm standing online for the meal. And there's a guy in front of me, and he turns around, he looks me up and down. He says, aren't you Mitch Albom? And I said, yeah. And then he looks me up and down again. He says, so what happened to you? And I laughed, you know, and then I thought about my wardrobe for a moment. And then I realized, you know, there's no reason to be laughing because I'm sure in his world, he never imagined that he would be on that line. So I wrote that story in the Free Press the next day. And I was trying to raise $60,000, which would have been enough money to keep all the homeless people in the shelter till April when it got warm. And in 1 week, I had $320,000. Wow. $320,000 from people just like the people who are listening today who just sent in and said, here, it's a worthy cause here. And I had $320,000. And in one of the best moves of my life, I got a call from Kwame Kilpatrick, who at the time was the mayor of the city of Detroit. And he said, I hear you got $320,000. I've got a great fund here in the city for the homeless. I'm not kidding. And you should give it to us. We'll take care of it. And something in my brain said, no, I'm not going to do that.
All right.
And that started Say Detroit. And
Wow.
that's what began Say Detroit. And now we've blossomed into
It has
multiple
grown.
organizations. We have the nation's first homeless clinic for homeless children. We have the Say Play Center, Lipke Park. We have our bicycle factory. We have our Working Homes, Working Families project. We have our seniors programs, our veterans programs, our daycare programs, all from that event.
Wow.
All from one night at a homeless shelter. Thank you guys for sitting in with us here.
Thanks for
the minute.
having
We'll
us.
continue here on 760 WJR. The phone number is 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web.
WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get 500 points for logging in to the Lowe's app for the first time. Take advantage of all your
Books are like instructions to life. It makes me feel like I'm in a whole different place. Like I could do anything if I read a book.
I like reading. It's adventurous. And when I'm reading, I imagine like I'm one of the main characters or something.
Encouraging kids to lose themselves in stories is transformative.
And the thing about kids is they're so innocent. And we have an opportunity to mold them. They're relying on us.
Our annual Radiothon, telethon for Say Detroit, we hold every December. And we were coming pretty close to last year's record. Then Tom Gores called us and blew us all away. He would offer a certain amount of money for every book that one of our kids read and completed. We can have a lot of fun with this. Good luck, Tom Gores, the owner of the Pistons. Wow. So he basically just pledged $250,000, which is a little. That means the kids here are constantly facing dangers and threats on the street to their very existence. There's not a lot of options. There's not a lot of entertainment, but a book can take you anywhere.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
It's that idea that you provide an environment to access themselves and their greatness.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
Here's joins me. So Martino, let's say I'm having a roof done or siding. Do I have to be home for the installation?
No, you don't. For roofing or siding or concrete, you don't have to be home. We prep it before, and then we're in constant communication with you in the morning, during the day, and then in the evening. We let you know. So it's like you're actually there. And also, we send pictures to our homeowners when they
I have had the opportunity about 50 other times to be in places like this on days like this, and they are amongst the favorite days of my life because today we get to give a home to a family. All right, say hi to your new home. This is your new home. This is your living room where you first come in and you greet your guests and your Christmas tree. Do you like that Christmas tree?
We didn't have a dining room where we were staying either. So, to be able to eat as a family together.
Be able to eat as a family. Come on, man. Bedroom. Ooh.
Oh, God. I almost can't breathe right. Oh my God. I love y'all. You are a godsend. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. This is really beautiful and amazing. I just can't imagine the time this must have took, or Lord God, the money, but thank you so much for everything that it took you to do, for even the stuff unseen that I can't see. Thank you.
Well, just seeing you and your kids so happy is the whole reason that we do this at Working Homes, Working Families, and it's the reason that we're raising money today at the State of Detroit Radiothon, the 9th annual, so we can have more moments like this. Congratulations, Smith family. We are so happy for all of you.
We've got you covered. Show your true colors and share the excitement of U.S. soccer this season. Visit store.ussoccer.com today.
All right, back here on the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, Mitch Albom, Kenny Brown, Chad Outy from the Detroit Rescue Mission here with us. Want to also let you know that at 855-955-GIVE, the phone numbers, when you make a donation, or at mitchalbomradiothon.com, or you can even text your donations if you like to do that kind of thing. Text Mitch14 to 59925. 59925. We will read your donation over the air if you choose to. You want to make it in honor of somebody. For example, someone made a $100 donation in memory of Ron Wangerel. Someone made a $100 donation in honor of Steve Wachowski from St. Clair Shores. Scott Ringelin from Ann Arbor gave us a $250 donation. Robert Lynn from Shelby Township made a $700 donation. Thank all of you, and we'll read these out over the course of the day, particularly if you want to make a dedication to somebody or in honor of somebody. It's a nice way to give, and help your fellow Detroiters. And remember, 100% of the money we raise goes to help the actual needy people who we are helping. Amongst those, the Michigan Veterans Foundation. Their mission is to provide the skills and confidence needed for homeless veterans to break the cycle of homelessness and return to independent living. We've been helping them for a long time. Raida Dubaja, to you.
Good morning.
Are you well? And Raida is always kind enough to bring with us one of the clients. Today, Brian Ellsworth, who was a veteran from the Navy from 1980 to 1984. Hello, Brian.
Good morning.
Thank you. Pull the microphones real close to your mouth there. And there you go. We'll hear you better that way. Brian, you served the country for 4 years, and then at some point found yourself in a little more dire situation. Tell us about that.
Okay, I was the primary caregiver for both of my parents towards the end of their lives, and so I wasn't working, and I got caught in the perfect storm of bad circumstances as far as personal finances and whatnot, and I wound up being homeless. And the MVF has proved to be the perfect place where I was able to restabilize and collect myself and get connected with the various social service agencies and whatnot.
How long were you homeless?
Not long at all. Less than a week.
But you knew to go to them.
Yes.
And since you've been with them, what have you been able to do, and how have they, as you say, put you back on your feet?
Oh, connect with every single social service agency appropriate to my given situation. I'm 63, so any age-related issues, any health issues, VA hospital, what have you. I mean, they're a liaison, literally, to all the community and social service agencies.
Now, you seem like a intelligent, responsible person, and yet you still found yourself in that situation. Can you just speak for a moment about how people always assume if you're homeless, somehow you deserved it or you screwed up royally? That's not the case.
It's not. I was a victim of circumstances beyond my control, and it happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Where you can wind up homeless, be it a property foreclosure, property foreclosure, that sort of thing, which was my situation.
Yeah. We've also often seen people who have suffered an injury at work, and then they can't get employed because they won't hire them back, and the workman's comp doesn't really cover it or whatever. Right? And you see this all the time, and it's got to be very sad to see people who've served the country needing desperate help and out on the street.
Yes, we see different ages. We've been seeing a lot of younger veterans coming back with some mental issue, some very difficult situation where we are unique with our services, and we like to give the veteran multiple chances in order to get him on his feet to become independent and get his housing and be successful in life.
Well, they help 3 meals a day, 120 veterans at a time transition to permanent housing with 85% success rate, shelter program, many, many more things. This is just one of the organizations that we support with Stay Detroit, and we're going to be happy to do it again when we distribute whatever money we raise here today. So if you want to help us, if you are a veteran yourself or have veterans in your family, this is a very, very good cause and one of the many things that Stay Detroit does here in the city. And you can contribute 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 on the web, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. On texting Mitch14 to 59925. If you'd like to do some Christmas shopping as a way of doing it, go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com and you can bid on any of the auction items, or you can buy any of the incentive items. And you can literally buy those. Those are gift certificates and gift cards and things that you can literally put the money down and have at the next moment. Raida Dubaja and Brian Ellsworth, thank you for coming in and making an example of telling people about what it is that we do and why there's such a need here.
Thank you for
God
having
bless
us.
you
Thank you
both.
very much for having me.
All right. We'll continue on 760 WJR. The
Hey, it's
14th
the Inside the NBA crew, Ernie Jones.
Radiothon. Lots of big guests coming up here in the next hour. Adam Schefter. Boy, there's a lot to talk about with him, with what happened at Michigan. And Tom Izzo is going to be joining us. Dylan Larkin coming up. Jim Leland, Hank Azaria, all coming up. Dave Barry in the next minutes. So stay with us here on 760 WJR.
Hey, it's the Inside the NBA crew. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley with a shout out to the Say Detroit Play Center.
Say Play is a premier learning center. It offers academic enrichment, athletics, and arts programs for students 8 to 18.
Since day one in 2015, Say Play has been rebuilding and empowering one of Detroit's most challenged neighborhoods.
Set on nearly 15 acres in the Osborne community in northeast Detroit, the facility was the site of the rundown Lipke Park Recreation Center, which had been shut down by the city due to budget cuts.
It was rebuilt by Say Detroit in partnership with Detroit major sports teams. Say Play offers all its programs and services, including transportation, meals, mental health awareness, and resources free of charge.
The students who attend Say Play commit to their after-school studies, and they love to learn.
They could take part in a wide array of activities, including sports, creative and programming, arts, STEM, social justice, and summer employment experiences.
As part of an expansion announced in 2021, the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will grow services for members and its neighboring community. And let us not forget the staff and the volunteers, right, fellas?
Good job, guys.
They are game changers, providing pathways to success for the youth of Detroit. Well done.
To smuggle oil to Iran.
The Venezuelan opposition leader who won the Nobel Peace Prize came out of hiding. Maria Corina Machado escaped.
Hey, it's the Inside.
A new event is offering up a fun way to taste some of Detroit's newest restaurants while helping out a great cause. Mitch Albom is here to talk about Eat Detroit.
For one night each summer, you have the chance to join Detroit's top restaurants and support the important community causes of Say Detroit. A unique fundraiser and culinary experience, Eat Detroit brings more than 1,000 people to the heart of the city to explore its growing foodie scene. Live music, VIP extras, and private shuttles all make it an event not to miss.
And are you having fun?
Yeah, it's a great time. Fabulous. The restaurants and service is excellent.
The community comes together for one great night to help provide pathways to success for Detroiters in need. I hope you'll join us.
All right, it is a one-of-a-kind, one-night only, citywide foodie experience. One of a kind. One of a kind.
Ramp, the I-96 eastbound off ramp, the eastbound I-696. That's causing backups to Novi Road. You'll find a crash off to your left shoulder.
Say Detroit's involvement with the veterans goes back to its very beginning in 2006. Some of the original money raised went to build the first kitchen that the Michigan Veterans Foundation had ever had.
And we were able to create our mess hall that looked like a cafeteria. With those dollars we did all the computers, we hired an IT guy.
The computer is just a beautiful thing for these people, the guys in here, because they put you back on track, put you back online. But without that computer, man, you could be lost.
So
Hi.
Hi, welcome to your home.
Oh, this Addison, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's so nice. Oh, my God. Look! Look! Oh, my God. Look at this. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, wow.
Playroom?
Yeah.
The hangout room?
Yeah.
Hello.
At Treetops and Otsego Resort in Gaylord. Fresh powder, breathtaking views, and trails for every skill level. Grab your gear and make this your best snow season ever. Visit treetops.com or otsegoresort.com.
Help solve food insecurity in Michigan.
was founded by Mitch Albom in 2006 and will be celebrating its 20th anniversary next year. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, live from the Northside Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch.
All right, back here on 760 WJR as we begin hour number 2 of the 14th annual Radiothon. Many guests joining us throughout the day, and we want to say hello to Adam Schefter, our friend from ESPN, the insider, who is joining us from the back of a car. Apparently, look at Adam.
I know.
You are not driving, I hope.
No, Mitch, it's an Uber into New York City. About to go do Get Up Here, First Take, and spend the day at our offices in New York City here.
Something tells me as a Michigan graduate, they're going to start by asking you about Sharon Moore.
Yeah, obviously. That's going to be a huge topic of conversation. It's a very sad story, very disturbing story. There's a lot of elements to it. It's still unfolding. Obviously, we spoke yesterday. And I just think that there's still going to be a lot that comes out with this that we don't know yet. That is, again, troubling, sad, disconcerting. I hope he's okay. And we'll see where the program goes from here.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's all over the salaciousness of this and what's going to happen in the Michigan program. And what they don't realize is that lost in all of this is,
Correct.
the first black head coach of the University of Michigan football goes down this way. B, his wife and children now have to be subject to all this stuff. C, there's a football team of players, looked up to their coach and now know what to do. And sadly, this isn't the first time. We had Mel Tucker. You can go all the way back to Gary Moeller. I mean, anyone, I wrote in the Free Press today, anyone who's surprised by anything in college football anymore just isn't paying attention. And there is no school or no individual who was above doing anything. There's maybe that sense that, Michigan is above this. No, not if you look back on the many scandals that have existed at their school, Michigan State, many others. Sadly, you have to do a lot of that kind of reporting, but not today, Adam. That's not what we're here for today. We're here for today to raise money for good causes here in Detroit. And you're although you're a New Yorker born, you're an adoptee here. And people don't know that Adam and I met one another when he volunteered to help me on the Bo Schembechler book. I'll talk about Michigan. Adam was my key researcher there for that, and then for the Fab Five book that I wrote as well. And were you the editor of the or sports editor of the Daily there?
Yeah. Well, Mitch, I always tell everybody, every time I ask, they're like, how do you do this? How do you get ahead? I said, well, I was a research assistant for Mitch Albom when he did the book on Bo. And then I don't know that you remember this. I've reminded you, but when you were doing the Fab Five book, you called me up. You said, I don't need a lot here, but if you could help me get a hold of Jimmy Walker, then that's all I need you to do. And within 24 hours, I called you with a number for Jimmy Walker. And as I said, everybody, use me for the first 2 books. The first time you didn't use me was for Tuesdays with Maury. So you see how instrumental I was to the success of your career.
Well, then it would have had to be Tuesdays with Maury and Adam, and that doesn't fit on the cover of the book. So that's an issue.
Well, that's the way that's unfortunate. But you've had an unbelievable career, incredible success, and as great as you've been and as prolific as you've been, and you know how much I idolized you growing up. What you've done for the city of Detroit. Detroit is so blessed that you are in its city, that you have looked out for that city the way you have, the way you've dedicated your time, your money, your resources, your connections to that city. Detroit owes you a debt of gratitude that it could never repay. Never.
Well, that's kind of you to say, but there's no debt. When you live in a city, you have a responsibility, I think, to make it better as best you can. And I've been blessed with a big microphone, as you can see. Look at the size of this microphone. And so you got to use your voice for something more than just making yourself well known. You might want to share that with some of your colleagues at ESPN, but nobody in particular. But you have been a great friend to our program for many years, and I could not have been prouder to watch somebody go from someone who helped me out to someone who's got this massive, huge career. And you are the go-to guy, Adam, for things in football. So I'm going to ask you, various people who come on throughout the course of the day make little donations of, if they're sign a football or, come pay a visit, have a lunch or something like that.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to serve as an advisor for a fantasy football selection? If we were to auction that off, that Adam Schefter, come next year's football time, can serve as your personal advisor for your football team, I think we could raise some money with that. You're on the.
Mitch, I'd be honored to do that. It's something, it's funny. We all find our little place in life to donate something. I wind up donating a handful of these every year, and it is my honor to basically do that here, Radiothon, so that when somebody is getting ready to do their fantasy football draft, I will give them the prep call. I will give them the sleepers to take. I will tell them the players to avoid. We'll do a 30-minute call before. I'll give them the roadmap to victory. I'm in a 16-team War Room ESPN Fantasy Football League. Our playoffs start this week. I'm the number 1 seed. I'm trying to bring down the championship this year. Number 1 seed.
Right.
Okay, so
Look at
and whoever purchases this call to prep them, the draft prep call, will go into their draft as armed with as much information as they possibly can have, and with the best chance they could possibly get to win a championship.
That's perfect. How about that, folks? That's really great. That's fantastic. Adam Schefter is your personal advisor to your fantasy football team. That will raise a good amount of money here. Thank you for always watching out for your old hometown, Adam, and thanks for the good work that you do and and I'm proud of you. I hate to say that because it makes me feel like I'm your dad, but
well,
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of how your career has gone, and it's a joy to watch. Thanks for time from the back of an Uber there in New York to talk to us.
Thank you for having me, Mitch. Congratulations. Good luck today. I hope you raise a ton of money.
Adam Schefter from ESPN, everybody. There we go. All right, we're going to put that in the auction pile. And you can start making bids on that at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. You can make your donations at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or online at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Well, one of our programs in Say Detroit is Working Homes, Working Families, which we started. Chad, you and I started this program together, Chad Audi from the Detroit Rescue Mission, when we realized Detroit had all these abandoned homes, and they had a massive homeless problem.
Correct.
And it was like, well, wait a minute. We have too much food over in the warehouse, and we have people starving over here. Let's make a connection.
Yes.
And we started Working Homes, Working Families, which refurbishes
The
houses with our volunteers and then fixes them up and gives the homes to needy families. At first, we were giving them, and they would pay the taxes and utilities for 2 years.
Correct.
And then if they did that and kept the home nicely, we gave them the deed. Now we actually do it a little faster than that.
Right.
It's a little quicker. And part of that program, we do parks as well to beautify the neighborhood. Highland Park has been the recipient of our efforts rebuilding parks. We've done multiple parks with Sue Norander, who is the Highland Parks project director. Hi, Sue.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm wonderful.
So share with our audience about one of the projects we've done with you at Highland Park.
Your organization has done several projects. What we do is we go into the neighborhoods and we see where we speak to the community. We have several meetings with them, and we get together and we just put together small little projects. And it just brings hope to the community. Every little small piece just brings hope. And as you're saying, it encourages them, once we fix the park, to fix their home, so it all blends into the community. It gives them green spaces to use. And again, my favorite word is hope, one little piece at a time.
Well, when people in neighborhoods that are often forgotten by a lot of services or by, just the city in general, they see people from the outside, and often volunteers who come in and work on these projects don't even live in Detroit. They live in the suburbs, but they come in and work on these projects. That inspires people in the neighborhood to say, well, wow, somebody actually cares about us from the outside. We want to care about ourselves as well.
Right. And several of our projects, the neighbors have actually said what's going on, and then they put on their boots and their gloves, and they come out and assist with the project. And then from there, we do an Adopt a Park program. So that energy that they saw from your volunteers, they take that themselves and they continue to keep the parks up.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And the most recent one that we worked on is where?
It's Mulford Park, and it's a small little park where most of the neighbors are elderly. They didn't want anything big, so we put in some benches, we put in a bench swing, we put in a book nook, which they filled with your books.
It's good to know my books are making it to the
Yes.
to the neighborhood.
Yes, and so it's just a nice little quaint little location for the seniors to come out, sit on a bench, read a book, and just enjoy the outdoors.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming in, Sue, and sharing that with us. And thanks for the great work that you help us do.
Oh, thank you for everything that you've done.
It's
so
a pleasure.
Everybody give, call and give.
There you go. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. It's 760 WJR. With us now, the captain of the Detroit Red Wings on the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, Dylan Larkin. Hello, Dylan Larkin.
Mitch, how's it going?
Oh, we're doing well, Dylan. I always try to see if we can get you to come on the Radiothon because you're the pride of Waterford Township. You grew up watching the Red Wings in Detroit. You went to Michigan. You played in Detroit. I mean, there aren't too many hockey players whose route from a kid to the pro team doesn't cover, 6 states and 2 countries and things like that. You've been geographically very benefited, right?
Yeah. I'm very lucky, to be honest with you, and take pride in that. And I didn't really, as a kid growing up in Waterford, I didn't really think that was gonna play out like that, or I was gonna be even playing at this level. But I just followed the dream, and my path. Hopefully, kids can look up to it and be inspired.
You played with Grand Rapids. When you talk to other guys on your team and they tell you their route, like, well, I was born in Saskatchewan, then I got sent to Texas, and then I was playing in Toronto, and then I was in this tiny town in California. The miles that they cover before they get to the NHL is, and having to live with other families and things like that is pretty common.
Yeah, it is, and I think it is difficult. You move away from home at 16 a lot of times, and you just kind of move from city to city, and some guys have some crazy journeys, but they do it because they love the game, and they want to play at the highest level.
Yeah. So that hockey movie with Rob Lowe, Youngblood, was realistic then? Is that what we're getting out of this?
I don't know. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. And
Kenny, let's pull up a movie that came out 20 years before he was born.
But that's a classic hockey movie.
Yeah. Do hockey players, because there aren't that many, have hockey players pretty much seen every hockey movie? Like, has every hockey player seen Slapshot, Goon, the Alaska, Mystery Alaska, and Miracle?
Yeah, I would say so. I guess they actually just did something at Little Caesars Arena during one of the TV timeouts, and I think some of the young Swedish guys we have had never seen Mystery Alaska, so they were asking for famous characters, and they didn't know the characters, the cast from Mystery Alaska, so maybe I have to get them to watch that.
That's right. You got to educate them. There's only so many hockey movies out there. Well, we're raising money, obviously, for Detroiters in need here. And as someone who's from this area, plays in Detroit, can you just speak for a second about how the city comes together to help one another in Detroit, maybe even stronger than some other cities?
Yeah, I think, people in Detroit take pride from being from Detroit. And, I think we're some of the nicest people you'll ever meet, and people are willing to help each other, and the city usually rallies around itself and their neighbors. So I've always been inspired by that, and always have appreciated what you guys do, and especially at this time of the year.
Thank you so much for that. Well, we try to auction off various things that specialties for some of our guests that people bid on. We raise a lot of money. Is there any chance we could maybe put together a little meet and greet with you after a practice? Would that be something that we might be able to throw on the auction pile? Might raise a ton of money.
Yeah, well, why don't we do a game? We'll find a game, Saturday's game, and I'll donate my 4 tickets for you, and we'll do a meet and greet after the game.
Oh, fantastic! Oh, that's fantastic. A Saturday game or this Saturday's game?
Oh, this Saturday's game won't work.
This Saturday's game. All right, 4 tickets.
We're
tickets to this
Chicago.
Saturday's game and a meet and greet with Dylan Larkin. Oh my gosh, Dylan, we might be able to add a wing onto our play center with that. That's so kind of you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's great. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Good luck. Continued success. The Red Wings are having a really nice season, and we want to continue to do it. I'm sure we're going to. This is the playoff season now. We're going back to the postseason this year.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Always good to talk to you, Dylan. Thanks for taking time.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Dylan Larkin, ladies and gentlemen. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. That's fantastic. At 4 tickets to a future Saturday game and a chance to meet Dylan Larkin after the game. That is really, really kind.
WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by SuperSure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get SuperSure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure.
I served 28 years in 11 months. Now I'm in Clarenceville High School when they told me I was going to die in prison. Know why I'm here? Because I didn't give up. My name is Daryl. I dropped out of school in the 8th grade. Started selling drugs. I found myself at the wrong place at the wrong time, associating with the wrong people. Someone was killed. I didn't do it. They convicted me for being an aiding and abettor in this homicide.
Let's stay engaged with them and hear them a lot, and get them to talk, because that's what's going to make a huge difference when we transition.
Oh, this is amazing. This is the biggest one that we ever done with 400 students. They're laughing, they're working together. Don't know who they're working with right now, but they just having fun, natural fun. Young people desire a lot. They want to be heard. So it's not just a monologue in here, it's a dialogue that's going on. We're here to lift each other up.
First of all, we want to thank you for welcoming us into your school today. It's been an honor and a privilege for us to be here with you guys. We have some other good friends here that I want them to share just a little bit more about themselves and what they do, and then we want to have a conversation about that. And so I'm gonna ask my good friend here if he would say just a little bit more about himself.
I'm Tavan Hall. I'm a police officer for the city of Inkster.
Are you a cop? And I'm a cop too. And I
Oh,
turn
you a
myself
cop too?
Yes, sir. And I turn
you
myself
bet.
around. You a cop. You don't look like no cop.
He don't look like no cop?
Yeah, neither though, for real.
Neither one of them
like
got.
We want to help them to believe in themselves. We want to empower them with the tools that they need so that they can win in life.
I don't like bad people.
because it's not all cops, just like it's not all kids. To be a cop, you go out there and you risk your own life for everyone else's every day. And just because there's bad people in like the police system, there's bad people everywhere, but you can't like say all cops are bad.
But we're saying here that we ain't got no beef with the police. You know, we got a beef with foolishness. She gets it, and you all got to get it, because many of these cops that's in this room right now could be your ticket to winning.
Better together means us coming together as a community and saying that everyone have a voice, everyone have a seat at the table, everyone lives matter. And that's what we need to be about as a nation, working together so that we all can be better together.
Helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month. Then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensate for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
This hour of the 14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Moran & Company. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, here's Mitch.
All right, we are back here in the hour number 2, 7:30, 855-955-GIVE. We are working towards our goal of trying to match last year's total of $2.2 something million. That is a bold undertaking, but we're going to try. We will read your donations out over the air. Someone made a beautiful $3,000 donation in honor of Our Lady of Guadalupe, a $500 donation in honor of Avery Everly Austin from Canton, and a nice donation on behalf of my family from Clinton Township, and a donation in honor of Ada Giblin from Piermont. All these things coming in. 855-955-GIVE. Coming up, Tom Izzo will be with us in this hour. Hugh Jackman and Hank Azaria and Dr. Phil, Nate Burleson, Dave Barry, Jane Pauley, Matthew Stafford, all coming up in the next couple of hours. So please stay with us here. And if you want to bid on auction items, like you just heard Dylan Larkin offered up 4 tickets to a Red Wings game and a chance to meet him afterwards, you go to MitchAlbomRadiothon.com, and all of the items are listed there. You can bid on them. There are also many items there that you can just buy outright, incentive items like Alpino Detroit gift cards, Bar Pagal gift cards, Brown Bag Popcorn gift cards, Daxton Hotel one-night stand, and one-night stays, not a one-night stand. We don't endorse that here.
That's another gift item.
Yeah, that'll probably fetch more, though. Right. Hey, if it's for charity.
That's right.
Kenny Brown alongside Chad Audi from the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministry, who we started Say Detroit with, which, by the way, Say Detroit will celebrate its 20th anniversary in a couple of months. We started in the Super Bowl, so February of next year. So we're very proud of that. And along the way, we've made some great friends. Mike Land is here with us, Southeast Michigan, Northwest Ohio Regional President for Huntington Bank and a Say Detroit board member. Can we give a little round of applause for Mike? Mike, thank you for being here. You see things from the inside and the outside because you're in the Huntington Bank end of things, but you're also on our board. Tell us why you feel it was important to do that and for Huntington to be involved in things like this.
Yeah, I think, Mitch, the biggest thing is at Huntington, we talk about our goal is to make people's lives better in strengthening communities. And we know if we have a strong community, we have a strong bank. So for us, getting involved in an organization like Say Detroit, Super All Year,
all year.
That's right. Just fits so well with our mission to do that. The things that you're doing with kids at the Play Center, Education is so important right now in the state of Michigan and really in our country. But if you think about what's happening in the state, we're 40th in education right now, 4th grade reading and math. And that needs to change. And it needs a village to make that happen. And the things that we're doing at the Safe Play Center, where kids can come after school, they have to commit to an hour of study. They get a meal prepared for them, and a lot of these kids would go without a meal, and then they get to do great things at the Play Center around activities, basketball, sports, arts, all of those things. That is so important to what we need to do in our state, what we need to do in our city. And when I think about our mission in Huntington of, again, making lives better, nothing fits, better than things like that.
51% of children in Detroit live under the poverty level. You know that? More than half of our kids in our city live under the poverty level. 1 in 19 of our children is considered homeless. So we love celebrating downtown Detroit and Woodward Avenue and all the new great restaurants and all that. We do that a lot of the year. But on days like today and on all the days that say Detroit, we remember the neighborhoods and the rest of the city of Detroit who's not getting, a fancy new restaurant or a fancy new office building built for them. And that's what we try to help here with Say Detroit. I want to stay here, Mike, and I want to introduce you to someone who does that literally every day of her life, Faith Fowler. And she's going to hate me for the next 40 seconds. So just put your hands over your ears, Faith, because she hates praise. But I'm going to tell you that if there are angels in our city, Faith Fowler is one of them. She's the executive director of Cass Community Social Services. She does more good for more people than the next 100 people in line. And I'm in that line. And they have bars. The money that we raise from this Radiothon also helps every year some kind of particular project with Cass Community Social Services. She's also brought with her Stephanie Donaldson, who could talk about a senior housing repair program that they're doing. So Faith, you can take your hands off your ears now. I'm done complimenting you. And welcome. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
And good morning, Stephanie. Thank you for being here. Yeah. You want to have some water and move the microphone up. Faith, just talk for a moment about what your latest issue. You're so on top of the things that are happening in the city that need to be done. You were at the forefront of housing with the tiny houses projects that you did long before that became vogue in other cities. What do you see as the biggest need that's going on right now?
Well, the number of homeless people continues to increase. And as you mentioned, that children are especially at risk in the city. We opened last December a drop-in center for people being released from hospitals and people escaping domestic violence, and for those picked up by the police or outreach teams. And we've been amazed. Originally, we were supposed to accommodate 75 people. Now we're seeing between 200 and 300 a night.
Wow.
Over 2,400 unduplicated people in 10 months' time, and at least a third of them are children. So we didn't anticipate that, and we've taken quite a bit of time and effort to try and satisfy the needs of families who are coming in crisis with nothing. We had Nicole Curtis came on Thanksgiving to help serve, and just a terrific Michigander. And she's going
to be with us later on.
Oh, good. Well, give her my love. She noticed one of the young people coming up for lunch didn't have any pants. Well, when you're coming from a crisis situation, you come empty-handed. You have nothing. And I think that really shocked her. And I wish
maybe she'll build them a house.
Well, I'm sure she'll help. She's a good soul.
Yeah.
And a good advocate.
Well, you have we every year when we raise money from this, and then we come to you, we say, okay, we've got a certain amount of money we can share with you. What's a good project? Most recently, you used the funding from Say Detroit to match for a senior repair program. There are 80 houses that needed renovations, ramps, grab bars. Remember, as our beloved senior citizens get older, houses need to be adjusted. If you're a wheelchair or a cane or need help walking, you need ramps, grab bars. Toilets need to be changed. One homeowner was a 101-year-old veteran who was living in the same house since returning from World War II.
Right.
So yeah, chances are it needed a little repair there. Stephanie, if you had a little water, I hope, can you speak to that project?
I certainly can. Good morning, and
morning.
thank you for having us here.
Pleasure.
we've had the opportunity to, I'm a Detroiter. I live in a house that I was born in. So I'm years old.
Many of us were born in Fine year.
So the house, certainly, I understand going into the homes of these people. I understand what they're going through. So I have a lady, we talked about the man who's 101. He is just fabulous, just wonderful. He has become one of my good friends. So now I also have a lady who's 88. And I talked with her last night, and she said, you just don't know how much you've done for me. She's raising her son, who's 60, who's developmentally disabled. And we were able to put in a new face bowl in her bathroom, a new toilet. We were able to put in, it's amazing what people don't know. And they fall in the bathroom, and they don't know that there's a rug that you can put down that will keep you from falling.
Little things like that.
Yes. Also, there's something, a grab bar.
Right.
You know, she hadn't had a bath, she said, and she didn't know when because she was afraid to get into the tub. So we installed grab bars in her tub.
Wow.
We also installed a seat so that when the nurse comes out, she could put her in the seat and she could bathe her.
And these are things that for those people who have means and have elderly parents, they go out and do, you know, quickly and get the best people to come in and get it done. And it's, of course, we're going to do that. Well, you know, your elderly parent is no more or less important than someone else's elderly parent, but they don't have the means to just go change the shower or rebuild the bathroom, all the rest. And so consequently, like you say, falling, slipping, accidents happen. These are just some of the things that Faith Fowler and Cass Community Social Services do. Also, more tiny homes that have been built, and the 2,400 people have used that drop-in center already that you just talked about, Faith. That's incredible. So we will be sharing the benefits of today with you again when the distribution thing comes, and we want to thank you for everything you do on behalf of everybody here in Detroit. It's phenomenal. Okay, just phenomenal. Put your hands over your ears again. Faith Fowler, one of the angels of our city, Stephanie Donaldson. Thank you both so much for coming here.
Hey, Mitch, can I ask you a question?
Yes, Mike.
So am I reading this right? There's 85,000 so far today that's been donated?
Well, we hadn't done the tote board yet, but you just did it for us. Okay. Up till now. Yeah. So far, we're off to a running start. We had a gentleman walk in here with a $10,000 check, was waiting for us when we got here. So we're at $84,595.
Can I help to take us over 100?
Yes, you can do that, Mike. I'll let you do that.
So I would like to, on behalf of myself, Gary Torger, our chairman, and Huntington Bank, add another 20,000 to that number.
Wow.
And take us to 100.
How about that? We're over 100,000 at 7:40 in the morning. I'm going to be out of here by noon. Thank you so much. That's fantastic. And thank you, everybody at Huntington Bank and Gary Torger, if you're listening. He was a great guy. I had a chance to get to know him a little bit this year. Mike, really appreciate it. Thank you for being here.
It's our
Why don't
pleasure.
you say hello? All of you say hello to the great John Pizzarelli, who has joined us as he joins us every year. John, if you don't know, is a legendary musician, singer, jazz artist extraordinaire, plays around the world, son of the wonderful Bucky Pizzarelli.
Yeah.
And John and I have been friends forever.
That's right.
And John, somehow we started hoodwinking him into coming in to play at the Radiothon, and he just keeps coming back.
It's the dinner the night before.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, so you just got to feed me.
We met at the we had a little dinner at the Townsend Hotel last night, and now he's here. Got a little, just to show him a little bit of your dazzling guitar work. Yeah. John will be singing and writing little ditties for our various guests, which either embarrass them or encourage them into giving money. It's one or the other.
We haven't figured that part out yet.
So Tom
But it works.
Izzo is coming up in just a minute. I'm not sure what rhymes with Izzo.
Oh, I got it.
But you've got a second to get that done, and we will hear from him as well. So stick around, as I say, 855-955-GIVE, our phone numbers, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Tom Izzo, Hank Azaria, JB Bickerstaff, all coming up in the next half hour. Stay with us.
WJR traffic and weather first.
This report is sponsored by Supersure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. The seismic shift is coming. Super sure, coming soon.
We have some good news on the area roadways right now. 75 southbound after Dixie Highway. That accident has cleared, as well as 75.
What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
The Say Detroit Play Center opened its doors in 2015. One of the things that I'm most excited about is the expanded outreach that we'll have in our community. And we will be able to double the number of kids that come in on a daily basis.
The heart of this place is its education. And with that in mind, we grew and reached the point where we couldn't continue to educate as many kids as we wanted to without more space. We're really proud to be part of this here. We're really proud that people like Kelly and Matthew Stafford go someplace else but never lose the Detroit that's within them.
We jumped at the opportunity to be a part of that first, center that is this beautiful place right now, and I'm just so proud to see where that has gone, how many kids it has affected in such a positive way. I'm so excited to be a part of this next venture as well. I mean, it's just such a special place, such a special team to be involved with. We're so proud of all the people that it's going to affect. We're just excited to get over here and put some shovels in the ground and get this thing going.
Eric, can you believe it? Construction is happening on the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Educational Center.
Folks are driving by and they saw the fences go up and they stopped in and asked, well, when
what's
are we
going on?
See, when we're going to see some physical action. And so
and here we are. Today's the day.
We're incredibly excited for what we'll be able to do. 6 dedicated classrooms that all have flexible spacing and the ability to change their configurations. We have 2 dedicated flexible spaces for vocational training. We have a 125-seat black box theater in the center that's completely flexible.
Are passionate about being a part of this community and expanding the physical space and the opportunities allow us to do even more for this community. We're definitely looking forward to the day that we can cut the ribbon and open the doors.
What we can do for the people around here, what we can do for the kids around here is an amazing thing and something that I'm really proud to be a part of.
We are so honestly proud to give back to the community that gave us so much and to watch these kids and all the staff here that love them like they're their own. As we said, it takes a village, and you guys are that village.
This whole place is about growth, just growth. Growth of an organization that we started called Say Detroit in 2006, which started with me staying at a homeless shelter and has grown into something well beyond I ever could have imagined. Growth of a hole in the ground that we all dug some shovels in not all that long ago into this beautiful building, and most importantly, the growth of every child that comes through the door here. That's the point of this place.
What? Call us or text us. The number's the same. 1-800-859-0957. 1-800-859-WJR. Powered by Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.
14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Let's say hello to Tom Izzo, coach of the Michigan State Spartans. Good morning, Tom Izzo.
How you doing, Mitch?
We're doing great. We're going to keep doing this Radiothon until we get you down here in person. So you should just keep eluding us, because that will continue to make me do this. Because every year we say, okay, Tom, you got to come down in person. And you always say, next year I'm going to be there in person. That was my Tom Izzo impression. And so we still haven't gotten it. So we're going to have to do one next year again to get you down here. But meanwhile, we thank you for joining us here on the phone.
Well, look at it this way. First of all, I really would like to be down there. Second of all, I'm helping a lot of people because you keep doing it. So
That's right.
What you're doing is incredible. What I do is minor. So congratulations to you, seriously.
Well, there are a lot of college basketball fans that would argue with what you do being minor. The team looks great this year, and you had a tough one against Duke, but you and I have talked about what you go through early in the season helps you late in the season when you really need it.
Well, I think so. You know, I was disappointed just because you have an opportunity to do something that's a little different than maybe the normal, and we have not fared very well here against them, to credit to them. But I thought it was a game that was in our hands, in our reach to win. And, you know, we didn't do a good job. I didn't do a good job, and we got beat by a little. But it will help us in the long run. I really, really believe that. I think it'll we learned the little things still matter. Free throw cutouts, making a free throw, kind of prepping for the zone. You know, a lot of things that I think I can take responsibility for too. So that'll be good.
Listen, we are raising money to help the needy here in Detroit, as you know, and you spend so much time in Detroit recruiting and all that. I'm curious, was there a time in Tom Izzo's life where you needed help?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there is in different ways, but I didn't come from any rich belongings, and I have a lot of relatives, both on my wife's side and my side, that you know, struggle, and I'm not sure as much as some of the people in Detroit do, and that's why I'm so impressed by what you do. You know, I think at the end of the day, it's not our accomplishments that we achieve individually. It's as Magic once said, you know, great players play great, elite players make others better than they are. Well, I think that goes the same with people. And you're being an elite person because you're trying to help others be better than they are. And that's a hell of a statement.
Well, you know, as someone who goes into homes and recruits in Detroit, you see a lot of the poverty that we're talking about. I mean, we all know one of the great motivators to make great athletes is poverty, because it's an escape. It's a way out. And I'm sure you have walked into homes in Detroit and you've said, I cannot believe that, you know, people are struggling like this. Anything in particular of some of your visits here that come to mind like that?
Well, yeah, some of them are the number of people living in a very small house, and where they got enough food to to feed everybody, and all the things you're talking about, how you keep the lights on. There's so many different things, and I think sometimes people maybe don't appreciate it because they don't go down there. You're down there. I've been down there. I think a lot of people that make rules, whether it's our government or whether it's the NCA, people are making rules without going to the basement, as I call it, going down to where reality sets in. And I think if people saw reality, they'd have a better feeling to give. It's even like cancer. It seems like we don't do enough until it happens to us. So
right.
I wish people would listen to people like you who have done this year in, year out. Make a big deal about it. Put yourself out there. I think that's the key. Can we figure that out without having to see it ourselves?
Well, 51% of children in Detroit live under the poverty line. That's more than half.
Wow.
51%. So anyone who thinks that, well, hey, Detroit's all set. There's all a bunch of new buildings on Woodward Avenue. So we're all good. Yeah, that's great for Woodward Avenue. We're happy for that. But there's a lot more to Detroit than just Woodward Avenue. And you have called attention to it, and you help us with your presence. So thank you for that. And as you know, Tom Izzo, a tradition here, we have the great John Pizzarelli, our jazz guitar player from New York and a singer. And while it's a little early for songs, you're getting the first one for the day. So here's John's little thank you ditty. Go ahead, John Pizzarelli.
There's a coach who's really great. Tears it up at Michigan State, and we love him. Yes, we love him. Oh, Izzo is our hero. Do-do-do-do. He's a Spartan team man through and through. Yes, Izzo is our hero. Do-do-do-do. Scratchy voice and all, he is our glue.
About that. You don't get that everywhere, Tom. You don't get that with ESPN's interviews.
No, you don't get that anywhere else, Mitch, and I appreciate it, but I hate even more what you're doing down there, and you keep up the great work.
Next year in Detroit, as we say, we're going to keep doing this until we get you in person.
That's fair. All right, Mitch.
Thanks
a lot, guys.
We got
Good luck to you guys.
Tom Izzo here.
Do we have balls from Izzo?
No. 760 WJR as we continue here. 855-955-GIVE. 855-955-4483 is the phone numbers. And we want to encourage you to go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Not only can you watch the whole broadcast on that, that's one nice reason, but we've got auction items and incentive items there that literally you can do all your Christmas shopping right here. And it sounds like hyperbole. It's not. Amongst the things, tickets to Lions games, tickets to next year's Lions home opener, a chance to have Adam Schefter from ESPN pick your fantasy football team. You're going to make more. You're going to make the money back. So, autographed baseballs from people like Colt Keith and AJ Hinch and Riley Green and other stars of the Tigers. Cade Cunningham signed jersey. A chance to have a book club Zoom meeting with me. If you've got a book club, I will attend your book club for a half an hour. Dylan Larkin threw in a meet and greet plus 4 tickets to a Red Wings game where you can meet him afterwards. Jared Goff signed football for us. Cat Williams tickets at Little Caesars Arena. Lucas Raymond signed Red Wings jersey. Lunch with Carmen Harlan and Bernie Smilovitz. Lunch with our crew on the Mitch Albom Show. Oakland Hills Country Club golfing opportunities. Chance to go to the Pistons in a luxury suite. Rocket Mortgage Classic Club Ace Hospitality Package. Shinola Hotel getaway. Go to a Tigers game with broadcast visits. Go to a Tigers game with J.K. Simmons. These are all things that you can bid on and much, much more. Guitars and rock and roll memorabilia. And then if you just would like to purchase things, we call these incentive items. You just buy them. You can get a signed football by Alex Angeloni for $250, an Alpino Detroit gift card for $200. Get you a $200 gift card. So, I mean, you're getting the meal. Bar Pagal gift cards are there as well. It's one of the great restaurants here. Coach Tom Izzo signed a bunch of basketballs. You can get them for $350. Daxton Hotel one-night stay for a $500 donation. Hungry Howie's Pizza Party at the Save Play Center for your kids. You can have that if you want to have a birthday party. You can co-host the Mitch Albom Show for $1,000. Just pay that and boom, you're in. You can get copies of my new book twice, autographed by me, $35 donation. It's yours. You don't have to bid anybody on it or anything like that. There are all kinds of things like this at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. So check it out. Coming back with more, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Hank Azaria will join us in the next hour. Jim Leland going to join us. So warm something up there, John, for Jim Leland. JB Bickerstaff will be with us. Nate Burleson, Matthew Stafford, Dan Dickerson, Mike Tirico. I notice a sports theme here. Dr. Phil McGraw, Tim Allen, Pat Fitzgerald, the new Michigan State coach, Jay Towers, Joe Buck, J.K. Simmons, Hugh Jackman, Darren McCarty, Brian Williams, Bernie Smilovitz, Carmen Harlan, and many, many more people join us here. Come on out and see us at Somerset. We're going to be here all day. We've got nice chairs and speakers all set up for everybody here. You could visit Santa Claus as well and get a chance to meet us and shake hands. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. We continue.
What is this going to do for you and your family? What it's going to do? Oh my God, y'all just saved our life. Aww. Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. Without good health, learning is going to take a back seat. If you don't have housing, staying healthy is harder. And if you're not learning, your opportunities are limited. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
If this clinic did not exist, I would not be able to get the health care that I need because I don't have any insurance. And this is the only place that I know that I can go to and get excellent health care.
It's been such a joy to see how far the clinic has come. We help move whole communities forward. And the base of that is always good health.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
A place like this is needed, especially in Detroit, because there are a lot of women and children that do not have medical care. And where would they go if they became sick?
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
They are so kind, caring, and they totally wouldn't let me leave until after they had checked my breathing. Then she gave me a treatment and she made sure that I could not leave out of here until I was well. I don't know many places that would do it in that manner.
The Say Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Liberty Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
And when they're at Say Play, students receive homework help, have access to wellness services, and are engaged in activities like sports, arts, music, dance, robotics, drum classes, and more.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community. Gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels.
We have some other good friends here, a little bit more about themselves and what they do, and then we want to have a conversation about that. And so I'm gonna ask my good friend here if he would say just a little bit more about himself.
I'm Tavan Hall. I'm a police officer for the city of Inkster.
And I'm a cop too. And I
Oh,
turn
you a
myself
cop too?
Yes, sir. And I turn myself around.
He don't look like no cop. He don't look like no cop?
Yeah, neither though, for real.
Neither one of them.
Once you connect with human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We're struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up, the behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
A stable home can mean a whole new life, healthier lifestyles, better job opportunities, and overall well-being. And it makes communities.
It's a sanctuary.
Home.
Home.
Comfort.
Right.
Security.
Right.
Peace.
Right.
This is just some of the work that Say Detroit does to improve the learning, healthcare, and housing challenges of our city's neediest people. Please help the efforts of Say Detroit by donating or volunteering. Follow along as we share the experiences of your neighbors on their journeys to success all year long. Our and theirs is only just beginning.
Say something positive.
Say something inspiring.
And say something amazing.
Come from which accounts at what age to minimize tax.
Or donate online to sametrodetroit.org.
Welcome to the 14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by Priority Health. Call 855-955-GIVE. Was founded by Mitch Albom in 2006. and will be celebrating its 20th anniversary next year. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, live from the North Side in Troy, here's Mitch.
All right, back here on the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. We begin hour number 3. John Pizzarelli is alongside. Kenny Brown is here as always. Chad Howdy from the Detroit Rescue Mission. Craig Gass sits down with us. The great Craig Gass, comedian from Parts Unknown. Hello, Craig.
That's a perfect description. Parts Unknown.
Yes. Glad to have you here, and Craig will be sitting in with us for the course of a couple hours here. I want to thank the people who are sitting at the call center, Northern Trust, Corewell Health, ATTH volunteers, GM retirees. These are all people who volunteer every year to go and sit at the call center and take your calls. Do not leave them idle.
No.
All right? They didn't volunteer to just sit there and drink coffee. So please make a call whenever you want to donate. And by the way, there's no such thing as a small donation. You want to donate $1, we'll take it. You want to donate $5, $100, $1,000. We've had donations of all different sizes. We'll read out your donations over the air if that is your so choosing. We're happy to do that. If you want to do something like the person who made a $100 donation in honor of Axemen MC Detroit in Gibraltar, or the $250 donation in honor of Doug Smith of Pinckney. Happy to do these things. So we'll read them out for you. 855-955-GIVE. Every dollar that we raise goes to help the needy directly. 855-955-4483. There are no administrative costs that we use the money for. 855-955-GIVE or 83 on the web, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Let's say hello to our next guest. Bring in a little Tigers music here to put us in the mood. Hey, it still works. It's 1,000 years old, but it still works. Jim Leland, former manager of the Tigers and Hall of Famer, on the line with us. Good morning, Jim.
Hey, Mitch, how you doing?
We're doing great. We're off to a running start. We already broke the $100,000 mark, and the coffee's barely gotten cold. So we're on our way to raising money to help the needy here in Detroit.
That's great.
You are a huge part of Detroit lore and beloved, even though you're no longer managing, but you're still a big part of the Tigers. I got to ask before we talk about our causes here, when you were managing, if you went through a situation like the Tigers are dealing with now with Tarek Skubal, where he's your best pitcher by far, he's the best pitcher in baseball, and yet you're not sure of him or not. What kind of tension and pressure? What's that like for the manager as well as the other players, wondering if the guy's going to be part of your future long term or going to be gone any day?
Well, I think you leave that up to ownership. You're the manager of the team, and your job is to manage the players that you're given. Bonds left our free agency in Pittsburgh. We knew we couldn't keep him. People wondered if we were going to be able to keep him. We were not able to. Nobody knows what's going to happen, and everybody loves Skubal. Obviously, they're probably the best pitcher in baseball right now. But I think from a manager's standpoint, you kind of stay out of that from a contract situation. Certainly, Scott Harris would love to have Skubal. A.J. Hinch would love to have him, but you just have to let that play out with ownership and make a good decision at the time. And you can't really worry about that. You got to just continue to move on. And, at some point you'll find out exactly how that's going to work out. So I think it's best not to get too excited. And it's hard not to talk about it right now because the media is talking about it each and every day. Are we going to keep Skubal? Is he going to be gone? So it's hard not to pay attention to it. But I think from a point, you just have to wait and see how that plays out and manage the players you're given.
From a baseball observer's standpoint, not the manager now, because you're not currently the manager, are you of the frame of mind, just pay the guys whatever they want? When you got a great player, keep them?
Well, I think you have to be careful of that. Like I said, that's never been my line of business, working with the contract situation. So there's so many things that go on behind the scenes, like with ownership and Scott and that I wouldn't have any, I wouldn't really know much about that. So certainly everybody would love to keep a superstar player, but there is a bottom to the well.
Yeah, there is a bottom to the well. That's a good expression. They found it out in Pittsburgh, and we may be finding it out here in Detroit. Although I don't think it's great for baseball that every great player ends up on the LA Dodgers. Do you?
No, well, the Dodgers have gone out, and of course they've had a lot of money to spend, and to their credit, they've spent it very well. The pockets are real deep. But what's amazing is in Games World Series this year, the Dodgers pitched over $1 billion worth of pitchers in Game 7 alone.
Oh my God. Yeah, they should never throw a ball. No. $1 billion worth of pitching. Wow. Well, we are here today raising money for needy Detroiters. And just before we let you go, a word that makes Detroit so special in the way that it takes care of its own. We cited some statistics, sad statistics that show that Detroit is still the poorest major city in the United States, of cities over 500,000 people. And 51% of our children live under the poverty line. And yet we also are the most giving of cities and regions because we rally and help. We raised $2.2 million last year in a single day to help needy Detroiters at this Radiothon. And we're going to try to break that again. You were here. You drove into downtown Detroit every day for the game. Talk about why you think that is.
Well, I think it was tough downtown, obviously, when I was there. But I think what you guys are doing is absolutely unbelievable. This is, it's sad we don't have enough to eat or kids don't have a Christmas present. And I think that's why what you guys are doing is absolutely unbelievable. And I know Detroit is a giving and a caring town. And it's just something that, we just have to continue to try to help and continue to try to make things better. You can't save everybody probably, to be honest with you. But this is the time of year certainly where you want every kid to wake up on Christmas with a smile on his face, as I heard that said before. So it's just fantastic, and I just hope that things work out because Detroit is an absolute wonderful, wonderful place.
Before we let you go, Jim, we have a tradition here. John Pizzarelli, the famous jazz guitar player and singer, creates little ditties of thank you songs for some of the guests who've come on like yourself. And knowing how much you love music, stage with me before where you sang a stylistics number and blew everybody away. John's got a little musical thank you. Here we go.
Only you spent all of your life in baseball. Led 3 different teams to the fall. Say, Detroit must say how you make our every day. Oh, Jim, it's true. You make us feel brand new. We thank you, Jim. It's true. You make us feel brand new.
All right, now, go ahead and top that, Jim.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good, and I certainly appreciate that.
I should have taken it up an octave.
Yeah. It's too early in the morning to ask Jim to sing because I know morning voices, but at some point we'll get him to do it again. God bless you, Jim. Thank you for always caring about Detroit.
You guys, thanks for all you're doing.
Jim Leland, ladies and gentlemen. Huge part of the lore of Detroit. 855-955-GIVE. Yeah, you might want to take that up an octave next time. 855-955-GIVE. Our phone numbers 855-955-4483. Callers our call center to take your call. Please make your donation. If you'd like us to read it out over the air, just say so, and we'll get to that. Just be patient with us. Okay, alongside us now we have with us Krista Klein, who is the Vice President of Client Experience, Priority Health, and Rosalind Slade, Senior Community Relations Specialist with Priority Health. I understand that you are a new partner with us this year. So, Krista, thank you for joining the team.
Absolutely. It's an honor to be here. Good morning.
What made you decide to join up with us?
Hey, well, Priority Health is very dedicated from a health plan perspective. We're focused and we are in Michigan. So all of our team members, it's really personal for them to give back to the community. This is where we live, we work, and we play.
You've got a Doing Good in the Community program?
We do. We do. We do a lot in the community. So I'll just share a couple examples. One, we do about 192 sponsored events throughout the state of Michigan, many in Detroit. We recently did the Detroit Free Press Marathon for Kids, which is encouraging kiddos to be active and make that a lifelong journey.
Also gets them out of the house.
It does, right? They got to
Here,
get
kid,
that.
go run 26 miles. Dad needs to mow the lawn.
That's right. They need to get that energy out, right? And it also makes them healthier in the same vein.
100%.
We're also really focused on mental health. So I think one of my favorite programs that Priority Health is doing is called Priority Pups. And so we put emotional support dogs in Michigan schools. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And Rosalind, tell us about your dedication to this.
Yeah, so I lead strategy and sponsorship executions in Southeast Michigan. And as Krista said, we led 192 events across the state of Michigan and 177 of them in the Detroit area.
192 events?
Yes, not alone.
That's literally like one every other day.
We have a team.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, I understand you're going to do a little good right here for us because Rosie's holding a check,
Yes,
a very
we
large
are.
check. So go ahead and bring that out. What do we got here?
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Here, you can narrate, Krista.
All right.
You have a check there.
Are extremely proud from a Priority Health perspective to present this to the SAY organization, which has, from our perspective, a lot of connectivity to what we do every day, removing the social determinants of health, barriers, right? So we are presenting today you with $15,000.
Wow, how about that? Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, John. Yes. Well, that's very Priority Health. Krista Klein, Rosalind Slade, thank you for being here. God bless you both at a $15,000 donation. You too can make a donation. It doesn't need to be $15,000, folks. It can be $15. Whatever you want to contribute, 855-955. Every cent that we raise goes directly to help the needy here in Detroit. 855-955-4483, 955. Back with more here on 760 WJR. Mitch Albom, Radiothon.com on the web.
WJR traffic and weather first.
This is always an awesome day for us and a beautiful day for a new family here. I am happy to provide you with the keys. All right.
Big TV, and that's the place.
She organized to have like some canned goods up here, like snacks there. There's brand new pots and pans, and you have some dishes and glasses. And
Oh, I love it. Look, that sure not big.
that is a big boy bag, man.
Oh, yes, these are my favorite colors. I love it.
There's your playroom, huh?
I feel like it could help us moving forward because it can relieve a lot of stress that I've been going through for the last year with trying to find a place. And I feel like the company, all the companies that have been helping have got a lot. Thank you, Say Detroit.
Guarantee. We've served Southeast Michigan since 2006.
This is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see.
A new coronavirus testing site opens today with an important goal: eliminate barriers to get Detroit's most vulnerable screenings. It's at the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic in Highland Park on Glendale near Woodward and the Davidson. You don't need a car or health insurance to get screened.
So we're very fortunate that we were able to erect a mobile site to do some COVID testing. We had several days of testing at the clinic and were able to be mobile with that. So we did some testing here at Say Play. and we did some additional testing at the Detroit Rescue Mission's main offices.
As you know, when COVID hit, there was a great need for testing, and it wasn't available at the state fairgrounds to people that didn't have cars and didn't have doctor's prescriptions. So the Say Clinic with the surrounding community really rose up to the occasion and had a great service.
Say Detroit has launched a new testing site in Highland Park and says it will help serve underserved communities. And doctors say they want to administer as many tests as possible to meet the growing needs.
We thought that we would not see so many this week, and it turns out we've seen much more than we thought.
We were often the only test site available to people because it was a free service. We didn't ask for an appointment. You didn't need any insurance. So it was very convenient for that community, and that was an important piece of our outreach.
There's only so much any individual can do, and being part of a collaborative effort where everyone cares, everyone's passionate is incredible. And again, this is how you get stuff done in Detroit. This is what makes Detroit great.
Mitch Albom founded Say Detroit in 2006. Now, every week he's been posting new chapters to his series called Human Touch. All the proceeds will go to running this free testing facility.
I wanted to help out my city, Anthony. I mean, Detroit is the hardest hit city after New York. We've got first responders that are dying. We've got hospitals that are overrun. And, I thought, well, this is what I do for a living. I sell books. So let me write a work of fiction. It's not a big full book, but it'll be a work of fiction. And let me offer it for free and see if I can get people around the world. I'm blessed to have readers from all over to help donate and help our city out.
So moving forward, get opportunities to continue our testing efforts as we see the numbers rise. And we're going to look at opportunities to do something with the vaccine once we have something approved. For a lot of our communities, this is going to be their only opportunity. And so we want to make sure that we're ready to serve the community in the best way possible around COVID-19. So it's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy. And so that's our mission moving forward.
You're going to find an experience.
And we enjoy the Christmas season. We all take time to decorate.
All right, back here at the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. We're off and running. We broke the $100,000 mark earlier in the 7 o'clock hour, and you can help us achieve our goal of reaching the $2.2 million we raised in a single day last year, all of which goes to help the neediest citizens in our own backyard. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Craig Gass, the wonderful comedian from Parts Unknown, sits with us again.
The distant cousin.
How many years is this now with you?
I believe this is the fourth year.
Fourth year you're joining us?
Yeah.
And you just got off a KISS cruise.
It was the KISS cruise on land. We did a KISS cruise on land in Las Vegas.
That was with the rock band KISS.
With the rock band KISS.
Not a kissing event.
Yeah, and it was Paul Stanley who's joining us later, and Gene Simmons and KISS performed, and then they asked me to come out and do stand-up comedy. I did 2 performances, and the first one I did, I know this incredible makeup artist who has these prosthetic masks that look just like the person. It's like
Mission Impossible stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he made a Gene Simmons mask for me, and my first performance, I went out as Gene Simmons and apologized to the crowd for them investing all of their life savings in the KISS. It's got a mixed reaction.
How did that sound?
Well, to go out and say, I know you could have had a 30-year mortgage by now, but instead you have 20 KISS lunchboxes and a KISS casket. My apologies.
And while I find that funny, something tells me that the people who paid for a KISS cruise did not find that all that funny.
It did have a mixed reaction. And by the way, if you're at home and you want to learn how to do a Gene Simmons impression, I'm telling you, it's very easy. You just listen to Benjamin Netanyahu. It's the same voice. Hi, this is Benjamin Netanyahu from KISS. It's the same thing. It's the exact same voice. But I'm here to do voices, have some fun, and I'm also donating the opportunity that I can do your voicemail as any celebrity, Al Pacino, Christopher Walken.
Great.
I'm also donating tickets. I have a residency now in Las Vegas at the Jimmy Kimmel's Comedy Club, and I'm offering up VIP tickets to one of my shows.
Fantastic.
At Jimmy Kimmel's in Las
All right.
Vegas.
Well, we will talk with you and the multiple personalities swimming around in your head. Here, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. JB Bickerstaff, Hank Azaria, Dave Barry, Nate Burleson, Phil McGraw, Tim Allen, Hugh Jackman, all coming up in the next minutes or hours to go as we continue Radiothon. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Please call, please give.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife?
And now, a Say Detroit Radiothon Rewind.
I'm going to give up 2 years worth of work. No, I'm not burning a manuscript. It took 2 years to grow this facial hair that has had mixed results. Some people say, oh, we like it. Other people say, oh, God, get that off your face. It's never completed. Honestly, the mustache has never met the what do you call this, the goatee. It's got this little line on the side that barely gets there. But I said I was going to shave it off, and my wife, in her wisdom, said, don't shave it off for nothing. Shave it off for charity. And so we said, if we can get $30,000 dedicated towards this today.
All right, mister, do you have any last words for your beard before it goes?
Just bye-bye. It's been itchy, it's been annoying, and it never was satisfying. So I'm going to let it go. What was the thing that they said to Kennedy? Farewell, Johnny, we barely knew you. Yep. Yes, farewell, beard. And if you ever want me to grow it back, it's going to take 2 more years, and I don't have that much
Now, wait
time.
a minute, Mitchell. In all seriousness, is there a side to you before the goatee gone that's sad? Is there a side to you that's sad that this thing's going on your face?
It took a lot of work. I don't like to throw work out, but it's for a good cause, and that's what's most important.
For the radio audience, let's hear the tools of the trade.
Yes.
Godspeed, Mitch Album.
All right, there you go. All right, here we go.
Everybody snap.
2,
1. Buzz. It's already gone.
Stroke.
It's all
One
gone.
stroke and it's all gone. All right, it's going.
Play spinning plate.
Here it is. Janine, is this the man you knew? How's it looking? Janine gives the thumbs up.
Nadi's crying.
Nadi's in shock.
A little more familiar, Janine. Yes, there's the Mitchell.
How's it feel so far, Mitch?
Naked.
He's doing it pretty good.
It's like a 14-year-old.
Is there a draft in here? Or
Yeah, there is.
No more
All right. What's it look like, Courtney? You can see from there.
It's looking very. Rocco knows what he's doing here.
Yes,
It's,
he
it's
does.
a thing of beauty, right
That's
there.
right. You know, when you work on tips, you gotta do that.
Theoretically, we could have just put some milk on it and had a cat lick it off.
My wife doesn't it feel better already, Mitch?
Honey, keep him away from my neck.
Yes.
He's going to take a couple inches off the top there, Mitch. Don't worry about it.
Careful.
Is that red liquid supposed to be there?
That is blood. You got to get
Boy,
new
that's
headshots
nice.
now.
That's nice. There's a weird rumor that you actually started growing this as a freshman at Columbia.
All right, Miss, how's it feeling so far?
You know, it would be good to have a mirror because I don't know what's going on here. Please tell me
You are aced, Mitch. You are just barefaced. That's it.
Courtney, from the viewers' post here, what are we seeing?
It's done.
Is it gone?
It's done.
Well, it's gone?
Yeah, but
It's-
now,
Oh, my God. Who is that person? Well,
we're not finished
okay,
yet.
this is all right.
We're
It's
not
gone.
finished yet.
$30,000 to charity, and it's gone. And my wife is happy. You're good, honey? Okay. Rocco, thank you for. Oh, there's more?
Oh, my God, Mitch.
Okay. Oh, this is a closer shave. Okay.
This is the straight edge.
That was the first
Can you hold the chair?
rung.
Here comes the lady shit.
There you go.
Oh, my gosh. What's this thing?
Is there a hot
He's like the
towel
sander.
involved? Somebody give the man a hot towel.
Nothing. Okay.
Rocco's got everything.
Coming
Rocco
off. I feel it on the mustache.
It's a professional barber here.
Self-contained. That's Rocco Maggio. Chester.
Rocco, what would this have cost me if I had to come?
$30,000.
You?
Yeah.
$30,000.
What do you think?
Oh, now we're coming with the stuff here.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Interesting. Interesting dynamic here.
Did you sign that release before we started this?
Rocco goes in dry.
Rocco,
and
this is a
now
three-part
it's
exercise.
It takes a lot of work.
lather.
There's not much there, but it's thick.
The closer you shave.
Take it off.
Now you're applying the lather. Is this the final?
Yes, it's about to go down.
Excuse me?
Are you using a butter knife or an actual razor on this coming?
Wait. Here comes.
A box cutter, actually.
Rocco, we might as well book you for 3 years from now to do it again.
Here comes Santa Claus on the Norelco.
There's not much there, he said. Story of my life.
Now this is where you right here where you dictate real barbers from barber with the straight razor.
Why is Jenny?
Okay, I'm gonna move away because I don't want to make a mistake.
Jeez, I'm nervous.
Do not wiggle. I'll hold it down for you.
Oh, this is
Look
like,
at it. Yeah.
this has all the potential of turning out to be a bad Western.
Yes.
Don't laugh, Mitch. Don't move.
Either the last hour will be by somebody else or Mitch will be feeling real good. Rocco knows what he's doing though. Right now he's using the straight razor. I don't want to say anything while he's on the straight razor on you, but I'm watching this go. Steve, you take over the play-by-play because I don't want to.
That is a good old-fashioned straight razor.
Yeah. Barbers though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You got to know what you're doing because
You go in and
Brought to you by Priority Health. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, here's Mitch.
All right, we are back here at Somerset Collection in the North Port, 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, as we continue to raise money for the neediest citizens here in Detroit through all the charities of Say Detroit. 100% of what you give goes to help the needy. The administrative costs are taken care of privately. Kenny Brown, my partner in crime for the last, do you know that we're going on 30 years?
No, we're not talking about that. Yes,
Okay.
I know. Did you think we'd be doing this 14th?
I didn't think we'd be doing it 30 days.
Yeah,
after.
the first
I
one.
remember the first show. There was 30 minutes was in question at one point.
Are we canceled yet?
But we've been doing radiothons for almost half the time
Yes,
we've been
we
on
have.
the air now.
Yes, we have.
Thank you to WJR for granting us that. And many guests joining us throughout the day. Hank Azaria are going to join us in a couple minutes. Right now, let's say hi to the coach of the Detroit Pistons,
First place.
division leading
First
first place
place.
Detroit Pistons,
Yes,
JB
indeed.
Bickerstaff. Hey, JB.
Hey, Mitch, how you guys doing? Hey, Kenny, you guys doing?
Hello.
Yeah, we're doing great.
Yes, indeed.
We're doing great. You're doing great. I mean, I know that you always say, well, we have high hopes at the beginning of every season. Did you really expect to be like 19-5 or anything like that? I forget what the record is, but it's close to that.
Yeah, first, before we get into that, I just want to say thank you for you guys doing this, right, and putting it on and raising money for our community. I think it's an amazing thing that you guys are doing. So I just wanted to tip my hat to you guys.
Thank you.
First and foremost, because, you know, it's so important what you guys do and use your platform to help others. So thank you guys for that. And again, much respect for
Appreciate
that.
that, JB. Thank you. That's kind of you.
Yes, sir. No problem. And then, yeah, I mean, you know, you go into the season and, you know, you're always trying to figure out what you have and then how it translates, right? Because you took a step last year, you made progress, and then you go into training camp and you watch your guys compete, but they're competing against each other. So now it's like your best units aren't always together. You're still trying to figure out, your combinations. And when we were in training camp, as a coaching staff, we just realized how deep our team was and how many guys could compete, against one another. And we knew because of, where we finished last year that we could compete at a high level. I don't think you ever go into a season with a number on your mind or a position on your mind. But we had confidence that if our guys, played to our standard and played well enough, that we'd be competitive. And then, I think we found out some things about ourselves in fourth quarters in particular, and especially when it's winning time.
Well, you're 19-5, but you say, how do you motivate a team that's 19-5? And then you could say, well, yeah, but Oklahoma City's 24-1, so we're not doing well enough. I'm like, I don't know how you win 24 out of 25 games in the NBA, but I thought winning 19 out of 24 is impressive. But I guess there's always somebody who's trying to outdo you.
Yeah, but for sure. But like what Oklahoma City does, they play for 48 minutes. You know what I mean? Like what their standards are, their expectations of themselves are for 48 minutes. And that's where we have room to improve. And that's why I'm even more excited about where we are, is because, we don't feel like we've played our best basketball yet.
Well, you
have room to improve.
Yeah. Well, you're constantly, I mean, everyone talks about Cade Cunningham, and he obviously is the superstar and is only getting better. But there's a lot of other players on this team that are contributing. And I think that's what probably has stunned, observers and casual observers even more, because they just assume there's one guy carrying the team. But that's not the case with the Pistons.
Well, yeah, I mean, you think about what Aaron is doing this year. He's taken a huge leap, putting himself in position to be considered, he should be. We got guys like Isaiah Stewart, what he's doing defensively and how versatile he is. You talk about the stories of guys like Dennis Jenkins, coming in, Sart Thompson. Like, there's so many different things from our young guys to our veteran players, Tobias, Duncan, Karras, Javonte Green. Like, I could go on and on about all the guys who have done something to help contribute to winning. And that's why, we're still playing a 12-man rotation, is because we believe we have so many guys that can help us win.
Well, congratulations to you. It's great to see the Pistons hot. It's going to be fun to see big crowds down there at Little Caesars. And
they're a community team, Mitch. And JB, I was just looking over JB. You've been everywhere: Charlotte, Minnesota, Houston, Memphis, Cleveland, and now Detroit. Is our community unique in the way we stick together and the way they back you guys and everything that we do here?
Yeah, no, it's been phenomenal. And that's the thing that I'm most impressed about, is you travel here as a visitor and as an opponent, and you get that feeling of, how serious sports are taken here. But once you live here and you're surrounded by it every day, and then you go other places, even as, a Michigan, guy or a Detroit person, it's funny, I travel with my kids for soccer, and, when we go other places, people look at us differently. It is, there's an aura that goes with Detroit and Detroit sports and the toughness and physicality and grit. Every time you play a team from Detroit, you better bring your hard hat.
Yeah. Well, when we travel places, they look at us differently too, but it has nothing to do with it. Want to thank you, JB. And we're trying to get Cade Cunningham to join us later on today. So if you exert any influence on him, ask him to make a phone call, because we've been chasing after him to get him to try to join us. And appreciate everything that you've done for the city and for the team, and looking forward to continued conversations with you.
No problem. Thank you, guys, and I'll nudge Cade for you.
Good. Nudge him hard. The great coach of JB Bickerstaff. How about it, folks? Coach of the Pistons. 855-955-GIVE. Our phone numbers, 855-955-4483, or go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Hank Azaria when we come back, as we are live at Somerset North.
WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by SuperSure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. The seismic shift is coming. Super sure.
It's another beautiful day at Save Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our buses. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How was school?
It was so good.
Yeah, I like to hear that. What's up, big fella? Y'all doing good?
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
I got the highest grade in the class.
Oh, sweet. Hey, how was school?
Awesome.
Good. Y'all doing all right? How was school?
Good.
Huh? It's time for the deep. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the deep. The deep is our education center. It's named the deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our students are separated by grade. Our 3rd through 5th graders are on one side, and our 6th through 12th graders are on the other side. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Having the reading table has been a valuable addition to the deep. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading. So we've identified almost 10 students that are reading well below their grade level. And what we're doing is giving them 1 hour of instructional time Monday through Thursday here for free at the center. So our goal is to have them reading at least 1 grade higher than where they are now by the end of the school year.
We've got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. So whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities and the electives that are available to our students here 5 days a week. Notes for Notes is a national organization that provides music studios across the country. We also offer students an opportunity to learn how to podcast and expands the overall development of our young people. We have our wonderful coordinator here, Ms. Lolly.
Notes for Notes is a nonprofit that started in Nashville, and it has expanded. So there's over 20, I believe 26 actually, locations throughout the nation, and youth are able to really grow in the program, become tomorrow's musicians. So we really help them to record and get used to what it is to mean to be in the music industry.
All right, back here on 760 WJR, the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon to help needy Detroiters. We are on our way, finishing up our 3rd hour already.
Already?
Yeah, we'll do a tote board tabulation at the end of this. I want to welcome our next guest, who is a longtime friend of mine, cursed with the resume note that he once played me in a movie, Tuesdays with Maury, but did get an Emmy for that. Hank Azaria, of course, is the voice of many, many characters on The Simpsons, has done many movies and many different characters. My personal favorite is Brockmeyer, the ill-fated baseball announcer. Here's a little clip of that talent.
Don't do headphones. Can't stand the sound of my own voice.
Really?
No headphone can capture the complex bourbon and butter flavor of my actual timber. Some might call that ball Istanbul, but I call it Constantinople. You can stick me in a long Italian boat because that ball is gondola. And somebody better inject me with penicillin because that ball is gonorrhea.
Here's Hank Azaria on the 14th annual State Detroit Radiothon. Hello, Hank.
Hello, Mitch Album. You know, Brockmeyer is available on Netflix now, finally, just last week.
Good.
So maybe more than you and I can actually see it now.
So for a long time, I had to actually call Hank and say, how can I find your show?
Well, that one time I had to come over and act it out for you at home.
Yeah, that's right. Which I appreciated greatly. Hank, you are a man of extraordinary talents, but I got invited to your birthday party maybe 2 years ago now. And all we knew was they said there's a special surprise. And there were tons of people there in New York in a club. And there was a big stage. And all of a sudden, like, out comes this band, and they start playing a Bruce Springsteen riff. And then out comes Hank, and Hank does dead on Bruce Springsteen and puts on a concert, which now I understand is like a huge part of your life. I mean, you tour with the Easy Street Band experience. Is that what you're calling it?
That is correct, Mitch. That is right. We do a Bruce thing. I really just did that to cheer myself up turning 60. I called it a reverse surprise party. It really warmed my heart. I saw you from the stage. There were 550 people there. I'm not really a party guy, but it felt too depressing to ignore my 60th birthday. So I took the scheme to tell everybody that I had this Springsteen tribute band coming, but not tell them that I had been working for months to front it. And I saw you from the stage, which is the only time I didn't even get to say hi to you that night.
You were too busy doing Born in the USA. Yeah.
Exactly. And then that went so well. And we raised, I said no gifts, but we raised about $30K for the foundation that night. And now we travel around and play and raise money for the kids. And I love it.
But the best part of that night was so he does one song as Bruce, and then he does a second, and then he comes out and he explains his infatuation, love of Bruce Springsteen. But my favorite part was you said that I've only met him twice, and I made a complete ass of myself both times.
Yeah.
You don't need to share both of them with us, but just quickly tell the most embarrassing one.
Well, he came backstage to say hi after I was in this musical Spamalot on Broadway, Monty Python musical. And I opened my dressing room door one night, and there he was standing there. I couldn't believe it. And we chatted long enough for me to get up the nerve to tell him what he really meant to me. And I said, Bruce, I have to tell you, your music means so much, but not just that. The monologues you give in concert, they got me through some very rough, lonely times as a teenager and encouraged me to try to be a creative person. And I honestly wouldn't be standing backstage at the Schubert Theater in New York talking to you if not for you. That is what I said, but that is not how I said it, Mitch. It came out like this. Bruce, I love your music. The teenager, I was lonely. And it got me through so much. I wouldn't be here without you. I sounded like a goose on acid.
And he said?
He gave me a kind of a fatherly pat on the shoulder and went, "That's great. Thanks a lot. That's a lot."
Here is a little of Hank Azaria in the Easy Street Band thing. Listen to this.
A friend was a big baseball player back in high school. He could throw that speedball fire, make you look like a fool boy. So the other night, this
That is pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. That's pretty good, Hank. And it helps to have a kick-ass band behind you too.
Band's amazing. They're all professional musicians. They're
So,
all
so you're
above
are
the
you
level.
like? Is this actively touring around? Is this like take up like a good part of your life? Is it replacing acting or?
We play about twice a month. I definitely prefer it to acting these days because it's a lot more fun. And I was just going through our list as I was waiting to come on the air with you here. We got about 12 gigs coming up over the next 6 months. We play like twice a month. We'll be in Aspen and Crested Butte over the holidays. I'll be at Sony Theater in New York on January 11th. If you're in
Ever
town.
coming near Detroit?
We'll be in Elgin, Illinois on March 28th. I'll be in Milwaukee at the Summerfest.
Milwaukee, 10 hours from here.
It's close to being in Alaska.
That's
right around the corner.
I'll let you know if we get near Detroit.
You be in Calgary anytime soon? I mean, I guess we could drive from here.
I'll be in Jakarta in September.
Chicago's not bad. Before we let you go, John Pizzarelli is here. Craig Gass is here. All want to say hi.
Love these guys. By the way,
and,
my Bruce has gotten better since then. I'm obsessed with perfecting this impression.
Well, it was pretty good what we heard.
Yeah, it's better now. Trust me. But anyway, go ahead.
Here is John Pizzarelli's little thank you ditty for you. What do you got, John?
I picked a Springsteen song for him. He does a million voices. He's brilliant on prime time. Chef Wiggum, Book Guy Mo, all of them really fine. Quiz Show Heat and the Birdcage 2, Smurf 1 and yet Smurf 2. What's that word? Practicing Tuesdays with Maury, it's true. Brockmeyer now on Netflix explodes into the area. We're glad you're here to be with us. Hank.
Wow.
Yeah. Jungle Land. Nice. That's a deep cut. That
It's
was
hard
my
to get this
favorite
much
song.
musical talent rolled into 8:55 in the morning, I have to tell you. Hank, before we let you go, can you throw something on our auction pile here? Maybe, I don't know, since you do all those voices, would you do a few answering machines for people?
Absolutely,
if
yeah.
we got that?
Just, whoever bids on this and wins or whatever it is, whoever puts in whatever, I will do a personalized, I'll do it as Mo. I'll do it as Chief Wiggum. I'll do it as Snake.
Do it as
I'll do it
Bruce.
as Brockmeyer. I'll do it as Bruce. I'll do it as Bruce.
Yeah.
Whatever you want.
Yeah. All right. Fantastic.
That Bruce is so good.
Yeah. Thank you, Hank, for being a friend all these years. Thanks for
Thank you,
supporting us.
Mitch. Really good to see you. Let me know when you're in New York next, please.
I will let you know.
All right.
And I want to see Hank, though, not Bruce.
You'll get me, I promise.
Okay.
You get both. You get both.
Okay. Hank Azaria, everybody. Let's give him a hand. Thank you for joining us, supporting Stay Detroit. It's 760 WJR, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com.
Has inflation made you think twice about replacing your windows, roof, or siding? You're not alone. 43% of home...
I'm Mitch Album. I'm an author and storyteller in a number of different mediums. I see there was a lot of talented young people who weren't getting opportunities. Maybe I could help them. And the first thing I did was create this sort of dream fund, which was basically just a scholarship fund to help kids take some summer programs who wouldn't otherwise have the opportunity. And it ultimately has led to sort of a steroided version of that, where we now have something called the Dream Scholars, where instead of it being for a summer class or a semester here or there, we actually present full 4-year scholarships to matriculated students to study the arts, kids who wouldn't otherwise have a chance. And it's in its infancy, but we already have a half a dozen beneficiaries of it, and we hope to grow it even more.
What didn't the scholarship do for me? Now I do not have to take out so much money in loans. I'm really, really thankful, and for other kids coming after me receiving this award. I'm happy for them. It's such a nice thing that he decided to, hey, I'm just give these kids some scholarships. Nobody really has to do that. The fact that he did that is really sweet.
Sabrina Nelson called and she said, you got the scholarship, and I was like, whoa. And so I told my mom, and she was jumping up and down in the aisle, and she was like hugging and kissing me and stuff, and we were like, whoa. It was really funny. It was amazing.
I can remember when she first went to elementary school, and it just makes me bubble up to see her now entering art school, especially CCS, one of the greatest art schools in the world.
Words cannot express how happy I am. Hopefully I'll make people proud.
I've been given a great gift to be able to have a voice in the community through a newspaper, through a radio show, or things like this, to try to reach out to people. But you can come join us every September and come down and see the new students that we're admitting, see the artwork that they've done, put your arm around the student that you helped and say, hey, how you doing? You're on your way? What did you make? What are your plans? And anyone who's ever had a child and watched that child grow up and blossom knows the feeling of being and you, if you would contribute, or was ever watching this, to become a Dream Scholar sponsor, you'll have that feeling too, and it's quite remarkable.
In your favor, call it.
Good morning, everyone. At Say Detroit, and particularly at the Say Detroit Play Center, we consider anyone who participates in our programming services as a part of our family. And real families help out those when they're in dire situations. The Jacksons have been a part of the Say Detroit Play Center since 2015. In February this year, the second story of their home burned out. I immediately called Rick and Rosie, and we decided that we needed to put a plan together to help a member of our family.
All right, Miss Jackson kids, may you always have a home that's filled with love, safety, warmth, and family. These keys are yours. God bless you.
This is my room. This is your room. This is my room. I love you. Thank you. Oh, you did a beautiful job.
Come on in, here's your room. What do you think?
Top or bottom?
Bottom.
Okay.
Who is it? Iron Man. What do you think?
This is nice.
Yeah. Comes with a ball and a hoop.
Oh.
Come on into your kitchen. What do you think?
Oh, beautiful! Oh my God!
Thank you to everybody who pitched in and helped. It's really a blessing, and we really do appreciate it. The whole family from the bottom of our hearts. It's a beautiful thing to see what the community can come together to do, and it's really just a blessing, and I'm glad that God allowed it to be so.
Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
The head of the Federal Reserve is a stiff.
America's listening to Fox News.
WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by SuperSure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. The seismic shift.
So when you can join Meta. Bible. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Welcome to the 14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by the A.A. Van Elslander Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit was founded by Mitch Albom in 2006 and will be celebrating its 20th anniversary next year. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch.
All right, we are moving into hour number 4 of the 15-hour marathon here to raise money for the needy here in Detroit through all of our programs at Say Detroit. That includes our daycare center programs, our Bright Beginnings programs, our medical clinic for homeless children, our medical family clinic, our Say Play Center at Lipke Park, which takes care of 300 kids a day, after school programming and education programming, college prep programming, our veterans programs, our seniors programs, our bicycle factory, the My Cycle program to help needy Detroiters who need transportation. All of the money goes to that. 855-955-GIVE is how you make a donation, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Dave Barry's going to join us in a second here. Nate Burleson later on in this hour. Matthew Stafford coming up. Mike Tirico, Dan Dickerson, Dr. Phil, Tim Allen, and Hugh Jackman. Some of the names to come in the next minutes or half hours. This is normally the time you hear Kevin Dietz. And so you're going to hear Kevin Dietz again. Hello, Kevin Dietz.
Hey. The show sounds fabulous. Having a cup of coffee, looking at the snow, and enjoying the Radiothon. Fabulous job so far. Another 3 hours to go in the All Talk slot. I got to tell you, the All Talk crowd is really loyal, Mitch. We get a lot of callers, we get a lot of emails, and they listen every day. And today I'm hoping they're listening to you and picking up the phone like they usually do, but calling you to help you in your efforts to help the people of Detroit this morning.
Thank you. Well, thank you for donating your time. We're happy to give you the day off, minus this phone call. And thank you for nudging your audience in our direction. We appreciate that.
Oh, absolutely. It's a fabulous cause. You and I got to chat yesterday about it, and I got so many calls from people that said, thanks for chatting with Mitch to give them some time to talk about this, because it's just really important, and it's a fabulous story. It's a Detroit story, and you guys just keep making it bigger and better every single year.
Well, we appreciate that, Kevin. And as you know, the city is blossoming in certain parts, and you can't squeeze anything more into Woodward Avenue. But once you get away from that a few blocks or a few miles, there's still a whole lot of neighborhoods in Detroit that need a whole lot of help. There are a lot of kids who still don't have enough to eat. There are a lot of kids who have no place to go after school. There are a lot of people without homes. There are a lot of veterans who are still suffering, seniors who are suffering. And we are here to help them and make sure that they're not forgotten in our rush to rebuild our city. So you're helping us do that with your time. We thank you for that. And we'll guard the chair well, and you can come back to work. You can come back to work tomorrow. Enjoy the day off.
You got it. Hang in there for the next, what is it? How many more hours you got?
Like 12 or something. I don't know. Something like that.
You got this.
We'll make it. We'll make it. All right. Thanks, Kevin. Kevin Dietz starts his show, but today he's lending it to us, and we thank him and WJR for doing it. Let's welcome in our dear friend Dave Barry, the Pulitzer Prize-winning humorist, writer for the Miami Herald for many, many years, author of many, many books. Dave Barry turns 30. Dave Barry turns 40. Dave Barry turns 50. Dave Barry turns 60. Dave Barry turns 100. Hello, Dave Barry.
Hey, Mitch. How you doing?
What's Dave Barry up to now? What's Dave Barry turned?
Well, I'm very old. Dave Barry's very. Well, we're freezing down here. To be honest, down here in Miami, it was 59 degrees, Mitch, when I woke up.
Oh no!
Yeah,
59.
So whatever money you were raising there, we could use it down here.
For warm up the Miami city.
Yeah, we need to burn something. We don't know how it works. How you heat things up? There must be a system.
Just set that thing on fire behind you. It'll work.
Yeah.
Say hi, by the way. Kenny Brown's over here on our
Dave,
how are you? And Craig Gass, the fine comedian, here with us, and John Pizzarelli over on the far end there.
John, I taught him everything he knows about the guitar.
My friend.
That's right. You know, John, that our player, and right, Dave?
No, not at all. You know, I got to tell you, Mitch. Last year I donated a guitar, a Gibson guitar, signed by Mitch and Stephen King and Scott Turow and John Grisham and Amy. A guitar signed by many well-known authors. And in your auction today, I just checked it. There's an unsigned guitar, Gibson guitar, and this guitar I gave you, signed by many famous authors. Which one do you think is actually going for more money? The unsigned guitar, because I signed the other one, and it makes it like it can never play very well. But anyway, I did teach John everything he knows about. Like, John, remember there's chords? Do you remember the chords, John?
I got him.
Okay. See, without me, that man would be nothing. He'd have no.
There is a little bit of Dave Barry singing with the Rock Bottom Remainders, in case you doubt what I was saying. Listen.
She fixes up, playing,
He mixes up the soul of poetry. He mixes everything. My baby sings a very sharp.
That's an original song that Dave wrote called
Yeah.
Proofreading Woman.
Yeah.
I'm in love with a proofreading woman. You can bring it down now, Dan. We've heard enough.
Yeah, please bring it way down and then throw it away. But anyway.
The Rock Bottom Remainders last played. That's Stephen King, Dave, myself, Amy Tan, Ridley Pearson, Scott Turow. Other people join us different times, James McBride and other people like that. We played last year?
It was the November of 2023. So yeah,
okay. That was it.
Yeah.
So are we officially retired, or we're still waiting?
People keep trying to get us to officially retire, and we keep right. We're like that alien in the movie Alien. You cannot kill us.
Yeah, well, this is a band that said, "Did we play last year?" That's amazing.
Well, there's not like a real.
It's only because we're old and we don't remember what we did last week.
Right. Yeah. There's like not a real strong demand for us to play. I think that's the biggest problem. People will pay us money not to play. That's how we raise money.
Yeah. It's like when we're like the Christmas carolers and the guy comes to the door and says, how much I got to pay you to go next door?
Right. Yeah. Or every mariachi band that did.
Exactly. Dave, did I see that you are writing again for Substack?
Yeah, I have a Substack. Which I don't know how I got. It's kind of like just when you think you're out, Mitch, they pull you back in.
I know, the Godfather thing. Yeah,
that's right. I'm writing pretty much a weekly column on Substack, but I like it because I don't have any real restrictions on what I write.
Right, no responsibilities.
None at all.
Edit.
Zero.
None. So can people just find that? And what do they have
to
pay for?
No, Mitch, people cannot find it. It's unavailable. Yeah. Yes, just type Dave Barry Substack. You'll find it. It's real easy.
And did they come to you and say, do you want to do that? Or is that, I don't even know how Substack
weirdly enough,
works.
I decided, well, a couple of people suggested it to me and I did it. And I thought, this is I enjoyed it. So it's interesting. It's different.
So you just basically go and write your own thing on Substack and then.
Yeah. And there's like no restrictions about how long or when or, so it's kind of like being a newspaper columnist without the newspaper, which was always the worst part of being a newspaper columnist.
Actually had to work for the newspaper. Yeah. We could just get rid of that part.
That's gone now. So
are you writing about anything and everything? Or you're writing about Wienermobile experiences and things?
Well, I would if I did that again. Yeah, it's extremely random. It's whatever I think about writing, which is another reason I like it. I'm not. It's like
Well, boogers was a good subject matter.
That's true. That's a lot of my work right there is based.
You did more with boogers than most human beings.
And who else can you say that about? Really, not
nobody. John, you have a little something for Dave?
I have two short ones for you, Dave. The first one is he's written a great syndicated column. A master of the comic parody, a Pulitzer, a Cronkite, always follow him. Say Detroit is thankful he's in Miami, and I was that. But I also have now.
Wait, Oscar, that was Oscar Myers theme song.
Yeah, where was the wiener part?
Well, the wiener part
quick.
was implied. The wiener part was
quick.
Implied. Yeah. And then I have his name is David. He has a Substack. He has a Substack shiny and new. He's always writing. It's so inviting. Why don't you join him too?
There you go.
I'm plugging the Substack, baby.
The last 30 seconds.
I know. I do not know what drugs John Pizzarelli is on, but I want some of them because that man is quick.
Hang with us, Dave. We got to take a break. Hang around, and we'll continue here. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com to make your donations, and wonderful auction items on there as well. Check it out. We'll be back right after this.
WJR traffic and weather.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up, and then Say Detroit came in our life. Started, thought we were doing fine. My husband had a TIA, which meant he had to stop working for a moment. But in the middle of that, the bad news just kept coming. Tried to go back to work. Work let him go, continued to let him go each job he found after that because he would have a seizure at least once a week, something that was new to him. They sold the home from up under us. So that meant the leasing went up and we still couldn't afford it. Before we knew it, we were living out of our car and a motel sometimes 2 times a week with 3 children. Drastic difference from a 2-bedroom home to a vehicle. My chest felt heavy every night we were finding somewhere to park. My chest felt heavy every time my crying baby was laying on my chest and we're in this vehicle parked. You can't imagine the claustrophobia, the shame I felt. You have these children in there, it's just this car. No space to play, breathe, be human, you know. It was a lot. It just seemed like one thing was happening after another. We still were working, but not full time. And every dime we made, it just seems like it wasn't enough. We just thought, what more could happen? Like, we're just gonna continue to go down. Then they say Detroit came into our lives and things drastically changed. It's almost like it was a dream, a fairy tale that someone could never imagine.
For me, it was a relief. It was a point to where I'm no longer having to worry where we're gonna have a roof on our head that night, where we're gonna be displaced to tonight, where are we gonna park the car, or where we're gonna rest our heads. It's a sanctuary. Home.
Comfort.
Right.
Security.
Right.
Peace.
Right.
All the kids have their own room, personally to them. Their names are even on the wall. They know this belongs to them. It's a sense of comfort, even with my girls, because they're older. They know this room belongs to me, and this is just my personal area. I can be free to be me and just be comfortable. These are not lazy people. Me and my husband both work.
How happy are you about that?
I can take a shower in peace.
That's all we needed was a chance. All we needed was a chance. Almost immediately, getting into the home, we slept peacefully. And then the calls came in from the jobs. It's like everything fell in line, one after another, after another, after another. I could come home, make food, and just sit there peacefully at a dinner table with my children and just listen to them laugh and play and run around. Best feeling in the world.
Radiothon to help lead you Detroiters through the charities of Say Detroit. Craig Gass is here alongside us. John Pizzarelli.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nate Burleson coming up from, we say Detroit Lions. He says CBS Sports and Show. Kenny Brown, of course, my partner in crime, always alongside Chad Audi from the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministry, sitting here as well. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. More with Dave Barry in a moment. I want to acknowledge on the line with us right now Gary Van Elslander and David Van Elslander, both from the Van Elslander Foundation. Of course, Art Van Elslander was a huge supporter of Say Detroit over the years, and the Van Elslander family continues to do that. I want to say hi to Gary and David. Hi, Gary and David.
Good morning.
We want to first say good morning and then first say a big, huge thank you, because you have donated so much to our causes here. $1 million for the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center, $500,000 to the newly completed Mrs. Falls Commercial Kitchen. Now, Mrs. Falls at the Say Play Center was this wonderful older woman who used to greet the kids and cook for them, and made them feel so at home that when you would ask the kids, we have basketball courts, football fields, baseball diamonds, recording studio, and you would ask them, what's your favorite part of coming to the Say Play Center? And they would say Mrs. Falls, because she made them, she was like, everybody's loving grandmother. And she retired, but we were able to create a kitchen that's almost complete. It's going to be completed on New Year's Eve, a full commercial kitchen. And it's just fantastic. So I want to just thank you for doing that, because we're going to be able to not only feed kids, we're going to be able to teach them how to cook there. Gary and David, please comment on that.
Yeah, Mitch, honestly, we're just so excited to see the completion of the kitchen. It's hard to believe that you guys have been doing this for over 20 years now. And when I listen to you tick off all the different things that you're involved with, it's like anytime you see a need, you're there to fill it. And we just love supporting your organization. I know Dad is a good friend, and we're just happy to be part of the Safe Play program and all that you're doing.
Yeah, well, we can't thank you enough for that, and the kids are going to benefit from that tremendously. And you've also paid for $300,000 for 2 years worth of funding transportation, which is a huge part of why we have our success. And Chad, I got to thank you, because you and I talked about this, about how can we make our organization different than others. One of the biggest problems with charitable organizations in Detroit is that people can't get to them.
That's good.
And we run buses all over the city. Our vans go all over the city and pick up the kids and bring them to the Play Center. And then when the day is over, we take them home. We don't take them back to a school. We take them to their house. And that literally is the difference between so many of those 300 kids a day being able to come or not. But of course, that costs money to fund vans and pay for the maintenance and all that. And you guys gave us money for that too. So thank you again, Gary and David, so very much.
Yeah, Mr. Moore's welcome. Great place to support. You guys are lifting with thoughtful programming. So many different. It's just a congratulations to you all.
Thank you. Well, I'm taking that as kind of a you're welcome. We're going to start a charitable fund for new cell phones for you guys. But great to talk to you both. A big round of applause, everybody, for the Van Elslanders, continuing the tradition of Art Van and their dad as we continue here on 760 WJR. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web.
WJR traffic and weather first.
In Monroe, 75.
What's this going to do for you and your family?
God, y'all just saved our life.
Aww.
Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
The Say Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community, gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels. Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
This is just some of the work that Say Detroit does to improve the learning, healthcare, and housing challenges of our city's neediest people. Please help the efforts of Say Detroit by donating or volunteering. Follow along as we share the experiences of your neighbors on their journeys to success all year long. Our story and theirs is only just beginning.
Say something positive.
Say something inspiring.
Say Detroit.
And say something amazing.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Radiothon.
Every year we gather for a 15-hour broadcast designed to...
Annual Mitch Albom's Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by the A.A. Van Elslander Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, here's Mitch.
Say something amazing and help out your fellow citizens here in Detroit. I always see if you're driving around and listening to the Radiothon, roll down your window, roll down the other window, roll down the back window and the other back window, and then don't roll them back up. And see how long before you're freezing, and then recognize that there are people for whom that is home, sleeping in their cars, We don't need to remind you of the terrible incident that happened in February here in our city where 2 young children died from carbon monoxide poisoning because their mother was looking for a place for them to be sheltered. They parked in a casino parking lot in the car, and they slept in the car, and they left the engine running to have heat. So it's not so far-fetched. And there are many people like that, unfortunately. 1 in 19 children in Detroit is homeless. You can believe that for whatever reason, our children's homeless population went up like 40%. Wow. And so we are here to not only help them, but help students and help veterans and help seniors. And if you would like your donation read, not only read by the great comedian and voice impressionist Craig Gass, here you go.
And we're also being joined by the great Al Pacino this morning.
Al Pacino.
I'm here to tell you about some of these great donors, like Frank Condino from Macomb donated $300. We got $1,000 on behalf of the employees of Schrader Tire and Oil in Toledo. Hello, Toledo. Also, we got $500 from Martin Reno, Royal Oak. $25 in honor of Yvonne Denise Jake from Detroit. Cynthia Brash, $250. We got $450 from Karen Borland. Hi, Karen. And $70 in honor of Michael Arvidsson of Ann Arbor. $70. $50 in honor of Nancy Fredrickson in Redford. Another $40 for Nancy. And $200 in honor of the great Doug Smith, Pygmy.
Okay, Al. Dave Barry here with us still on our Zoom. By the way, if you're watching at home, you can watch this whole thing. If you're listening on the radio, you can watch everything on MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Click on Detroit.com, WJR.com. There's about 1,000 places that you can see this.
Right.
And so you can see the great Dave Barry in his office.
And it's brilliant. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Al.
Is that where you do your best work, Dave?
I don't actually ever do my best work, Mitch.
But I do your mediocre work.
I do right here, yes.
Dave had a wonderful autobiography called Class Clown, which came out, was it last year that it came out?
Came out in May.
Yeah. May of this year. And it's a fantastic book and very moving and very touching. What did you find that experience like? I've had people say to me, "Oh, you got to write your life story," and I go, "Never. I will never, ever write my life story." Were you like that earlier, and then did you decide at some point?
Well, I was kind of talked into it by my agent and editor, but because they said everybody's doing memoirs, but it was intimidating because memoirs do really well, but usually they're people that people really want to know what their lives were like. And I wasn't sure that people were going to care that much about anything I had to say besides jokes. And when I was writing it, the big bio that was out, the big memoir was Barbara Streisand's, in that it's like 900 pages and she drops 50 trillion names.
Right.
At one point
and who
she says,
slept with.
At one point she's like, I was on the phone with Warren Beatty. When I hung up, I thought, did I sleep with Warren? I don't remember. Maybe once, and I'm thinking how can I compete with that? And I just want to say this on the air. I have never slept with Warren Beatty. Okay. Whatever you may hear. So how am I going to, but anyway, in the end, I did it anyway. And it was cathartic.
You slept with Warren Beatty?
Yes, I did. I thought why not?
If I'm going to write a memoir, I did it anyway.
If I'm going to write a memoir, I got to have something I can remember,
And how was it received? Was it a positive experience for you?
You mean sleeping with Warren Beatty or
both?
Well, we're going to stop making that joke right now.
Okay, all right.
Before we get sued by Warren Beatty. And Warren, if you're out there, you never call, you never write. Anyway, no, it was received well. It got good reviews, and it was nice.
And do you find now you run into people who know way more about you than you were comfortable with or ever thought they would?
Yeah, and that was a little because like I wrote about my parents and my both my mom and dad had issues, and I wrote about them. They were wonderful people. They both had issues. So like a little, but then in the end, people were like, everybody has things, in their family, everybody, and so there was more like, it's nice to know that you two have things. So.
Things.
Things. We have things.
I got things. Yeah.
We all got things. All got things.
So do I understand that you were going to be kind enough to donate a lunch with Dave Barry? That's on the auction item list here?
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I did it once before. I came out there to Detroit, which is a lovely city, and I had a great lunch, and we ended up naked in a dumpster in Windsor or something. I mean, it was a lot of stuff. No, it was.
That lunch.
It wasn't that exciting, but it was a lot of fun, and I'm going to do it again. I really enjoyed it.
You're going to get naked in a dumpster in Windsor?
In Windsor. We're actually going to start there. That's they have really.
Sounds like a country song.
Yeah.
I'm naked in a dumpster.
I want half of the royalties of that there, Pizzarelli.
That's $7 for you then.
All right. Well, people will be able to bid on that at mitchalbumradiothon.com. And what a great experience to sit with the great Dave Barry.
The pride of Pleasantville High, right there.
That's right, Kenny. Thank you.
And maybe end up in a dumpster in Windsor. You never
yeah.
know. Dave, you're a true pal. Please give a kiss to your lovely wife, Michelle. Dave and I used to visit all the time when I would go down to Haiti because we could stop in Miami, and we had this lunch, and it was like, this is great because I go to Miami every month.
Right.
I go to Haiti every month, and now Dave and Michelle are, and we can just have lunch. And we did it once, and then COVID came.
Exactly.
We never did it again.
That
It was all over. Yeah.
No, it was all over. So I hope to see you guys again in person. But thank you for spending time with us here today, Dave. It means
My pleasure, Mitch. I'm just going to say what everybody else is saying, but you are amazing. What you do is amazing. You make the rest of us feel like pond scum, but keep it up, man. You're a wonderful Kenny. You're a good man too, Kenny.
Class clowns unite, Dave. Class clowns unite, baby.
All right.
Take care.
Good on that. Thank you, Dave. Dave Barry here. Again, mitchalbumradiothon.com. A couple more things you want to read off there? Yes, Al or anybody else?
Hey, everybody. I'm still working my shift to tell you. Catherine Dragage from Ferndale donated $400. My, oh, my. Also, Sandra Borner, Rochester Hills, $500. Are you kidding me? We got $500 from Mary Howley Bissell from Saline. Also, $350 from James Kemp of Royal Oak.
We got to find a voice impression that goes really fast. Can you do the guy from FedEx? That would be good. All right. In a second, Nate Burleson coming up. Hugh Jackman, Mike Tirico, Dan Dickerson, Matthew Stafford going to join us at the top of the 10 o'clock hour. Dr. Phil and many, many more on 760 WJR.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the give. I want to say hello to an old friend who continues to make good in areas that no one ever would have predicted. When Nate Burleson was catching passes for the Detroit Lions, you probably did not think he was going to be an NFL Today host. You probably didn't think he was going to be hosting the morning show on CBS through the week, and you probably definitely didn't think he would host a game show in Hollywood Squares, but he has done all of that and much more. How about a hand for Nate Burleson as we welcome him?
Hey,
How are you, Nate?
what's going on? Good talking to you. I'm good, man. Good to hear your voice. It's always good to show up for you, man. How you been?
We've been good. We've been really good. Detroit's been thriving, doing extremely well. Maybe not our football team as much as we would like, but a little bit. And the city, of course, every year we try to raise money here at the Radiothon to help the neediest in our community who can't be forgotten at this time of year, even though we're celebrating everything else. But we're always glad to hear from you. And have you been back to Detroit anytime recently?
Yeah. I was there a couple of times last year. I'll be there probably 3 or 4 times in 2026. You know, the main reason I'll be back is to support my brother who coaches with the Detroit Pistons. Shout out to the Pistons and shout out to Kevin Burrows, my big bro. You know, like you said, the city is buzzing and the Pistons are playing well. I just hope they can hold on to that top spot. So, you know, we can get another championship hung in that. And then also I have my Lion Blood Orange Vodka that is Michigan made, you know, in Michigan at the Valentine Distillery. So yeah, I'll be there, man. I'm always in Detroit. Right. Even if I don't have business there, I'm always going to pop up in Detroit.
You got an athletic family, right? Because then don't you have another brother play football too?
Yeah, my oldest brother played football at the University of Washington. He was a defensive player. Then Kevin, the one that coached for the Pistons, played at the University of Minnesota, Charlotte Bobcats, and then a bunch of years overseas. Then came me, and then my little brother played point guard at the University of Nevada, and then played overseas in Germany. So mom and dad blessed us with some pretty good genetics.
Your house was like an athletic center, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh man, it was like an athletic center and also WWE. You know how it is when all boys are in the house driving my mama plumb crazy.
You know, a lot of people don't realize that Nate was born in Canada. Does Canada, because Canada, we know because Windsor's right across the way, Canada embraces you. If you're Canadian, you know, you're always Canadian. You know, they hang on to everybody who's come from Canada. Do you get that too? Even though your life is obviously here in America, you're an American celebrity, you're on American television. But, you know, if you go anywhere near Canada, do you feel the magnetic pull?
Oh, 100%. Listen, my dad was playing for the Calgary Stampeders, but living in Seattle. My dad are originally from San Francisco. So all 3 of my brothers were born in the States. My mom went to visit my pops when he was playing in Canada, of course. And like, this was back in the day when you can travel like very, very, very pregnant. So she thought she could pop in and pop back and I'd be born in Seattle. But I was born in Canada and I was only out there during my infancy. But the reason I embrace it so much and I love Canada because it's the origin of my whole story. I started rummaging through my dad's boxes when I was younger, and I found Calgary Stampeders gear. And I was like, oh, I want to be like my dad. I want to play football like my dad. I want to play in the CFL. And that was my dream up until I got to high school. Somebody explained to me, they're like, hey, you might want to change your goals just a little bit. A little bit more money in the NFL than the CFL. But to answer your question, yeah, when I go to Canada and I go to Toronto a few times a year, I've been to Vancouver a bunch. They show me major love because I don't shy away from like that part of my story. But yeah, I love going to Canada.
Yeah, I mean, you could be born in the back seat of a car that's headed for the American border in Canada, and they will claim you as Canadian.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying. Listen, I go over there, and they're like, Nate, you want to just stay? Things get a little crazy across the border. Go ahead and hang out with us. So, I really love the people in Canada, man. They reciprocate the energy.
Do you have a Canadian passport as a result of being born in Canada?
No, I got a U.S. passport, just a Canadian birth certificate. And for a long time, I traveled with that U.S. birth certificate. And I remember, you know, after 9/11 happened, I wasn't really paying attention to how that was affecting travel. But I remember my rookie year, I was traveling back from a family trip. I think we went to the Caribbean for the first time. My wife and I and our firstborn, he's now 21 years old, but we were coming in from Miami. And they were like, hey, give me your passport or U.S. ID. And I showed them my birth certificate from Canada. And he was like, yeah, I need a passport. I was like, oh, I've just been traveling with this my whole life. He's like, yeah, this ain't going to do it, man. Follow me. And he took me back to customs. And he interrogated me for 4 hours. And he was like, yo, you need to get proper paperwork. You need a U.S. passport or else we're going to deport you. And I'm like, deport me? He's like, yeah, we're going to deport you back to Canada. I'm like, I don't live in Canada. I'm from Seattle, Washington. He's like, yeah, we'll just deport you. I'm like, you're just going to drop me off at the border? He's like, well, if you don't get the proper paperwork, we will. So that's when I realized, I need to get some type of identification. And then I applied for my U.S. passport.
Yeah. Well, given the state of the country right now, it's probably a good thing you have your papers.
Yes, at all times.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Well, can you give a shout out to Detroit folks who are or people in Michigan or people who are listening around the world, because this this is broadcast on the internet, and we're being seen. We get contributions from all over the world on this very special day, as to why people should care about Detroiters and help the neediest of us out at this time of year.
Well, one, I just want to say, Detroit, I love you. In and around the surrounding areas, you have meant so much to me. Vikings, I loved it there. Played for the Seahawks. I'm from there. But there's something special about Detroit, which is why I find myself either showing up there, showing up for other people, or just pouring into the communities in Michigan. And if you haven't been, please don't fall for some BS narratives that Detroit isn't one of the coolest places in the world, because it really is. And it's not just about location. It's more about the people that inhabit Detroit and the surrounding areas. There's no place like it. And of course, there are some places that need help, need healing, need financial assistance. So really try to do whatever you can to give back to what I like to call the heartbeat of America. And for so many years, if you look at pinpoints throughout history, Detroit was the heartbeat, literally the pulse of this country, for different reasons, whether it was the Ford factories when they were booming, whether it was Motown, or just different sports. It's just, some influential figures that were born and bred in Detroit and then went on to not just impact the U.S., but impact the world. So if your heart compels you, just give and continue to give, because I'm not just the guy that will say it with my words. I'll show up with my action. So just like I tell Mitch every year, let me know what you need. I think we gave away a visit to New York, and I got some special stuff planned, by the way, Mitch, that I'm gonna do with them that wasn't part of the package that they bid for. And then also, talk to me offline. Let me know what else I can do, whether it's providing tickets to a game, making someone smile, a donation to a charitable cause. I got your back, man. And if it helps Detroit, I'm there for you 100%.
Well, that's really kind of you. And I'll tell you what, is that what we did last year? We had someone come into New York and visit the set.
We have somebody coming in this week.
So they're cashing it in from last year.
Yeah, they're cashing in from last year. They're going to come by the set. We're going to hang out, and then, I guess I can tell you, I'm going to surprise them with some tickets to a show. So, if they have time and want to go, and they don't have any plans. But yeah, man, the more I can do, man.
Can we do that again? Can we offer that up in this year's package? We'll do an auction. That's how we raised a lot of money with that one last year. We got a visit into New York to see a taping of the CBS morning show and get to meet Nate Burleson.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
All right, good. We'll raise some good money with that, Nate. Thank you so much for that. And I missed seeing you. I have a new book out, but normally I go on the CBS morning show. That's like my routine. But then Good Morning America picked it as their book club selection. And so the publisher said, well, you can't turn that down. And I said, well, but I want to go see everybody over at CBS. I got to see my crew there, Gail and Nate. And they said, well, you're not allowed to go on one if you go on the other one. And so apparently we're still fighting that battle.
That's a huge platform. Even though they're the competitor, that's a huge platform. And, I wouldn't tell you not to do it, because they do such a great job. And if it's highlighting your work, I'm all for it.
Well, you're a great guy, Nate. We love to Calgary claims you, Canada claims you, and Detroit claims you.
There you go.
And there's nothing wrong with being claimed by everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, I like that. I like that.
Cleveland misses you too.
Yeah, shout out to Cleveland. I had a cup of coffee there.
Hey, appreciate you taking time to talk.
Hey.
Appreciate you taking time to talk to us on this special day. Thank you, Nate. Nate Burleson from CBS and all over the place on Hollywood Squares. It's 760 WJR. 855-955-GIVE is the phone number. 855-955-GIVE. Make any donation you want. If you want, we're going to put that in the auction there. A trip to New York to see the taping of the CBS morning show and get a chance to meet the crew there, including Nate Burleson. How about that?
Very nice.
All right. It's 760 WJR as we continue on the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year.
Hello, my name is Rick Kelly, and I'm in Detroit. Our families are facing a lot of the challenges that many in the city are facing in terms of food insecurity, housing issues, medical issues, and schooling, really, and making sure kids are going to school. The pandemic set us back greatly in this city in terms of learning and healthcare, and so we're able to address a lot of those issues with the families that we serve. I get to see the results of our efforts on a daily basis. And it's not always that way, especially in the nonprofit world. I've worked in nonprofits for many years, and sometimes you're in a dark room on a telephone making calls. Here, I get to see the smiling faces of the kids that we serve at our play center. I get to see the smiling faces of the patients that we serve at our health clinic. I get to see the smiling faces of a family taking ownership of a home for the first time. And so I get to see the impact of all the good deeds that really our community does. A lot of our employees come from the communities where our kids come from, and them being successful in life is just as important to me as the kids that we serve. And so having an environment that's safe for them as well, and a career path, and a pathway to success. It goes right into our mission statement, not just the constituents that we serve, but also our staff and our volunteers are a very large part of that. We're very excited for the next few years because through our strategic planning process and our focus on these new 3 pillars, we have a lot of exciting things coming up in the future.
Say something positive.
Say something inspiring.
Say Detroit.
And say something amazing.
Imagine a community where everyone has access to essential health care, regardless of their ability to pay. We're moving Detroit forward, one healthy family at a time. At the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, we believe that being healthy goes beyond just getting medical care. We focus on mental wellness, nutrition and social services, empowering families to lead healthier lives. Your support can make a real difference in the lives of those in need. When the clinic first opened in 2008, it made history. Originally located in Highland Park, it was the nation's first free medical clinic devoted to homeless women and their children. It made history, again becoming the first facility in Detroit to host walk-up mobile screenings where 1,500 patients received free COVID tests during the height of the pandemic. Now in a new and upgraded facility in Detroit and managed by Trinity Health Michigan, our whole health approach to care features programs like supplemental fresh produce from an urban garden and a monthly support group that brings women together to discuss vital health topics, while the first-year program supports new moms and their babies.
I develop a relationship with my patients by being transparent, by listening to them, and by trying to teach and show them that we are here to help and to help manage them, and they are just as important as the next person.
Whether it's preventive care, cancer screenings, behavioral health, or nutrition coaching, our dedicated team, many of whom volunteer their time, works tirelessly to earn the trust of our patients and fulfill Say Detroit's mission to provide pathways to success for thousands of patients each year.
Our doctor loved me from the beginning. She saved my life. Thank you, God, by answering that phone.
Together, we're empowering individuals to lead healthier lives and in turn, uplifting our entire community. Say Detroit and say something amazing.
Terra, and more. With a
The 14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit was founded by Mitch Albom in 2006 and will be celebrating its 20th anniversary next year. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch.
All right, as we enter the fifth hour of a 15-hour marathon here. And we'll give you a tote board update and see how we're doing. Last year, we raised $2.2 million in a day, and I was stunned by that, but I'm not going to be stunned anymore. We're going to try to break that as best we can, and we have a wonderful lineup of people who have agreed to help us do that, one of whom is standing by right now and show you how dedicated he is still to the city of Detroit. It's 7 o'clock in the morning in California, but Matthew Stafford has gotten up to say hello to everybody here. Hello, Matthew Stafford.
Mitch, how you doing, man? Good to see you.
Great to see you,
He's
too.
probably been up for 3 or 4 hours, Mitch, doing.
You've already worked.
That's right.
out.
That's right.
You already had your protein shake and all the things that you do. Thank you for getting up so early, Matthew, and thank you for joining us, especially this week. You're playing the Lions. I thought, I hope it's not going to be one of those things like I can't talk to the opposition during the week that I.
No, I'm happy to get on and talk with you guys as always, especially doing something like this. Been such a, it's been lucky part of my life to be a part of Say Play and everything you do. So I'm happy to hop on with you guys this morning and no hard feelings, even though it's Lions week and we got a big game coming up on Sunday.
Yeah. Do you, when the schedule comes out, is there a little part of you that says, please not the Lions, please not the Lions?
No, I mean, I welcome all the teams who get to play. I do have a ton of respect. I mean, they're playing at a great clip this year. They've been doing it the last couple of years, obviously, beating us the last 2 times we played them. So it's been a real challenge every time we play these guys. I think everybody in the league would say the same thing. It's they make it tough on you, and I'm sure this will be another good game.
Well, I think the narrative of, former quarterback and all that has kind of faded out. They were asking Jared Goff about that this week, and he said, I think that's kind of done. We did it the first time. We did it the second time. Now we just play for different teams. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I agree with him. I obviously still have friends in the city of Detroit and people that I care about. I'm sure he does here in the city of Los Angeles, but you kind of get ingrained in where you are and you learn to love where you are. And I certainly love being here. I know he loves being there. And you represent your team. You go play as best you can for the guys in your locker room. And at the end of the day, whoever you're playing doesn't matter. You're just trying to get a win.
Well, I have great admiration for Matthew because he came to the Play Center I mean, years ago when you were a quarterback with the Lions and you were just looking to get involved with something with charity. And first of all, there's not that many athletes that seek to get involved with something charity. Usually they're sought after and they begrudgingly give. And you were looking for something and you said, what can I do? How can I help out? We came over to your house, Rosie and I, and presented this whole thing and ended up having this great involvement where you and your wife, Kelly, ended up donating a football field, building a football field at the Safe Place Center, which became the cornerstone of that whole place. It really got the whole thing started. Then added on a $1 million annex, a multi-million-dollar annex, but you gave $1 million of it, which now houses all these great classrooms and theater and job training site and everything like that. And that Play Center has galvanized that neighborhood. Property values have shot up in that neighborhood. And you know that neighborhood was once the most dangerous neighborhood in the United States of America, according to zip code crime statistics. And now everybody wants to live there, all because of something that you got involved in. So I have tremendous admiration for you for doing that, but even greater admiration for the fact that you have proven that you do not need to practice to play in the NFL because you literally started your season like you didn't do anything all off season, right? You like showed up the week before. You said, okay, I'm going to give it a go. And you're having the best season of your career.
Yeah, it was touch and go. I went through spring football and all those kind of things. And then getting ready for training camp, I tweaked my back and not just a little tweak. It was kind of one of those where I was like, man, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make it and get going, and missed basically all the training camp and then had 6 practices kind of before week 1. Kind of get my feet wet again, and didn't know if I was going to be able to do it when I went out. Day 1, it started and it felt okay, and kept getting better and better and better. So, listen, I'm surrounded by a bunch of really good teammates and a bunch of good coaches. So I lean on those guys, and they've brought me along, and I'm just trying to do my best to kind of steer the ship and then get my chances.
In a league where the average career is 3.3 years, I'm looking at this sheet. Year 17, Matthew, 17. I mean, I know you couldn't even imagine that when you were in Georgia.
No, when I was a kid, I loved watching the NFL. I was such a big fan of it. I always wanted to be doing what I'm doing right now, but to be able to play it for 17 years and be lucky enough to, continue to do what I love to do, I feel blessed and obviously very lucky. So it's an honor, a privilege to play in this league, and I'm gonna, cherish every moment of it that I get.
If you win a Super Bowl this year again, you've already won one. Would you say, are you the kind of guy who says, if I get an opportunity to go out at the top, I'm going to grab it? Because you see so many guys who like, I'll just do it one more year. And then that's the season their team goes 7-10 and they don't make the playoffs and they kind of disappear.
I thought this was going to be a fun, easy interview. You're hitting me with the hard questions early in the morning, Mitch. Come on. I mean,
well, it's not early here. I've had tons of coffee.
No, I'm messing with you. Kelly actually asked me that the other day, and I didn't have a great answer for her. So listen, I'm enjoying where I am every step of the way. That's, that goal is the goal for every team. That's a long way off. We still got a lot of time and a lot of football to be played between now and anything like that. I'll figure out that when I get there, but I'm enjoying playing. I feel like as long as I'm healthy, I'm playing at a pretty good clip. So I don't see why we wouldn't keep playing, but things change and you never know.
You got 4 girls. You got to keep playing.
That's
man.
right.
4 girls.
Hey, got to go to college.
No doubt. I hear you. Listen, every Christmas comes around, I'm like, whoo. All right. So
we're actually going to dedicate the next hour to raising money for you.
That's right. But I'll tell you what, too, it's fun at this moment. When I was in Detroit, all 4 of my girls were born there, and they understood a little bit of what was going on, and now we're getting to the point where my oldest twins, the twins are 8. I got a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old, and man, they love coming to the games. They love cheering on Dad. They love Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and all the guys, and they just love being a fan. And so I wouldn't keep doing this if they were like, Dad, we want you home. We don't like going to the games or whatever. So having their support and Kelly's support after, all these years and knowing that if I wanted to, I could stop playing, but they want me to, and they want me to keep playing, which is awesome. And having their support means everything to me.
Well, I want to thank you. I saw an interview with you. Wasn't a Detroit interview or anything like that, but somebody asked you about Detroit. and you still spoke so glowingly about it. And you said, I love that city. I love the people there. And it wasn't on a thing with me in Detroit. It was something that you could have said, well, that's in the past. But you didn't. You took time to really go on and on about how Detroit meant something to you and how good the people were. And that shows that, there's an old expression, he's a friend behind your back, and that's how I feel that you are with Detroit. You even when nobody's looking, you're still talking positively about it, and you're making a huge difference here in Detroit. So thank you for what you do for Say Detroit. Thank you for your continued support of it. And I want to please ask that just because our defensive backfield has never played in a game before doesn't mean you can throw on them.
Hey, I don't know. You guys might be getting some guys back healthy. It looks like some guys are bouncing back, so we'll see. I hated to see what happened to Branch the other day. I mean, he's such a great player and such an unbelievable talent back there. Anytime stuff like that happens, man, it tears me up. You play this game long enough, you just want everybody to play healthy and be able to compete. And what a competitor he is. It's tough to see him go down.
Well, just try not to look at where he used to play and throw the ball there, okay?
I hear you.
Can we get you to kick in a little, we could get a couple of jerseys signed maybe that we could auction off or something like that?
Yeah, I could do a helmet and some balls or a jersey. Let me think. You guys tell me if you need something live right now. I can try to come up with something off the top of my head, but just know that I can shoot some stuff to you. What's the easiest way to get that done? You just want to...
let's get that done.
I know in the past, Rosie sent me, a bunch of footballs and I've signed. So whatever we've done in the past, that's cool. I can throw in probably a helmet too, if that works.
A helmet. All right.
Yeah.
All right. A signed Rams helmet. Beautiful. Okay. That'll do. We got a little song for you by John Pizzarelli before we let you go. Our jazz guitar player. Oh, here he is. Okay. I can't wait. Wow. He puts his hands over his ears. Go.
All American, all SEC. Made the Pro Bowl twice, did he? Won the Super Bowl by 3, and now he's on the line. Stafford, Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford's doing fine. Though he's on the West Coast, he keeps Detroit on his mind. Thanks from Say Detroit, you're certainly one of a kind.
You don't get that on Sunset Boulevard. No, sir. Only on Woodward. It's great to see you, Matthew. Love to Kelly and everybody. Thanks for all your help as always.
Hey, appreciate it, guys. Good to talk to you as always.
All right.
Matthew Stafford, everybody. How about it? 855-955-GIVE. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. On the web, if Matthew can contribute, you can too. Help out your fellow Detroiters. 855-955-GIVE. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com.
Hey, it's the Inside the NBA crew. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley with a shout out to the Say Detroit Play Center.
Say Play is a premier learning center. It offers academic enrichment, athletics, and arts programs for students 8 to 18.
Since day one in 2015, Say Play has been rebuilding and empowering one of Detroit's most challenged neighborhoods.
Set on nearly 15 acres in the Osborne community in northeast Detroit, the facility was the site of the rundown Lipke Park Recreation Center, which had been shut down by the city due to budget cuts.
It was rebuilt by Say Detroit in partnership with Detroit major sports teams. Say Play offers all its programs and services, including transportation, meals, mental health awareness, and resources free of charge.
The students who attend Say Play commit to their after-school studies, and they love to learn.
They could take part in a wide array of activities, including sports, creative programming, arts, STEM, social justice, and summer employment experiences.
As part of an expansion announced in 2021, the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will grow services for members and its neighboring community. And let us not forget the staff and the volunteers, right, fellas?
Good job, guys.
They are game changers, providing pathways to success for the youth of Detroit. Well done.
Can celebrate
No, Way!
How y'all doing?
Brandy. 1, 2, 3, bicycle!
Good morning, everyone. At Say Detroit, and particularly at the Say Detroit Play Center, we consider anyone who participates in our program and services as a part of our family. And real families help out those when they're in dire situations. The Jacksons have been a part of the Say Detroit Play Center since 2015. In February this year, the second story of their home burned out. I immediately called Rick and Rosie, and we decided that we needed to put a plan together to help a member of our family.
All right, Miss Jackson, kids, may you always have a home that's filled with love, safety, warmth, and family. These keys are yours. God bless you.
This is my room. This is your room. This is my room. I have a room. Thank you. Oh, you did a beautiful job.
Come on in. Here's your room. What do you think?
Top or bottom?
Bottom.
Okay.
Who is it? Iron Man. What do you think?
This is nice.
Comes with a ball and a hoop.
Oh.
Come on into your kitchen. What do you think?
Oh, beautiful.
Thank you to everybody who pitched in and helped. It's really a blessing, and we really do appreciate it. The whole family from the bottom of our hearts. It's a beautiful thing to see what the community can come together to do, and it's really just a blessing, and I'm glad that God allowed it to be this way.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
A month. Can afford. Remember, Big Lou.
All right, back here on 760 WJR on the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. A nice conversation with Matthew Stafford there. And that Matthew is donating a helmet that he's going to autograph and some jerseys and footballs. Two jerseys and a helmet and football. So you can go purchase those. Not an auction. You can just purchase those right now. Or what is it, 500? Is that what we said, Rosie? $500 if you call in right now or go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. You can snag it.
There you go.
Talk about a great Christmas present for somebody.
And that's a Rams helmet for those who are asking.
That's a Rams helmet,
yes. For those who are asking, yes. That's
yes,
a Rams helmet.
And you can put it on your the Rams game in L.A. and root for the Lions.
That's right, exactly.
And that way you won't get hurt.
It's like a safety valve.
Bruce Kornblatt joins us via the live stream here, our good buddy from New York. Hello, Bruce.
I wanted to thank you for letting me follow Matthew Stafford and his $1 million contribution. Bruce Springsteen wasn't available for me to follow, so we'll do Matthew. It's good.
You got to follow somebody. I can put you. I
got to follow somebody. Now, don't grill me like you demanded to know when Matthew was retiring. Could you? That's nice on a radiothon to cross-examine him. I intend to keep working for a while, so let's skip the tough part. Anything you want.
Okay, I won't ask you any difficult questions. Kenny Brown is here. Kevin
Yeah.
O'Neill has dropped in now
Yes.
and joined us from
Yes.
our program.
Yeah.
Hello, Kevin. Good
Hello.
morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hey,
And I
Mitch.
just add very quickly, a person that's noticeably absent today, Chris Rusin, our friend, passed away several weeks ago. Chris never let his physical challenges hold him back. He was with the Tigers, the Red Wings. He gave so much to the community, and he was always available for our
He was
radiothons.
always here.
Yes,
Yeah.
so I'd like to donate $200 in memory of Chris Rusin.
Thank you.
So-
Well, that's very kind
Yes.
of you. And we miss Chris. And yeah, I was stunned to find that out. He was always here. Even though he was wheelchair bound, he was always
Yep.
here and talking about when I was going to do another movie.
Yes,
that he
great
could
guy.
be in.
Great guy.
Yeah. So Bruce, hang with us
Ben.
here. Craig Gass is here. John Pizzarelli is here. Chad Audi is here. This is literally the most people that can get on a radio show at a single time. And also alongside us, so one of the things that we do with Say Detroit, one of the charities, is our Dream Scholar Fund, which we do through the College for Creative Studies, the wonderful, wonderful school. Don Tusky is here as the president. Hi, Don.
Hey, Mitch, how are you?
Good to see you
Thanks for
again.
having us here.
And we award students the Say Detroit Scholarship, which has been going on for many years. 23 students so far have been awarded this scholarship. We put $60,000 into the scholarship fund this past year. The goal is to offer an incoming freshman student a 4-year scholarship to make their dreams come true of attending CCS. These are kids who otherwise wouldn't have necessarily a chance to go. One of the recipients is here with us right now, JC, who is a Detroit-based digital artist studying now at CCS with a vision to bring beauty to Detroit through muralism, which means making murals. It sounds like a disease. I've got muralism. I've got to get shots for that. While also exploring the field of art therapy. Hi, JC.
What up, though?
Yeah. Welcome. So first of all, tell us, how this scholarship enabled you to go to school. Did it make a difference in your ability to attend?
Yes, it did. It gave me a lot of money to attend the classes that are extremely helpful towards my progression in creating successful murals that communicate great ideas and beautify Detroit. Not only this, but it also introduced me to amazing friends that I'm currently rooming with. I love them.
Oh, really? You got
Yes.
some roommates at CCS. Okay. And what type of murals do you like to do?
What type of murals do I like to do? I like to do the type of murals that make people talk to each other, make people talk to me, make people talk to the businesses I create the murals on, and overall, the murals that change the landscape of Detroit and transform walls.
So are they abstract or are they, I've seen some murals which have real people in them and like portray a whole historical vignette. And then I've seen other ones that are just sort of colors pulled together. What's yours?
Oh yeah, I like to create murals with very poppy colors, extremely saturated reds, purples. I do love the color purple. I will use purple instead of black anytime, any day of the week.
I'm wearing purple. I'm with you.
Oh yeah.
Were you one of those kids that painted on walls when you were in your house?
No. Or else I get a whooping.
No. Well, nobody's whooping you now.
Nice.
What year are you there?
I'm a sophomore.
Okay, so only your second year. So you're pretty young, I would imagine.
Yes, I'm 19.
19 years old?
Oh yeah.
You present much older. I don't mean looks. I mean in the way that you're telling us what you're doing. Don, JC is indicative of the kind of students that we have been supporting for years there.
Absolutely. And we're so thankful for you, Mitch, and all the donors out there and give year round to Say Detroit. It's so wonderful to have great support from Detroit and all of Michigan. And it really does allow a wide range of students from Detroit and beyond to attend CCS. And so it's been really fantastic to have that kind of support.
Well, I know Rick Kelly, our executive director, said we got a lot of blank walls at Say Detroit. So if you would like to JC and deliver some messages, we've got plenty of walls around. Would you like to do it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Don't use hand signals on radio. They can never figure it out. Well, this is just some of where the money goes to help kids who otherwise would not have an opportunity and then who contribute. And it's always been part of our mantra there that the kids have to contribute some form of art back to the community.
Absolutely.
Right. So this is what we do with our Dream Scholar scholarships. Again, it's always a hand up, not a hand out. And that's our philosophy at Say Detroit. If you'd like to help us, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 or mitchalbumradiothon.com. JC, congratulations to you. Continued success. Thank you for coming out and talking to us.
Thank you much.
Thank you, Don. The College for Creative Studies and the Dream Scholars Program will continue. mitchalbumradiothon.com after this.
WJR traffic.
I think it begins with a conversation. I believe it begins with seeing each other as human beings. Come to find out that they are the same people in which they are. It's not like a police officer is the boogeyman. It's not like some of those young men who have been struggling in the gang life are the boogeyman. They are human beings.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Officer Devon Maples. I've been on the job going on 24 years.
Because I was incarcerated, formerly incarcerated 12 years, and I made a comeback.
We don't go there with titles. I'm a gang member, I'm a police officer. We just there as men and women and connecting together, and just to see that transformational process take place is nothing but amazing.
Trying my best to be a mentor and doing everything I can to show people, like, the uniform is just that. It's a uniform. I'm a black man. When I drive in my car with tinted windows and everything else, I get pulled over and treated like a black man until I prove otherwise.
And so once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues.
I ain't gonna lie,
Right.
I ain't had the best run-ins of police.
Those are the police that you've had encounters with. You haven't every police.
But they ain't too comfortable to walk into that police station because they like, what is going on up there? You know what I mean?
We can march, and that's nice. But what are you really gonna do? To me, I said, let me join DPD. With me joining DPD, I feel like I can stop another officer from doing some stupid stuff because I know they're not gonna do it in front of me.
Just to let y'all know, if y'all are having problems like that, it's okay to go up to the precinct and see if you can get that one-on-one conversation too.
I'm not against lawlessness. You know, we need people, if they do something, if somebody breaks into your mom's house, what does she do? She got to call the police.
It's just my hope that we come to understand each other a little bit better as a result of coming together and eating together.
I do it another way.
Stay out the streets,
another way.
When I'm policing the city, I personally feel like I'm policing my family.
I ain't never heard nothing like this. This is the first day, I ain't even gonna lie, this is the first day I've ever heard a police talk like this.
My man just had to butcher. Now you done ripped off all the skin. Hey, come on.
Good as it can be.
My name is Rick Kelly, and I'm the Executive Director of Say Detroit. Our families are facing a lot of the challenges that many in the city are facing in terms of food insecurity, housing issues, medical issues, and schooling, really, and making sure kids are going to school. The pandemic set us back greatly in the city in terms of learning and healthcare, and so we're able to address a lot of those issues with the families that we serve. I get to see the results of our efforts on a daily basis. And it's not always that way, especially in the nonprofit world. I've worked in nonprofits for many years, and sometimes you're in a dark room on a telephone making calls. Here, I get to see the smiling faces of the kids that we serve at our play center. I get to see the smiling faces of the patients that we serve at our health clinic. I get to see the smiling faces of a family taking ownership of a home for the first time. And so I get to see the impact of all the good deeds that really our community does. A lot of our employees come from the communities where our kids come from, and them being successful in life is just as important to me as the kids that we serve. And so having an environment that's safe for them as well, and a career path, and a pathway to success, it goes right into our mission statement. Not just the constituents that we serve, but also our staff and our volunteers are a very large part of that. We're very excited for the next few years because through our strategic planning process and our focus on these new 3 pillars, we have a lot of exciting things coming up in the future.
Sure, it's coming down.
14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, here's Mitch.
Okay, back here at Somerset North, where we are broadcasting all day till 9 o'clock tonight here on 760 WJR, or you can follow on the video stream at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Almost every seat is filled up here. Kevin O'Neill's here. Kenny Brown is here. Chad Audi from the Detroit Rescue Mission is here. Craig Gass is here. John Pizzarelli, our musical guest. Our phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or you can text a donation to Mitch14 at 59925. All of the money that we raise here goes to help needy Detroiters through the charities of Say Detroit. This is entertaining a program as we can for you, so to encourage people to give. And I want to say hi right now to Detroit Tigers, I can now say legendary broadcaster, Dan Dickerson.
Yes.
Hello, Dan.
How are you, Mitch? Good to see you.
We knew Dan when.
Yes, we did.
We knew him on WJR on Sunday nights or whatever, and then it's always like Adam Schefter was on a little earlier today, and Adam was in college when I was writing the Bo Schembechler book, and he begged me, like, can I help you in any way? He was this little kid, on the Michigan Daily, and now he makes millions of dollars a year giving out sports information. And so it's like you watch somebody who was kind of to the left of you, and now they're like 100 miles to the right of you, and you're like the same way. Like I remember Dan, we were on the radio, and Dan was breaking into radio, and it's
and now afternoon sports updates, talk show with Steve Courtney and Tom Massaway.
Exactly, and now you are the voice of the Tigers. I mean. And that's not a small thing, because in a town of Ernie Harwell, where you would think sometimes people, they only want to have one voice associated with it. You have broken through that. You are now, you're the voice, and everybody loves to hear you. And I love listening to you broadcast. You have exactly what a baseball and radio announcer should have, is that comfortable. You feel like you're just kind of listening to somebody tell you a story, and you do that really well.
I appreciate that, because that you have to wear well over 162 games, right? So that means a lot. And the job, I mean, I'm going into my 27th year, which is crazy.
Wow.
And the job is just as much fun now as it was the first day.
Actually, more fun now.
Yeah, it's a little more fun now.
Yeah, they're winning.
Yeah, winning does change things.
Winning always helps. Yes.
I got to ask Dan this question though, because now that the Valley or whoever owns it this year calls it, they got you doing TV games too. And I always wonder, what is the difference from your standpoint, doing it on a TV game than on a radio game?
It's a great question, because it's two very different things, and I did it a little bit enough to know that it was very different, and I wasn't sure I liked it. That now the last 2 years I've done about 30 games each year, because Jason Benetti does so much national stuff. And I think what I really enjoy about it is it makes you think in a different way, right? You have to think very visually to help your analyst analyze the game and for you to analyze the game. So I had a friend, Joe Block with Pittsburgh, does radio and TV, said, just you bring ideas to every game because they have to build things visually, right? So it makes me look up things maybe in a different way. And that actually helps me with my radio broadcast because there's so much information out there. Obviously, we have to figure out what's worthwhile, what adds insight to the game, often and usually through your analyst, and I work with some really good ones.
Although I do remember talking to Ernie Harwell, and I put this in the play with Ernie Harwell. Ernie was doing the television on the famous Bobby Thompson home run game, and one of the most famous radio calls in the history. You know, the Giants win the pennant. The Giants win the pennant. Aaron Thompson is the Giants win the pennant. And Ernie was doing the television. And I asked him, I said, well, what was your call? And he said, it's gone. And I said, it's gone. There was nothing. He said, well, the picture does the whole thing for you. He said, I just got out of the way because the picture was telling the story. Whereas, who was it? Russ Hodges. Russ Hodges did the radio thing, and he became famous for that call. And nobody remembers Ernie Harwell's call.
Right, because it doesn't exist. There literally isn't a copy of it that exists. And that's probably the biggest thing. Knowing, I still believe you should talk a certain amount at big moment. Do learn to lay out. All the descriptive stuff that I love to do on radio is out.
Right. You don't have to say, look at all those fans in the stands because they're already there. Well, I'm going to bring in somebody who does that for a living as well. The great Mike Tirico is on the line with us right now and joining us on. There he is.
Hey, Mitch,
Legends
you were
here. Mike Tirico.
You were speaking with one of my favorite people in the world. I love Dan Dickerson. Dan Dickerson, I'll tell you how things change, right? So my wife grew up in Michigan, obviously. For my wife, Ernie Harwell's voice was the voice of summer. So for our kids, they hear Dan's voice and it equates with driving up north and driving around during the summer. Dan is one of the best, and I love listening to you guys chat. So I dialed in at the perfect time.
Well, but you also have that. And now you broadcast everything. Is there a thing in your mind that says, don't talk, Mike, the picture is telling the story?
Yeah. Oh, 1,000%. I'll give you a great example. When the coaches shake hands at the end of a football game, when they come out to midfield, if I can sense that our audio is good, I will stop mid-sentence. I speak in a lot of broken sentences on the air for net sound. The number one awareness for me is let you feel like you're at the game since you can't be at the game. And there are moments where the crowd is so good, you can't fight them. So you just lay out. And those are the moments, I think, when the pictures tell the story, try to get out of the way, stamp the moment, write a caption, and get the heck out of the way and let people enjoy the moment.
Man, that's a great way to put it.
Stamp the moment.
Put a caption on it.
Mike Tirico. Look at this. The wordsmith. I like this. We're getting quotes here. We're going to get this heard on the Say Detroit Radiothon.
I'm taking that to my class in January.
Mike, I'm amazed that we were able to get you since I now believe you broadcast 24 hours a day. I literally, there is no sporting event that Mike Tirico is. I mean, you've done the Olympics, you've done football, is there literally any sport that you have never touched once? And I don't mean log rolling. I mean one that we've actually heard of.
Look, I think you're right. Baseball. I have never done a baseball game. And at some point in my life, I hope to do that. Yeah, I have great admiration for, and I'm not saying it because he's there, but Dan and Jason Benetti and all the folks who do baseball, because baseball has a rhythm that is so different from every other game that you really have to carry the broadcast, especially as a radio broadcaster. And you truly make it a conversation. And that's what I love the most about what we do on your show, Mitch. When it's a good conversation, listeners are eavesdropping to what you're saying, right? And you think about being in an airport and you hear two people having a louder than average conversation. Human nature is to go, what are they saying? Baseball broadcast does exactly that. It lets you into, in some cases, a one person, but in many cases, a multiple person conversation. I'd love to have the chance to just have that kind of a canvas and broadcast a baseball game. At some point in my life, I hope I get a chance to do it. Not soon. I got plenty going on.
I find when I am hearing two people have a conversation, my inclination is to get up and move to another seat because it's never usually anything I really want to hear. But now I have an opportunity for you, Mike Tirico.
Okay.
Because the great Dan Dickerson has donated a package that you can bid on to come into the broadcast booth during a game with Dan Dickerson. So we could make Mike Tirico's dream come true at some point if you, Mike Tirico, are the highest bidder.
So here's what I will do.
Oh my
I will match whatever becomes the bid for Dan for this package. And I don't want to take that opportunity away from somebody who doesn't have the access to things like that. So whatever that winning bid is, make sure the team lets me know, and I will match that in the name of the Mitch Albom Radiothon, all the great work you've done for our city and our community for years. Right. And I'll just sit there and throw popcorn at Dan while he's broadcasting.
Okay. And Mike, I think we could make that happen. That whole, you may want to broadcast a few innings of a I think we could make that happen.
I think
really
so.
do.
All right. Well, he'll pay for it now, so he's got to.
There you go.
We're going to make that happen.
There you go. Okay,
I like
that's
that.
awesome.
Mike,
That's
can we before we let you got a little something? All right. We're gonna cajole a little donation of some kind of, maybe you and Chris Collingsworth can come up. So think about what you might be able to put on our auction pile while John Pizzarelli serenades you with a small little musical ditty. Here we go.
It wouldn't be a radiothon without a Flintstones number.
That's right.
Tirico, Mike Tirico. There is nothing that he hasn't done. Football, pro, and college. In the broadcast world, he's number one. He's hosted Notre Dame on NBC, race cars, golf, and World Cup soon to be. Oh, when we have Tirico, we have someone who is so fun. Ann Arbor's favorite son, Tirico's number one.
John, amazing. You are amazing, John. Every year you outdo yourself, man. Bravo.
Wait, he said something and I got to ask you about. Are you doing the World Cup?
No, but it's fine.
Oh.
It worked for the song. So it's good.
Well, you can put it on your Wikipedia page.
I have hosted 2 World Cups. Not the coming one in the US, but I have hosted 2 World Cups in the past, 2010, 2014.
If you broadcast a soccer game and you have to learn like the Cameroon team names, good luck to you on that. But okay, you don't have to do it.
Yeah.
All right, so you've had a little time to think. What do you want to throw out?
So listen, we're at the end of the football season right now, right? And that is panic time for people because some people have bizarre things like if you finish last, you have to go sit in a Waffle House for 24 hours if you come up last in your league. So here's what I'll throw in for you. I will be when you do your draft, I will give you a Zoom call, a private Zoom call with you to consult on your draft, to help you build your draft board.
Beautiful. Okay.
Either that or I will host the first round of your draft. I'm not going to stay for all 8 rounds of your draft because those are pathetically
not going to happen.
Right. Because I've lived through our fantasy football draft and it's a disaster. But I will either do a consultation for you or I'll host your league. I'll join the Zoom and host your league's first round of your draft for next year's football season. How about that?
So you'll say like Frank is on the clock or something like that.
Yeah,
he's got 30 seconds to make his pick.
Right. I'll say, okay, the Album Nation Raiders are on the clock. You have 60 seconds, and I'll ridicule your past picks. Whatever information, whatever information you guys want to provide, you provide the information, and I will just razz your partners and friends, and we'll have a good time. You can either take the consultation, or I'll be your commissioner and read your picks. With the full pick in this draft, the Album Nation takes Calvin Johnson, Detroit Lions.
Fantastic.
That is it.
This is fantastic. And by the way, if you're wondering why Mike Tirico is being so kind, he lives in Ann Arbor.
Yes, he does.
He knows what we're doing here. He knows Detroit. He gives to Detroit. He gives to us every year. And I know Detroit's close to your heart. And the whole Michigan giving thing, I was pointing out that we are still the poorest city in the United States, over 500,000. Detroit is, sadly. But we're also the givingest community in the United States. We rally to help one another, and I know you know what that means.
there is nothing like wearing your old English D hat and being in some bizarre place like Paris during the Olympics in 2024. Have somebody by the Eiffel Tower stop you and just say, "Hey, you from Detroit?" I'm like, well, greater Detroit, right? But there's a love, a passion, and a connection. And before it became cool and hot and great to be in the city, Mitch Albom was there working for people. And now that it's cool and hot and great to come downtown, Mitch Albom's still there helping people. And you've kind of dragged a lot of us into understanding belief and invest in our great city. As the mayor has his final days, bravo to Mayor Duggan for the amazing job he has done in helping turn around the city over his great run. But along with that, and a lot of corporate leaders, it's been leadership from people like you, Mitch. And it's an honor to stand behind your leadership and continue to support our great city. And when people come out of town, they say, "Hey, great airport. Hey, great city." Like, wow, downtown Detroit is pretty awesome, isn't it? Like, yeah, it is. And thank you for what you've done to help that along the way.
Mike Tirico, everybody.
Adopted son, Mike Tirico.
Hey, Mike.
There you go.
Thank you, everything.
See y'all.
Thank you, Mike.
My pleasure. Thank you. Happy holidays.
John, I got to tell you, you're killing it today, man.
I know, man.
Killing it. John must have had like extra strength espresso.
I had the coffee early today. So
Yeah.
the ballots will come around 5 o'clock.
Keep them on the upbeat. All right. Well, and Dan Dickerson, I want to thank you for being here, man. That was really informative. I think anybody who's ever wanted to be a broadcaster learned a lot from watching the two of you go. And I never knew Mike never did.
It's funny. I didn't either. I thought surely somewhere along the way you had.
Now, Bruce Kornblatt, who's been patiently sitting there on the, I'm sorry, Bruce, we can only get so many people on the Zoom. Bruce is, amongst other things, baseball, MLB, or is your position?
Yeah, what do you do, Bruce?
What the hell?
What do you do, Bruce?
Well, he's
I
been
used to be at
Bob
MLB Network. I'm a baseball producer, but thank you for mentioning that. Yes.
And Bob Costas is #1 guy for all those years. So Bob himself, you probably were whispering in Bob's ear over the years saying, "Shut up, let the pictures do it."
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's exactly what he loves hearing "shut up" in the middle of a play. That's why we're so close. That's why we're so close. He can't do without it. So even when I'm not on his ear, I call him and tell him to shut up. Can I just say one thing before? Hang on 1 second. Last night, I had dinner with my two sons. Mitch knows them, Nick and Willie. And they love that I do this thing every year because I love Detroit, and I'm on Fridays. I drive home with a lot of Detroit people on Friday afternoons, I'd like to think, with you guys. And they asked me, and I said I was doing it again, and they said, "Does it ever make you sad to hear about people?" And I said, it's the exact opposite. It's the one day I'm hopeful. And I want everybody to understand that in a world where everybody's rooting against something and everybody's rooting against somebody, this is the one time where everybody's rooting the same way. And so there's something almost noble about all of this. And I'm thrilled to be a little part of it. And I want to say one other thing, because I know you got 100 other people. 3 years ago, I came on here and donated because I found out I was going to be a grandfather for the first time.
I remember.
Yesterday, I found out I'm going to be a grandfather for the second time.
We actually arranged that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't easy because getting a hotel room and everything was we had to pay for a nice dinner.
I knew you did that. So as a payment for services rendered by you, okay, I would like to donate $5,000 in my future grandchild's name, and I want him to know that his grandparents supported a great cause and a good man. So I want to do that.
That's fantastic,
Very
Bruce.
nice.
First of all, congratulations, my friend. There's nothing better than that. A two-time. The only thing better than being a one-time grandfather is being a two-time grandfather.
You betcha.
And
You
the
betcha.
only thing better than that
So,
is.
This is my favorite day, one of my favorite days. I feel good about doing anything for you anyway. But you were talking earlier about a friend behind the back. I was always taught that the definition of character is to do the right thing when no one's watching. Right. And everybody is watching today. But understand, for everybody who's watching, Mitch is doing the right thing the other 364 days without you watching. So good on you, and I'm proud to be your friend.
Thank you, Bruce. That means
There
a
you
lot
go.
to me, man.
Yeah,
And thank
Bruce.
you so much for that donation. Congratulations again.
Bruce.
So happy for you and your family.
Bruce.
And I'll tell you what, if you name the child Mitch, I'll pay $5,000.
If they name the child Mitch, you can pay the attorney's fees for my divorce. So either way, it's worth it.
How about it for Bruce Kornblatt, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, Bruce. God bless.
Thank
We'll
you.
talk to Bruce
Always a pleasure.
tomorrow. It's Friday. That's his
It's
day,
Friday.
right?
Okay, well,
We'll talk to him tomorrow.
We're keeping him on. Okay.
Oh, is he staying on? Okay, even better. Dan Dickerson, thank you for being here.
Danny.
It's been a pleasure.
I love coming down
and I
here.
love the fact that we got it now. Now, listen, folks, you got to bid up that item, because the higher you bid it, the more
Tirico.
we're going to get from Mike Tirico.
That's right.
Yeah. Right. So you can go into the booth, hang out there, be introduced on the air with Dan Dickerson.
Lori takes the group down to the field so they can watch batting practice if it's a day where they're having batting practice.
wow.
And yeah, it's a complete experience. I call it the Lori Ann Dickerson experience.
There you go.
How's Lori?
She's awesome. Still teaching kids and doing
You know
the good
that I
work
knew
at-
before Lori became
Right.
Dan's wife. Lori and I worked at the Free Press when
Right.
we were both single.
Right.
There was a
Aw.
moment.
There was a move.
No, there was.
We got to go to Dan's class. You know, Dan's teaching class at State too now. We got to get in Dan's class.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Dan.
Come up and do your class? Sure.
That'd be
happy to.
fantastic.
Do a
Kenny
deal
up.
with that. We'll come
We'll
up
do
there.
like what
All
to
right.
be, what
Yeah,
not to be.
right. Before and after.
Let you decide which one is which. How about it for Dan Dickerson, ladies and gentlemen? Our phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Every dollar that you donate goes to help the needy here in the city of Detroit through our charities of Say Detroit. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. MitchAlbum, Radiothon.com. That's where you can make donations. You can also see all the auction items, including the Dan Dickerson package there to go in and broadcast at the Tigers game. Back with much, much more right after this.
Hello, I'm Dr. John Bernia, Superintendent of Consolidated Schools. No matter
Hey
where
everybody, come with me to take a tour of our new community resource hub. Upon entering, we have this beautiful artwork done by Rob at Peak of Perfection, who also did our work for the hub. I just wanted to point this out because of the beautiful free-handed work he did here. So that's a nice touch, nice surprise when you open the door. You get to see this lovely logo. Here we have our check-in desk for anybody that comes in that may need some items out of here. We also have our school supplies, as well as down here we have some school supplies, books. We'll keep more like pens, pencils, notebooks in there. On this side we keep our items that cannot be hung or folded in one of the cabinets. So this has all of our socks and just underclothes in these cubicles. At the bottom we keep clothing that can be folded. We try to separate them from boys and girls clothing. Over here we have our hung items, which right now is winter coats because it's winter time, it's cold outside. So if you know any kids that need a coat, we have plenty in stock ranging from extra small to extra large. Down here we have our shoe stock, our shoe rack here. Most of the shoes come from Sun Bundle. They frequently give us generous donations of shoes for our students here. So it's always nice if you see a kid that may need some new school shoes, we can always come in here and grab a pair for them. And at the top here, we're looking to fill this with lots of dry goods. Along this wall, we have some book bags on the books, and then our personal hygiene products. And all of these items are currently available for our students that may need them now, or any families that are looking for just extra resources for the holidays. And that concludes our tour of our new community resource hub. Again, I'm Amber, the Partnership and Community Outreach Manager. If you know somebody in need or if you're in need, feel free to email me at amitchell@savedetroit.org.
You.
And anti-ICE protesters interrupted her.
Me. I'd like to introduce them to you.
That'll expire at year's end. The Republican plan would let people put that money into health savings accounts. GOP Senate Leader John Thune tells Fox,
if it's really, let's focus on affordability and driving down insurance premiums. What the Democrats are doing is continuing to drive them up and giving the money to the insurance companies.
America's listening to Fox News.
WJR Traffic and Weather First. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
What if I can guarantee the price of Bitcoin will be $1 million in 2030? Well, I can't, but I can guarantee you'll save a lot of money on blinds at my company, Blindster.com. Free samples, free shipping, and guaranteed to fit. Shop at Blindster.com today.
WJR Traffic First is also sponsored by PM Technologies. Is your generator ready for winter? Cold weather kills batteries fast. Your home standby generator needs maintenance once a year to stay reliable. Let PM Technologies handle your routine service and emergency repairs. Visit pmtech.org.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Radiothon.
Every year we gather for a 15-hour broadcast designed to draw
To the 14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by General Motors. Call 855-955-GIVE-TO-HELP. Say Detroit was founded by Mitch Albom in 2006 and will be celebrating its 20th anniversary next year. Say Detroit, amazing. Now, live from the Northside Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch.
All right, we welcome you to the 6th hour of this 15-hour
6 hours
long.
already.
Well, we're starting our 6-hour, 15-hour marathon.
Wow.
We'll be here till 9 o'clock tonight.
Have you set up the times where the tie comes off in the Port Coco?
I am going to take my tie off if we can exceed $500,000.
Okay.
I will take my jacket off if we exceed $1 million.
Okay.
I will take my pants off
Here we go.
at $2 million.
Really?
Yeah.
You know we did 2 million last year. Right. At least
$3 million.
So, yeah, you better get a little higher because those pants will be off.
So, of course, we started Say Detroit almost 20 years ago. We have 9 separate charitable operations, everything from daycare for kids 5 days old all the way up to senior citizens programs. We have our Say Play clinic, our Say Detroit clinic for family medicine, which was the nation's first medical clinic for homeless children in the country. No one had ever thought of it before. And now it services full families. We have our Say Play Center at Lipke Park, which takes care of 300 kids a day, not only providing them food and education after school, but everything from football to STEM robotics and everything in between. We have a bicycle factory where you see this beautiful bicycle on stage where we make my cycles. We've given away 1,000 of these already this year to needy people for transportation here in Detroit. And we employ formerly incarcerated people who have a hard time finding jobs. We give them jobs in our factory and they have jobs. This is all a part of what we do here at Say Detroit to help the neediest in our city of Detroit. And one of the things we're proudest of is that even if you don't live in Detroit anymore, there are so many people out in the world who still care about the city they came from. One of them is on the line with us right now who proves this year after year after year with his appearances and donations. The great Tim Allen. How about it, folks?
Wait a minute. That's all you got? Come on.
Hello, Tim.
That's all you. Yeah, how you doing?
We're doing great. You look great for early in the morning out there. You just wake up looking camera ready. What's the deal?
It's really none of your business, is it? No, we have an early rehearsal today for Shifting Gears, which I'm heading over to the Disney lot, which is about 6 miles that way. And I'm just getting in my garage in front of my Mustang GT behind me and looking forward to talking to you, except everything was okay until I heard about you're going to get enough money, you're going to take your pants off. And then everything went really dark.
It all went south after that, didn't it?
Everything went really south. Everything was really good for a moment. I was going, this is such a great thing that he does. And then he wants to remove his pants. I don't know. It didn't sit well. The yogurt is sitting right here. I can't quite get it to follow.
I'm so sorry to do that to you this early in the morning too. That's my bad. My apologies. I'm reading that there is a Shifting Gears. Like I was just looking, what's the latest news with Tim Allen? I popped it up just to see if there's anything to talk about. And there's all these stories about Shifting Gears, long lost son after continued absence, finally cast. Can you explain what that is?
We had a son in the original script, and it never was tied into the story. And this is a good Michigan connection. They said, and I'm a factual as much as I can, especially with the cars and Shifting Gears. And I said, well, how did we not know about this kid for 3 years? I mean, we mentioned him. And one of my best friends who, the wife Betty just passed away, sadly, near my house in near Seaholm High School. I still have a home there, and that's where we had Thanksgiving. Anyway, their kid ended up working for the CIA, and every time we talked about their kids, we'd go home for Thanksgiving, and they'd get really quiet. And then I did a banquet and got an award, believe it or not, with Larry Ellison by the CIA out here in Los Angeles for I'm grateful and humbled to be any work I do for the veterans. And the CIA gave me an award for that. And I got to go to the award banquet. And I got the CIA, if you're in the CIA, what I got, you can't tell your kids what you do. And sometimes you're gone for extended period of time. And sadly, in this CIA banquet, if they lose one of those people, they just show up at your house. And there were 6 kids at this banquet, big affair, that you never get to know where your parents were. You never know what happened to them, and you'll never see them again. It was the saddest thing to me ever. So I use that as that's where my son has been in the intelligence. And of course, you know me, I make a joke about it because I'm constantly, the joke is,
right.
Comes home, Sam, that's what his name is. And he said, he comes home and I said, so that North Korea must have been tough. He goes, Dad, I'm not at liberty to say. So the entire tape was every 4 minutes I go, well, Cyprus has got to be tough for you, Dad, again.
You just keep going until you hit a country that he stumbles on.
And then I kind of got, not censored, it was the word. I like to make jokes, but I said, I do got to say, son, and it's really a wonderful scene to see him, and he's coming back. I'm going to give the story away. And he says, I said, I do sleep at night, knowing from communists in unknown areas or even the mayor of New York. I got a huge laugh from the live crowd, and then I got some of the
And then it got censored. Yeah.
well, some of the sensitive people, and they go, "Oh my God, you cannot say that." Whoa. And I'm like, they didn't even mention the dude's name, and it doesn't matter. He sat with the president. They didn't have a fist fight.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Kevin O'Neill is here. Wants to say hello.
Tim, how are you? Nice to see you again. I'm here with my buddy Ken Brown, 2 of the comedy greats. Well, 3 counting you. All right. I'm trying to organize that April, Kenny Brown, Kevin O'Neill, Tim Allen tour on Michigan Avenue at the Dearborn Holiday Inn. We did that several years ago. Well, more than several. Decades ago. How are you?
Detroit was just a small city then. It was very weird.
Yeah, right. Cowboys and Indians driving around. Yeah.
Cowboys, Indians, and the Briggs Stadium was just getting built. I remember back then. Yeah.
Right, that's right.
You know, I'm thinking Matthew Stafford was on with us about an hour ago also from LA, live from his house. He looked like he'd been working out for 6 hours already. And I'm thinking this has got to be a tough week for Tim Allen because I can't
even talk about it because I really am a big fan of Matt Stafford's, and we still connect out here. It's, you know, I've been living in Los Angeles a long time. I have friends at the Chargers, and I have friends at the Rams. I've just never been a fan of that. I've always been a Lions fan. And a little bit when I was a kid, a Giants fan. I had a letter from Y.A. Tittle sent to me when I was a little boy. I wrote Giants, and I have the Giants have always been. Forgive me, the Eagles and the Giants when I was a kid. I kind of liked those teams and the Lions, and can't even say the Chicago team out loud. And when I was a kid, very difficult this Sunday. It's been a very weird year for me. The losses have been so dramatic that I said I don't like. For so many years, you know, the Lions. It was just every game was. I've said this before. You know, you're a Lions fan when you cheer. Wow, that was a good punt. Over the years, the group of us, all my buddies, we'd sit and watch. Wow, man, that's got to be 40 yards in the air. You know, you're cheering. Oh, look at that! We got offsides. You know, as you're cheering penalties and punts. When they got this good, it's just been very hard on me because the one game that Minnesota game where they beat us at home. And it like tore my spine out. I watched that and I was just like this the whole week.
Well, so what happens when the Rams play the Lions? Do you go to the game?
I can't watch. I literally can't watch it because every time I see Stafford play, I'm cheering for the Lions teams. I'm such a fan of where Campbell's taken the Lions and what it's done for the city and done for the Lions. And then we have this up and down where I'm not comfortable with them. Was it one of the Edelman or one of those, the old receiver for the Patriots? he said something. They just don't see that eye of the tiger. It doesn't seem to be sometimes that it's in and out of the games where they just don't. I don't know what I have to say about it. What I said this week, one of my Detroit buddies I just saw last night, big hat, he's wearing it all around, and he goes, "Are you in the game?" I go, "I don't think that would be possible," because I said it. I would be cheering for Stafford because I just have so many memories there, but the Lions are my team. And I said, "Man, this is a hard one." How about you guys? What does that mean there?
We have no choice. We always watch.
That's
So, and then I've games for all those years where we cheered the punts, So, yeah, there were years where the groundskeepers were some of the finest athletes on the Lions. So, yeah, I remember all that, and now we're where we are here. Well, I want to thank you, as always, Tim, as we're talking to Tim Allen, for always remembering Detroit. And you've just been a stalwart guy, and you've joined us every year. And, I think when people see people doing well, as you have done, and still remembering where they came from and still remembering to help other people, it also inspires them, because they say, well, if they didn't forget about it, because sometimes people think, like, if I ever make it, I'm going to turn my back on the ugliness and I'm never going to have anything to do with it, whatever. But actually, when you make it, that's when you have to turn your front to the ugliness in some ways, and and do something about it. And you have every year.
Turn that praise back on you. I mean, you're the one that does this. The whole group of you that does this, keeps this going. I will mirror that. I have a very great group of people here in Los Angeles that's in similar situations. It's called the Midnight Mission, and we work very hard on this extremely complex situation in Los Angeles, where you have over 60,000 people living literally on the streets, under bridges. You'd have to be here to see it. And it's, as the Midnight Mission says here in LA, we do one person at a time. You can't take the whole group on. You have to do one person at a time. And how you guys do this, and you focus on results. And I said, so I appreciate doing it. And I said, that said, I just found a big bag of gold here. I don't know whose gold is this? And if you guys will match it, I think I've got, well, it literally looks like 19. Well, if I count some of these old Roman coins, it would be, I could really commit. I'd like you to match. If you match 20, I'll give you 20.
$20 or $20,000?
Pesos.
All right.
No, it'd be 20K, $20,000. I will, if I can get somebody to match me, then you got 20 grand coming from me.
We can do that, right? We can do that. We can find 20,000. We'll get them at. Yeah. Thank you, Tim Allen, for all of that. God bless you for all that. And before you go, the great John Pizzarelli.
I would
here
hate
again.
to disappoint him.
Every year he does this, and every year you make that smirking face. And so here we go again. Here's John's little musical thank you to you, Tim Allen.
Was Tim the Tool Man, Buzz Lightyear 2? Tore up at stand-up, now shifting gears, season 2. Hates every song I've ever sung, we know it's true. That's why Tim Allen is a champ.
Yeah. Please don't take back the 20,000.
Yeah, let me rethink this bag. What's in this little bag here? I so appreciate what you all do. It's heartwarming to hear the way you focus back on the city. That's great. It was my pleasure being here. It really is, guys.
How about it for Tim Allen? Thank you, Tim. Detroit Zone. We'll continue here at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. You can go there, and you can also make donations and check out all the auction items and the incentive items that you can purchase. Do all your Christmas shopping, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or call in and make a donation just like Tim Allen just did, 855-955-GIVE. Let's try to match that $20,000 with 20,000 raised in the next hour. 855-955-4483, 855-955-GIVE, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com.
WJR.
The new event is offering up a fun way to taste some of Detroit's newest restaurants while helping out a great cause. Mitch Album is here to talk about Eat Detroit.
For one night each summer, you have the chance to join Detroit's top restaurants and support the important community causes of Say Detroit. A unique fundraiser and culinary experience, Eat Detroit brings more than 1,000 people to the heart of the city to explore its growing foodie scene. Live music, VIP extras, and private shuttles all make it an event not to miss.
Fun?
Yeah, it's a great time. Fabulous. The restaurants and service is excellent.
The community comes together for one great night to help provide pathways to success for Detroiters in need. I hope you'll join us.
It is a one-of-a-kind, one-night only, citywide foodie experience. One of a kind. One of a kind.
Water ice, popcorn, rice pudding, Philly pretzels, soft serve ice cream, everything goes to charity. The Detroit Water Ice Factory was an idea I came up with to sell the best possible products we could, something really unique, and then give all the profits away to charity. So water ice is a derivative of Italian ices, but it's much smoother, has a lot more flavors, no fat, it's got no gluten, it's got no cholesterol, and it's got no dairy. I grew up in the Philadelphia area, and we used to eat it every day. When I got here to the Midwest, I found out they didn't have it. And we now are able to make it here ourselves. When you run 9 different charities, people see you coming and they start running the other way because they think, oh, he's going to ask us for money again. So we just remind people that charity can be delicious, and it was the beginning of what's essentially become a dessert shop. Watching people's eyes just sort of light up when they taste something that they've never had before. You know, you watch it and you go, yep, told you.
Such a perfect balance between conservatism and opportunity.
This is always an awesome day for us and a beautiful day for a new family here. I am happy to provide you with the keys.
All right. So we know you have a big TV and that's the place.
She organized to have like some canned goods up here, like snacks there. There's brand new pots and pans, and we have some dishes and glasses and
Whoa! I love it. Look, that's your little bag.
that is a big boy bag, man.
Oh, yes, these are my favorite colors. I love it.
Here's your playroom, huh?
What do you think? Better. I feel like it could help us relieve a lot of stress that I've been going through for the last year with trying to find a place, and I feel like the company, all the companies that have been helping have really helped out a lot. Thank you, Say Detroit.
Visit the Detroit Dream Scholars Fund is a fund CCS that funds Detroit students who are coming to CCS, the College for Creative Studies, to study art and design. Part of the scholarship commitment when the student accepts the scholarship is that they are able to give back to the city by doing a summer project.
I want to be an art director. Without the Dream Scholar Fund, I wouldn't be here today.
Well, that one's good for that day.
Okay, we are back here on the Detroit Radiothon. It is time to do a little tote board checkup and see where we are here at 11:26. We're in the 6th hour out of 15. So, we ready here? We got a little drum roll, and we are at $467,723.
Indeed.
Right.
Yes, indeed.
And 2 cents.
There you go, and 2 cents. That 2 cents is going to go a long way.
We know where that 2 cents came
I know
from.
where it came from. That was
Guy
our
bought
first
us
one.
a check the very first
Our
minute we were
first
here.
one. That's right.
So when we get to 500,000, I get to take this tie off. So if we match Tim Allen's 20,000 challenge, we'll have 20,000 more. That'll almost get us.
That'll almost get
us to 500,000, and I can
almost get you the tie off.
unstrangle myself after 6 hours. So that would be nice. We are here at Somerset Collection North. The wonderful people at Somerset, Nate Forbes, and all the crew here have treated us royally. If you come to the north side of the mall in the Grand Court, we're right here across from Santa Claus. I'm literally looking at Santa right now.
Santa's been working today.
We have a great setup here. You can come sit here and watch the whole show.
Yep.
You can bid on auction items. My new book, Twice, is right there on a counter. I will personalize it for you for Christmas. You can do all your Christmas presents right here. You can sign all the books for you if you'd like. And of course, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com is where we have all the auction items that are up there. When we come back, we'll give you some of those auction items, let you know what they are. Craig Gass will give us one of his many voices. Coming up,
Yes,
Pat
sir.
Fitzgerald, the new Michigan State football coach.
What?
Jay
all
Towers will be here. Joe Buck from Monday Night Football.
Wow.
J.K. Simmons, Bernie Smilovitz, Brian Williams, Darren McCarty, Hugh Jackman, all coming up within the next hour or two. And a very special announcement, a big news-breaking announcement in the 2 o'clock hour here.
Wow.
All that on 760 WJR. Phone numbers, if you want to help your fellow Detroiters through the charities of Say Detroit, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web.
Mary went to the Inside Out.
What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
The Say Detroit Play Center opened its doors in 2015. One of the things that I'm most excited about is the expanded outreach that we'll have in our community. With this new expansion, we will be able to double the number of kids that come in on a daily basis.
The heart of this place is its education. And with that in mind, we grew and reached the point where we couldn't continue to educate as many kids as we wanted to without more space. We're really proud to be part of this here. We're really proud that people like Kelly and Matthew Stafford go someplace else but never lose the Detroit that's within them.
We jumped at the opportunity to be a part of that first, center that is this beautiful place right now, and I'm just so proud to see, where that has gone, how many kids it has affected in such a positive way. I'm so excited to be a part of this next venture as well. I mean, it's just such a special place, such a special team to be involved with. We're so proud of what it's become, what it's going to be in the future, all the people that it's going to affect. We're just excited to get over here and put some shovels in the ground and get this thing going.
Eric, can you believe it? Construction is happening on the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Educational Center.
Folks are driving by and they saw the fences go up and they stopped in and asked, well, when
What's
are we
going
gonna
on?
see?
Yeah.
When are we going to see some physical action? And so
And here we are. Today's the day.
We're incredibly excited for what we'll be able to do. 6 dedicated classrooms that all have flexible spacing and the ability to change their configurations. We have 2 dedicated flexible spaces for vocational training. We have a 125-seat black box theater in the center that's completely flexible.
Are passionate about being a part of this community. and expanding the physical space and the opportunities allow us to do even more for this community. We're definitely looking forward to the day that we can cut the ribbon and open the doors.
What we can do for the people around here, what we can do for the kids around here is an amazing thing and something that I'm really proud to be a part of.
We are so honestly proud to give back to the community that gave us so much, and to watch these kids and all the staff here that love them like they're their own. As we said, it takes a village, and you guys are that village.
This whole place is about growth, just growth. Growth of an organization that we started called Say Detroit in 2006, which started with me staying at a homeless shelter and has grown into something well beyond I ever could have imagined. Growth of a hole in the ground that we all dug some shovels in not all that long ago into this beautiful building, and most importantly, the growth of every child that comes through the door here. That's the point of this place.
Brought to you by General Motors. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, here's Mitch.
All right, we are back here at the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, raising money to help our neighbors, our neediest neighbors here in the city of Detroit. Children, veterans, seniors, the homeless, those who do not have medical insurance, all through the different programs of Say Detroit. Mitch Album, Kenny Brown, Chad Outy from the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries, with whom we formed Say Detroit almost 20 years ago. Hard to believe. Wow. Yeah, turn on your, almost 20 years ago. I was in a homeless shelter, your homeless shelter, yes, writing a column, and a guy in front of me, while I was waiting for the meal, I still don't know this man's name, turned around and looked at me and said, "Aren't you Mitch Albom?" And I said, "Yeah." And then he said, "So what happened to you?"
Yeah.
And, after I got done laughing, I saw he wasn't laughing. I thought, well, you know what? I'm sure he never thought he was going to be online at a homeless shelter. And you remember in 2006, which that was the year, 2007, 2008, 2009, that was a mortgage crisis. There were a lot of people who used to serve at soup kitchens.
And they come to be served.
They became customers at soup kitchens. And so I started Say Detroit I wrote a column. I tried to raise 60, got $320,000. And I said, I came to you. I said, what do I do with it? You said, you should start a charity.
Right.
I said, I don't know anything about starting a charity. Well, how do I do that? And he said, well, you just start. And we went around to different places and determined who could use our help. We helped the Capuchin Soup Kitchen was one. The Michigan Veterans was another.
We started with 5. It was Detroit Rescue Mission.
Yeah.
Cass Community. Capuchin. NSO.
Yeah.
And
warming shelter.
Yes, and it was a small church in Southwest Detroit. The guy was doing bringing people to his church,
and that's where Say Detroit began. And now it is its own entity, and it's an entity that operates all over the city and so many things. And it just came from an idea, and just one guy, and then you and 2 guys, and that's how it works. One person touches another, and that's what we're trying to do here, without the actual physical touch part, because it gets a little creepy, especially you, Craig. Stop. Because I'm looking over here at Chad and I'm feeling a hand on my back. She said something about touching. So Craig Gass is here with us, going to read off. You can make your donations. By the way, we will read off your donation here over the air if you want to dedicate it to someone. And it's a great way to honor your parents, your grandparents, your kids, or make a marriage proposal at the holidays. Might be nice, for a donation of $500. Jenny, will you marry me? And then she calls in and says that was too cheap. And then it's $1,000 donation.
My name's not Jenny.
Yeah, my name's not Jenny. Yeah. Who do you got here, Craig?
We're actually bringing in Tom Arnold. Hey, everybody. This is Tom Arnold. I used to be famous in the 90s, and I've had a strong relationship with methamphetamines. So this is going to go much faster. We got $400 from Itch in Ferndale. We have $350 from James Kemp in Royal Oak. We have $300 in honor of Jim Kremering from Walled Lake. We also have a $250 donation in honor of Doug Smith from Pinckney. We have $500 from Mary Holly Vissel in Saline. $500 also from Sandra Border in Rochester Hills. We love that. $100 donated in honor of Ashley Land from Rochester Hills. $250 donated in honor of David Lopez from Dearborn. We also have $500 donated by Richard McVie from Carlton. Thank you for that. $200 in honor of Marilyn Agnes of Whale. Is that Chile?
I have no idea.
I've
never heard of whale chili.
All right, but we also have $130 donated in honor of all the unsheltered people. Donation from Southgate. Thank you for that. $500 has been donated from Oliver Mark Botkin in Rochester. Thank you for that. $100 in honor of Rich and Mark Sabota in South Linden.
Lion.
Okay. $350. I was
He's from out of town. It's okay.
I went to a recovery meeting there. $350 from Brian Atherton in Shelby Township. Thank you for that. And we also have $400 that was donated from David Kaminsky in Troy. Thank you, David. $500 donated from Lisa Weasel in Saline. And $500 donated from Tim Pompo in South Lyon. We have a $180 donation in honor of Beth Ellen Wolf from Birmingham. Thank you for that donation. We have $400 donated in honor of Bob from Southgate and a $40 donation in honor of Gene Yee from Clarkston. And get this, $1,000 from John Prosser II in Clarkston. John Prosser II, thank you for that donation. Yeah. And also $500 from Dina Bomarito from Macomb, and $500 in honor of Detroit's kids in Beulah. $100 donated in honor of Scott Frush in Northville, and $100 donated in honor of Mark Thomas from Milford. Thank you for that donation. We have $50 donated in honor of Dennis McComb of Oxford, $35 in honor of Brian D. Muirhead in Redford, $100 donated Watson Stanley in Clawson, $310 donated for Nikki Nakamura in South Lyon, and $1,000 from John Bauer in Commerce Township. Thank you for that donation.
Thank you for all of that, everybody.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 to make a donation here to help out. And by the way, there are many, many auction items that you can bid on. Let me bring you up to date on a few of these things here right now while Craig rests his voice. Adam Schefter will be your fantasy football advisor league. Now, he is ESPN's insider on football. He will spend a half an hour with you choosing your draft team in your fantasy football league. Women out there, if you're listening, this is the perfect gift for your husband.
Absolutely.
Trust me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've got an Aiden Hutchinson signed Lions football that's currently at $360. An AJ Hinch signed Tigers baseball at $300. These are auction items. Alice Cooper signed performance jacket and top hat that he has worn in concert. That's at $500. A book club Zoom meeting with me is at $705 right now. I'm happy to sit with your book club for a half an hour and talk about whatever book, maybe one of mine, who knows. Cade Cunningham signed Pistons jersey is up there. You can be a character in my next novel. This has worked out pretty well. In Twice, there are several characters that actually paid like some nice money. We got nice donations, and I created the characters. And then I hear from them. They go, I didn't want to be a psychiatrist. It's like, okay, it said character. It didn't say what. Get to pick the job, Let's see what else we have here. Colt Keith signed Tigers baseball. You've got Dave Barry, a lunch with Dave Barry. He'll come up here to Detroit and have lunch with you. Come on. We've got a Gibson guitar signed by all of the Rock Bottom Remainders. That includes Stephen King, Dave Barry, Amy Tan, Ridley Pearson, John Grisham, myself, and all the rest of that. There's also a Gibson Hummingbird guitar, which is a real collector's item. That's up there. That's already at $2,000 plus. A golf enthusiast experience at Meadowbrook, the Grand Hotel breakfast package, a visit to a Tigers game with J.K. Simmons. Wow. You go to sit with an Oscar winner and watch him go, hey, shut up, I'm watching the game.
Leave me alone.
So, JK, when you were in the shut up, I'm watching the game. Now, JK is going to be with us in a few minutes. We'll ask him about that. Jared Goff signed a football for us. You can bid on that. Cat Williams tickets at Little Caesars Arena. Red Wings jersey from Lucas Raymond. Lunch with Bernie Smilovitz and Carmen Harlan, who are also going to be here in about an hour or so. Lunch with the Mitch Albom Show crew. Mike Tirico will host your fantasy draft.
Wow.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
He will actually host it. He will come on the first round of your fantasy draft, and he'll say, on the board now are the
Screaming Eagles.
Yes, exactly. Nate Burleson's got it. What was his prize package? It's already up to $1,100. I don't remember what it was.
We're going to see the show.
Oh,
right?
going and see. Go in and see the
show.
CBS morning show and meet Nate Burleson.
That's great.
Okay. The NFL Jacksonville Jaguars owner's suite experience.
Wow.
We've got hosting the Paul W. Smith show.
Really?
You can host that.
Right.
Pistons luxury suite experience at Little Caesars.
There you go.
Red Wings super fan experience with a morning skate as well, and meet a lot of those guys. Dylan Larkin offered four of his tickets.
Right? Yeah.
His tickets, and then you meet Dylan Larkin after the game.
Right.
There's many, many more things. A Shinola Hotel getaway, a Tigers experience. So go check them out at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. All right, continuing with a long, long list of guests. We've got Hugh Jackman coming up here. Jay Towers is going to be here with us. J.K. Simmons, Darren McCarty, Bernie Smilovitz, and more. Right now on the Zoom line with us, this is our first chance actually getting to meet, is Pat Fitzgerald, the new coach of the Michigan State Spartans football team. Hello, Pat.
Hey, Mitch. How are you, buddy? Good morning.
Yeah, nice to meet you. This is I get to shake somebody's hand and not usually talking to them on a big international radiothon, but we're glad to have you here. Welcome to town.
Honored to be here. I was going to tell you, I might need to get you some green. I got rid of all my purple. You know, I'm seeing that right there.
I'm dressed like a Northwesterner, aren't I? I didn't think about that. Yeah,
that's okay. You got a lot going on, and what an amazing event. I'm honored to be on with you, and let's raise some money.
Yeah, you've been here for what, about two weeks or so on the job already, and How do you like what after the press conference? Because that's always the first, there's the press conference, the press. What's the first thing you do when you become the new college football coach? Like when you come in the morning and it's 7 a.m. or whenever you start, what do you do?
Yeah. Well, in East Lansing, the first thing you do is you go see Tom Izzo. So I went and saw Coach, and
you kiss his ring. I know. Yes. Okay.
No.
And
Coach
then,
and I
then what?
known each other for a while, and great, just getting a lay of the land and some macro level stuff with him, and it was terrific. And our administration. But as we got through that last week and to the end of this week, and now all of this week, it's all getting to know the players. During the mornings, early mornings. With that, and then looking at guys that are going to be potential transfers on video and starting to build that board. That goes kind of wheels up here early January. So trying to get ahead of that with what we may predict, and then Zoom interviews with potential coaches until the late evening. So sleep's a little overrated for me right now in East Lansing.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot of it. Even now, you've only been out of the game for a couple of years, but even in that short period of time, not out of it, but out of active coaching, it's changed so much. I mean, the transferring and the NIL money and all that, is that a little weird to dive into and start realizing that it's almost like NFL free agency, only they don't have to actually be free agents. It's virtually anybody out there is a potential transfer. But then on the other side, you may have to offer NIL money to get them.
Yeah, it's definitely changed, but I may have been off the college field, but I was on the high school field and then a part of the 33rd team with Mike Tannenbaum and a lot of professional development going around to different schools and programs the last couple of years because I wasn't a sitting head coach, so they let me in. So stayed up to speed on everything, was constantly doing research, and you then get immersed into it, and it was exactly in the research and what I thought, and now trying to build those relationships with our guys on our roster to help them understand why we want them to be here, what kind of their role is to the best of our ability. But yeah, you got to adapt. There's one thing that's going to continue to happen in college athletics and college football in particular is there's going to be change. And so you got to be adaptable. And I think being out of it, the bags under my eyes, I don't know if you can tell, aren't as bad as some of these coaches that have been grinding for 3 years. So
right,
fresh, ready to go, and felt really, really prepared as I hit the ground running here last week.
Yeah. What do you think is the biggest challenge for Michigan State football? You look at like what's going on with it over the last couple of years. Obviously, some incidents that they would have preferred not to have to go through. The whole Mel Tucker thing, and then the recent losses of wins and having them vacated and all that. But for you, when you come in, besides winning games, what's the biggest challenge within the whole stratosphere of Michigan State?
Yeah, as I've gotten to know the young men, great credit to Coach Smith. There's just really good young men in this program. And it's going to start and end there. We've got to build the locker room full of character guys that fit the way we'll different way and how we're going to do things moving forward. So just a ton of work to do from that standpoint. It's kind of like building a house here in the Midwest. We've got basements. So you got to dig the hole first things first before you can pour the foundation. And that'll be kind of ongoing between now and whenever that hole is done being dug. You got to get through step one, then to put the concrete and build the foundation, before you kind of start to build the rest of the house. And so that's kind of going to be this process between now and August by putting the right people here coaching wise, the right support staff, and then, retaining the right guys that are going to be about the right things to help us just kind of build this thing on solid foundation and then add the right transfers. So it's a lot, but it's a lot of fun. And we have so much to offer. Premier academic institution, an amazing history of success, a toughness that was born here that has kind of permeated throughout the Big Ten. You go back when Coach D'Antonio was here with just how physical and tough this team played that I competed against for a number of years. Getting back to that is really what our goals are, and just a lot of work to get to that point between now
and you ain't got any bigger because when you left, there weren't all these teams. There's like 30 teams in it. Now you come back, you got to go to the West Coast. You got to do everything out there now, Coach.
Sounds good. I could use some sun. Let's go. Right. So,
well, I remember when you were hired, we had somebody on our radio show who said that by winning the Big Ten at Northwestern, that's like dog years. Like you should get like 10 times credit for that because of it's like winning the NFC East because it's so difficult to recruit there with the standards that Northwestern has in it. Is it really that much different Northwestern versus Michigan State?
I'm not versed enough to say, all the individual differences. Each school is different. The personalities are different. The people are different. The location's different. The histories are different. But it's what you do when you're there. And I don't know about that perception. I believed in what we were doing and how we were doing it. I love the guys that I had the privilege to coach. We went to as many bowl games, won more games, competed for 2 Big Ten champs. Against Ohio State, didn't quite get there. Won more bowl games than any other time, and so I had great players. We had a great staff. We had great support, and I think we built something that was on pretty solid foundation. And decisions were made, and I couldn't be more ecstatic to be here. What I see here is, just a great group of guys, terrific administrators, a singleness of focus and purpose to get this program back to where it was, and I just can't wait to keep taking these necessary steps one at a time to get it back there.
Well, you are. It's a diamond in the rough, and you're coming at a tough time, but also an opportune time to really build something big. So we wish you the absolute best. I'm sure we'll be talking to you in official capacities many times over. This Radiothon has been going on now. This is its 14th year. I started Say Detroit nearly 20 years ago with a column that I wrote, and it's now blossomed into a big multi-million-dollar operation that deals with many elements of Detroit, from kids 5 days old all the way up to senior citizens, veterans, and certainly kids and high school kids who have no place to go because of the school system here after school. We have an after-school rec center that has a football field that Matthew Stafford donated, a basketball court that the Pistons donated, a baseball field that the Tigers donated, and we have 300 kids a day come through there, and they can't touch a ball until they do an hour and a half of studies in our digital learning center. And then they can play on some of the fields or study STEM robotics or things like that. So that's what some of the money that we're raising here for, all of it, goes to. And we kind of get from the different people who come on, they throw different things onto the auction pile. And I'm thinking, if it's all right with you, would we be able to auction off, because I know a lot of people would like to meet you, maybe coming to a practice and getting a chance to meet you afterwards or meet some of the players? Would that be something we might be able to auction off for the true Michigan State fans here?
I can absolutely auction myself off. I don't want to speak for our players, so I'll just do me. But yeah, we can work with our staff here and organize where we can raise some money for you guys to have somebody come on out to practice to be my guest. I might throw them in a drill. We have to have a sign an insurance thing or something like that.
I'm not sure if that'll get more or less. It depends on who bids on it, but we'll make that optional on the thing. But we'll put that in there, a chance to visit with you at practice. That's wonderful. I'm sure it'll raise some good money.
Meeting at practice and Oklahoma drill. Yeah. Okay, we got it.
I'll find my neck roll from the 90s and I'll put it on and see if they can go from there.
Patton, very nice to meet you. Best of luck with everything, and thank you for coming on and helping out our fellow Detroiters here in town.
Well, it's amazing. This is such an incredible cause. Look forward to continue to help as we move down the road. And so nice to meet you guys. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas to everybody. And let's get out there and raise a bunch of money and save a lot of families and help young people go to where they need to go and reach their goals. Thanks, guys. Go Green. Thank you.
Go Green. Pat Fitzgerald, the new coach of Michigan State football. Good opportunity for everybody to meet him. Everybody got a chance to see him as well. We'll take a break here and come back. The Lingo Call Center at Startup Nation. We want to just give a shout out to them. We're gonna. Can we talk to them? Can we go to them real quick? What? No. Oh, just take a look at it on the screen here, okay? Rosie says, there they are.
There they are.
Our good people at the Lingo Call Center at Startup Nation. Thank you very much for everything you're doing. Hello, everybody out there. Wave back. And let's keep them busy. 855-955-GIVE. 855-955-4483 is the phone number to give. We're going to try to get over $500,000. When we come back afternoon, we'll check that out. Radiothon.com on the web is how you make a donation or bid on any of these great auction items, including that Michigan State visit, which we'll put up there in a minute.
Oklahoma drill.
Back with more. J.K. Simmons will be with us. Jay Towers, Joe Buck, Hugh Jackman, Brian Williams, Bernie Smilovitz, Carmen Holland, all going to be here in the next hour or two. Stay with us.
Jones, it's the holidays.
No! Way!
How y'all doing?
Brandy. 1, 2, 3, bicycle!
Sunday with Mark Hollis. Great interviews and conversations all in one place on JR Sunday with Mark Hollis, sponsored by Tryon, your payroll and
Say Detroit's involvement with the veterans goes back to its very beginning in 2006. Some of the original went to build the first kitchen that the Michigan Veterans Foundation had ever had.
And we were able to create our mess hall that looked like a cafeteria. With those dollars we did all the computers, we hired an IT guy.
The computer is just a beautiful thing for these people, the guys in here. Because they put you back on track, put you back online. And without that computer, man, you know, you can be lost.
I have had the opportunity about 50 other times to be in places like this on days like this, and they are amongst the favorite days of my life, because today we get to give a home to a family. All right, say hi to your new home. This is your new home. This is your living room, where you first come in and you greet your guests, and your Christmas tree. Do you like that Christmas tree?
You know, we didn't have a dining room where we were staying either. So, you know, to be able to eat as family together.
Be able to eat as a family. Come on, then. Bedroom. Woo! Out of the way.
Oh, God. I almost can't breathe right. Oh my God.
I love y'all.
You are a godsend. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. This is really beautiful and amazing. I just can't imagine the time this must have took, or Lord God, the money, but thank you so much for everything that it took you to do, for even the stuff unseen that I can't see. Thank you.
Well, just seeing you and your kids so happy is the whole reason that we do this at Working Homes, Working Families, and it's the reason that we're raising money today at the State of Detroit Radiothon, the 9th annual, so we can have more moments like this. Congratulations, Smith family. We are so happy for all of you.
My name is Rick Kelly, and I'm the Executive Director of Say Detroit. Our families are facing a lot of the challenges that many in the city are facing in terms of food insecurity, housing issues, medical issues, and schooling, really, and making sure kids are going to school. The pandemic set us back greatly in this city in terms of learning and healthcare, and so we're able to address a lot of those issues with the families that we serve. I get to see the results of our efforts on a daily basis. And it's not always that way, especially in the nonprofit world. I've worked in nonprofits for many years, and sometimes you're in a dark room on a telephone making calls. Here, I get to see the smiling faces of the kids that we serve at our play center. I get to see the smiling faces of the patients that we serve at our health clinic. I get to see the smiling faces of a family taking ownership of a home for the first time. And so I get to see the impact of all the good deeds that really our community does. A lot of our employees come from the communities where our kids come from, and them being successful in life is just as important to me as the kids that we serve. And so having an environment that's safe for them as well, and a career path, and a pathway to success, it goes right into our mission statement. Not just the constituents that we serve, but also our staff and our volunteers are a very large part of that. We're very excited for the next few years because through our strategic planning process and our focus on these new 3 pillars, we have a lot of exciting things coming up in the future.
Frick has to temporarily extend the Obamacare tax.
Books are like instructions to life.
It makes me feel like I'm in a whole different place. Like I could do anything if I read a book.
I like reading. It's adventurous. And when I'm reading, I imagine like I'm one of the main characters or something.
Encouraging kids to lose themselves in stories is transformative.
And the thing about kids is they're so innocent. And we have an opportunity to mold them. They're relying on us.
Our annual Radiothon, telethon for Say Detroit, we hold every December. And we were coming pretty close to last year's record. Then Tom Gores called us and blew us all away. He would offer a certain amount of money for every book that one of our kids read and completed. We can have a lot of fun with this. Good luck, Tom Gores, the owner of the Pistons.
Wow.
So he basically just pledged $250,000, which is a little. That means the kids here are constantly facing dangers and threats on the street to their very existence. There's not a lot of options, there's not a lot of entertainment, but a book can take you anywhere.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
It's that idea that you provide an environment to access themselves and their greatness.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
Welcome to your new home.
Oh, this is beautiful.
By the couch, see how it feels. This will be your dining room.
Look at it.
So cute. Cute's good, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, 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 it is.
So there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
means it's the holidays.
The cheeriest time of the year.
I'm so depressed.
Don't worry, boss. We joined Trade First.
Trade First?
TradeFirst.com, boss. We're part of a network of
over 5,000 member businesses who use trade to perk their people and buy gifts for their clients.
Smart businesses.
And they're keeping their businesses healthy by planning next year's advertising on trade, buying goods and services on trade, conserving cash flow with trade. We joined TradeFirst.com.
Join Trade First and grow your company. Reward employees and beat the internet. Find out more at TradeFirst.com.
Your child's education is the foundation for tomorrow's leaders. Listen every Sunday at 3 p.m. for School Talks, hosted by Dr. Robert Livernoy. A conversation on all things education, from parents and students to educators and policymakers. School Talks is dedicated to in-depth discussions and analysis with experts on a wide range of topics in education. Sponsored by the law firm of O'Reilly Rancilio, advising and representing school districts for all of their legal needs for more than 40 years. Get details at orlaw.com. WJR welcomes Rodgers and Hammerstein's The Sound of Music to the historic Fox Theater March 5th through the 8th. Three-time Tony Award winner Jack O'Brien stars in this production, promising a sophisticated take on the classic. You could win tickets from WJR. Text keyword Maria to 800-859-0957. Sponsored by 313 Presents. Official rules at WJR.com. Tickets available for purchase at Ticketmaster.com.
Welcome to the 14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by Huntington Bank. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit was founded by Mitch Albom in 2006 and will be celebrating its 20th anniversary next year. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, live from the Northside Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch.
All right, back here in the noon hour now. We've been at it since 6 a.m., so we have officially made it to the afternoon. And let us say hello to one of Detroit's favorite sons. He hasn't been here in a while living here, but we are always in his heart, as he always makes clear to me when he comes to see the Tigers play. The Academy Award-winning J.K. Simmons. Yeah. How about it?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, J.K.
How are you, Professor Albom?
What foreign country film land are you joining us from today?
Well, interesting you should ask. I am in St. John's, Newfoundland.
Ah, love that place.
Where, see, I'd never been. I had no idea there was any place on the planet where the time zone is off by half an hour.
Half an hour, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Half
an hour ahead, yeah.
I'm 90 minutes ahead of you currently.
That'll mess you up.
In this little pocket.
And are you're filming a movie there, or a TV show?
Filming a really sweet little indie movie where I play a nice guy priest in a 1980 coming-of-age teen comedy, which is currently titled Purgatory. I'm not sure that's the right title. It sounds like a horror movie.
You don't want to play a priest in a film called Purgatory, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. We'll see what it's called when it comes out.
That's like the Exorcist thing at that point. St. John's, Newfoundland, I know because a movie that I wrote, which is in the process of being made, is about John Scott, the hockey player here from Michigan, who was elected to the All-Star game as a joke, as the worst player in hockey, and the fans voted him into the All-Star game. And he got so many votes that he was the #1 vote getter. And the NHL was so embarrassed by this that they basically engineered a trade to get him out of the NHL, and they sent him to St. John's, Newfoundland. And there's a little hockey arena there, if you'll find it. And he got stuck on that team playing with a bunch of 17-year-olds until people got so upset by it that they let him back into the game. He ended up coming to the All-Star game and winning the MVP award. He scored 2 goals and had an assist, and it was a great story.
Well,
and that was where he played, St. John's, Newfoundland.
And that was a total spoiler for your movie. Now
It's all been written.
And that's actually
it's a true story. It's a true story.
That's
You may be
fantastic.
coming to J.K. Simmons to play a part in the role. You never know.
As long as I don't have to skate.
No skating involved. You are such a listen. I got to tell you something. I'm a little embarrassed. You are such a Detroit icon here, and you have been so good to our kids here at our play center, I don't know, some of you may not know this, but JK for several years now has been sponsoring Tigers games and paying for groups of kids to go to Tigers games night after night after night during the summer season. And periodically when JK is here, he goes and joins them and sits at the game. And, you know, we have this whole stack of auction items every year that we put up on our board here, JK, and that people bid on, right? Well, there's an item on here that says, go see the Tigers game with J.K. Simmons. And it's already well over $1,000. And Rosie comes up to me about an hour ago and says, did anybody ask J.K. if this is all right? And I said, you didn't ask him if you could put it up. So I need to ask you now, at the risk of losing $1,000, would it be all right if we have this item up on the auction board that people go see a Tigers game with you?
Yeah, I mean, this is easy bait, but I'm not going to make a bad joke. Yes, please. I would love to do that.
Well, we appreciate that. And I know you're following the Tigers from afar, and Zach McKistry is going to join us a little later on in the program. What's your take? What's your take on the Tarek Skubal situation? What should we do?
I mean, I'm just glad he's, as of now, still a Tiger. It's easy to say you got to re-sign Tarek Skubal, and I think if it was still Mr. Illich Senior,
yeah, he'd be signed.
The purse strings would probably be loosened, and he'd sign him. But I also get that it's whatever. You have to be fiscally responsible. Yada yada yada. I just cringe at the thought of him, in L.A. or New York or somewhere. So
yeah.
I hope maybe he'll give us the hometown discount, because I know he likes it.
Yeah. Oh, he might.
Yeah.
But Scott Boras won't. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know.
That's the problem.
You know what? The agents work for us, right? Tarek.
Yes.
If you're listening.
Yes.
Your agent works for you.
That's right.
You tell him what you want, and
That's
he'll make
right.
it work.
That's right.
And enough money is enough.
That's right. And spoken from a man who has an agent, unlike the rest of us. Yeah, he has an agent. He tells him what to do. I want to point out nicely, yes. I want to point out that for all our joking around, JK, you're aware of this. Detroit still is the poorest city in America, over 500,000 residents. And we learned sadly that 51% of our kids still live under the poverty line. That's more than half of our children in the city of Detroit are under the poverty line, and 1 in 19 of them is homeless. So the charities and the things that we do here, for all the kidding around that we do on this day, that's who we help. We help those kids. We help those families. We give them a hand up, not a handout. We don't hand out money, but we have programs for the kids to study after school and to get a meal and to have a place to go. And for people who work but can't afford the crazy cost of housing now, that we fix up houses and give them to them and let them move in. And if they pay the taxes and utilities, then ultimately we give them the keys and the deeds. And that's what you're helping to raise money for here, JK, and every year that you help us out. So thank you for that.
Well, and bless you, Mitch, for almost 20 years now. Next year's 20th anniversary, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Making this happen for people in need in Detroit. And God bless you, man.
Before we let you go, the great John Pizzarelli is here to cajole your soul, so to speak. I just made that up, and that's actually not bad.
I like that.
Cajole your soul. Okay, here's John with a little ditty. Here we go.
J.K. Simmons, throw a snare drum at me if I am dragging or rushing. J.K. Simmons, say Detroit knows to be so happy you're here that we're blushing. Taking kids to the Tigers game. Tickets, concession, transportation. J.K. Simmons, say Detroit says to you, you're the one of our favorite voices. J.K. Simmons, we all here know it's true. Thank you.
Yeah.
Another
banger.
That was a banger.
One of my favorite voices. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you, JK. We really appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks, guys. And everybody pitch in. Say Detroit. Support.
J.K. Simmons, Oscar winner in Detroit Zone. Yeah, I like that too. Nicely done. Nicely done. Yeah. Our phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Back with much more here on the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Stay with us. Jay Towers coming up here on stage with us. Joe Buck and Darren McCarty, Hugh Jackman, all coming up here in short moments. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's the Inside the NBA crew. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley with a shout out to the Say Detroit Play Center.
Say Play is a premier learning center. It offers academic enrichment, athletics, and arts programs for students 8 to 18.
Since day one in 2015, Say Play has been rebuilding and empowering one of Detroit's most challenged neighborhoods.
Set on nearly 15 acres in the Osborne community in northeast Detroit, the facility was the site of the rundown Lipke Park Recreation Center, which had been shut down by the city due to budget cuts.
It was rebuilt by Say Detroit in partnership with Detroit major sports teams. Say Play offers all its programs and services, including transportation, meals, mental health awareness, and resources free of charge.
The students who attend Say Play commit to their after-school studies, and they love to learn.
They could take part in a wide array of activities, including sports, creative and programming, arts, STEM, social justice, and summer employment experiences.
As part of an expansion announced in 2021, the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will grow services for members and its neighboring community. And let us not forget the staff and the volunteers, right, fellas?
Good job, guys.
They are game changers, providing pathways to success for the youth of Detroit. Well done.
Best-selling seafood all time. But the buy one
Time
gift
to Help is our volunteer program started over 20 years ago. Every month, volunteers gather, sometimes in small numbers of 20 or 25, sometimes in large groups of up to 150, to make a difference in Detroit by putting together a few hours of volunteer time in a collective effort. A Time to Help brings together everyone's best efforts and desires in a community of helpfulness and volunteerism that has spawned more than 200 projects since its inception.
Generation of sports broadcast.
What we're going to do now is present to you, Rashida, the keys to the house. And it's our wish from Say Detroit and everybody else on the team that this is a new start for you. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Wow, this is so beautiful. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is so special. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. We have a spaghetti for dinner tonight.
Oh, radio.
This is nice. This is crazy.
Look at that room. All right, open them. Cool. What's that?
All right, back here on the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. At the bottom of the hour here, we will check the tote board and see if we have gotten over, Vince. We've broken the 500,000 mark. If we have done that, I can take this tie off.
Yes. Yes.
Which would be nice because ever since I stopped doing the sports reporters, I don't wear ties anymore.
Mhm.
I used to have like 100 ties because it was always like, I wore that tie before, I
Right.
wore that tie before, and now there's no use for ties. Nobody wears ties.
Nobody
Even
on
you go to
ESPN?
you go to
No,
a tie.
I know, that's
you go to religious services. Nobody wears a tie. I got all these ties. I got no use for them.
You're a trendsetter, man.
One other thing I've noticed: Radiothon. If you are trying to send a message to someone, check your spell check, because I have gotten many messages today saying good luck with your radiation. And I'm like, is there something that I don't know?
Yeah, you checked your vehicle.
Yes. So yes, spell check will take Radiothon to radiation in a
Yes.
heartbeat.
Unbelievable.
Let's say hello to the great Jay Towers.
Hey, Towers.
Look at that.
Kevin O'Neal's over there. I'm so excited to see him. I know.
Jay Towers is here. Kevin O'Neal, Kenny
Kenny's
Brown,
there.
Chad Audi. But Jay Towers, we've been trying to get on the show for years, but Jay does his own charity thing, and it seems to always run
This
week.
Yeah.
Right?
We went a week earlier. So I'm so happy to be here. I love
Yeah.
being here. I know Amy would have wanted to be here, but
You're so nice to come on TV all the time with us.
Oh gosh, no, it's my pleasure.
And I'm always, I'm not embarrassed to say I'm always starstruck every time I see you.
Okay.
But I am, it's true. And I always tell people, I said, if I could communicate the way Mitch Albom does, I would be doing so much better in life.
I think you're doing okay in life.
Doing fine,
I'm surprised you found 5 minutes to get out here. Every time I look up, you're hosting something.
I know.
And then every movie I go to at Imagine, there's Jay Towers in the commercial thing, and I love. I think I know it by heart.
Come on.
You come out, you make a memory with your family.
That's right.
It's more than the popcorn. It's just the memories that you make with your family. And I'm like, I go to so many movies that I can't even remember I saw them.
Right.
How can I make a memory with my family? But you do a great job in those spots there. What's going to happen? They sold Imagine.
I know.
There goes one of your best gigs right there.
Listen, here's why I love Imagine. You know that they give money to my charity, so
Yeah.
I'll do whatever they want.
Yeah, well, Paul Glantz is coming on with us a little later on to give money to our charity too, but he sold the thing, so I don't know what's going to happen.
I think he'll still be the face of it. People love him. Craig Gass is here, by the way, too.
The
He's
great
one of my
Craig Gass.
favorite people ever.
Another old friend of mine. I've been doing Jay Towers shows for 15, 20 years now, and he's always been great to me. Come on the air and mess with his audience, his different celebrities.
Yeah.
So you drop in like a few voices in there while you're in there?
Yeah, I'll jump in and pretend to be celebrities on the air with
You still
him.
do Gene Simmons?
And then Gene Simmons is one of them that we would do where if you missed any part of this segment, it's available right now for $49.95 at JaysonOnline.com.
That's right.
Yeah, Jay and I have had a lot of fun over the years. I was really happy to see him show up here. So
That radio launches a lot of voice people, right?
Absolutely.
Isn't that kind of the best place you can get started?
Theater of the mind. It's a great vehicle to do voices and mess with people on the air.
Yeah.
So, any premise you want to have, like, hey, guess who's in the studio? I was listening to Mitch's show yesterday, and I thought the coach of the Lions was actually on the show, and there was a guy doing it. Stan Campbell.
See, we would love to have Dan Campbell on the show, but he's committed to another radio station because they do the games, So the next best thing is Stan Campbell.
Yes. Right.
Dan's fifth cousin on his mother's side,
Which makes no sense. But,
yeah, and we ask him, and he does great voices. And but I have to say, Jay Towers, and forgive me for not knowing this, I don't know your background. I mean, it seems like you've just always been here, but you're from here. You grew up here. You break in?
No. I started on the radio when I was 14 in Toms River, New Jersey.
Okay.
And then graduated high school and worked in Atlantic City. Got hired to be a program director at 19 in Grand Rapids. They hired me and didn't know how old I was. And they didn't realize it until I got to the airport. And the girl called the boss and said, "You just hired a 19-year-old to run the station." Came to Detroit, went back to Philly, I always wanted to work in Philly. And after 2 years in Philly, I wanted to be back here. I felt more here, and I've been here since '99.
That's funny because I'm from Philly also, but I also feel way more connected here.
Way more connected.
I didn't have a job there, so I didn't have the option. So you've been here ever since. That's interesting. But you're a Jersey kid. You were born and raised in Jersey.
Yeah.
Toms River.
Yeah. Thank you. Let's clap for Toms River. Good for them. They've been wonderful to me, really.
Have you ever heard the fantastic John Pizzarelli's famous "We Like Jersey Best"?
No.
Oh my goodness.
Are you kidding?
Okay.
I'd love to.
I'm not kidding now. This is a legendary song.
Wait, are you South Jersey or North Jersey?
North Jersey.
All right.
Yeah. Other side of the river. Go ahead. Give us a couple verses. Go ahead.
So you got traveling down the turnpike, headed for the shore. A thought just then occurred to me I never thought before. I've been a lot of places, of the rest, but of all the places I can think of, I like Jersey best. The Pinelands and the Vinelands, the Seaside Heights, Margate. You can have Miami. I love the Garden State. I've been a lot of places, seen pictures of the rest, but of all the places I can think of, I like Jersey best.
Yeah. Now, what you don't get the rest of this is all the voices.
Yeah.
That John Pizzarelli does that song in. Just we got 60 seconds. Give me 60 seconds worth of voices.
Benton Halls, shopping halls. Then there's
Billie Holiday.
oh yeah,
Pinelands
and Madeline Peru.
Pinelands and the Vinelands.
And then there's the Bee Gees. Traveling down the turnpike, headed for the shore. I thought just it occurred to me. I want my mommy.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
See, you mentioned Jersey.
Big crowd. You don't hear Taylor ham or pork roll.
Taylor ham.
There you go. All right.
855-955. You don't get entertainment like this just anywhere, folks. And there's a price to pay. It's a donation to Say Detroit. Help your fellow Detroiters in this time of need. 855-955. Give 855-955-4483. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com is where you can make donations and also see all the great auction items and incentive items that you can buy to do all your Christmas shopping right here and know the money is going to help your fellow Detroiters. We'll come back with Joe Buck from Monday Night Football, Hugh Jackman, Darren McCarty, Brian Williams, Bernie Smilovitz, and Carmen Harlan all in the next hour. It's 760 WJR, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web.
All right. What is this going to do for you and your family?
What it's going to do? Oh,
Yes.
my God, y'all just saved our life.
Aww.
Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
The Say Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community. Gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels. Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
This is just some of the work that Say Detroit does to improve the learning, healthcare, and housing challenges of our city's neediest people. Please help the efforts of Say Detroit by donating or volunteering. Follow along as we share the experiences of your neighbors on their journeys to success all year long. Our story and theirs is only just beginning.
Say something positive.
Say something inspiring.
Say Detroit.
And say something amazing.
Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, here's Mitch.
All right, we are back here on the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon here on 760, the podcast around the world here. And let's take a look at the tote board here, if we can do that here. Vince, can we do that? And we got a little drum roll, see where we're at here now. 12:35 p.m. We're at $486,337. Still 14,000 shy of taking this tie off. At 500,000, I'm going to take this tie off, which would be nice because it's strangling me.
Yes, that's good.
All of the money, of course, goes to help the needy here in Detroit through the charities of Say Detroit, ranging from the Say Detroit Family Medical Clinic, the nation's first medical clinic for homeless children, all the way through the Say Play Center at Lipke Park, which has 300 kids a day that come in and get their, really in many cases, their first real hot meal of the day. And then they've got STEM robotics, they've got e-gaming, they've got basketball, football, soccer, but all that after they spend an hour and a half in the educational center. And we've sent many kids on to college from that program. We're very proud of that. Our bicycle factory, where we make the MyCycles that you see on stage right here. We make, given away 1,000 of those already this year. Formerly incarcerated people put those together, so we provide jobs for them, and then we give them to people in the city of Detroit who need transportation to get around from place to place to get to their jobs, or kids even to get to school. We've got our Working Homes, Working Families project, which how many homes have we done now? Over 60, close to 70 maybe?
We have about 68.
68 homes that we have refurbished and then given to working families who are without homes. And if they pay the taxes and the utilities, then we give them the actual deed to the house. All that and much more is what Say Detroit does. And we're being supported by wonderful people here in Detroit. And, of course, Craig Gass is here. Jay Towers from Fox 2 is here. The great John Pizzarelli is here.
Hello.
Kenny Brown is here.
Hello.
And Kevin O'Neill, Chad Outy from Detroit Rescue Mission. But also, we make new friends along the way as well. And Hugh Jackman at one point was one of those. Now he's a regular on the show. I hope the same thing happens with our next guest. Joe Buck is somebody that I've admired for a long time.
Yes.
And I got to meet him in person a couple weeks back at the Lions game when he came into town. He just texted me out of the blue and said he enjoyed my books. And I said, really? You know, I didn't know you read them. And I said, if you're coming into town, I'll bring you the new one. We came in, I got to meet Joe, and then I got to shake hands with Troy Aikman, and my hand disappeared. And when it came out of his hand, I had extra fingers. And I asked Joe if he would be kind enough to join us. And here's the great Joe Buck. How about it, everybody?
Hey, how are you guys? Let's be honest. You showed up in the booth, and I told you how much I loved your books, and your reaction was, "You can read," which was a little disheartening. But yeah, I mean, your books. You're being humble. I had to get your number. I got your number from Michael Rosenberg. I said, please let me connect with Mitch. His books are like kind of life-changing for me. And I went on a crazy run of your work. Everybody read Tuesdays with Maury back in the day, but what all of your new stuff, the most recent stuff, and I was just whipping through them. I had to actually give myself a timeout and a break because they're so deep. I had to read like a Dan Brown book. So now I'm getting back to your new one after this, and I'm finishing that tonight. So you're the best. I've just heard what you guys are doing. Whatever I can do to help, including financially, I'm excited to make a donation to you guys. And good for you that you bother to do this, and sad that we have to do it, but we do. I do it in St. Louis, and I'm happy you're doing it in Detroit.
Well, thank you. That means a lot to us. And Detroit is, when you come into town and you go to Ford Field, you see, and you do those beauty shots, on Monday Night Football, and you're seeing the best of Detroit, that little pocket that has just blossomed and developed, and it really looks like every other great city, when you got the night shot and the beauty shot and you're hanging over Ford Field. But if you just go a half a mile to the left or the right or the other direction, and Detroit's a lot of miles in a lot of directions, unfortunately, 51% of the kids in our city still live under the poverty line. 51% of our, and 1 in 19 is homeless. So there's a lot of work still to be done in all those blocks that haven't been developed. And now Say Detroit, which what we're doing here is 20 years old. I started this 20 years ago and has blossomed into this whole, big organization. We do this event every year, and we get great people to be on it like yourself. We broadcast for 15 straight hours, and we shake down anybody who comes on like yourself and hit them up for whatever we
There's no shake. I'm a willing shaky, so we're good. I'm happy to be shaken.
Well, thank you for that. If you want to make a financial donation, fantastic. That's great. And but what I'd also like to ask you is, would it be possible to get maybe maybe a message from you and Troy if somebody wanted to? We've done this sometimes with like kids of or people who fantasize about being football players. You do like a mock little, 1 minute broadcast of hey, did you hear about that kid, Frank Tom, coming out of Michigan? Yeah, I think he's going to be great, or something like that. And then they show it to all their friends, and they say, see, I was on Monday Night Football. Yeah. So I don't know if that's something, you have the capability of doing, but.
Yes, I have those capabilities. I've done many voice answering machines back in the day when we all had boxes that I would go over to friends' houses and do some ridiculous, description of that person, whoever it is. John Smith hits a ball into right field. That ball's going to roll the wall. John Smith digging around second. He's headed for third. The throw over to third is, John is out. So leave a message.
Yeah. Well, that's great. Well, if you guys, if I don't know if Troy's up for that kind of stuff.
He's, of course.
If you guys could do that, I think we could probably raise a lot of money with that if we put that on the auction pile. I wanted to. We had Dan Dan Dickerson was on, who's the voice of the Tigers here, was just here with us an hour ago, and Hank Azaria, who does the Brockmeyer imitation of baseball announcers, and he was on with us as well. I think we collected, I think you have this, Dan, back in the studio, a little sample of Joe Buck's enthusiasm on some of his broadcasts. Can you play that for us? Do we have that?
Red Sox fans have long to hear the Boston Red Sox are world champions.
There was one, I thought they had it where you said, we'll see you tomorrow night or something like that. Was one also one of the famous ones. Yeah. I
did that. I did that, Mitch. It was like a tip of the cap to my dad. My dad made that call with Kirby Puckett hitting a home run in Game 6 when he was doing the games with Tim McCarver in 1991 against the Atlanta Braves. And then 20 years, almost to the day, in 2011, David Freese hit a home run to center field in the 11th inning to force a Game 7 in the World Series against the Texas Rangers. So I did tip of the cap to my dad. I became a Jack Buck cover band, did his call, and and it was fitting. It fit the moment. I thought you were going to play like the Giants winning the World Series and everybody in Detroit blaming me that the Tigers had lost the World Series in a 4-game sweep. But I get everywhere. You suck. You suck. You were so excited for the San Francisco Giants. Can't believe it. You get out of here. And that's my life as the national baseball guy. You just can't win that game. So you just you laugh at it and move on about your life.
Did your dad, Jack Buck, did he encourage or discourage you from following in his footsteps?
He didn't do either, and that was the secret. I think had he encouraged me, and maybe I say this, and maybe it's true. I don't know, but had he pushed, I might have resisted. Had he discouraged, I probably would have listened and not been doing it. So I think that the beauty of what he did was he just exposed me to it, and he let me find it on my own. He was not a guy that was hovering over me. We were broadcast partners for a number of years, and it was never, oh, well, here's how I would have called that home run. You're doing good here, but it wasn't like a master class in what I was doing night after night. And I think because of that, it allowed us to be better broadcast partners, weirdly. He was already my best friend, but it also let me find my own way and not have to rely on my daddy to kind of get me through. I mean, it got me started. I don't get hired by the Cardinals at 21 after 2 years of the minor leagues if my last name's not Buck. But I took advantage of all those opportunities and those legs up and paid attention. And, fortunately just got a living example, not somebody that was in a classroom with a chalkboard, but I just watched him. I watched him glide through press boxes and, treat everybody like they were the most important person in the world. And it was a great way to grow up. It was a great way to learn the business. And, he told me, Mitch and crew there, remember, if you get hit by a bus going into Busch Stadium before a game, they're still going to play the game. So remember that and broadcast accordingly. They may have a moment of silence. They may not. But either way, people want to hear about their team. It's not about you. And I think that's a good way for any broadcaster to kind of go into this business.
What a great lesson and what a great experience to be able to work with your dad like that. Craig Gass, you said you had a Joe Buck story you wanted to share?
I have so many Joe Buck stories.
Just one.
Well, Joe Buck's family has been so kind to me. They used to have a live music venue in downtown St. Louis they booked me at before. But Joe's sister, Julie, has a radio show. She's a broadcaster as well in St. Louis. And every time I come in to do her show, these guys always want me to prank call their mom. And I prank called last time I was in St. Louis.
Prank call.
Julie said, we're going to prank call my mom live on the air. I want you to call her.
My mom is 84. This is basically some sort of abuse.
Qualifies as elder abuse.
And she said on the air, she goes, I want you to hit on my mom as Al Pacino. And what was horrifying about it wasn't that I was hitting on their mom as Al Pacino. It was how warm she was to the idea of being on by Al Pacino.
It was
Bucks
amazing.
family
I've listened to that tape 50 times. And the beauty of it is my mom was on Broadway, took an acting class, claims that Pacino was in her acting class. I think the timing of it all matches up. I just read Pacino's book when I wasn't reading your books. And Craig does this, hey, Carol, this whole thing. And she was like, oh, hi, and she's like basically batting her eyes through the phone. Very accepting of being hit on by Al Pacino. And Craig's so talented with everything he does, but it was really, really unnerving for me to hear my mom be that accepting of Al Pacino.
As it would be to anybody.
I think the idea of getting a gift package where you can have Joe Buck do anything on a play-by-play is an amazing
Well, we're going to offer that up. And before we let you go, we have a tradition here, Joe. The great John Pizzarelli, jazz guitar player, singer extraordinaire, world famous, comes in every year because he's been a friend of mine, as I hope you will now consider yourself. And he comes in and after we're done talking to a nice guest, especially for the first time, we give a little musical thank you in your name. So Here is a little something. Go ahead, John.
Joe Buck, love every broadcast, Joe Buck. The credits are so fast, Joe Buck. Say Detroit welcomes you. Worked with McCarver, called McGuire, a night that sure was fire. Who could forget? We'll see you tomorrow night. Everybody, Joe Buck, doing great football, Joe Buck, doing great baseball, Joe Buck. Say Detroit welcomes you.
Yeah.
Wow. I feel like I just came out of a bottle
tomorrow.
Yes, that's amazing. And that's going to be in my head the rest of the day. I'm a total narcissist, so I'm going to be singing a song about myself for the rest of this Thursday.
Well, thank you for gracing us with your presence. If you're serious about wanting to make a donation,
I'll just text you offline. I'm not calling the 855 number. I'm going right to the top.
Okay, go to the top. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. And we'll take whatever you like. But thank you for coming on, and thank you for making this offer on the auction pile. And thanks for being a good guy. Really enjoyed meeting you. I hope we get to know each other better.
Yeah, absolutely. You're fantastic. And Craig, if you could give me a little Al Pacino hitting on my mom Carol as I leave, I'd really be honored.
Joe, no offense, but tell your mom I said hello.
Joe Buck, everybody. Thank you for joining us. It's 760 WJR. By the way, we are in the hour of Paul W. Smith zone. And so we want to thank Paul W. Smith for giving us the time. Hello, Paul W. Smith.
Listen, Mitch, I want to thank you because this is the first time I've been able to have lunch with Kim since I started this new show from noon to 2. So
okay.
Now I'm having lunch with Kim. It's fabulous.
You used to thank us for being able to sleep in and have breakfast with Kim, and now you're thanking us for being able to have lunch.
Anytime, any reason you need to take over my show, but especially when it's for your Say Detroit charities, and now so many years of raising money. It's been my pleasure. I remember when I used to get a song, but that's way back when I was on for the first time. Now I'm batting cleanup for Joe Buck. Who would have ever figured?
Well, it's not where you appear in the Radiothon. It's that you appear in the Radiothon.
I'm thrilled to be here and to just remind my listeners how important your work is, and a reminder that something you and I have both said, we come from sometimes an area that has questionable resources, but we have unlimited philanthropic people. We have the most philanthropic people in radio, and I can say that from being on in New York or Philly or Toledo or Monroe, where I started. And the people listening to WJR right now always come through. They're going to go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. They're going to call 855-955-GIVE. They can text Mitch14 to 59925. They will come up with a way to be sure to get you money and resources you need for your various Say Detroit charities. And I think I speak on behalf of all of your colleagues. We're very proud of everything you're doing. This is a radio station that has a history of raising money in a variety of ways. Lots of us have fundraisers and such, but yours goes way over the top. It's some greatest programming and biggest numbers raised that's ever happened in any radio station anywhere in the country. So I salute you for that, and I'm just glad to be able to be here and help you, Mitch. It's just a pleasure.
Well, that's really nice of you, Paul. Thank you. That's really kind. I'm looking to make a joke, but there's no joke. I couldn't find
joke.
one. It was
Here's
very nice
the joke. Here, I got a joke for you. People have always said to me, Paul, you ought to write a book with all your experiences, 60 years in radio. And I always say, you know, when you work with Mitch Albom, the idea of trying to follow a book like his Tuesdays with Maury or any other one, his new book, Twice, a novel, you think about his success, you go, no, I don't think I'm going to write a book. But you know what I decided this year, Mitch?
You're going to do it.
I'm on a book tour, and I don't even have a book. I thought Mitch knows how to live. He goes all over the country, all over the world. I don't need a book to do that. I'm just going to say I'm on my book tour.
Yeah. Hey, way to go. If you don't have to do the book part of it, it's pretty fun. By
That's
the way,
hard
before
part.
we let you go, Paul, first of all, I want to say two things. Paul has graciously donated the opportunity to co-host a show with him as an auction item. This usually fetches a lot of money. So if you would like to sit in the studio with Paul W. Smith and co-host his show,
we'd love that.
All right, so
Nobody's
that's on the
not had
auction board. And
everybody's had a great time.
And number two, we have a little song for you, John Pizzarelli. We don't you feel
No.
left out. Here's John Pizzarelli.
John! Oh my God!
Oh, Paul Smith. He's eating lunch right now. Paul Smith. He is so great. And how Paul Smith. What rhymes with Paul Smith? How about a big kiss for Paul Smith today?
There you go, Paul.
It may have cost me my W, but now I have a hit song, so that's fabulous.
It's hard to
I'm looking
get
for my
W
ASCAP.
into a lyric. It takes up a lot of space.
I'm looking for my ASCAP. My ASCAP BMI check is in the mail.
I'm glad you said ASCAP and not something else.
Can I bid on being on Paul's show? I think it'd be a great third place for me, Mitch.
In your spare time. Jay Towers is looking for another gig. So because he's got 7 spare minutes in the day.
I always thought, this is the truth. Jay knows this. I've told him. I actually always thought for the years I've known Jay that he was headed to WJR one day. I really did. I thought he would be on JR. That's before I knew he could do television and radio at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard
Well,
people love that tonight.
You know, the option may still be out there, you never know. Hey, good to talk to you,
never know.
Paul. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us.
Congratulations again, Mitch, and I hope everyone calls in and makes their donation.
855-955-GIVE. How about it for Paul W. Smith? 855-955-GIVE. 855-955-4483. Or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Jay Towers, you've been a lot of fun to have her.
Thank you.
You have to make sure that next year your charity event is check with us.
I will.
And we'll coordinate our schedule so that you can come out and hang out again. And we'll make sure Craig's sitting here. And you seem to know everybody anyhow.
Mhm.
So
I just can't wait for you to get the tie off. It's gonna be like that Jerry Lewis moment when he's all disheveled. It's gonna be great.
I'm disheveled already. I need to wait till the end of the day. But you've been great. It's really been fun having you here. So thank you so much for that. I'll tell you what, we'll see if we can take the tie off right now. Let's go to the tote board. If we succeed 500,000, I can take this tie off. What do we got? Drum roll, please. Not seeing anything. Okay.
There you go.
$542,247.
Take it off.
So get this on the camera.
Take it off.
This is for the ladies.
Put the
This
camera
is for the lady. Put the camera back up. Okay.
Camera on
This is
me.
really quick here.
Camera on me.
Put the camera.
There
There
you
we
go.
go. Okay, here we go.
Wait for
Tie
that
is
thing.
coming off.
You can't handle this kind of heat.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. It's what, Magic Mike? This is Magic Mitch. Yeah.
Magic.
Okay. Yeah, I'm so swift. Look at this. I'm so sexy. Look at this. Like that. Okay.
All right, there
All
you
right.
go.
The tie is off. We're
right.
going next for the sport coat at $1 million.
I told you what to
That'll be our
clip on.
goal.
I told you what to clip
Yeah,
on.
I should have worn that clip on like every other day.
Yeah.
All right, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. You can text the donation 14 to 59925. Coming up in the next hour, Bernie Smilovich, Carmen Harlan, Hugh Jackman and Darren McCarty. It's going to be a pretty full hour there.
We're working our way
stick
towards
around.
the pants.
Yeah. More to come. Stay with us.
It's another beautiful day at Say Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the executive director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our buses. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. How was school? Huh? For the D. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the Deep. The Deep is our education center. It's named the Deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The Deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the Deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading.
We've got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. And so whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities and the electives that are available to our students here 5 days a week. Notes for Notes is a national organization that provides music studios across the country. Our wonderful art teacher, Ms. Kai Puritan, can you talk a little bit about just kind of the value of having this kind of space for young people?
Especially in Detroit, this kind of space for young people to express themselves, to learn who they are as like humans and artists, to hone those skills with people from the community like us. I think it's a one-of-a-kind space and it's needed like throughout this city.
As we leave the creative arts room, you may hear some music in the background, and that's because right next door is our dance studio. And we have a variety of different dance genres: hip-hop dance, tap dance, modern dance, and then we also have an African dance and drum program. And so today, our students on Mondays are engaged in their hip-hop dance activities. We're now in our gym area. We are extremely committed to making sure that our students increase their health. And so we exercise, calisthenics, running, agility, and then we also get into organized sports, including basketball, volleyball. But we also like to get our students outside, where we have a terrific AstroTurf football field, we have a baseball diamond, and we have a grass football field. We try to utilize our outside facilities as much as possible, both for recreational opportunities as well as for competitive sports. So that about wraps it up for our tour of the Say Detroit Play Center.
And now, a Say Detroit Radiothon Rewind.
You know, we're obviously in a different setup here now because of social distancing, and my partners have to be a good 12 feet away from me. And I actually came down here to the piano for a purpose, but we don't have the big audiences and all the rest of it. But everybody is watching around the world, and everybody in Detroit. And one of the traditions that we do with Hugh Jackman and some other guests is John Pizzarelli, who is with us, not physically here, but he's in New York, and he's on the line, and I think you'll be able to see him. He's upstate New York, has written a lot of songs that we have done for you over the years to try to elicit your generosity. And so here is a montage of some of the songs that we have done, just a little small one here. Go ahead and play it, Ray. Here's some of the ones we've done in the past. See him in the river, he's a real Detroit giver, Jackman. You Jackman, won't you come back once more, once more, once more, once more?
We're so happy to be talking with Hugh Jackman. How about a song for Hugh Jackman? Let's give this Australian props.
Bum, bum, bum. If we were Hugh Jackman, there were folks on a show, but they never raised much money. No, they never raised much at all, till there was Hugh. That was a big stretch. So that's just a few of them. So now, since John and I are not together, John wrote one where he is. I've actually put something together here. I've never done this before on the Radiothon. I've never played a piano or anything on the Radiothon. But John, you've got yours there. I'm going to try to see if we can go along with it. I've got the lyrics here. So, John, are you up?
Yeah, I got me?
Yeah, I got you here. Okay, go ahead. I'll try to join you in.
4, 5. I just changed the 6th line down, so don't worry about that. Everything else is
okay.
Are you ready?
Welcome to the 14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by Trinity Health. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit was founded by Mitch Albom in 2006 and will be celebrating its 20th anniversary next year. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, live from the Northside Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch.
All right, welcome to the 1 o'clock hour here. We passed the $500,000 mark in our effort to try to match our take from last year, which was in excess of $2.2 million. So we're doing well, but we got a ways to go. Just when you think you're doing good, they put that other mark out there. You got to chase after it. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 is how you make a donation to help the neediest of our fellow citizens here on the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. And please remember that 100% of the money that we raise goes to help the clients and the people in need. We don't use it for air conditioners. We don't use it for paper clips. We don't use it for fancy office space. We put the money towards the need, and those expenses, which are real, are taken care of privately. So know that your dollar goes to the actual cause. MitchAlbomRadiothon.com on the web is where you can go to shop for incredible experiences, wonderful incentive items. That's where you can also make your donation online. And you could be bidding on the opportunity to have lunch with none other than Bernie Smilovitz and Carmen Harlan, who are sitting here to show you what lunch would look like if you ate with them.
Yeah.
See, they came all the way out here just to be, it's like the display.
Oh, we came here to have lunch. That's why we came here.
Right. And we're going to send a camera with you to show what it's like to eat lunch with Bernie and Carmen.
Wait, hold on. Okay.
There you go.
There's Tuesdays with Maury, and there's lunch with
Thursdays with Bernie and
Carmen.
Yeah.
There you go.
And you've actually done this before now, right? Several years, right?
Yeah, you've met the loveliest people.
Well, our first year here was 1947 with the Radiothon. I was there.
Speak
That's
for
a lot of
yourself,
lunch.
Bernie. I'm not quite that old.
That's a lot of
lunch.
That's a lot of lunch.
But how is it? Like, it's comfortable, there?
you meet.
You mean the
you're
lunch?
meeting friends.
Yes, the lunch.
You're
Yeah.
meeting friends. People who have followed you, Mitch, are some of the most wonderful people. They care about not just the community, not just about other people, but they must like us too, because they sit and listen to our stories over and over again.
Let's be honest. They like her. Come on, let's not be stupid.
Right.
And they want that lunch.
Right.
so.
Yeah. The first question is Carmen here?
Yeah. Exactly.
And they're asking Bernie that.
Did
Yeah.
he bring that albatross with her?
Yeah. It's amazing. And what I first of all, I really appreciate you two coming out here year after year after year. You do this all the time. And you come in person. You don't say, "Can't I just phone it in?" or whatever. You come out. You sit here
I told
with us.
Carmen we can't phone this in. He always asks me.
Don't you just
what?
love him?
Yeah.
Couldn't you just pinch him?
Yeah. Oh, trust me, we
And
frequently
I'm not
do.
talking about on the cheap.
No. Yeah.
Hey,
We
hey.
frequently do. But what shows is that how many years were you together on the air on DIB?
86.
How old is your oldest child?
My oldest is 38.
About that many years.
About that many.
Wow. And you can tell that the chemistry that you had on the show is obviously still there and for real. It wasn't one of those things where you mumbled, that's one of those funny things that people always think about when they watch TV news, is that when the music comes up and you just see them shuffling their papers and looking at each other and mumbling,
acting.
that they're actually saying, "I can't stand you. I can't wait till you get fired."
Well,
You
as soon as this mic goes off, we go back
Oh,
to
is that what that is?
And since we have people here, we're going to fake it.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
but honestly, they tried to get us to change that at one time. They said, you guys are just having too much fun.
Right. We had a new news director called us in, and Carmen, she says, "I don't like the laughing. I don't like the crosstalk. I don't like any of that. I just want the facts and I want it done." And Carmen turns and looks at me and winks, and I go,
How
"I
long
don't
is
say
this
anything."
gonna last?
We walk out. She comes to my office. She goes, "I give it a month." Less than a month later, they call us and bring back the laughing.
That's
Come
because
on,
we're
do the-
calling
do
and
the
wanting to
shtick.
know what's the problem.
Yeah.
Don't they like each other?
That showed a lot of confidence, Carmen. Did you really know?
Guaranteed,
Like,
guaranteed contract.
Oh.
That helps.
That
helps.
also provides confidence. Yes. What was there ever a night when you guys were broadcasting where you had to cover up like something that was a total screw up, and you just had to, wing it? Something wasn't working, or you couldn't hear each
Usually when the server dies, like when you're in the control room on your way into the studio and the server goes bad. So there's no teleprompter. They wanted us to use the iPad. So, they didn't want us to use
See,
paper.
here I thought when you said the server dies, I meant that you didn't get lunch.
At a restaurant. That's what I thought. I was like, wow,
We had a waiter in the studio.
that's a
The
big
guy
interruption.
died.
Come on, she didn't get her
I
drink
guess we're
order.
not eating.
Exactly.
The man is dead.
I don't think anything that bad. I think it was bad, but you end up just boom, 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 and then you get to a tape piece and they're trying to fix it and you come back.
by the
We don't
first
worry about
break.
that anymore. We're both retired. If our car's not out front, we're upset. Other than that, we don't really care.
I know. I think I know the answer to this question. I'll ask it anyhow because people would probably want to. Do you miss it? Do you miss being on the air?
I miss the people that I worked with.
Yeah, like Bernie.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
did.
I would say that's true. Yeah,
And the camaraderie
yeah,
that we had was real.
yeah.
And so that
And the free
You
drinks,
know.
and the free drinks in the studio from the server.
I used to have a Cokes and Corona party every so often.
Right, we come to the garage on Friday, and it'd be after the 11 o'clock, and Carmen would be there. Her car was
Open it.
there, and her husband Andy's there, and the trunk goes up, and she's trying to get you liquored up to drive home, which is kind of interesting.
Wow.
I thought.
Coca-Cola is not alcoholic.
So anyway, yeah,
You guys need to get your story
Yeah.
straight.
that was a bitter Coke, if you ask me. But then you get on the lodge, and you can only do 55, or is it 155? I can't remember what that sign says all the time. But yeah, it was great. I mean, there was really never a bad moment working with Carmen, I must say.
Yeah.
Have you ever looked at a broadcast now and like it was either so strange or bad? You call each other up and say, "Are you watching what's going on TV now?"
No.
No, my TV doesn't get Channel 4.
That was in his contract.
By design, yes. Out here? Wait, I have to repeat all those lines?
No, we got you. We got you.
We got you up
Just
till
out a
now.
little bit. Yeah.
It's delightful to watch you two. can share this kind of ribald
Don't scare them,
humor,
Mitch.
yes, by bidding on the auction item to have lunch with Bernie and Carmen. And there are many such auction items at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Many chances for experiences, lunches. Dave Barry is going to come in from Miami and have lunch with anybody here, and book club visits. I'm going to be coming out to different people's book clubs and hosting radio shows. And of course, there's many footballs and jerseys and baseballs and hockey pucks and things that have been offered up, and tickets and experiences. So please go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, look at the list, do your Christmas shopping there, and know that all the money you're spending is going to charity and going to help your fellow Detroiters. Not that there's anything wrong with helping all the stores in Somerset, but on this particular day, go there.
There you go. Very unique gifts. You know,
Very
these
unique.
are very unique.
Can you repeat that? Because I want to hear it twice.
Oh,
Come on.
I get it.
Come on.
I get it.
Come on.
Twice, as in the book.
If you're a friend, you're a friend. Throw that name out.
Thanks for the plug there.
Yeah, exactly.
For 30 seconds of seriousness, can each of you just speak about why, you worked in the city? Some of the broadcast stations actually aren't located in the city of Detroit. Channel 4 is. It's right there downtown. There's no escaping it. You had to drive right into downtown. There are many times you had to take some detours off the lodge and go through some of the neighborhoods that that we're helping here and are still remain troubled. Talk for just a moment about why it's important for people who are listening to us to give.
I can remember when the city of Detroit, everybody had felt that it was going to be a dying city. And as a person who was born in the city and raised in the city, I can't tell you that it set well with me at all, even though I knew that the sentiment was real. It took time and effort and people who were committed to making sure that that didn't happen, that Detroit didn't die, that there was a rebirth. And I can't tell you or put it into words exactly how it feels to know that, hey, we didn't have to die to come back.
Right. Well put.
We did not have to die to come back.
And we can't let ourselves get that close to it again. And even though, and I've been pointing this out all day, but these statistics just came out, even though we celebrate all the beautiful restaurants along Woodward and down by the riverfront, 51% of Detroit's children live under the poverty line. 51%. That's like Haiti numbers.
And we can't forget that.
No, we can't forget it. And those are the children that we help. Bernie?
I think everything I have in life came because I was here in Detroit. So I feel I owe a debt to the city and to the people and everything else. And, I will never be able to repay Detroit for everything they've given me, but I will try in some small way.
And you owe me lunch.
Honey, I owe you so much more than just lunch. I'm glad you just asked for that.
More than lunch.
More than lunch.
Well,
but we want to thank you, Mitch.
Yes.
Believe me.
It's unbelievable. Year after year, I come here and I say the same thing. Mitch and I have become kind of close in the last year, and watching him work nonstop behind the scenes. And you don't have to say anything, but it's constant. It's a constant effort with Mitch. He just is on, and his phone is ringing, and this and that. And you wonder when he takes a breath, and we're not sure he does, but a nice round of applause for you is what's really.
I'm going to deviate from that. I don't need any applause, but I do want to welcome a friend of yours, Bernie, right now, the wonderful Brian Williams.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yes. A surprise mystery, first-time caller, long-time listener to the
Hey, everybody.
Hello,
Hey,
Brian
Carmen.
Williams.
Hi, how are you?
Who's
I've
Florence?
loved listening to you guys. Huh?
Who's Florence?
Bernie, you know this sweatshirt. They're a New Jersey-based company.
I get a text. First of all, I get a call from Brian last night. What time they want me? Where they want me? What do you say? And then he goes into what happened out at Michigan, University of Michigan, and he says, "I'm on this." And at 3:30 in the morning, I'm getting texts from him about the coach and everything that happened.
But you're still reporting the news there, Brian?
I am, and since Bernie left the business, despite the regular cognitive tests,
hey, I was perfect at every one of my cognitive tests.
Bernie, camera, dog, TV. This is part of my role, so I'm happy to do it.
Oh my God! How far do you guys go back, you and Brian?
About an hour and a half.
Yeah.
All right.
What time is
82?
it? No.
Is it 82?
Yeah, probably 82. I know the Earth was.
Didn't weren't you with Bernie when you first laid eyes on your future wife?
I laid eyes on my future wife, went into Bernie's office, and said, "I'm off the market," and he is the one living witness to that.
Wow.
He said that's.
And Bernie said that means we're breaking up.
And June 7th, we celebrate our 40th anniversary.
And
Congratulations.
And John was there. John
was there.
Were you there, or your dad was there
My father played that wedding.
at that wedding?
did.
Put your mic on.
Turn your mic.
It is on. I'm on. I know I'm on. I'm on.
You're
Can we
pushing.
your mic up, please? Say that again.
Hello. Hi.
Yeah, there you
I'd
go.
like to say hello to everybody.
Bucky Pizzarelli played the
Bucky
wedding.
Pizzarelli played the wedding. Yes, he did.
Wow.
How's that?
Now, have you written a song for us?
For I've got one for him. I'm still trying to
Oh.
learn how to rhyme Smilovitz. It's
Yeah, get in line.
Get in line for that one.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Exactly.
Not easy. Well, go ahead. We got a little. John Pizzarelli is. We do this usually to cajole a little donation out of people, but we'll just do it for you for the fun of it. Here is Brian Williams.
Born in Ridgewood, NJ, was a firefighter. Made his way to TV. A local every nighter. Is this great? He was quick, we're ready right from the start. What separated him was his big New Jersey heart. Cronkite was a fan, and me people too. Say Detroit has nothing but thanks for you. You're fired. Brian Williams is fired. You see, I tied the firefighter.
Yeah.
Got it.
It's Bruce Springsteen's fire.
Bruce Springsteen, Jersey, Fire.
New Jersey.
We got it all going on.
Oh, I got it. Thank you, John. Thank you, John.
He's stunned. Stunned
He's
silence.
stunned. He's stunned into silence.
Wow.
He is.
It's unbelievable.
Many of my listeners.
Well, we want to thank you, Brian, for helping us out here. We're trying to raise as much money as we can here. All of it, all kidding aside, all the money that we raise goes to the multiple efforts of Say Detroit, which helps kids from 5 days old at our Bright Beginnings program all the way up to senior citizens and veterans, homeless, kids after school, people without medical insurance, working families that don't have homes. And we provide them. We fix up houses and give to them. Our Say Play medical clinic takes care of 6,000 patients a year, many of them without any insurance. And our Say Play rec center at Lipke Park has 300 kids a day that come in who otherwise would have nothing at the end of school. And instead they have STEM robotics and e-gaming and recording studios and basketball and football and baseball and a digital learning center. So for all the joking around that we do, there is a method to our madness here. And I want to thank you for making an appearance here and encouraging people to give.
I'm happy to be here. I love the town. As Bernie will tell you, I truly love the town, and I love visiting, except for staying with him. And I admire so much, Mitch, in between best-selling novels, all that you do for Detroit, for Haiti, for anyone who's in your life. I think it's fantastic. And the only question I have for the panel is, why not Chucky?
Why not Chucky?
Why not Chucky? University of Michigan, head coaching job. In his senior year yearbook, he said he wanted to be the coach of the University of Michigan.
Who are you?
Who is Chucky?
Who are we referring to?
Gruden.
Gruden.
Wow.
Oh, John
I
Gruden.
had not thought of John Gruden.
Oh, John.
Not sure, given John Gruden's past and given what just happened to the University of Michigan coach, if that's the best fit at this particular moment. What do you think, Kenny?
No way.
No way. Okay.
All right. Rosie,
two-word answer.
bail me out, Rosie.
There'll be many names.
It's unanimous
mentioned
up here.
between now
No,
and
look,
the time that
the
they do
Alabama
this, so-
coach is supposed to be the front runner. But I want to tell you one thing. Brian came to visit last, I think it was December, January. The only game The only game the Lions lost at home last year was to Buffalo, and he blamed himself the entire ride home and for weeks later. And to this day, am I correct?
Well, I just want you to know,
100%.
Brian, that it's probably, we blame you too. And, the fact that we had you on here, it just shows what kind of people we are in Detroit, because the audience is seething right now at the sight of you. No, we don't blame you at all.
I said, come on out this year. You know what he said? Wait, for playoff game? You already want to get eliminated? Put me in the stands, we'll get eliminated?
Maybe come for an exhibition game.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we're good on that.
I just want to meet Gibbs, fastest human alive.
Brian, come and visit us. We would love, one year, come on out and hang out with us here. It would be great. And thank you for supporting Detroit. Thanks for being a friend to these guys, and thanks for making an appearance here. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Mitch. Thanks for
Brian Williams.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, am I right, Bert? Did he almost come here back way in at the beginning? Didn't he have an interview?
Well, here, ask this young lady. She'll tell you.
Didn't they pair him with you?
Went to New York,
yes,
right?
We did
and rented
little
a
test.
studio.
Yes,
Yeah.
we did.
And how'd it go? Did you have chemistry?
I think it probably would have gone well had Nightly News not wanted him, or NBC not wanted him.
Yeah, I don't know how
Who's going to pass that up?
He chose Nightly News over Local 4.
Detroit or the Nightly News.
Yeah,
okay.
right.
All right. Well, I get it.
Go figure.
Okay, go figure. All right. If you guys want to stick around, we would love to have you. Hugh Jackman is coming up in a minute. Darren McCarty coming up as well.
Oh, we're staying.
We got a lot here going on. 855-955-GIVE. 855-955-4483 is the numbers to donate, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. And that's also the place you can donate. It's also the place that you can shop for any of the great incentive items that we have. We will continue here from Somerset, the north side in the Grand Court, right across from Santa Claus on 760 WJR.
WJR traffic and weather first.
I think it begins with a conversation. I believe it begins with seeing each other as human beings. They come to find out that they are the same people, in which they are. It's not like a police officer is the boogeyman. It's not like some of those young men who have been struggling in the gang life are the boogeyman. They are human beings.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Officer Devon Maples. I've been on the job going on 24 years.
Because I was incarcerated, formerly incarcerated 12 years, and I made a comeback.
We don't go there with titles. I'm a gang member, I'm a police officer, as men and women and connecting together, and just to see that transformational process take place is nothing but amazing.
Trying my best to be a mentor and doing everything I can to show people, like, the uniform is just that. It's a uniform. I'm a black man. When I drive in my car with tinted windows and everything else, I get pulled over and treated like a black man until I prove otherwise.
And so once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues.
I ain't gonna lie,
Right.
I ain't had the best run-ins with police.
Every time I run
Those are the police that you've had encounters with. You haven't had an encounter with every police.
But they ain't too comfortable to walk into that police station because they like, what is doing? You know what I mean?
We can march, and that's nice. But what are you really gonna do? To me, I said, let me join DPD. With me joining DPD, I feel like I can stop another officer from doing some stupid stuff because I know they're not gonna do it in front of me.
Just to let y'all know, if y'all are having problems like that, it's okay to go up to the precinct and see if you can get that one-on-one conversation too.
I'm not against lawlessness. You know, we need people, if they do something, if somebody breaks into your mom's house, what does she do? She got to call the police.
This is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see.
A new coronavirus testing site opened today with an important goal: eliminate barriers to get Detroit's most vulnerable screenings. It's at the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic in Highland Park on Glendale near Woodward and the Davidson. You don't need a car or health insurance to get screened.
So we're very fortunate that we were able to erect a mobile site to do some COVID testing. We had several days of testing at the clinic and were able to be mobile with that. So we did some testing here at Say Play, and we did some additional testing at the Detroit Rescue Mission's main offices.
As you know, when COVID hit, there was a great need for testing, and it wasn't available at the state fairgrounds to people that didn't have cars and didn't have doctor's prescriptions. So the Say Clinic with the surrounding community really rose up to the occasion and had a great service.
Say Detroit has launched a new testing site in Highland Park and says it will help serve underserved communities. And doctors say they want to administer as many tests as possible to meet the growing needs.
We thought that we would not see so many this week, and it turns out we've seen much more than we thought.
We were often the only test site available to people because it was a free service. We didn't ask for an appointment. You didn't need any insurance. So it was very convenient for that community, and that was an important piece of our outreach.
There's only so much any individual can do, and being part of a collaborative effort where everyone cares, everyone's passionate is incredible. And again, this is how you get stuff done in Detroit. This is what makes Detroit great.
Mitch Albom founded Say Detroit in 2006. Now, every week he's been posting new chapters to his series called Human Touch. All the proceeds will go to running this free testing facility.
What made you decide to do this, Mitch?
I wanted to help out my city, Anthony. I mean, Detroit is the hardest hit city after New York. We've got first responders that are dying. We've got hospitals that are overrun. And, I thought, well, this is what I do for a living. I sell books. So let me write a work of fiction. It's not a big full book, but it'll be a work of fiction, and let me offer it for free.
and see if I can get people around the world. I'm blessed to have readers from all over to help donate and help our city out.
So moving forward, we're going to look at opportunities to continue our testing efforts as we see the numbers rise, and we're going to look at opportunities to do something improved. For a lot of our communities, this is going to be their only opportunity, and so we want to make sure that we're ready to serve the community in the best way possible around COVID-19. It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy. And so that's our mission moving forward.
What we're going to be doing in this cohort is to create and design a t-shirt for the Pistons.
I want you to be as creative as you can. Create something crazy no other team has done before. That whole part of coming up with an idea, designing it, producing it, and then marketing it, that's exactly what you guys are going to do.
Let's go ahead and grab our workbooks.
If we wanted to include like most of these, then we could do what you said. We could do it like in black and white and then include the tattoo gun by that and making it look like it was tattooed in black and white.
Through this project, what we were looking for you all to do is start taking some agency and having a voice.
One thing that makes us unique is the support behind our organization. For instance, Tom Gores with the projects from this past 2 years.
Just building on the idea of last year with the kids having a voice and understanding the process. And I want them to be able to build a business product and a little entrepreneur program.
What they did over the last 6 weeks really speaks on entrepreneurship because it's all about self-motivation.
To be able to do that in such a small time frame was incredible.
I definitely have grown as a person. I've learned to collaborate with others a lot more.
The whole process of like making the shirt and coming up with the ideas was just a really fun experience.
The thought of like a team member wearing something that I helped make. I'm just saying.
This is dope right here. I like the paint splatter. You got some roses, kind of like, the roses growing through concrete because the Pistons are tough.
I need one for sure, for both.
Y'all got some XLs or something? Yeah. I'm not playing, these are hard.
that's sort of how it's always been. So people that, and today's day and age, no matter what it is, we all struggle with something. So to be able to have resources and people that are willing to notice when somebody puts their hand up and wants to get help, that they're there for resources.
Yeah. Well, it's such a really good point. And Chad Audi, you'll testify to this, that one of my favorite days of the year is what Chad invites me to graduation day from the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries, which we support, transitional housing program or for addiction programs and things like that. And literally the people who come up and get diplomas for having gone through rehab and gotten straight and finding jobs and transitioning. And every one of them comes up and says what you said. If it wasn't for the counselor who helped me, who had been through it themselves.
Yes.
Because I couldn't listen to anybody who hadn't been through it. But then when I found out this counselor would say, well, I was a former addict myself, and now I'm here to help you. That made the biggest difference for them. So that's huge. Hang with me for a second here. Darren McCarty is going to stay with us. Bernie, Carmen, everybody. I want to jump online because I know he's got a very, very busy day today. I believe tonight is the premiere of his new film, Song Sung Blue. Our friend, Detroit's friend, and a longtime friend of mine, the wonderful Hugh Jackman, ladies and gentlemen, joins us here. Hello, Hugh.
Mitch, hi, everybody. Good to see you. I can't believe it's another year. Wow.
Yeah. Are you in the back of a car or where? I'm trying to make that out. Where are you?
I am. But I'm in Manhattan, so it'd be quicker to walk. Let's be honest.
Yeah, you're going nowhere. You're fine for the next half hour.
Literally nowhere. But all the pedestrians are looking at me going, sucker.
So am I right? Is tonight your movie premiere?
The premiere's tonight. I'm doing another show this afternoon. You know what it's like. You do it with books. It's that time. It's exciting. The movie's getting ready to come out, and so I'm just telling everyone about it, which I'm really. That's not why I'm here today.
Well, I know, and you're here to help us, but I'm going to tell everybody just for a moment, because Hugh told me about this film when we were having breakfast in New York. This is like a year and a half ago or something, and you told me, "Oh, I'm doing this film. It's really cute and different. I play a Neil Diamond tribute singer." And it's based on a true story about a Milwaukee couple that actually did this and kind of rose to thing and then had a tragedy happen. And you're playing alongside my friend Kate Hudson, who's another friend of mine. And so just give us a 15-second plug for it.
That's it. It's a true story. It's a love story. They're both like, she was a Patsy Cline impersonator. He was a Neil Diamond interpreter. Their stage name was Lightning and Thunder. His manager was his dentist who put a lightning bolt on his front tooth. Everything about this story is sort of homegrown. They were like folk heroes in the town. And actually, you're right. What happens? Their life, like a lot of us, takes a lot of left turns. Some tragic things happen. And it's really a movie about, not necessarily about rags to riches or making it to Madison Square Garden, but it's really about how we show up for each other. And also, and you know this, Mitch, the thousands of brilliant musicians who don't become Bob Dylan or Billy Joel, who just love it and want to get up. It's a love story to them, and I'm really proud of it. Like I told you about them, I'm telling everyone about them because I think it's a story of hope and resilience, and it's the kind of film we need right now.
Well, it's nice to be proud of the stuff that you do and be happy about it. And also probably nice not to have knives coming out of your hands in every movie that you do.
They come out. They're actual
they
real
do.
knives.
There are knives in this movie as well. Okay. All right.
Well, I had them put in my body. I've got to use them at every point I can.
Yeah. So I have to say, Hugh has been with us now, God, it's got to be 6, 7, 8, 9 years. I don't know. And people are always asking, how do you know Hugh Jackman? And I said, well, he lived down the street from me. And they said, what do you mean? You lived in New York? I said, no. Hugh moved into my neighborhood when he was filming Real Steel. And that's when we had the Michigan film tax credits. So if you want to meet Hugh Jackman, we need to put the film tax credits back in. And Hugh was renting a house literally like a block and a half away from me. And so somehow somebody told us that we were there, and we met and we became friends. You came over to the house for breakfast. You brought your wife, I think your mother or mother-in-law, and then we went to a Lions game and we went to a church. And you remember all that?
Oh, absolutely! I never forget it. Yeah, no, it was great, and we stayed friends ever since. And actually, I'm friends with a bunch of the people in that street. It was one of the. I've said this every time, and I'm sure it sounds like I'm sucking up, but it's true. Like I've been to a lot of locations, a lot of cities. I've traveled a lot. Detroit is one of the ones that stays with me. I love the people, I love the place, and we had such a great time.
Yeah. Well, the funniest thing from that I always share with my wife is that Hugh was coming to meet me to go down to the Lions game, and I gave him my address, and I was out, and we came back in the car, and we drive up to the driveway, and Hugh's sitting on my porch reading the Free Press.
Yeah.
And in one of those moments like where you come up with a line that you say, yeah, that was actually fairly clever, I turned to my wife and I said, well, there's something you don't see every day. and he was sitting on my porch reading the Free Press, and then we went to the Lions game. So,
and what was interesting, and you don't tell this part of the story very often, but I was actually reading your article in the paper, and the paper was open to it on the front. That's what was an interesting detail.
Well, we take all the newspapers and open them to that page on my porch, and then leave them there for people to come by so they can read them. So anyhow, we've been friends ever since, and Hugh is a huge friend to Detroit and has contributed mightily with his presence here. And sadly, I always regret his checkbook. I keep telling him that's not the purpose that you're here, but he has helped Say Detroit in so many different ways over the years. And we have always tried to do a good song for Hugh. And today we put together, but I'm glad you had the video connection. We put together a little compilation of some of the songs, because John Pizzarelli's here, some of the songs that we've done for you in the past, including at the very end, the time that it was during COVID, and I performed the whole song on a piano. Yes. And you couldn't hear any of it because the connection was wrong, but I thought you were listening to the whole time. So here now you actually get to hear a piece of it. Hopefully you can see this on your phone or whatever you're on there. So let's roll that little clip there.
It's a song.
I got it. Always says yes. He never says no. He even calls in from the middle of. Hugh Jackman is part of Detroit. He played Little Caesars. He's eaten our meals. He even lived in Franklin when he made real steel. Hugh Jackman is part of Detroit. Now, remember, he's not hearing a thing of this. He visited a church here. He always shows his face. He even went to a Lions game, so you know he loves this place. Oh, he always says yes. He's always so great. He'll be in The Music Man by 2028. Hugh Jackman is part of Detroit. So now, big finish. Okay, now listen. Now listen.
I can't hear a thing. Can you hear me? Put your thumb up if you can hear me.
Yeah.
I'm so frustrated. I can see you playing.
I can't hear a thing. That was the first response that you said. After that, I can't hear a thing. So now you've heard it.
Very nice.
Very good, Mitch. It was worth the rerun.
Okay.
It was
All
worth
right,
it.
Now, before we let you go, John Pizzarelli is here. We have put together a little group number here. Okay. We're gonna try. Okay. Hang on to you. Hang on, John. Okay. What's the key?
C.
No. What's the note? Oh. Year after year. Okay. All right. Here we go. This has got the whole panel here. Ready? Can you hear this?
I got it. I hear
Okay,
everything.
here we go. 2, 3, 4, band. Year after year. Neil Diamond tune. We wait for a tall Australian who never knew much about Motown. Then he got famous. Played Wolverine and Les Mis. Then Real Steel brought him to our town, where he learned to get down 5. It's been more than 5 years. 4. He's been for Detroit. 3. Can't think of a line for 3. 2. To help us out. One more time. He's on. Hugh's on the line. Everybody, hello. Now the Radiothon's for real. Hugh's on the line. Hello, Hugh. Now he's starring as a Neil, not real diamond. Hold it. Medley. Let's talk. How's it go? Let's talk to Hugh. We knew that he was coming. Another Neil Diamond song. Let's talk to Hugh. His limo meter's running. Ba, ba, ba. His new flick is our top pick. It's called Song Sung Blue. Bum, 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 bum. Not to be confused with their shampoo, because that's called Selsun Blue. And that's not for Hugh. Bum, bum, bum. Hey, Jack, man, Big Finish, we appreciate ya. Dun, dun, dun. Even though Ryan Reynolds tried to decimate ya. Dum, 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 dum. Every year you spread the cheer for folks in our city. Bum, 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 bum. So welcome back and break a leg tonight. Make sure you look pretty. That took us 364 days.
I gotta tell you, no one else will try and rhyme famous and lame is. And no one else will mention sell some blue. Sell some blue. Come on. You guys are awesome. I love
We have a
it.
future. Oh, now he's freezing up. Look, he's frozen. Perfect time to freeze
There
up.
he's back. He's back.
All right. Well, before we freeze up, we want to just thank you again so
Can you hear
much
me?
for everything that you do for us.
My pleasure. It's my pleasure. I'd love to help you guys out. I want to donate 50,000 today to the cause you're doing, and every year I love what you guys do. I love how you show up. I'm thrilled you have.
Thank you, Hugh. The whole place is clapping for the whole mall is clapping for you here. Yeah.
And 60 if we never sing that song
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
I'm thrilled you have a comfortable seat there, Mitch.
Yeah. It's great to see you, Hugh. Congratulations on your film. Of course, freezes up
Love
now.
you guys.
Take care. Hugh Jackman, everybody, from the back of the limo. That's pretty good. So, John, it was worth the songwriting. That was a $50,000 song.
See, we're really worth something.
That's more than that's.
There I am. I actually have a song also later for Carmen and Bernie.
Oh, you do? Okay.
And it's not worth 50,000. This would be 100,000.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Did you hear that, Carm? Save the good stuff for it.
Man, I'm telling you, I was sweating when that connection went out because I know he usually makes a donation at the end of the thing, and I'm thinking, what if we freeze up before he makes the donation?
And the amount I'd like to give is?
Yes, I'd like to give you. Well, so Darren, that's not something you see every day, is it?
Get to see the Wolverine right there. That's what I was thinking when he's sitting on your porch. Is like, thank God he's not in his costume.
Yeah, really. Oh, yeah.
That would have been trouble.
I think that was no, it wasn't before Wolverine. So yeah, well, he's been doing Wolverine for like ever, right?
Yeah, but how cool is that, Mitch? But that goes to show you what you've done, not only what we were talking about before, but the community, but nationally. Like that's a pretty big dude.
Yeah, he's a pretty big dude,
Yeah.
and he's
only
a really
opening on
nice
Broadway
guy.
tonight.
But I do see him in between these Radiothon things. He's like that all the time. He's nice, and he always asks about Detroit, and he comes in every now and then, visits. So yeah, we're nice that. But what's nice to see is that there are people. Hello. Sorry about that. That there are people around that aren't from Detroit, because he's not from Detroit, who care about Detroit and who actually root for Detroit. I always argue with people who say that the rest of the country looks down on Detroit. When I travel, I don't know if it's with you guys too, I find a lot of people root for Detroit. The media and sometimes the cynics, refer to Detroit as the armpit or the Rust Belt, but regular people, like the reason they embrace the Lions, is because it's that whole Detroit thing. They love that grit. And I think the Red Wings were like that too.
It is, and I'm a living proof that you don't have to be from here, but if you love this city and this state and this area, it will love you back tenfold.
Yeah.
Even more so. And when you hear people say, "Oh, whether you love it or their time here. Hugh Jackman just said that he's been a lot of places. And we can say that, but Detroit holds a special place in his heart, and you can see that when he talks.
Well, you hold a special place in Detroiters' hearts, and for a while they were looking at old Darren McCarty tapes because the current team wasn't very good for a while, but now I think they're actually pretty good again, and maybe they're going to actually make a playoff run. That'd be nice.
Well, that's it. That's like, I mean, with all this, you guys are wondering they haven't made the playoffs in 10 years, and I'm sitting here going, well, then everybody's looking at me and everything else. But no, it's
you look like you could still play, so I don't know. They may be calling you.
You know, they get me out there for the alumni games, right?
Yeah.
Because there's not a beer league or a men's league that has a salary cap for me, but I'll do anything, I'll do anything for charity, Bernie. You know that. So no, but they're coming, and I think that the blessing is that, and I always tell everybody, just listen when Steve Eiserman talks, because he will tell you, and it's taking time, more time than he would like, but he's got to do it the right way. And now at least you see the youth, right? You see,
And he's got a plan, and a plan is important.
You remember those days with Darren?
I remember every day with Darren. Every day with Darren. Every day with
I
Darren.
think my mom is finally going to forgive me.
Finally, okay. His mom has hated me for 30-something years, ever since I wrote the column about the fight with Claude Lemieux. You know, it's the only time a mother has ever hated me. So Mom, forgive me, please, Mom McCarthy. You want to say goodbye to Carmen and Bernie with a little song there? Go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Let's see how well I did. Carmen and Bernie had a great TV journey, and we love that they're here every year. With an effortless style, making us smile from year to year. Can't do a program without them. Say Detroit would be the same without them. Without them here, we could never really get by. Oh, and that's the story of Carmen and Bernie. She's so terrific. He's no attorney. Thanks, Carmen and Bernie, for stopping by.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Have your chance to have lunch with Carmen and Bernie. You can bid on it at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Darren McCarty, thank you for coming by, man. Great to see you. Bernie, Carmen, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, 855-955-4483, or donate at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Back with much more right after this.
Do you have 3 ex-wives?
What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
The Say Detroit Play Center opened its doors in 2015. One of the things that I'm most excited about is the expanded outreach that we're able to have in our community. With this new expansion, we will be able to double the number of kids that come in on a daily basis.
The heart of this place is its education. And with that in mind, we grew and reached the point where we couldn't continue to educate as many kids as we wanted to without more space. We're really proud to be part of this here. We're really proud that people like Kelly and Matthew Stafford go someplace else but never lose the Detroit that's within them.
We jumped at the opportunity to be a part of that first, center that is this beautiful place right now, and I'm just so proud to see where that has gone, how many kids it has affected in such a positive way. I'm so excited to be a part of this next venture as well. I mean, it's just such a special place, such a special team to be involved with. We're so proud of what it's become, what it's going to be in the future, all the people that it's going to affect. We're just excited to get over here and put some shovels in the ground and get this thing going.
Eric, can you believe it? Construction is happening on the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Educational Center.
Folks are driving by and they saw the fences go up and they stop in and ask, well, when
what's
are we
going on?
See? When are we going to see some physical action? And so
and here we are. Today's the day.
We're incredibly excited for what we'll be able to do. 6 dedicated classrooms that all have flexible spacing and the ability to change their configurations. We have 2 dedicated flexible spaces for vocational training. We have a 125-seat black box theater in the center that's completely flexible.
Are passionate about being a part of this community and expanding the physical space and the opportunities allow us to do even more for this community. We're definitely looking forward to the day that we can cut the ribbon and open the doors.
What we can do for the people around here, what we can do for the kids around here is an amazing thing and something that I'm really proud to be a part of.
We are so honestly proud to give back to the community that gave us so much and to watch these kids and all the staff here that love them like they're their own. As we said, it takes a village, and you guys are that village.
This whole place is about growth, just growth. Growth of an organization that we started called Say Detroit in 2006, which started with me staying at a homeless shelter and has grown into something well beyond I ever could have imagined. Growth of a hole in the ground that we all dug some shovels in not all that long ago into this beautiful building, and most importantly, the growth of every child that comes through the door here. That's the point of this place.
the Somerset Collection in Troy. Here's Mitch.
All right, welcome back to the 2 o'clock hour. I'm trying to count. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. So this is the 9th hour. Hour number 9 of the 15-hour marathon that we have going here out at Somerset.
Is that more than halfway?
North.
I can't keep up with that.
It's more than halfway. We passed halfway last hour sometime.
Here we go.
So we have a major announcement coming up in this hour. So please stick around. The mayor of the city of Detroit is going to be here along with some special guests. We're going to make a little news here. First of all, before we introduce our next celebrity guest, I want to pay tribute to someone who has helped out quite a bit. The Zatkoff Family Legacy Fund has helped us a good deal over the course of the time here with our Say Play Center and many other things, and other involvements that we have. And Ashley Plamp joins us, who is a board member from the Zatkoff Family Legacy Fund. Hi, Ashley. She joins us on a Zoom call. Hi, Ashley.
Hi, Mitch. How are you doing?
Not hearing Ashley. Let's get her volume. Are you on mute? Possibly? No?
No.
There you go. I can hear you now.
Okay.
How are you, Ashley? Hey.
I'm good. How are you doing?
We're doing great. We're doing great. I wanted to thank you in front of everybody here for all that your family and has done for us over the years. You got involved with us a number of years back, and you continue to be. And if you would just tell everybody what it was that you saw that has encouraged you and your family to continue to support us.
It's such an amazing opportunity to partner with Say Detroit year after year. There are so many different services that you all are providing to the city of Detroit that we're so passionate about. With the Say Play Center, you have the kids and the health center. You're dealing with elderly people and moms and all these other great resources you guys provide. So we just love that there's a lot of synergy between your different resources. And I think that makes it a really attractive charity partner for us, because we want to optimize every donation dollar that we give. We want it to have the farthest impact possible.
Well, you've also helped drive initiatives like our first year program for expectant mothers, which is a huge success, and new moms. People don't realize that there are a lot of people in the city of Detroit who find themselves, expecting children who weren't well schooled in it. Maybe they didn't see great examples themselves, and they're not sure of even some basic health things about how to keep the babies healthy and what to expect as they're pregnant. And this is something that, many of us are blessed to have mothers and grandmothers who are right there with us every step of the way and telling us, but not everybody in the city has that. And this program is beautiful that way. And I know you've witnessed it. It's one of those, some programs you watch and it's productive and they make things, and other ones just tear at your heartstrings when you watch them. And I'm sure you feel that way when you see this program.
Absolutely. I think the first year's program is something I'm personally so passionate about as a mom of 3. You see these moms and they just want to do right for their kids and they just need a little help. And what's so great about the first year program, it's not really a handout so much as a helping hand in teaching them, like you said, about safe sleep and everything that the baby should be doing within the first year of life. Again, connecting them to so many great resources within the city of Detroit. It's really a tremendous program that you have an amazing person running. And so we're very passionate about that. And we were lucky enough last week to tour the new facility, and it's just incredible. And we really feel like it's going to grow a ton this year, having more space and having the opportunity to bring new moms in. So it'll be great.
It is. And I'm glad you got a chance to see the new facility. We're in that wonderful new Say Clinic, a brand new location in Detroit, and it's huge and it's got space and it's just going to do wonders. We're seeing thousands of patients a year, but now we're going to see that many more. So, Ashley, on behalf of all of us here at Say Detroit, we want to thank you and your family for your support and wish you a great holiday.
Thank you, Mitch. Have a great holiday.
Ashley Plamp and the Zatkoff Family Legacy Fund, they're great supporters of ours. Thank you for that. Our phone number is here, 855-955-GIVE. This is when my brain starts to click off and I realize I need more caffeine or something. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or mitchalbumradiothon.com on the web, which is where you can go for all the great items that you can bid on as well, and you can make your donations there too. And we'll read some of those items here in a minute. I want to say hi right now to Ty Steele and Kimberly Gill from our local TV broadcast.
Hey, thanks for having us.
Thank you guys for coming
Good to
out.
be here.
So, Kim, you've been here before, I think, at some point over the years. But Ty, this is your first time, right?
First time.
Yes.
First time.
When did you come to Detroit? When did you start?
14 months ago.
14 months.
Yeah.
All right. How has it been?
Already. It's been fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, Detroit's been really good to me and my family. KG's been fantastic. Everybody at WDIB, it's just fantastic to be in this town, especially during this time right now where we're having a renaissance in Detroit and all the suburban
Where
areas.
had you come from before? What was your market before that?
I was in Sacramento, California for 10 years. I'm originally from Washington State.
So the West,
Yeah, West Coast.
the sunshine,
Yep, I know.
and then Detroit.
You know what, though?
-5,
Hey.
snow everywhere.
Aside from the brutal winters, though, it's great. The
Yeah.
Midwest is fantastic, and Detroit is something special. As
Well,
you know.
Kimberly will tell you it's a good town to be in the
It
news
really
business.
is, but you're right. At the parade, I asked him, "Okay, are you ready to go back to California
Yeah,
now?"
yeah.
'Cause-
He did.
How's Sacramento looking now, buddy?
Oh, man,
Yeah.
that cold breeze was was something else.
I was in Sacramento a couple weeks ago on this book tour for my new book Twice, and I did an event in Sacramento. Walked through the park there that they have near the Capitol building.
Yeah, it's a nice area.
Nice, but boy, homeless and problems.
Oh, yeah.
Like wow. And I was thinking, this looks tougher than Detroit
Yeah.
in some areas there. So we are addressing those needs here with many of the programs that Say Detroit runs. We've got things from literally, we start with kids 5 days old. We have a program called Bright Beginnings that, again, everything we do is kind of a practical problem. So we saw a practical problem. This was Chad Audi and I, that women were trying to get jobs who had babies, but they didn't have anyone to watch the babies. So they would take the babies with them to their job interviews. And then they couldn't understand why they didn't get the job when they were holding an infant in their arms. That's usually not the first thing. The guy said, yeah, I'll hire you. Right. So we started this program where people who were looking for jobs or coming to transitional housing or getting out of drug treatment programs could leave their children, go to work, and then come back and get them. But a place that nurtured them, just didn't hold them, but really took care of them and taught them parenting skills. And if you ever go to Bright Begins, which has moved locations since we started it, I sometimes used to joke, I would go there and just sit there and zen because it was just little babies rocking in their
who doesn't
cribs.
want to be in that nursery?
Oh my God, I wanted to get in the crib with them, and it's just a place from 5 days old to 2.5 years. And we go from that all the way up to senior citizens programs, and every stop along the way, teenagers and people who are just out of school, a college scholarship program for CCS, and then people who find themselves without homes but are working families. We create homes, we give them to them. So as you'll come to know, Ty, and as Kimberly has probably seen, what we try to do here is something every step of the way to help out Detroiters. In your 14 months, what have you observed about the Detroit spirit that contributes to something like that?
Oh, it's incredible. And one of the first things I noticed when I came to the downtown area on my interview day was just how beautiful the downtown area was and how few of a homeless issue that you seem to have. Of course, they are there. But in contrast to Sacramento, as you mentioned, which has more homeless individuals on the street than even San Francisco now,
Yeah.
the work that you're doing, the tangible gifts that you're giving people to be able to avoid that lifestyle or get out of that lifestyle is incredible.
It really is. And this time of year reminds me of just how philanthropic Detroiters really are. It's incredible, how they give.
That's the thing.
Yeah. And that's what we want them to
Because
do.
we don't have a lot, but we give a lot.
We give a lot.
Yeah.
We give a lot.
And I was stunned. I always read up statistically before I start the Radiothon because I want to have these things in my head. And so I was studying yesterday about where we are, and believe it or not, we are still the poorest city in America that's larger than 500,000, what they consider a major city. Poorest city in America. You wouldn't know that from all the stories that we celebrate about the businesses downtown, this new restaurant's coming, an Apple store on Woodward Avenue. But if you get off of Jefferson and Woodward,
that's right,
and head out half a mile left, a half a mile right, you see why we are still ranking that way. 51% of our children live in poverty. 51%.
Yeah.
I mean, Haiti is like 70%, but that's Haiti,
Right.
You know? And so there's a lot of work to be done. Right, Kenny?
A lot of work to do.
That's right.
A lot of work to do.
And Kimberly, you see this, and you've been here a long time.
I've been here, believe it or not, this is my 11th year.
Wow.
That really has flown by, but it's been great.
Wow.
As I said, Detroiters are so philanthropic. And as you guys know, but long before I sat in front of an anchor desk or behind an anchor desk, I sat behind the wheel of a truck, an 18-wheeler. And those are the folks out there that are delivering the goods and keeping our country.
I'm not sure
running.
everybody knows that story.
I think a lot of people know that story,
Yeah.
Mitch, that I used to drive 18-wheelers. So
So
anytime
was there a day that you were on, let's say, I don't know, 94, and you're rolling down the highway and you're going, you know what? I think news anchor. That's going to be my next stop.
Well, I was in college at the University of South Carolina, and I needed a job to put myself through college. And
Okay.
that's what happened.
Okay.
I drove 18-wheelers. It was all to get to
Yeah.
this point to be a news anchor.
Because
one
you
day.
just don't
But-
run into that many former truck drivers
but-
sitting behind the anchor desk.
This is true. But when I'm here, I always like to put a call out to the truck drivers who are listening to call in and donate. The smallest amount can go a really long way. And truck drivers have some of the biggest hearts
Yeah.
of people that I know. And it's great.
Well,
Did
when-
you do cross country?
I did not do cross country. That's a great question. I was home every night. I worked for FedEx. So, they move
Oh, yeah.
packages very quickly
Yeah.
throughout, the country. So my route was pretty local. If you know anything about the southeastern part of the country, I drove from Columbia, South Carolina to Augusta, Georgia every night and back. So that would kind of be like driving from here to Flint every night.
Right.
And then those packages would go on a plane in Columbia, South Carolina. They'd go to Memphis, Tennessee. They'd come back. And then I'd drive the truck back to Augusta.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the way it
Wow.
worked. So I was able to go to school during the day, drive trucks at night, and put myself through college.
That's the way to do
So
it.
now, Ty, you need to come up with a story like that. Okay. Well, when I was in college, I was a paper boy. Okay.
I mean, I was a paper boy, but for college, for me, it was the food service and bartending route to get myself through college. So
Yeah.
no trucks, but pouring a lot of
It's all
drinks for
right.
people and bringing
Food
them
services
That's it.
will help teach you humility also.
Yeah.
And
That's a Detroit name, too, isn't it, Mitch? Ty
Everybody's at least a
Steele.
year.
Ty
Ty
Steele.
That's a
Yeah.
Detroit. You should have been in
It's a
years
Detroit
ago.
name.
I appreciate that.
Ty
Yeah.
Steele is in town.
Well, to bring it full circle, Say Detroit was birthed in local people giving local donations. I've told this story a little earlier today. I went to a homeless shelter, Chad's Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries, to write a story about what it was like to spend a night at a homeless shelter. I met a guy who was in line with me at the meal, and he looked at me up and down and he said, "Aren't you Mitch Albom?" And then I said yes, and then he looked me up and down again and he said, "So what happened to you?" Figuring that I had become homeless. Now, I know I dressed badly, but I realized that, in his mind, well, he ended up on that line. Why couldn't I end up on that line? And it really moved me. I mean, it was one of those moments like you feel like a reverberation in your body. Sure. And I wrote a column about it, and I was just trying to raise $60,000, which would have been enough to keep all the homeless people that were in those shelters during the Super Bowl, because this was during the Super Bowl, in the shelters till it warmed up in April. Now, had I not been able to raise that $60,000, or had I only gotten $60,000, there would likely be no Say Detroit. I would have used that money, given it, and that would have been it. Sure. But because of the people in Detroit who rallied around that one newspaper column, I had $320,000 in a week.
That's incredible.
And then I got a call from Kwame Kilpatrick, who found out that I had $320,000 and said to me, "I have a fund, you want to help homeless? I've got a fund that we could put it into, and it's going to, you should give it to us." And in one of the brighter moments of my life, I said, "I don't think I'm going to do that." And I called Chad instead, And I said, what can I do with this $320,000? It's more than we need. He said, why don't you start a charity? I said, how do we do that? And we started Say Detroit, Super All Year Detroit. And I don't think anybody gave us a large check. It was all $20 and $15 and $10. So if you're listening, folks, and you're wondering, well, what can my $10 do? It can launch a universe, because Say Detroit now is a multi-million-dollar operation, you know, that needs that kind of money to support it. But look what it grew from. And it grew from individual gifts. So there is no such thing as too small or anything like that. And
Mitch,
I encourage you for
to
that.
your point, we just spent all day yesterday for our Go For It event at the Southgate Kroger collecting toys for tots. And it was just hundreds and hundreds of Metro Detroiters showing up with one gift or a shopping cart full of gifts for kids. So to your point, it really is amazing to see the spirit of Detroiters coming through for other Detroiters that need a little bit of help.
Every little bit makes a difference.
And to see the anchors who could have said, I'm sorry, I'm an anchor, I don't have time to do this, coming and sitting with us for a half an hour. So God bless you guys. Thank you for coming out. Ty Steele and Kimberly Gill, WDIV. How about it, folks?
Thank you.
We will be back. The mayor of the city of Detroit is going to join us for a very special announcement, a big announcement coming up. So stick around. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Go there and shop for your auction items as well. We'll be back right after this.
This is always an awesome day for us and a beautiful day for a new family here. I am happy to provide you with the keys.
So we know you have a big TV, and that's the place.
She organized to have like some canned goods up here, like snacks there. There's brand new pots and pans. We have some dishes and glasses. And
Oh, I love it. Look, that's your little bag.
that is a big boy bag, man.
Oh, yes, and these are my favorite colors. I love it.
Here's your playroom, huh?
I feel like it could help us moving forward because it can relieve a lot of stress that I've been going through for the last year with trying to find a place. And I feel like the company, all the companies that have been helping have really helped out a lot. Thank you, Say Detroit.
Hi, welcome to your room.
Oh, this Addison, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's so nice. Oh, my God. Look. Look. Oh, my God. Look at this. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Playroom.
Yeah.
The hangout room.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, it's the Inside the NBA crew. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley with a shout out to the Say Detroit Play Center.
Say Play is a premier learning center. It offers academic enrichment, athletics, and arts programs for students 8 to 18.
Since day one in 2015, Say Play has been rebuilding and empowering one of Detroit's most challenged neighborhoods.
Set on nearly 15 acres in the Osborne community in northeast Detroit, the facility was the site of the rundown Lipke Park Recreation Center, which had been shut down by the city due to budget cuts.
It was rebuilt by Say Detroit in partnership with Detroit major sports teams. Say Play offers all its programs and services, including transportation, meals, mental health awareness, and resources free of charge.
The students who attend Say Play commit to their after-school studies, and they love to learn.
They could take part in a wide array of activities, including sports, creative and programming, arts, STEM, social justice, and summer employment experiences.
As part of an expansion announced in 2021, the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will grow services for members and its neighboring community. And let us not forget the staff and the volunteers, right, fellas?
Good job, guys.
They are game changers, providing pathways to success for the youth of Detroit. Well done.
Pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50
All right, we are back here at the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. In just a couple of minutes, we're going to make a very major announcement about our charity and a new project. And still to come, many, many more guests who are going to be joining us, including the coach of the Lions, Dan Campbell. Lomas Brown's going to be here. Herman Moore is going to be here. Jane Pauley from CBS. John Sally, former Piston. Zach McKistry from the Tigers. Paul Stanley from KISS, the band. And many, many more people. That's just in the next hour and a half. But right now, I want to, we have a lot of celebrities that come through, but also the point is the operations and the charities of Say Detroit. One of the ones that I am most proud of, and we started very early on in Say Detroit, is our family health clinic. It began as the nation's first medical clinic for homeless children back at a time when homeless children weren't getting medical care, because if they were taken to an emergency room, they were taken away from their parents, because if they were homeless, they had to call social services, and consequently the parents ended up losing their children. So they stopped taking their kids for medical care. And of course, the kids got sicker and didn't tend to issues when they were hurt, etc. Well, we opened the first clinic in the country that was dedicated to homeless children, asked no questions about insurance, asked no questions about where they live, just took care of them. And that spirit has now grown to the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, which has moved to a new location this year. It was huge news. We're now at 1355 Oakman Boulevard. The Say Detroit Family Health Clinic pharmacy and our new dental practice. We've expanded our hours. We even stay open until 7:30 in the evening, a couple nights a week. People who have no insurance or underinsured or have insurance can all be seen by our amazing staff. We've got programs that include no-cost mammogram events, Wellness Wednesdays, diaper giveaways, our first-year program, which we just talked about. And here joining us to talk about this, if I had any of my sheets in front of me, which, of course, I don't. Hang on. Where did it go? This one? Ah, here we go. Thank you. I'm a little punchy. I've been doing this now since 6 a.m. Tawana Nettles Robinson is our executive director. I could have done without the sheet. Hi, Tawana. Also with us is Chantel Steinbach, who is a physician practice manager. Hi, Chantel.
Hi.
And Mr. Bryant Gary, who is a patient at the clinic. Hi, Bryant.
How you doing, sir?
Nice to have you here. So, Tawana, just tell everybody what we are able to do now that we have moved to this new facility.
Yeah, so we're really excited about the move, and what it has really allowed us to do is to expand our services within the city of Detroit. Now, we still have the same focus. We still want to make sure that we're serving people living in under-resourced communities. And so that's still our focus, but the move has allowed us to really expand who we see, how we see them, and how often we see them. And so we went from a clinic focused on homeless children, and we still really support homeless children and women in our clinics, but to a comprehensive medical team with medical services to serve the whole person. And so, it's a great move for us. It's a great opportunity to expand and to really get into the community and help move things forward.
So what do we go from the rooms that we had before to the rooms that we have now, or the number of patients we could see before to the number that we could see now? Some examples.
Yeah, so we came from a smaller clinic with about 5 exam rooms. We're currently at 10, including some dental operatories, at least 3 dental operatories. So a huge change, not only in square footage from around 5,000 to over 10,000, but also the number of exam rooms and the service offerings that we are able to offer to the community.
So if we've got twice the space, we could literally see twice the people.
We could see more than that.
Wow.
We can see more than that.
And
yes.
we probably are.
Yes.
Chantel, tell us about what you do there.
So I run the day-to-day services there. I coordinate with different community partners to ensure that we can meet the needs of our patients. So for example, we have a couple of volunteers from Trinity Health who oversee our gynecology services. We partner with Wayne State for physical therapy, Henry Ford for dermatology, as well as psychiatric and behavioral health services. So I oversee the day-to-day operations.
And all of these in one place, and all of these offered to people if they have insurance, great, but also if they don't have insurance, if they're not covered. And I don't think there are too many places that do both. And what you just rattled off there, most people have to go to a different place for each one of those services. And of course, transportation for that kind of thing in Detroit amongst people who don't have a lot of means is very difficult. To be able to come to a single place and be referenced or be taken care of, or at least being, shown where you have to go for the next thing is very important.
Indeed.
And we have transportation that takes people back and forth as well, which is unheard of. We actually transport people to our clinic. Mr. Bryant Gary, you are a patient at the Say Clinic. What brought you there?
What brought me there was being deathly diabetic and not knowing it, not taking care of business with my health like I should have, especially at my age. But we all think we're Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I suffer from that too.
But I now know I can be Lois Lane too, because when I walked in there,
I'm more Jimmy Olsen myself.
Well, I'm gonna take accountability. I really was out of it. I barely could see. Neuropathy. I was in pain, and it was serious. I really want to take 5 seconds. Carla Butcher, my doctor over there, I want to thank her. And when I say this, I mean it. She helped save my life. All of these guys did. All of these guys. You included. Okay? Because I just did not do what I was supposed to health-wise, and they nursed me back to health. They're still nursing me back to health, and I appreciate it.
What brought you to our clinic in particular? How did you find out about it?
God, for those who believe God, I was looking up some free clinics because the one time in my life I didn't have health insurance. One time I fell deathly ill. And it was in divine order, if you ask me. I pulled up Say Clinic. And that's the God's truth.
And we were able to take you because we take people who don't have insurance, and your life was perhaps saved as a result of it.
It was not perhaps, it was. It was. Wow. And I'm not trying to be funny, it was.
No, there's nothing funny about it. And I'm so glad. I mean, I'm really glad that you're here. And I'm glad that you're getting better. And I'm glad that we have this. And this is what you're supporting folks with your donations today. And for all the fancy guests that we get on here, you are the heart and soul of the guests that belong on this program, because you're what we do. And I'm so glad you're here, and I hope you have a great holiday. Nothing like being alive.
I second that.
Tawana Nettles Robinson and Chantel Steinbach from our Detroit Family Health Clinic. God bless you both for the work that you do. Thank you all, everybody who helps support this. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 if you want to help fellow citizens like Bryant and in future situations like that. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web to make donations. Back with our big announcement right after this.
It's another beautiful day at Save Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Save Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the executive director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our buses. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. How was school?
Good.
Huh?
Good.
For the D. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the Deep. The Deep is our education center. It's named the Deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The Deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the Deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading.
We've got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. And so whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities and the electives that are available to our students here 5 days a week. Notes for Notes is a national organization that provides music studios across the country. Our wonderful art teacher, Ms. Kai Puritan. Can you talk a little bit about just kind of the value of having this kind of space for young people?
Especially in Detroit, this kind of space for young people to express themselves, to learn who they are as like humans and artists, to hone those skills with people from the community like us. I think it's a one-of-a-kind space, and it's needed like throughout this city.
As we leave the creative arts room, you may hear some music in the background, and that's because right next door is our dance studio. And we have a variety of different dance genres: hip-hop dance, tap dance, modern dance, and then we also have an African dance and drum program. And so today, our students on Mondays are engaged in their hip-hop dance activities. We're now in our gym area, We are extremely committed to making sure that our students increase their health. And so we exercise, calisthenics, running, agility, and then we also get into organized sports, including basketball, volleyball, but we also like to get our students outside where we have a terrific AstroTurf football field, we have a baseball diamond, and we have a grass football field. We try to utilize our outside facilities as much as possible, both for recreational opportunities as well as for competitive sports. So that about wraps it up for our tour of the Say Detroit Play Center.
Legacy Fund. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, here's Mitch.
All right, I'm very excited for this part of the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Most of what we're doing all day long has been raising money for our existing programs, which now span, 9 separate operations throughout the city. But now we are going to announce a new one. And to help me make this announcement, we have gathered Mayor's Deluxe. So sitting to my left is the current mayor of the city of Detroit, Mike Duggan. Say hello to him, everybody. Sitting to his left is the former mayor of the city of Detroit, Dave Bing. On the phone line with us is the future mayor of Detroit, who is on her honeymoon, Mary Sheffield. Hello, Mary.
Hello, good afternoon.
Mayor-elect.
Glad to be here
Okay.
today.
And I'm going to introduce these people. Well, you may know Ike McKinnon, who used to be in charge of our police force, so you better be nice to him, sitting over there. And I'm going to introduce you to these people in a moment, but there is a reason that they are all here and why we are all gathered here. So, Mayor Duggan, who I knew as Mike before I started calling him mayor, urged me a number of years ago to try to do something with the recreation centers in the city of Detroit that have been closed down during our financial hardship years. There were like 55 of them. And Mike came to me and said, you have sports connections. Couldn't you do something with one of these? And so Rosie and I began traveling around looking at these different rec centers that unfortunately had all been so destroyed that they were beyond the capability of fixing up. And then we found Lipke Park. And although all the HVAC equipment had been stolen off the roof, which we still don't know how they did that, we were able to salvage that, and it has grown into a jewel of the Say Detroit family, the Say Detroit Say Play Center at Lipke Park, which now sees over 300 kids a day, has programs from STEM robotics to e-gaming to a recording studio, a digital learning center, plus the football field by Matthew Stafford, the basketball court from the Pistons, the baseball field from the Tigers, etc. It has been a huge success. Mayor Duggan is nothing if not dogged. And so a couple years ago, he came to me and started bugging me about something else. I will let you take the story from there.
Well, what Mitch Album and Say Detroit have done in the 7 Mile and Van Dyke area is unbelievable. And Mitch is understating it. We had a rec center that was scheduled for demolition, but the neighborhood around it probably had 25-30% vacant homes. It was just going downhill. And what they did, not just the basketball courts, the computer lab, then Matthew Stafford expanding the building. You drive down those streets today and every single one of them is occupied. And in fact, they're having to bus children into the neighborhood to play at the center. It's unbelievable to see young kids coming in. So I was getting near the end of the term. I said, Mitch, you haven't done anything new in a rec center in about a decade. And if there is one center that means something to longtime Detroiters, it's St. Cecilia's. That gym and that school has been sitting vacant for a long time. I said, you want to do something that would mean something to the basketball tradition of the city, the neighborhood tradition of the city. Nobody's been able to figure out how to save it. I know Earl Curitin had worked on it for quite a while. And I'm really pleased here today, Mitch, to say you took up the challenge.
Well, Mike is dogged, like I said. And so we are here to announce that our newest endeavor with Say Detroit is that we are going to replicate what we have done at the Say Play Center on the east side, on the west side, by taking over all 8 acres around St. Cecilia's and revitalizing that wonderful gym and center and school building. And we're going to turn it into an absolute gem. And you can see on these renderings, if you're watching at home, we're going to have a STEM and digital innovation labs there. We're going to have 25 rooms for academic success that we can focus on our learning. We're going to have a football field that's never been there before, right in the middle. The gym itself is going to, and that is a famous gym. When you say St. Cecilia's, if you touch the basketball in Detroit ever, you know what St. Cecilia's is. It goes back from working backwards from current stars to Chris Webber and Jalen Rose, and all the way back to a young man named Dave Bing, who developed a nice jump shot in St. Cecilia's, and later became our mayor after a fantastic NBA career. And we wanted Dave to be here because he has, along with so many other people, been pushing to get St. Cecilia's back to some former glory. We're going to take it to even beyond that glory. What do you have to say about that, Dave?
Well, I am excited and pleased to no end because I think I was the first professional basketball player to play at St. Cecilia. I go back and I remember my second year in the NBA. I was a holdout. I didn't sign my contract and I got fined $500 a day for not coming to training camp. It wound up to be about a $5,000 fine. And Sam Washington, who ran St. Cecilia Gymnasium, came and asked me, "What are you going to do with that fine?" I said, I don't have any control over that. He says, "It's $5,000. I need a scoreboard. Can you get the Pistons to put the $5,000 into St. Cecilia so we can put up a scoreboard?" It happened. The rest is history.
It's the best use of a fine I've ever heard. Well, I'm happy that we're going to help continue your legacy there. And Mayor-elect Sheffield, who's on the phone with us, we're giving you a little bit of good news before you even get sworn in.
Listen, I am so excited. I want to thank Mayor Duggan for his foresight, his advocacy to bring you on board to do this. These are the partnerships that I believe are extremely important. I have to say my husband finally can say that he grew up playing in St. Cecilia. So it's very near and dear to the community. And throughout the entire campaign, I actually talked about the need for programming a lot of these sites in our neighborhood for wraparound services and after school programming. So this is near and dear to my heart. And I'm definitely looking forward to working with you all to make sure it's a success for our neighborhoods in our city.
Well, we're going to look forward to working with you too, because I know we spent a lot of time with Mayor Duggan getting all the things through to get all the paperwork and all the permits and the neighborhood and all that. So we'll be looking forward to working with you, Mayor-elect Sheffield. I know you're on your honeymoon, so I don't want to hold you any longer. I just wanted to, but I love the fact that you say, I can now say my husband played there, because a week ago we would have been your fiance, and now it's your husband. Yeah.
But he as a former basketball player, he just lit up when he heard about St. Cecilia and his times playing there. And anything that deals with after school programming and out of school time, I'm going to always be present because it's so critical and so important. And it's definitely a passion of mine as the next mayor of the city of Detroit.
Well,
so
we have that
thank
on.
you for
we have
all
that on
that you're
tape.
doing.
We have that on tape. We're recording the whole thing. So I may be in your office playing that tape every now and then.
And Mitch, the new mayor has a sister-in-law who's a WNBA player. You're going to have a whole team.
Okay. All right. We're looking forward to that. Well, we'll let you get back to your honeymoon, but thank you for joining us.
Much.
All right. Mayor-elect Sheffield, let's thank her for joining us. And I told you I would introduce you to the people to my right. Judith Pickup is Earl Curitan's widow. Earl, of course, we lost not too long ago, was a jewel of our city. And Sari is Earl and Judith's daughter. And we're so happy to have you here, because I know getting St. Cecilia's back to some kind of, public usage and glory, not being, kind of left behind, was a big cause for Earl, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Share that with us.
Yeah.
my dad loved Detroit, and I think that's reflected in his love for St. Cecilia. The city offered him so much just as an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to become the person he became, which was someone who loved and took care of his community. So reopening St. Cecilia and the plans that Say Detroit has for it, I think will be an amazing thing to build up the stars for the future, which has always been the goal of the gym.
Judith, would you be kind enough to come to when we have the grand opening and everything like that and participate with us? Because, you know, Earl was big over at Lipke also. So, I don't know, Earl Cureton's following us around from rec center to rec center over here. Ike McKinnon, tell us about your connections with St. Cecilia.
Well, St. Cecilia for me started in 1967 during the riot. In fact, so many police officers would go there and bivouac is the term that we use. And Sam Washington, he fed us. After that, you know, we played, all of us wannabe players. And I can say that I played on Dave Bing's team. I played on his team. I didn't say I could play, you know. But anyway, at one point a few years ago, Earl Cureton called me. He said, Ike, he said, listen, there's some problems. There are things that we have to do for St. Cecilia because it's dying. I said, Earl, we're going to do our best. We went to the mayor.
This mayor,
yeah,
okay.
The first mayor, and we talked with him, and he gave his approval. And then with Dave, who of course I've known for years, and they both were behind this. And so we started pushing and pushing, and we got other NBA players involved. But primarily, this mayor and Mayor Bing were the ones who said, this is what we have to do to make a difference and to help so many young people. And so I'm glad that we have the new mayor on too, who can continue that, because there's so many things we want to do to make a difference with these young people in our city.
Well, to that end, Rick Kelly, our executive director, who sat back down with us, why don't you just quickly list off what our plans are for St. Cecilia's? Because what I'm telling you here now, I know you hear St. Cecilia's and you think, oh, basketball court. Oh, that's nice. They're going to fix up a... No, that's not what we're in the business of. Basketball is part of what it's going to be, but it's just a part. Share with us what all the rest of it's going to be.
Absolutely. Well, we've had so much success with our center on the east side, the Say Detroit Play Center, and people kept coming to us the last few years saying, you need to do this again. You need to replicate this around the city. And again, thanks to Mayor Duggan for giving us the idea, but we plan to do after-school educational activities just like we do on the east side. There's a beautiful 2-story schoolhouse there that is absolutely gorgeous. We plan to renovate it back to its glory. We plan to renovate St. Cecilia's gym back to its glory. And not only that, we have big plans to add an addition to it that will really help us to tell the history of what happened there, the importance that it played in the community, and getting the kids back into the gym is what it's all
There'll
about.
be a little museum in the gymnasium of all the great names that have played there. And I'm hoping, former Mayor Bing, that you may hit up some of those former people for some donations to help us renovate that gym.
Those guys making a lot of money.
That's right. But it's not how much money they make, it's who has their phone number. That's what matters.
Mitch, let me say this. Earl Cureton, he told the story. He lived on the east side, Mack and Bewick. He would take 2 buses to come there and play, and most of those kids did exactly that. They wanted to come to St. Cecilia. That was the place. That was the home for so many young people in the city.
Yeah, and we're going to honor that tradition, and I'm hoping that many of them will contribute. This is something, we're making this announcement. I'm hoping that people are listening around the city. If you would like to be partners with us in any of the elements, we're going to have an academic success wing with tutoring and homework labs, literacy and numeracy, skill building rooms, and small group intervention and mentor spaces. We're going to have STEM and digital innovation labs, robotics, computer labs, digital media, creative technology. We're going to have an arts, music, and cultural development thing. So we'll have performing arts practice rooms, music and the like, music production and recording studio. We have one over at the east side location. We're going to mimic it right on the other one. Space for youth-led showcases, open mic nights, things like that. Of course, all the athletics, a full gym, as we've mentioned, for basketball, a football field, fitness, wellness, and injury prevention workshops, recreation for students seeking safe and healthy alternatives to neighborhood risk factors, workforce and leadership and life skills centers, a college and career navigation center, family empowerment hubs, and community and multi-use spaces. All that is going to be in this whole big 8-acre plot, including parking lots and things like that. So we are looking for partners to join us on this. This is going to be a big undertaking, but we already have some financing in place. We wouldn't have announced it if we hadn't, but we're looking for more. So I'm hoping all of you can help And Mayor Duggan, you've got a pretty good Rolodex. And don't leave that Rolodex on your desk when you go to the governor's office.
I'm with you, but for anybody thinking about a basketball court, when I saw what you did at Lipke, the kids would come over after school to play basketball. You had a program where they had to do their homework in the computer lab before they could go up and play in the gym. And that became a culture of your center, valuing the education and the athletics.
Still is. And that'll be the same rules at the new St. Cecilia. We're going to call it the Say Play Center at St. Cecilia's. And it'll be the same rules. You come there, first you get a meal right after school. And then it's an hour and a half of working on academics. And then you can pick up the basketball. You can go to the robotics lab. You can do any of the other things that are there. And we'll have that same philosophy as well. So Judith and Sari, I'm so glad that you were here. And I hope that you will come when we have the grand opening and honor, and we'll have a place for Earl. You wanted to say something?
Rick, yeah, I just wanted to say again, without Earl's vision, this is really what brought this to life today.
Right.
And we look forward to working with you on every step of this. This is an all-star cast up here, and they all play a huge part in making this come together. We're really humbled as Say Detroit to even be a small part of this and to help it bring it back.
We are.
So
and thanks to the triple mayor push that helped get this done. We're all in this together. And Mayor Duggan, we are going to miss you here in Say Detroit. I do hope that if you're sitting in the governor's office, well, next year at this time, you'll be determined one way or the other. You'll either be governor-elect or you'll be looking for a job. And if you're looking for a job, we've got an opening at Say Detroit.
There you go. One way or another, I'll be here with you next year.
So please do. Thank everybody here, Mayor Duggan and Dave Bing and Ike McKinnon and Puritans and everybody else. We'll continue here. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 to help us get this project started. If you want to help us bring St. Cecilia's and bring the whole philosophy of what we did on the east side to the west side, make a donation now. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 or Mitch Albom Radiothon.com on the web. Back with much more, including Jane Pauley, Dan Campbell, Lomas Brown, John Sally, coming up in the next hour.
WJR's Michigan Voices with Marie Osborne.
I served 28 years in 11 months. Now I'm in Clarenceville High School when they told me I was going to die in prison. Know why I'm here? Because I didn't give up. My name is Daryl. I dropped out of school in the 8th grade. Started selling drugs. I found myself at the wrong place at the wrong time, associating with the wrong people. Someone was killed. I didn't do it. They convicted me for being an aiding and abettor in this homicide. Let's stay engaged with them and hear them a lot, and get them to talk, because that's what's going to make a huge difference when we transition. Oh, this is amazing. This is the biggest one that we ever done with 400 students. They're laughing, they're working together, don't know who they're working with right now, but they just having fun, natural fun. Young people desire a lot. They want to be heard. So it's not just a monologue in here, it's a dialogue that's going on. We're here to lift each other up. First of all, we want to thank you for welcoming us into your school today. It's been an honor and a privilege for us to be here with you guys. We have some other good friends here that I want them to share just a little bit more about themselves and what they do, and then we want to have a conversation about that. And so I'm gonna ask my good friend here if he would say just a little bit more about himself.
I'm Tavan Hall. I'm a police officer for the city of Inkster.
Are you a cop? And I'm a cop too. And I
Oh,
turn
you a
myself
cop too?
Yes, sir. And I turn myself around. don't look like no cop.
He don't look like no cop.
Yeah, neither though, for real.
Neither one of them
like
got
no
We want to help them to believe in themselves. We want to empower them with the tools that they need so that they can win in life.
I don't like bad people because it's not all cops, just like it's not all kids. To be a cop, you go out there and you risk your own life for everyone else's every day. And just because there's bad people in like the police system, there's bad people everywhere, but you can't like say all cops are bad.
But we're saying here that we ain't got no beef with the police. You know, we got a beef with foolishness. She gets it, and you all got to get it. Because many of these cops that's in this room right now could be your ticket to winning. Better together means us coming together as a community and saying that everyone have a voice, everyone have a seat at the table, everyone lives matter. And that's what we need to be about as a nation, working together so that we all can be better together.
Republican
Okay, we take it
alternative
to
would have
8.
shifted that spending to government-funded
We
health
take it to-
savings accounts. America,
Okay,
flip
to 8, we go to
Fox
30.
News.
All right. Well, if they can get out on time towards the top of the hour, it might not be a big deal, but we're pretty much, blowing up half the spots for the hour.
For your home security system and get a free smart floodlight camera.
I said if we get out, at the end of the hour, on time, it might work.
Today at 1-800 stay
Can,
out.
can
That's
you run this
1-800 stay
while
out.
all the sports people are coming so I can go take a smoke?
Yeah.
When we come back.
Construction blocking your right lane.
Okay, he's going to take it down to 3:30. We break at 3:30, and then we come back with Jane Pauley.
I-94 westbound between Park
Okay.
Road and Linwood.
Carrie wants to know if Herman Moore is connected. Do you have that information?
Snow showers the afternoon, a high of 29.
Okay.
Cloudy
All right,
for
thank you.
tonight, a low of 15. Partly cloudy Friday with a high of 31. I'm Rich Bluzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. And we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives for everyone.
Most customer appreciation event this year, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends.
9:15 after we come back.
If we come back at 08,
9:15 for the rest of the hour.
9:15.
Down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving.
If they were, like I said, if we get out at 54, it could work. Could work.
How long until we're back?
We're
coming back at 08.
What's
that? We're coming back at 08.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
Awesome.
Places that can expose you more to identity. But LifeLock monitors millions of data points.
Am I going to get your stuff?
Your identity is stolen. Our US-based records.
I figure it out?
Fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans.
So, Carrie, you can hear us?
Get more holiday fun, less holiday work with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with.
That's
promo code
weird.
RICH. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Text me yes if you can hear us.
Family is what I do best.
Yammering back and forth, Carrie.
Yeah.
In an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Hi, it's Guy Gordon sitting down here with Chris Alberta, my favorite retirement advisor, as he is helping me through my recent transition. Chris, how's it going?
Doing great, Guy.
Why is it that you think your message resonates so well with WJR listeners, Chris?
Guy, it's a birds of a feather dynamic. So over the years, we have noticed that the folks that really fit with us, we share core values. We tend to lean very traditional. We're conservative about our money. We're good savers. We're very, very modest in terms of spending. What I think people are after is really patient, dependable explanations of why something's being recommended. And when we all take the time to learn that and be vulnerable with one another, success just happens. People are tired of being sold. And I think that's the trick when it comes to JR people, is that we're a family.
Call Chris Alberta today, 888-800-8949. That's 888-800-8949. Principium.
Do you have an IRA or 401k? You want to think of this as being your money. But remember, you still have to pay taxes when you withdraw this money in retirement. And these taxes, well, they could be a lot higher than you know. Learn how you could reduce or potentially eliminate these taxes with a free retirement tax savings analysis. It's from the Brzezinski Group, a second-generation financial advisory firm right here in Metro Detroit. If you've saved at least $250,000, schedule your free analysis now by calling 800-641-3361. This free analysis could save you tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxes in retirement. Call 800-641-3361. That's 800-641-3361. Investment advisory services offered only by duly registered individuals through AE Wealth Management, LLC. Firm does not provide legal or tax advice.
Whether you're heading to a holiday event downtown, the airport to visit family, or your company's year-end party, Metro Cars will get you there safely, comfortably, and on time. Luxury sedans, SUVs, and VIP buses. Metro Cars takes the stress out of holiday travel. 35 years of excellence, Metro Cars voted best limo service by Our Detroit and is the official transportation of WJR. Experience a joyful and safe holiday season with Metro Cars. Book your airport or other holiday transportation today at metrocars.com. Metro Cars, one brand, endless ways to move.
Welcome to the 14th annual Mitch Albom Save Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by the Michigan Masonic Charitable Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Save Detroit was founded by Mitch Albom in 2006 and will be celebrating its 20th anniversary next year. Save Detroit and say something amazing. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch.
All right, we welcome you back here to the 3 o'clock hour. We've been on since 6 a.m. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, whatever that is, 9 or 10 hours. But we'll be here till 9 o'clock. We are trying to break our record of last year of $2.2 million raised in a single day. We'll let you know how we're coming along on that. 855-955-GIVE. 855-955-4483 is the phone number to make the call, or MitchAlbomRadiothon.com on the web. Very simple. And you can also do all your Christmas shopping there. We got all these great auction items and incentive items. Now sitting at the table with us, we've changed places, is the great Lomas Brown, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Next to him, Ryan Armani, our afternoon host and, of course, TV host on Fox 2. Steve Courtney, the legendary broadcaster, right alongside me as well. Steve Courtney, Kenny Brown is here, Kevin O'Neill, all the rest. Herman Moore is going to join us in a moment so that we can watch Herman and Lomas scream at each other, which was maybe the most amusing thing from last year's show. Yeah. But right now we want to say hello to the coach of the Detroit Lions, who I understand is standing by with us right now. Dan Campbell. Is he on the line with us right now?
I'm on. How's it going, Mitch?
He is. Hello, Dan.
Hello.
We got an all-star cast for you here.
I know. I just heard it. I heard the lineup.
Yeah. And wait, Lomas Brown is here, so he's listening. So be careful. He knows you.
Yeah, no doubt.
There's something in that laugh. I'd like to know what it is. Yeah.
Listen, there's nothing but love for Lomas. Lomas is the best, man. Ultimate teammate. Listen, it's his time to get in too, by the way. So I'm not taking any shots at Lomas.
That's right.
That's right.
He's a Hall of Famer. Absolutely. You know, Matthew Stafford was on with us earlier from L.A. In case this is any intel that you can use, he was up at 7 a.m. this morning in L.A., and it looked like he'd already been working out. I don't know what you want to do with that information, but he was nice enough to say, and I think you probably feel the same way that he still loves the city of Detroit and doesn't look at that trade having anything to do with any of it. You know, when it comes to things like what we're doing here today, there is no such thing as, you know, I belong to one city or anything else. Everybody's on the same side. And I know you're going to play the Rams, but I'm sure you feel the same way about the city of Detroit, that, you know, we're just here to help one another right now.
Yeah, I mean, and let me write that down first of all. Stafford 7 a.m. You know, which is really 10 o'clock our time, so he's really late getting up. Listen, he's you know, what a stud he is. Just, you know, everybody knows the player that he is, but everybody to a man speaks of the person that he is. He's an unbelievable human being who I've never heard a bad word about him from anybody that knows him well. And so that sounds like him. You know, he's just willing to help, and he gave a lot to this city, and I know he wants to give back. He does in both places. So kudos to him, man. He's a pro. He's a stud.
Yeah. You have become a real fixture here in Detroit, and I think there's a lot of people who root for the Lions nationally who I hear, they tell me they don't know a lot of the players necessarily, but they go, I love that coach. He's, you know, I don't know if it's a Hard Knock show or just the sideline stuff, but you've become emblematic of the spirit of Detroit, the grit thing that you brought in here. I don't think you were doing it intentionally, but it's kind of been associated with the city, and the Lions' rise has also been compared to the rise of a lot of parts of Detroit. Are you happy about that? Is it something that you cultivate?
No, I am happy about it. I mean, I've mentioned this before, but the thought of being able to come to this city with this team, with where it's at and all that it's been through, both the city and the team, you just knew it would be something special, you know, once you got it to where, you know, you're not going through the hard times anymore, like they were before. And I just think there's just something unique about it, man. It's not for everybody. Nothing necessarily comes easy. But I wanted to build the team kind of in the image of what this is about, man. It's a blue collar city ultimately, and it's about overcoming. It's about being resilient, and I feel like our team has embodied that, you know, and that's really the spirit of what Detroit is, and really Michigan for that part.
Yeah. You know, I'm looking at you on this thing here, and the question comes to my mind, and I have that kind of mind. Have you ever worn a suit and tie? I don't think I've ever seen you in anything else. Once? Wedding?
I did one time. I think when I got this job, I wore a suit. I don't think I wore the tie, but I did wear a suit. So
okay,
that's one of the best things, by the way, of being a head coach, is that when you go on the road, you get to name what you're wearing. So we wear sweats. We don't wear suits. All right.
Yeah. I come to realize I have never seen a picture of you in a suit and a tie. No,
yeah, I'm not a suit and tie guy.
No, absolutely not.
It should be.
Lomas, any little story you want to share with us about Dan that we don't know?
Oh, I mean, you know, I was in my 15th year. He was in his second year when I got to the New York Giants, and just the long hair, you know, the hair just swaying through there. But I knew he was a different dude. I couldn't have said right then he was going to be a great coach, but it was something different about Dan. That's my guy right there. Love him to death and everything. So that's my guy.
Was he kind of the Alex Anzalone hair of the
it was kind of long, Coach. It was a little long.
I don't know if it was quite that long yet, but it was long.
You weren't going for the Thor thing, huh?
Yeah. No, I wasn't quite there yet. Mine was just too, you know, I just didn't get around to getting a haircut, and he just kept growing. So.
And was he a good blocker as well?
Yeah, that's what we did. You know, big fella helped him out a little bit, but he took care of the business, his business, when he had to take care of it.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Well, you're coming into the last part of the season, and you know, you're in a much different position, obviously, than last year when you were kind of cruising. But some teams I've seen over the course of my career kind of enjoy this position more. They like chasing it more. And you know, as we learned last year, it's how you're playing in January. It's not how you played in September. Talk a moment about that.
Well, I think, look, there is something to that. I mean, you don't plan for that. Like, okay, this is what we're going to do. Let's make sure we don't play great and we end up with 5 losses when we hit.
Right.
But there is something to be said about when you're in the position we're in, we have to play our best ball with 4 left now, and that serves us well because we have to go get these games. And once we get them, then you're a hot team, right? Now you're playing your best ball going into the playoffs. So that's down the road, but we got one right in front of us, and that's what we got to stay focused on, the Rams right now. But listen, it serves us well. We know where we're at. We're not panicked about it. We just know we got to play. Listen, we got to play better than we did against Dallas, and really you should every week. You need to play a little bit better, and every game is a little more important now that we're in December.
Yeah, I always wonder when I always feel bad for you when a player goes down, and I wonder if there's ever a sentence in your head that just goes, another injury, or you just accept that as it just part of the game?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. In 2021, we lost a lot of guys, and I remember kind of thinking that at one point, like, man, I can't believe we lost another guy. And it was like that was the last time I ever thought that way or felt that way. I'm like, listen, this is part of the game. You got to have depth. You got to be able to adjust, adapt. The next guy's up. Make sure we train the guys behind them so they're ready. And then they got to hold the line. So no, I don't like anybody, man. You hate to lose players. You hate to lose good players. But it's part of it, and it's really the teams that can adjust and have those guys ready that are in the hopper. Those are the ones that continue to win and have consistency.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I want to thank you for taking the time. I know how busy your days are. And of course we have auction items here that help us raise money for all the many causes that we do here. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm wondering, we were told that you have a habit of going for coffee early in the morning before you get started. Is that accurate?
That could be accurate.
Okay. So would it be possible for us to auction off? There's a famous Japanese novel called Till the Coffee Gets Cold, which is about people who get to visit their lost loved ones for a cup of coffee until the coffee gets cold and then they disappear. Could we auction off a sit down with you at time of your convenience until the coffee gets cold, or 10 minutes, whichever goes faster, that someone could meet you for a cup of coffee, or they could bring their family or something like that at a convenient time? I think that we could raise a lot of money with something like that.
I can do that, Mitch. That's not a problem. Absolutely, I can do that.
Well, that's great. You're going to be surprised at how expensive that coffee is going to end up being on our website here. Yeah. And no, you cannot order refills, okay? One cup of coffee. The man is busy, okay? Well, that's great, Dan. Before I let you go, John Pizzarelli, the fantastic jazz singer and artist and guitarist, always thanks our guests with a little musical ditty. I think we did this to you last year, and you were you were either suitably embarrassed or very angry. I'm not sure, but
no, you did a great job.
Ready? All right, ready, John?
Yeah, gotta love Dan Campbell. He brought winning to this town. A genuine riverboat gambler. There's no punting on 4th down. Played tight end for my Giants. Even played for the Big D. Now that he's for Detroit, and how happy can we be?
All right, there you go.
Very good. That one was totally different. That one was totally different than last year's. Well done.
Totally different.
You
Hey,
got destiny in your own hands there, Coach. Go get him.
we don't repeat anything around here, Dan. All right. Thank you so much for spending time with us. Go get him in Los Angeles.
Absolutely. Take care.
Great Dan Campbell here, folks. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. We're going to put that item up on the auction thing. A bid to have a cup of coffee with Dan Campbell in the morning. That would be pretty
drinks
good.
a lot of coffee.
Rosie, you've got something to present to us
I
here.
do, Mitch. It's a special group here from Group 10 and Peachtree Hotels. I have Denise, Erica, Kristen, Jason, and Antonio. And I'm going to turn the microphone over to Brian Hart, who's the GM of Home to Troy Hotels, to make a special presentation.
Welcome. Thank you. On behalf of Group 10 Management and Peachtree Hotel Group, I'd like to present this check to Say Detroit of $10,000.
Wow. Thank you. Oh, we know where we're all staying next time. Yeah, I'll stay at the Peachtree. There you go. What a beautiful shot. Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming out. It takes all of you to carry that check. It does. All right. Well, we appreciate that very much. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Now, Lomas Brown, I'm going to let you handle this because by this point, Herman Moore is probably so ticked off at us for waiting. But Herman Moore, I believe, is on the stream. Can we see Herman? There he is.
Yeah.
Listen, you know how it is, Herman, when the coach says, "I'm going now," which is what we heard at 3:05, just when we were about to throw to you. We had to go to Dan Campbell because apparently he's got some meetings. So my apologies to you for making you wait so long, Herman.
Yeah, not a problem. I'm used to it. So, I take a back seat.
Ever since
anyone who knows me, they understand what I mean when I say that. So, yeah, it's not a problem.
Well, take it out on Lomas.
Like he always tries to.
So, I have to say that one of the highlights of last year's Radiothon was when you and Lomas were on at the same time and started debating who actually has a harder job, a receiver or an offensive lineman, and who actually does any blocking. And I would like for you to continue that feud right here, if you would.
Oh, that's
for those
easy.
who missed it last year.
Oh, that's easy. I mean, I appreciate the linemen. I appreciate the guys in the trench because it starts with the guys. There's no doubting that. There's no denying it. And they will tell you, and Lomas will attest to this. They want to do run blocking more than pass blocking because once the running back clears the line of scrimmage, their job is done. Pass blocking means they have to hold it a little bit longer, which means they have to put in a little bit more work, which means they don't want to do the work. They don't want to put in that tough, long work. And that's just like me saying, you know what, I only want to run 2-yard routes versus having to run clearing routes. And you can't do that. It's so, you can't have it that way. That's what I find out with some of the linemen. They just
receivers, they got to keep running downfield even if the ball isn't getting thrown to them.
And they won't do it. They won't do it.
Don't give them an excuse now. Again, spoken like a receiver, and I told you, all those receivers are divas now. So
tell me what diva means, man. First of all, explain what you mean when you say diva.
Well, diva, those guys that say they're open when they're not open.
I'm always open. Hey, man, listen, bro. Listen. Hey, film don't lie. Film don't lie. Listen, all I know is this. You can embarrass my guy, and everybody can sit here and throw shade. They do whatever. Listen. If I can get you a first down with one catch, but he needs 10 times to touch it to get the same thing, it's different.
Aha.
Oh. Don't agree with that.
I'm not agreeing.
Man, listen, how many times has Barry given me a flight saying, Herman, you know what? I want to hook you up with a Rolex for blocking. What about when he breaks into the secondary? Why is it always about the lineman, man? The lineman, I get it, but once he hits the line of scrimmage, when he hits those 40-yard runs, you go look at the film. Film doesn't lie. I don't see any linemen downfield blocking safeties.
I don't know too many quarterbacks that throw really good passes when they're on their back looking up at the sky.
Yeah, but Lomas, I give quarterbacks a radius.
That way, right there.
Listen. I'm not like everybody else, man. I give them room for error. I have a big radius. I can catch high. I can catch low. I can go over the middle. It doesn't have to be a perfect pass. Come on, man. Listen.
That ego, big radius matches that big ego right there.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to tell you right now. Listen, if you don't have a big ego wide receiver that says, you know what, I can get it done, then you don't want to play with that guy. I get it. You can be quiet killer and do all this other stuff. No, I want the ball. I want the ball.
I'll tell you this, like I say, right? We know catching, that's a natural movement. Throwing is a natural movement. Even running the ball, that's a natural movement. How many guys you see walking down the street backpedaling? It's not a natural movement. That's a learned movement that we have to do.
Hey, Mitch. Yeah. Listen, I came from the school of the University of Virginia. We are basically a public Ivy. Argumentation and debating. Lomas, you will lose this every time, bro. Listen, listen. It is nothing. Listen, you guys, your job is 3 seconds at most. Most. I don't need a quarterback to scramble. I just need him to just go 1, 2, 3 set, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 set, shotgun, whatever it is. Know where we are on the field and get the ball to me. Let me do the rest.
But that 3 seconds, bro, is with a guy that's 350 pounds and wants to rip your head off.
That's right. That's a tough 3 seconds.
You can't talk to a little guy like that that have the little fellow on them trying to discover. Come on down there in the trenches and hang out.
You know what? I wish I changed what I was doing. I would love to be a defensive end right now because all you do is you pin yours back, and I got big ones. I would pin them back, and all I would do is just go after just the quarterback. That's all it is. Man, listen.
Pin those big ears back.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
I can run
and Lomas, you lucky I didn't play defensive end. I would have taken you.
Oh my goodness. It sounds like Rick Mahorn. I heard the same thing from Rick Mahorn. I told Rick he better stay on the hardwood. Herman, stay out there.
You're not an athlete. You're a lineman. That's a difference. You participate in football as a lineman. I'm an athlete.
I keep trying to figure out how I can package this into something we can auction off.
Hey, Mitch Albin.
But I can't figure it out.
Hey, Mitch Albin. When I give you both names, I give you first and last name. Listen, they're government names. I'm an athlete. Pick a sport. I excel in every sport. And listen, a lot of guys will say that's ego. That's not ego. It's fact. Like, if you don't like it, that ain't my fault.
Herm, I forgot you were All-American kicker. I forgot about that. I'm sorry. I forgot you were a kicker in
all right.
high school.
In the 60 seconds we have here, in all seriousness, Herman Moore, can you just give a shout out to people to help our charities out here and why it's important? You know Detroit very well. You've been here a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to say, that's Lomas and I. Lomas is my big brother. I have nothing but mad love for him. Congratulations, man, for making it to the second round of the NFL Pro Football Hall of Fame. Well deserved. He is a true ambassador of our community. Mitch, everything that you and everyone is doing, it matters at this time of the year. There are a lot of people that are struggling. There are a lot of organizations that need our support, and it's through causes like this that make it possible. And you have to be unselfish. Sometimes you have to be faceless, and sometimes it's not about cameras following you everywhere. So if there's anything that people can do, please contribute. Please give your time, your energy, your effort, your money, because there are people out there that need us at this time of the year. And Mitch, thank you so much for you and WJR and the organizations that you're affiliated with, but also just everything that you've done over the years to make this thing possible. And no, this isn't scripted. This means that it's all in consistency of what people do. And you've been doing it since I've been here. And appreciate you. Appreciate Lomas for being such a great ambassador for the team. Coach Campbell for what he's done to turn this team around, and the team that we have out there that we can be proud of in the city of Detroit and the state of Michigan, man, for standing behind this team and for our people and our community.
Thank you, Herman. That was beautifully said. How about it for Herman Moore? We got a little song for you, Herman.
All right.
Our jazz aficionado, John Pizzarelli, world famous singer and songwriter, has got a little.
I figured it out.
You figured it out. All right.
All right. I just want to let them know, though, Mitch. Listen, if it's bad, I'm gonna boo you.
No.
Oh no, it's you're gonna like it.
I'm authentic.
All right, listen.
There is run blocking, then there's pass blocking. We could easily do 20 minutes on this or more. Then there is pass catching, there is route running. And there's nothing like this talking. You can't even buy it. Then there's Mr. Lomas and there's Mr. Herman. There ain't two better gents who ever played the game. So run, make your block, Lomas. Go ahead and run your route, Herman. Two greatest guys to ever play the game.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. You know what? I'm gonna roll with that. I'm gonna give you two up. I'm from Virginia. I'm gonna give you 2 up, but 2 down. That's VA. That's a great job.
All right. Herman Moore, everybody. Thank you for coming on.
I love you, Lo. Thanks, everybody.
Somerset, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Come on out and see us at Somerset.
I am Denzel McReynolds,
I'm Danjetta McReynolds.
and we have 5 children.
We have Denzel, who's 15.
Ava, who's 10.
Katie, who's 11.
Ivan, who's 9.
And Kamari, who's 8. And we're the McReynolds family. Things weren't really going the way that we wanted them to go. We were looking for a progression. So we moved to Arizona and started to thrive.
We had ended up having a very unfortunate situation in Arizona where a lot of things that we thought was working out for us really didn't in the end.
I started, talking to my dad about coming back. So he was like, well, my friend has this place, and if you guys want, we can all move in together and, fix this place up. The deal we made with the landlord kind of started going south, where she was supposed to get the roof done and we were supposed to do the interior. But as time progressed, me and my husband, we started having arguments over it because the landlord wasn't coming through with things, and it was definitely a too good to be true deal. Even if we started to rent, it'll be pretty much like we're going to be from paycheck to paycheck because we have to have enough room for our family.
So we were doing rental applications for a couple weeks, and she got the call about the house.
Say Detroit called, Ms. McReynolds, we have a program called Working Homes, Working Families, and we wanted to nominate your family for this program. Working Homes for Working Families is a program where we give a family a home and we introduce them to home ownership.
Welcome home.
Oh, yeah.
I love it, man. I love it.
Oh my goodness. What you guys are doing for people is pretty much a miracle. It's a miracle.
When all the cameras was gone and everybody left and we're sitting here with our 5 children, like, this is our home. Like, guys, we live here now.
I was introduced to Say Play in Detroit by a friend. Say Play in Detroit is a program for kids to go and enjoy learning after school. They introduce them into a lot of different programs. They also have lots of sports like basketball, soccer, volleyball. Anything that you can think of just about Say Detroit is doing it with the kids in the community.
They're really into the community. Like, a lot of people say it, but they really prove it.
They prove it.
Yeah.
It's a proven fact. They're in it to make sure that this community is going to thrive, that the kids are going to thrive, that the parents are going to be able to be good parents and thrive for their children. That's what it starts with. It starts with the foundation and creating a safe place for your children.
Kids are in a better situation. I can see the changes in their behavior and how they do things, and to be able to know that they're here, they're safe, and it just feels good. It's a wonderful feeling.
Who would even thought that this was something that was offered to anybody? It's been a dream come true. It's been a joy.
Say Detroit Working Homes, Working Families is a true blessing.
This is our family forever home.
$1 million of affordable term loan.
Out of business when you call. At Performance Remodeling, we'll always be here to honor our lifetime guarantee. We've served Southeast Michigan since 2006, completing over 20,000 window, roofing, and siding projects. Bottom line, if you ever need us, you call us. We'll be right here. Call Performance Remodeling at 586-540-6000 or visit windowsroofingsiding.com. Upgrade your home now and pay nothing until 2026. That's windowsroofingsiding.com. Again, that's windowsroofingsiding.com.
Performance Remodeling. Your home is our business.
Family Matters amplifies the loudest and the proudest political voices in the Black community today.
What's up, guys? I'm CJ Pearson. There's so many incredible perspectives here in the Black community that you're going to hear from each and every week. This is exactly what the mainstream media was missing.
Because faith matters, country matters, and family matters.
And actually talk to the people at the forefront of this change in the community. And by the way, it's no small number. It's growing every single day. That's why this moment matters.
Family Matters with CJ Pearson. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
This report is sponsored by SuperSure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. The seismic shift is coming. Super sure, coming soon.
This hour of the 14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon, generously brought to you by the Michigan Masonic Charitable Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, here's Mitch.
All right, back here on the 3 o'clock hour here at the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Ryan Armani is here with us. Of course, you normally hear him on the radio. Now he's on the stage with us, being interviewed as a guest.
Oh my gosh, Mitch, this is incredible, first and foremost. What a day. And I am in awe of all the people here, all the generosity of the people of Detroit. From Mayor Mike Duggan to Chief Benison, you've got the stars out in the city. This is really incredible. Well done, my friend.
Well, thank you. Thanks for letting us have your time slot.
You got it anytime you want.
Time, yes. It doesn't seem fair that you get the day off and yet you have to be here with us.
It's totally fine.
It's kind of a hypocritical, isn't it?
Well, it's kind of nice of me to get the day off and I'm getting paid. So
wait a minute, you're getting paid? They pay you here?
That's not you. I just checked the state for the terrier.
Yeah.
I don't have to use a vacation.
Kevin O'Neill has proven that you're not actually getting paid.
Not by you.
Oh, good to know. All right. I want to say hi to our next guest who's joining us via the phone. She has been a part of our Radiothon, man, I think almost since we started this thing. I met Jane Pauley when she was starting to do pieces for the CBS Sunday morning slot, I think, and was interested in doing a story with me. And she came out to Detroit and was one of the most charming, lovely people I've ever had the chance to meet. And my wife, Janine, who is notoriously shy about doing any kind of, interviews or things like that, opened up to her and even said to me afterwards, well, there's someone that I really like and trust and would talk to. And we have been friends ever since. And Jane has gone through the fire to be with us. So she once got banged on the head and was in the hospital and still ended up doing an event with us. And she joins us now, I hope in good physical shape, from New York City, the host of CBS Sunday Mornings, Jane Pauley. How about it for her? Hey, everybody. Hi, Jane.
Yeah, I don't deserve that, Mitch.
You do deserve it.
I don't deserve any part of that. The things you put up with, and in this case, the reason I'm on the phone is because I was left behind in the 20th century, and so, hey, do you still have your flip phone?
I do have my flip phone. Yes, you have a good memory, Jane.
Well, it was impressive. I made a mental note. I'm sure I'm not the only one.
It stayed with you, huh? How are you, Jane? Are you well?
I am as well as can be expected for someone who did the interview you were talking about 11 years ago.
Yeah, something
11?
like that. Yeah, gosh.
No,
Yeah.
because I'm just starting my 10th year on Sunday morning. Time has flown. My goodness! But I am so pleased to hear Mitch Albom say that we have been friends for this long, and we have. Yeah.
Well, we have, and I'm proud to call you a friend. And you have been, I have to say, early on, you were maybe the first person who offered up the opportunity to meet and have a meal with a guest on our Radiothon. And it has become such a popular item. People clamor to bid on the opportunity to go to New York and have brunch with Jane Pauley. And ever since then, we took your lead. And like, we just had Dan Campbell, who's the coach of the Detroit Lions here, huge big deal here in town. And we got him to agree to have a cup of coffee with somebody, who bids on the thing. And that's going to raise a ton of money because you set the precedent. You say, well, and now we have like Dave Barry's flying in to have lunch with people, and Bernie Smilovitz having lunch with me. So you kind of set the mold, the sit and eat with the celebrity. So thank you for doing that.
Yes, but the flying in, like Dave Barry, the guests will fly in themselves and enjoy a meal. I have had repeat bidders. That has been a thrill. And the last time I met a new best friend named Wrigley. Wrigley was 6 years old, and he came along and just knocked me out. So I enjoy meeting the people who come from Detroit. There's a very special class of people who listen to your radio and pick up the phone and make a bid.
Well,
I like meeting them.
Well, I would have to say that's kind of the majority of people here in Michigan and in Detroit. You're not meeting the exceptional ones. You're meeting kind of the typical ones. And that's one of the blessed things about living here in Detroit, that although we may actually, by statistics, be the poorest large city in the United States, we are also the givingest large city in the United States. And our population gives and donates, and they have helped us out. And it's, they may get a brunch with Jane Pauley as a result of it, but they still have to pony up the money to do it. So, they're doing it to help other people in our community, and you are too. So God bless you, Jane, for always being around for us and for helping us again, and for offering up this choice item, which once again will raise us so much money. I'm sure it always does, and it's already climbing the charts. And one more time, we have John Pizzarelli here. Of course, you know John. He's here.
Hi, John. Hi, John. Thank you.
It's like a tickle reflex. The minute you say John Pizzarelli, she starts laughing because she knows she's going to get a song from John Pizzarelli. And so let's see what we got here cooked up for Jane Pauley.
Each Sunday morn we see her face, and the TV screen becomes filled with such grace. The trumpet starts a-blaring, and you let us know the news. Great music, stories, lots of fun, all wrapped up in one. All wrapped up in one. Everybody! Sunday morning with Jane Pauley, you can't lose. Kick off your shoes and you'll lose your blues. Thank you, dear Jane Pauley. Help us each Sunday. Say Detroit thanks you. We're never blue. Hope you will agree. Your Sunday has to begin with dear Jane Pauley.
Oh well, I'm standing. I'm giving John a standing ovation.
Well, be careful. Don't bump your head.
I may get on brunch.
We love you, Jane. God bless you. Thank you for helping us out.
Okay, take care, everybody.
Jane
Bye-bye.
Pauley, CBS Sunday Morning, and brunch with Jane Pauley in New York is, I'm telling you, it is maybe the highest priced item that we get. People, you get to see the show, you get to meet her, you go to a New York place, you stay overnight in a hotel. So we've got that package here. put together. Vince, that's up there on the it's up there. It's all up there. The MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. So check it out. Okay. This is now or John? Okay, well.
Rosie will let you know.
Don't let me know. Rosie will let me know. Okay, I'll let you know. That helps me quite a bit. So is this guest on or is that guest on? I'll let you know. Okay. Again, go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. That coffee with Dan Campbell. Okay, that coffee with Dan Campbell, by the way, first bid was $510. So that's some expensive coffee. But it's going to fetch more than that. All right. One of the things I love about being in Detroit with athletes that I've covered over the years is that even if they're not still in Detroit, a piece of Detroit is still in them. And that goes for John Sally, the former Pistons great, who is on the line with us right now. Sal, how are you doing? Where is he?
Hello, John. Hello, John.
I'm looking for John Sally.
Yeah, I'm Rosie will let you know.
Yeah, Rosie.
How's it going? Great pleasure to be with all of you, and thanks so much.
Okay. Yeah. For a moment, I thought John had an operation. That's John Pizzarelli. Yeah. Okay. So we've made it this far without any technical glitches. This is our first one, and hey, this stuff happens when you're live on radio.
It had to be John.
Yeah, it had to be John. That's all right. We'll find our way to him.
He'll talk twice as much.
DJ Reader is going to join us apparently from the Detroit Lions as well. Again, some of those auction items that are on the oh, we got John? All right, let me see. Is John there? John Sally.
What's up, bitch?
All right, there we go. Now I'm seeing
John
the moon.
in space.
I'm seeing
John Sally on the moon.
Oh, John Sally on the moon. There he is. John
pay my
Sally's
doctor
on the
bills. I
moon.
can pay my doctor bills because John Sally's
I thought it
on
was
the moon.
Whitey. Whitey was on the moon. Something's wrong with this picture. How are you, John?
I'm alive and kicking. I miss you, my friend. Thank you. Just to let you know, Mitch, I've signed a deal with a publisher to start writing my book, and it started with you 35 years ago.
Your book started with me 35 years ago?
Yeah, you remember I was going to write about in 1989?
Yeah.
And then, right. So I finally got back to it. Now that I figured out.
I hope you're not calling to ask me where the chapters are.
No. I have new chapters in my life.
Okay. You have a lot of new chapters in your life. John is one of those guys that, there's some guys who play professional sports and then they retire and basically, maybe they coach high school ball or maybe they just live off their royalties or whatever. John got busier when he retired. He's the busiest man I've ever seen. So tell us what you're doing these days. I can't even keep up with you.
Well, as you said one time, I got tired of borrowing money from people, so I had to redo my life.
Yeah.
I had to start in my new career. And right now I'm coming from shooting a show in San Diego called the Most Darn Sports Show. And then I start the John Sally podcast the second day of January. I got a new series. I just partnered up with executive producer Young Boys Incorporated. The back in the 80s, Incorporated out of Detroit.
Wow.
My daughter's an actress. She's shooting her short. I got on my health and wellness. I opened up a clinic with peptides and colonics, and I just started doing everything that I love to do, and I made a living out of it.
Well, you have done well, and you were always smart. You always knew that there was life beyond basketball. I have to tell you that I just celebrated my 40th year at the Free Press, and they asked me to go look at all the columns that I've written over the years and try to pick some favorites, and I got a lot of input from people. And one of the ones that kept coming up was when you and I went to a hockey game, and you had never been to a hockey game before, and I wrote about how you couldn't get – you remember that?
Yeah, I was like, I'm the only black guy. The only thing black here is me and the puck. And I remember
exactly. And then when they were yelling down in front, you were already seated. Oh, did John freeze up?
It's cold on the
Yeah,
moon.
it's cold. You froze up for a moment there, John.
Yeah. When they were yelling down in front, remember? And then I dropped. And every beer ever made.
Every beer landed on him. It's true. Well, he was a big target.
Yes, he was.
And I remember John said, they let these guys fight, because Ricky Mahorn get thrown out of a game for doing this kind of thing. He was astounded. That column has still resonated with people. And there's one other thing I want to share with you before we let you go, because I know you're busy. There's a special on Eddie Murphy that's on right now on Netflix. Yeah. I think it is Being Eddie. And there's a whole thing. And someone came up to me and said, did you see that Eddie Murphy thing? I said, well, I started to watch it. I didn't finish it. And they said, did you see his house? And I said, see his house? I was in his house. Remember, John Sally took me to Eddie Murphy's house on one night when they were out in the playoffs in L.A., and it was an off night. And somehow, I don't know the story, but we ended up at Eddie Murphy's house, and we were in his bathroom where he had a life-size Elvis Presley in the bathroom. Do you remember this?
He does. Got to win this race. Yeah, he loved Elvis.
Yeah,
I tell you. You know, bitch. I tell people when they were like, "You don't know this person. You don't know that person." I go, "I got one person to prove. It was you. I took you with me when we went to Harlem Nights when they were filming Harlem Nights,
right?
And you took a picture of me, Eddie, and Richard Pryor.
Wow.
And I was like the most important picture of my life. I got pictures with my wife and pictures with my mother. They ain't more important than the pictures with Eddie and Richard Pryor.
Well, I'm glad I took that picture then, and I contributed to your life. Before we let you go, John, we have another John here, John Pizzarelli, who is a famous jazz singer and guitarist and world-renowned. And he's got a little song that we always, for our guests, we always do a little musical thank you. So here you go. I hope you can hear this.
He went from the Detroit Pistons to the Miami Heat, Toronto to Chicago, LA. Won 3 championship prizes with 3 different franchises and also in 3 different decades. We are thanking John Sally.
Thanking John Sally.
We are thanking John Sally. We are thanking John Sally.
Thanking John Sally.
We are thanking John Sally.
There you go, John. Thank you, Sal.
Hilarious. Bitch, I love you, man. I hope everything is great in your life, brother.
Everything is good. Talk to you soon. Love you. John Sally.
Fingers.
How about it, folks? 855-955-GIVE. 855-955-4483. DJ is on here now. Okay, we go from football or basketball to football. And we welcome from the Detroit Lions, DJ Reader. Hello, DJ.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, thank you for taking a minute to come talk to us.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate it. I know that you haven't been in Detroit forever, but you've been here long enough probably to catch the spirit of camaraderie and community. And this is a day that we broadcast for 15 straight hours on the air and try to raise money to help the neediest here in Detroit, from kids that are 5 days old all the way up to senior citizens, veterans, the homeless, kids who go to our Safe Play a rec center, people who go to our Safe Family Clinic who don't have insurance and get medical care. And so your appearance is helping them out. Talk a little bit about what you've gotten to feel from the city of Detroit since you've been here.
Oh, man, I love the city, man. I tell people all the time, it's a city with people with a lot of pride. A lot of people you don't really get to meet in different areas you go to. Me playing on 3 different teams, I've been in a lot of cities. You don't see many cities with this much pride, man. People have prideful here. And, it's really loving. You can walk by somebody and everybody's always going to speak. They're going to say, hey, say something to you. So I like it here a lot in Detroit.
What have they mostly been saying to you over the course of the season when somebody spots you and knows who you are?
It's been pretty positive. Everybody's usually pretty excited. They always want us to win the next game. Even when we've taken the L, everybody's been, on the train of just, hey, man, get them next time. We need to win this weekend. So everybody's just excited about their Detroit sports, and you can't blame them, man. We having a good year, and Pistons having a good year, so it's an exciting time to be around here.
Yeah. And now you get to go play LA, and the guy who used to be quarterback here, who was on the show with us earlier today, Matthew Stafford, contributed greatly over the years to Say Detroit and helped build the football field at our rec center. And still, even though he's the LA Rams quarterback and he's playing you guys this week, still came on the show here, helped raise money here for Detroit. But nobody here would be unhappy, DJ, if you happen to, I don't know, knock down a couple of his passes, maybe intercept one, break it up, knock Puka Nacua out of the game just accidentally.
I got you.
5 sacks, anything like that, you know?
That's in the plan, man. Those in the playing cards. That's the goal. We love that, but we gotta get it done this weekend.
Yeah, this is a big weekend, isn't it? Do you enjoy playing from behind a little bit, like where you guys are, where you've got to win to make the playoffs, as opposed to like last year's team was 13-2 or whatever? You know, it's pretty much you were already in the playoffs and things like that. Which do you prefer? Which position to play from?
Whatever way the cookies crumbles, man. As long as we're in there, you know, everybody prefers to already be in or at a spot where you know where you're probably in. But if it's this way, it's just a little bit harder way, a little bit harder route. I've done it both ways, and both ways been successful. I was telling somebody the other day, I was like, I ran to a Super Bowl with Cincy, and we didn't know if we were going to get into the end of the year. So that's just how it works sometimes, and it'll be okay, man. You got our back against the wall, and we out there swinging.
And you got DJ Reed on the team this year. Has it been any confusing yet? People calling for you instead of him and him instead of you?
Every time somebody says DJ, we both look up, and it's always like one of those things. I was like, man, just call me by my last name, man. Make sure you get the whole ER.
Well, that's not all that different either.
Yeah. Just get the ER on the end of it. Make sure you get everything going. And you can call him DJ. Just give me DJ Reader.
Somebody needs a middle initial. Well, we appreciate you spending time here and helping to galvanize people to give at this time of year, especially when it's cold outside and there's a lot of people who are suffering through. We always say, you know, when you're driving home, roll down your windows and leave them down. And just imagine if you had to live in that, you know, because there are a lot of people that we help through our charities who are living in their cars and they're still going to school, or they're sending their kids to school, or they're still going to work, but they can't afford a home. You know this, Chad.
Yeah, definitely.
So many people who are working homeless now.
This is the highest number of homeless at this point in time.
Highest percentage of homeless people are working homeless. These are people who actually have jobs and still cannot afford to have a home. So we're helping them, and DJ, you're helping them just by being on. So thank you for supporting us, and go Lions.
Man, appreciate it, and thank y'all for doing the good work, man. It means a lot, and keep moving it forward.
All right, we'll do our job. You can go do yours, and if you happen to sack Matthew, nobody will care. It's fine. You can tell them we said so too. Yeah.
All right.
How about it for DJ Reader, folks? 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 is the phone number to give here, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Not only can you donate there, credit cards or anything that you want to do, but you can also find all the great auction items, all the great incentive items that you can purchase there. Do all your Christmas shopping there. You will be happy that you did, and all the money goes to charity. Back with more here on 760 WJR.
is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see.
A new coronavirus testing site opened today with an important goal: eliminate barriers to get Detroit's most vulnerable screenings. It's at the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic in Highland Park on Glendale near Woodward and the Davidson. You don't need a car or health insurance to get screened.
So we're very fortunate that we were able to erect a mobile site to do some COVID testing. We had several days of testing at the clinic and were able to be mobile with that. So we did some testing here at Say Play, and we did some additional testing at the Detroit Rescue Mission's main offices.
As you know, when COVID hit, there was a great need for testing, and it wasn't available at the state fairgrounds to people that didn't have cars and didn't have doctor's prescriptions. So the Say Clinic with the surrounding community really rose up to the occasion and had a great service.
Say Detroit has launched a new testing site in Highland Park and says it will help serve underserved communities. And doctors say they want to administer as many tests as possible to meet the growing needs.
We thought that we would not see so many this week, and it turns out we've seen much more than we thought.
We were often the only test site available to people because it was a free service. We didn't ask for an appointment. You didn't need any insurance. So it was very convenient for that community, and that was an important piece of our outreach.
There's only so much any individual can do, and being part of a collaborative effort where everyone cares, everyone's passionate is incredible. And again, this is how you get stuff done in Detroit. This is what makes Detroit great.
Mitch Albom founded Say Detroit in 2006. Now, every week he's been posting new chapters to his series called Human Touch. All the proceeds will go to running this free testing facility.
What made you decide to do this, Mitch?
I wanted to help out my city, Anthony. I mean, Detroit is the hardest hit city after New York. We've got first responders that are dying. We've got hospitals that are overrun. And, I thought, well, this is what I do for a living. I sell books. So let me write a work of fiction. It's not a big full book, but it'll be a work of fiction. And let me offer it for free and see if I can get people around the world. I'm blessed to have readers from all over to help donate and help our city out.
So moving forward, we're going to look at opportunities to continue our testing efforts as we see the numbers rise. And we're going to look at opportunities to do something with the vaccine once we have something approved. For a lot of our communities, this is going to be their only opportunity. And so we want to make sure that we're ready to serve the community in the best way possible around COVID-19. It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy. And so that's our mission moving forward.
Welcome to the 14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by Bank of America. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit was founded by Mitch Albom in 2006 and will be celebrating its 20th anniversary next year. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch.
We welcome you back here. It is the 4 o'clock hour, and this is when we are normally on the air. So this sounds normal, somewhat, as we are in our I've lost 10th hour, 11th hour of the Radiothon. We've been here since 6 a.m. We're going till 9 p.m. And we are trying to break our record of $2.2 million, which we raised last year. We'll get a tote board check in this hour here. Steve Courtney is alongside. Kenny Brown is alongside.
Hello.
Kevin O'Neill is alongside. So the normal gang, and of course, John Pizzarelli sits to my right with his guitar in hand.
Mitch, can I just give it real quick? I wanted to tell you, so many people that have stopped by today, more so than any other year, I think. Not only are they stopping by to say hello and see everybody, people are donating like crazy, and it's so good to see that young lady over there before wrote a check for $1,000, and you're seeing that more and more. So what a great group! Give yourselves a hand.
Thank you, everybody.
Wonderful.
And I think we definitely have improved the speaker system because there are way more people sitting in the crowd here now. So apparently they can hear actually what's going on. So if you do come out to Somerset here in the North Side in the Grand Court, right across from Santa Claus, we are right here taking over the whole thing. And thanks again to everybody here in Somerset for doing that. Let's go back to our guest list here. We've talked a lot of football up till now, not a whole lot of baseball, but we're going to change that. Zach McKinstry from the Detroit Tigers joins us right now. How about it for him? There he is. Hey, Zach. Baseball players always look so relaxed in the off season. Oh, you can just tell. It's like, hey, it's winter, it's cold. We don't play baseball in the cold, How are you, Zach?
Can't hear him.
Oh, can't hear you. I'm not sure if we got are you on mute or anything, or?
There you go.
Not
You
yet.
hear him?
No. We're working it.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. We're seeing a beautiful image of Zach. That looks good. He looks in playing shape.
That would be a swing and a miss.
You guys hear me now?
Now we can hear. Yeah.
Gotcha. Sorry about
that. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Living out here in sunny Arizona, and enjoying the off season, like you guys said, and taking it all in, getting that rest, and getting that work in the weight room.
Try not to tell us the temperature in Arizona, okay? We don't.
I got you.
Don't rub that in. I'm sure you haven't gotten any snow lately, like we did.
Nope.
Yeah. So the Tigers, good season last year, short of where they wanted to go, but of course got into playoffs, had such an amazing start, and it's really quite something to see the course of a season. If there ever was a year that kind of said, that old adage from the movie Bull Durham, it's a long season and you got to trust it. That's what that year was. Did that teach you guys anything about, that you're going to take into next year?
Oh yeah, definitely. 162 game season. It's definitely a long one. There's a lot of ups and downs. Guys getting hurt, guys coming back from injuries, just the dynamic of the clubhouse, trades, all that good stuff. And you learn a lot from within a season, and you always try to build off of it for that next year. And you look to make a deeper run into the playoffs. Hopefully a division regular season championship, and just getting those higher accolades. And you see more and more guys making the All-Star game. You see more and more guys having accolades at the end of the year, and it's a matter of time to take that next step and ultimately get to the World Series and win.
What was that game 5 like against Seattle? 15 innings. I mean, I was nervous watching that game that night, but I can't imagine playing that game knowing the next run that scores, one team's going home and one team's going on. I mean, what was the feeling like of that?
Yeah, I remember looking at AJ and just saying, man, this is nuts. I've never been a part of something like this. They've changed the regular season to somebody on second base in extra innings, so the games kind of go quicker. Teams are scoring more in the extra innings during the regular season, so it's definitely harder when there's nobody on base to get that run across. And it was just it was a really long day, and the night before it's a game 5, so you're kind of like not sleeping well. Looking forward to the game, looking forward to getting out there in that atmosphere. Seattle was a great atmosphere, and you look forward to enjoying the game. And my eyes were definitely tired after that one, that's for sure.
Is it worse for you to lose a game like that than losing 9-2? One that you're out of. I mean, which one stings more?
I think they both sting. But yeah, I mean, every little thing you can just kind of replay in your head and go back to, like the 13th inning, I was on third base and Javi was up the bat and he hit a ball to the shortstop and the shortstop made a good play. And just like, you overthink that, like, oh, could I have started earlier? Could I have went earlier? Made a little bit of a difference. But so it's just, you look at every little thing when it comes down to one run or in a 15-inning game. So just little things that you could have gotten better at. And, honestly, it kind of puts a little fire in you during the off season and makes you want to come back even better.
Speaking of the off season, Zach, the baseball winter meetings going on this past week down in Florida. Obviously, a lot of conversation goes on during those meetings. We find out Gleyber Torres is going to remain a Tiger. Kyle Finnegan is going to remain a Tiger. How much attention do you pay to these meetings, the dialogue that goes on? Tarek Skubal aside, but it's the off season. Do you pay attention to what's going on?
I have my people that kind of tell me what's going on. I tend not to get on the social media and stuff like that, just past issues with social media. So I have a lot of friends that will reach out to me and be like, hey, you guys got so-and-so is coming back. And I always think that's cool. One of my buddies is a Baltimore guy, so they got Pete Alonso, and he's texting me, what do you have on Pete Alonso? And so it's pretty cool. It's just like old high school friends that are just keeping me up to date. And they all have questions and want to know things. So I kind of have to stay up to date with it all.
Well, is the Skubal situation, is every player basically say, just pay him whatever he wants, please, just pay him whatever he wants?
Well, I tell people just start eating Little Caesars more so we can get some money to pay that back.
I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah.
Watch Little Caesars stock go up. Keep Tarek
Exactly.
Skubal in town.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Eat more pizza. Keep Tarek Skubal in town. Well, we want to thank you, Zach. We raise money here all day long to help the charities of Say Detroit, which help Detroiters from age 5 days old all the way up to senior citizens, veterans, the homeless, kids after school, medical clinics. Even a bicycle factory where we use formerly incarcerated people to build bicycles that then they give to needy Detroiters who need to get to work and don't have transportation. So you're helping us just by giving a shout out. And if you want to just encourage people to give on this day in the Zach McKinstry way, please do.
Yeah, definitely. Oh man, such a great feeling when you give back and you're able to do that. And you're just helping the people out in the community around you and just enable them to do things that they wouldn't be able to do without your help. So reach out any way you can. I'm sure I'll be giving. And you guys are doing a great thing and putting people in work and all that good stuff. So we appreciate your work.
Well, as he says, be like Zach. There you go. Be like Zach and do what he says. Thank you for coming on. Great to see you. Good luck as we wait for you to come back.
Thank you for having me.
From the Tigers. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. I want to say hello. On the line with us now is Howard Bryant. I did not know who Howard Bryant was. A man came up to me at a book signing, gave me a card, and said, you want to call this guy? He wants to help your charities. I said, okay. Gave me a phone number. He said, trust me, just call this guy. He wants to help your charities. Okay, I don't usually do that, but I did. I called. I started talking to Howard, and we've developed a little phone friendship. And Howard now wants to make a donation to Say Detroit, and he's on the line. Hello, Howard.
Hello, Mitch. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So tell our audience what you want to do with your donation.
Well, certainly I want to donate my contribution to Say Detroit in the amount of $25,000
Wow.
in memory of my.
And this is
my
why you
wife.
always call people back, okay? That's not Howard Bryant, by the way. Please, somebody got that was Howard Bryant from ESPN. Had a photo up there. No, this is a different Howard Bryant. You also wanted
Right.
to donate in memory of your wife Karen.
Karen Bryant, who was a longtime librarian at my wife of 30 years, passed away from cancer, and was a longtime librarian at Hill School in Troy, and was a U of M grad, a classical studies major. For many, many years, wrote and directed an all-school musical at Hill School with every student involved in the school. And so I miss her greatly, and I want to contribute this year, and I hope in the future.
Well, we will be here in the future. And I'm so glad that I called that number and met you. And you've been equally generous, more generous even, with our group in Haiti and our kids in Haiti and orphanage, which I want to thank you for. And we will use this $25,000 donation very well in your wife's memory, and we will teach future kids and help inspire them just as she did. God bless you, Howard. Thank you so much for your generosity.
Thank you, Mitch.
Howard Bryant, and this is why you call people back.
That's it.
And
Lesson learned.
I was in the back of a car. I was riding, and I was getting a ride to the airport, and I said, "Hi, this is Mitch Albom. Are you Howard?" Next thing I know, he says, "I want to make a $25,000 donation." So there you go. Yeah. Okay, taking a brief break, and we got a lot more coming up. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbomRadiothon.com on the web.
WJR Traffic and Weather first.
Good morning, everyone. At Say Detroit, and particularly at the Say Detroit Play Center, we consider anyone who participates in our programming services as a part of our family. And real families help out those when they're in dire situations. The Jacksons have been a part of the Say Detroit Play Center since 2015. In February this year, the second story of their home burned out. I immediately called Rick and Rosie, and we decided that we needed to put a plan together to help a member of our family.
All right, Miss Jackson, kids, may you always have a home that's filled with love, safety, warmth, and family. These keys are yours. God bless you.
This is my room. This is your room. This is my room. I have a room. Thank you. Oh, you did a beautiful job.
Come on in. Here's your room. What do you think?
Top or bottom?
Bottom.
Okay.
Who is it? Iron Man. What do you think?
This is nice.
Comes with a ball and a hoop.
Oh.
Come on into your kitchen. What do you think?
Oh, beautiful. Oh, my God. Oh, my. Oh.
Thank you to everybody who pitched in and helped. It's really a blessing, and we really do appreciate it. The whole family from the bottom of our hearts. It's a beautiful thing to see what the community can come together to do, and it's really just a blessing, and I'm glad that God allowed it to be this way.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This hour of the 14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Bank of America. 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit. Say something amazing. Now, here's Mitch.
5GIVE or 855-955-4483. We're going to check that tote board. And if we pass the $1 million mark, I can get this jacket off because we passed the 500,000. I got the tie off. I'll take back the joke that at 2 million, I take my pants off because apparently we passed 2 million last year, and that would be bad, and we would probably lose money. Speaking of Bank of America, since 2018, Bank of America's partnered with Say Detroit on a number of projects. Most recently, funding for our new community resource hub at our Say Play Center. We converted a locker room into space where families can receive support year-round, from fresh food in the summer to new winter coats in the winter. In fact, last Tuesday, more than a dozen Bank of America employees volunteered at Say Play for a day of giving, and they helped clean the hub after a new floor was put in. But they didn't stop there. That night at Motor City Soundboard, they continued giving by purchasing 400 bags of our brown bag popcorn, which, by the way, we're selling right here. Ed Siage is the Bank of America president of Detroit, who's here to tell us more about why community partnerships matter so much to B of A. Good to have you here, Ed. How about a round of applause for Ed and the Bank of America and all the good that they do?
Thank you, man. It's a pleasure to be here.
Oh, we're glad to have you here. Why is it important to get involved with groups like Say Detroit?
Oh, it's absolutely critical.
Really close.
There we go. All right. I think everybody can hear me.
Now you're a DJ.
Yeah. There you go. It's absolutely critical, Mitch. I mean, without, the partnerships that we have in the community, there's no way we can deliver what we need to every single day. As you know, it takes a village, as they say, and we partner with over 50 organizations. We're proud to have been a partner with Say Detroit since 2018. We're supporting the hub this year. We've supported a lot of different programs, but what we love around the hub is the just wraparound services. The need is so great. Sometimes families need a lot more support than maybe just food assistance or health assistance or whatever it is. You got to really wrap yourself, the services around these people to really help them drive forward. And it's our pleasure to partner with Say and over 50 other organizations every single year.
That's great. Well, we want to thank you. You gave us a donation of $25,000, and that makes a huge difference. So everybody, thank you. Thank you, Bank of America. Thanks for what you're doing in the city. And you'll want to sit and listen to this next thing, because this is something that we're very proud of, Ed, that we created here at Say Detroit. Our philosophy is we try to look at practical problems and see if we can create a practical solution. We created our Say Play Family Health Clinic, for example, because kids who were homeless weren't getting medical care in the city of Detroit, because when people would take them to hospitals, they would have their children taken away. Because if you're homeless and you're a child and they have to call social services and your children get taken away. So we created the first medical clinic that took children without asking if they were homeless or not, without asking for insurance, and we grew from there. Well, a similar philosophy happened in 2020 when the George Floyd incident took place. And you remember the whole country was sort of ablaze with animosity between the police and citizens. And Detroit thankfully escaped a lot of that. And one of the reasons is a gentleman who's sitting to my right here, Daryl Woods, who is now our program coordinator. But Daryl, without going into a long spiel, which he's done before, Daryl served, was it 29 years in prison for something he didn't do. And if ever there was a man who had a right to be angry at society, it would be Daryl Woods. Instead, when Daryl came out, he asked, how can I help and keep people out of prison and make sure that people don't follow that path, even though I didn't deserve to be in there. I've really not met somebody quite like Daryl. And I was so taken with him, and I said to Rosie, whatever we have to do, he needs to be on our team. And I had an idea that when I was younger, all we ever did was eat together, and that's how we always got along. My family had plenty of differences, plenty of fights, but when we were eating, we all got along. And so I said to Rosie, can't we create something where people just eat with one another, police and citizens, and maybe they don't even know that they're eating with each other. And then after they're done eating, when everybody is like satiated from a nice meal, then we can say, hey, guess what? You just ate with the police, or guess what? You just ate with the ex-cons, whatever. And this became something that we created called Better Together. And our very first one was in a street in Detroit with Jack and that whole crew from Garden Fresh Salsa, cooked up a big barbecue, and we had police officers in plain clothes, and we had formerly incarcerated people, gang members, and all they knew was it was free barbecue. And in Detroit, if you ever want to gather people, those are two words that will always work: free barbecue. And Daryl was there, and everybody cooked together, and they ate together. And then Daryl stood up and said, "Let's introduce one another." And one by one, everybody stood up. And first he introduced the guys who had been in jail or guys who had been in gangs. And then he introduced the police officers. And there were a couple people who jumped up and said, "Bye, I'm getting out of here." But he said, "No, sit back down." And we spent 2 hours just talking. And by the time it was over, they exchanged phone numbers, cell phone numbers. Many of these people had never met a police officer face to face, let alone get their cell phone number. And we have blossomed that program into countless similar efforts across the state now. And Daryl has taken this program and grown it into the school system. And so now we go around the Detroit metro area with what's called our peace curriculum. One example is Brewer Academy, a K-8 school in one of the deadliest zip codes, unfortunately, in our nation. Violence, a lot of gun violence, a lot of death. Daryl and his team show up there, engage with students, help with conflict resolution, anger management, and goal setting. And this support system shows up to help with peaceful lunch hours and to show consistency. At Pershing High School, one of the students was homeless, and Better Together worked to secure a place for him to live so he could have a warm place to sleep and study and finish out of high school. So say hello to Daryl Woods, who's right in the center, our program coordinator, Todd Bettison, the Detroit police chief, Principal Tipton from Pershing High School. We just call him Principal because he's big and strong. And I don't even want to know his first name. He's Principal Tipton from Pershing High School. And Lawrence Eady, who's a 9th grader from Pershing High School. Daryl, I'm going to let you take it away and kind of tell the story here.
Absolutely. Better Together is the gift that keep on giving. To be able to be in schools now, you talked about us engaging with returning citizens, and we engage with people who believed in defunding the police. But after these interactions, they fall in love with each other. It's miraculous. I think we need to take this to the political spectrums and take it around the world because it created a lot of love and peace. And now that we are in the schools, Principal Tipton, him and I have been joined to the hip for a number of years with Say Detroit. In fact, Say Detroit, Say Play, they're getting a new school built, and Say Play is allowing the students to play in practice
at our gym.
Yeah, absolutely. And so this has been a very, very powerful thing. We were just in the school this week, and as you can see, Lawrence is here today. We engage with them on the concepts of peace because we teach them to turn to each other and not on each other. And it has reduced incidents at Pershing High School in a significant way. And so people don't want to know how much you know until they know how much you care. And this is what we're doing with the peace curriculum and with our Better Together model.
Wow, that's fantastic. Principal Tipton, tell us how it's affected in Pershing High School.
So again, thank you, Mr. for having us. Again, Mr. Woods has done a great job at Pershing. And so since he's come into Pershing, our behavior has gone down, our enrollment has gone up. Because word of mouth is still very powerful. And so a lot of students, their cousins and family members come in, neighbors who are at other schools are now at Pershing. And so it's really been a great and a positive effect for our community.
And of course, if we eliminate that anger at an early age, it doesn't foster and grow into anger at an older age. If boys don't fight, men don't fight, but one grows into the other. Tell us a little bit about Lawrence's story here.
So Lawrence is a great student at Pershing, and so I was just explaining to him, we did this last year as well. And so I'm glad that he's here. I'll let him introduce himself and tell, his story a little bit. Go ahead, Lawrence.
How you doing? My name is Lawrence Eady. I go to Pershing High School. I'm a 9th grader. I'm 15 years old.
Yeah, you're getting applause just for being a 9th grader. That never happened to me. But...
I want to give a big thanks to Daryl. Ever since he came to the school inside my classroom, I felt the positive aura coming from him. And, I felt more positive since, since.
Since the engagement.
Since the engagement.
Absolutely.
Yeah, me and my other students, he took us shopping, and ever since he did that, he gave us a positive impact. That kind of support gives me confidence and feel like I can achieve something in my life. This makes a big difference for me because I've learned to never limit myself. I learned to dream big.
Yeah. Never limit yourself. Dream big, indeed. You're doing great.
And I want to stay.
This is not easy to talk in front of a big crowd here with
he's
a
nervous.
microphone on.
He's nervous, but he's
Took
good.
me 10 years.
And I want to thank my dad for taking me here.
Me too.
My stepdad.
Yep.
Thank
He brought
you.
me here and just sit here to listen to me speak. It means a lot to me. I want to thank my principal, Mr. Tim.
Well, thank you,
Principal Tim.
Principal Tipton. Thank you, Lawrence. And
Without him, I would probably wouldn't be here either. So I want to just give big thanks to Daryl, Principal Tim, and my stepdad. And I want to give a shout out to Persian High School.
The Doughboys and Dough Girls.
Doughboys and Dough Girls.
Boys and Dough Girls.
And
All of
before we finish, Todd Bettison, our police chief, how has a program like this made a difference? What are you seeing?
I feel great. The program, what Lawrence just displayed here, is inspiration, is hope, is building confidence. And when you instill and pour into youth and they see that they have a future, the return on investment is less violence.
That's right.
Individuals understand and learn how to deal with conflict. When folks don't have hope and can't deal with conflict, we see it on Fox News all too often. And so I can tell you, in the city of Detroit, I'm blessed to be police chief. My crime was down last year at historic lows. This year, I expect to stand up in January and report out lows even lower than last year. But it's because of programs like this, Mitch. And so I thank you.
Wow.
Safe Play Detroit. Keep doing what you're doing. Daryl
We will.
Woods, Lawrence, thank you. You just gave me. I was drinking coffee right here, but I don't even need this cup right now. What I need.
You just juiced them up.
You juiced me up.
Lawrence, you did a great job. Thank you for coming out here. It's a pleasure to meet you. Principal Tipton, Daryl, Police Chief, you guys are great. Keep this up. This is exactly the kind of preventative program. You may never know how much good these programs do, and that's a good thing because you won't see the bad that could have happened because we nipped it in the bud. And people are always talking about, well, how come we never make progress in the problems? You make progress in the problem the same way you pull a weed. You pull a weed at the top, it's just going to grow back. You pull it at the bottom, it's gone. We're trying to pull it at the bottom. I salute you guys. I have never been prouder of a program than Better Together for Say Detroit. God bless all of you. Thank you so much. Please give them a hand.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com to donate. As we continue here on the 14th Annual Say Detroit Radiothon, I want to introduce you now to a guest who is kind enough to join us, I think, from New York City. He's a man I met a number of years ago, and when I was writing the book, The Magic Strings of Frankie Presto, and I said, it would be great if this character that I created, this guitar player, once in his fictional life, got to try out for KISS. I wonder if I could call somebody in KISS and see if they would tell me what that was like. And I managed to get in touch with Paul Stanley, who was a big reader. And next thing I know, I was at Paul Stanley's house, and he was telling me how you get into KISS. And he is on the line with us right now from New York. Paul Stanley from KISS. There he is.
Hey, how are you?
I want to say that this is now, I can't just introduce you as Paul Stanley from KISS. I have to introduce you as Paul Stanley Kennedy Awards Center winner from, I watched you get the thing around your neck from President Trump at the Kennedy Center. I know you get asked a question like, did you ever imagine when you started KISS that you would ever have this kind of success, blah, blah, blah. But I do think it's a fair question. Did you ever think when you were performing with KISS that you would be getting the Kennedy Center honors?
It's a great question. And 2 words, actually 3 words, only in America. Really, I'm the American dream. I'm fulfilled. My parents came here from other countries. My mother came here and fled, being rounded up hours later and taken to a concentration camp, they left everything behind and made their way to Amsterdam and ultimately came to America with hopes of everything that America has to offer. It was the healthiest way that people would emigrate. People came, they didn't abuse the system, they used the system to find their way out of that system. In other words, people came to assimilate, to be proud Americans. And that's a tradition that I hope we don't forego for any reason. When you come to this country, you should want to assimilate. You should want to be a part of this country, not to be separate and not to be a better version of the country that you left. So there's my sermon. I am the American dream fulfilled. My parents came here, dreamed, worked their butts off, and I guess that's how you find out how much something means to you, how hard you're willing to work to make it happen. Nobody says it's fair. People say, well, that's not fair because the playing field's not even for everybody. That's true, but life isn't fair. So you either become a victim or you fight to get what you think you deserve. So another little sermon from me, but
Okay, thank you.
very happy to be here, Mitch. And Detroit has always been Detroit's the only city I've ever written a song about. So Detroit has always been dear
Detroit
to me.
Rock City, which gets played like all over the place here, but was famously played at Joe Louis Arena for years and years with the Red Wings. And that was always when they would get on the rise or something, they would play Detroit Rock City, and it was. That's literally how I learned the song, because get up, no, get up, and I've heard it. It's been ringing in my head because of all the Red Wings games I went to. So it has been embraced here. Kiss has always been hugely popular here. I saw you when you were on the, I guess what was considered the farewell tour when you guys came through, and the reaction was just unbelievable. And I don't know if. Oh, here he is. So to say, George Gass. Craig Gass was here. This is the 10th hour I've been broadcasting. I'm tipsy already. And he just got off the, he said there was a Kiss cruise on land, which means you just go to Las Vegas and hang out with Kiss or whatever, and that he opened for you. So we've got this full connection here.
Well, it was a separate comedy show. They had comedy shows and they had bands, and then Paul and Gene would do separate events. Paul did a cooking event. Gene did a pick throwing contest. It's all immersive. If you're a fan, it's the best place to be.
And somebody came up to me. I don't know if this is true, but you tell me, Paul. And I said, I'm going to talk to Paul Stanley in a couple of days. And he said, I loved him in Phantom of the Opera. And I said, no, I'm talking about Paul Stanley from Kiss. He said, yeah, I saw Paul Stanley play Phantom of the Opera in Toronto. Oh, no. Is that accurate?
That's correct. I was the final Phantom in the 10-year run. I've always loved the show. Matter of fact, this past weekend, I spent quite a bit of time with Michael Crawford, who really was the template. Yeah. And he created that role. So, yes, I was the final Phantom in Toronto at the Pantages Theater. And they didn't need Bozo to come in and ruin a $1 billion franchise. I had to go to New York, do a full audition, blocking where you do the staging and the singing, and kind of like American Idol, they go, "You're going to Toronto," and wow. I was up there doing 8 shows a week. So yes, I did Phantom of the Opera.
What's the most significant difference between playing Phantom of the Opera and being a lead singer in Kiss?
No Gene
Simmons. Everything. It's the antithesis. It's the antithesis because to be in a band or be a singer in a band means that you're constantly interacting with the audience. You're performing to them. When you do theater, you're creating a reality without ever acknowledging the audience. So they have to buy into what you're doing. It has to be real to them because you're not engaging them. So it's completely different. And the singing technique is a completely different way of singing. So,
but you already were used to the makeup. So that part of it was fairly similar.
Yeah, makeup.
That
makeup
part you
has
got
been-
down already. A little
Yeah,
practice.
that runs in the blood.
I was mentioning to people that when we in the introduction that I met Paul Stanley when I was writing the book, The Magic Strings of Frankie Presto, and he was kind enough to let me come up to his house, and we sat for several hours just reminiscing about music and all that. But I said to him, how would somebody get into Kiss? And he went through this whole process about how they auditioned guitar players and what songs they would make them play and see if they had the attitude and see if they could play the certain riff. And it's incorporated into that book. And so is Paul. And so if you ever read that book, Paul's not only in there, he narrated the audio part of it. And so I thank you for that. They're now making a movie out of that. And so they may end up contacting you. I don't know. They're writing a movie, and Amazon and Imagine are working on that. And so who knows? Yeah.
For you, I'm always available. You know that.
Well,
you're such a role model for people of somebody who feels the obligation to give back, and philanthropy is so important to you. And you just happen to be a fantastic writer and avatar. So, God love you.
Thank you.
Mitch, you're
Well,
special.
thank you, Paul. And you've been kind enough in the past to put a guitar on our auction block, which fetches thousands of dollars. I don't know if you got any left around there that are signed or whatever, but we sure would love that if you got one.
I will make sure that there's an Ibanez Paul Stanley model guitar, electric guitar. Now,
all right,
I have to say to everybody listening and watching that this isn't about trying to get a bargain of a guitar. This is really a thank you for giving as much as you can give. So sometimes auction items are seen as a way to get something cheaper than you normally would. And I think that misses the point. I think you should see it as just a thanks for generosity. So be as generous as you can. And I am happy to put a signed guitar into your hands.
All right. Well, we make sure that nobody gets a bargain because we set a minimum, and if they doesn't reach it, it stays in the closet until next year. I have to say, your guitars have never been a problem in that regard. It's usually what happens is that we finish at 9 o'clock, and at 8:57, there's 40 bids in a row on it that just keep going like this, and we get a lot of money, and you do a lot of good, and you've helped us help a lot of Detroiters. So for the man who wrote Detroit Rock City, you have it's Detroit Help City this time around, and we thank you so very much. Paul Stanley, everybody. How about a big hand for him?
And by the way,
God bless you, Paul.
I don't think he'll mind me saying this. His kid is insanely talented. It just put out a single that is so good. Evan and Gene's son, Nick, just put out a song that is unreal. Doesn't sound anything like Kiss, but it's amazing.
All right, second generation. Next year, we're bringing him on with us.
True. Stanley Simmons is the name of the duo. So again, thank you so much. Everybody reach into your pockets. Don't give till it hurts. Give until it feels good.
Beautifully said. How about it for Paul Stanley? It's so nice to have friends like that. Yes, and the big Gene Simmons.
If you missed any part of that interview, it's already available for $39.99. This online.com.
All right, we're 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. There's a lot of items here. Yeah, we'll get to a total in a minute. We got a couple minutes. I want to just tell people some of these auction items, all right, that you can bid on. Coffee with Dan Campbell.
Brilliant.
All right.
Wow.
In the morning. You can have it until the coffee gets cold. You can sit with Dan Campbell. That's at $1,700 right now. 2 tickets to see the Lions take on the Pittsburgh Steelers. 2026 Detroit Lions home opener tickets. Abode fine dining private chef dinner party for 4. Adam Schefter will be your fantasy football advisor for a half-an-hour call. He'll tell you who to pick. Aiden Hutchinson signed Lions football. AJ Hinch signed Tigers baseball. Alice Cooper signed concert jacket and top hat that he wore in concert, signed by him. A book club Zoom meeting with me. If you've got a book club, I'll do a half-hour Zoom meeting with you and your book club. Cade Cunningham signed Pistons jersey. Be a character in my next novel. There are several characters in Twice, by the way, who are auction winners for here, and now they're characters in Twice. So if you want to be a character in my upcoming novel, you can make a bid on that. Colt Keith signed a baseball. Craig Gass live visit in Las Vegas. Go out and see his show. Dave Barry comes to Detroit and has lunch with you. You can bid on that. That's a $2,000 right now. Let's see. Dylan Larkin, meet and greet. Tickets to the game, 4 tickets to the game, plus meet him after the game. That's at $860 right now. The Gibson guitar signed by the Rock Bottom Remainders. That's Stephen King, John Grisham, Dave Barry, myself, Amy Tan, many, many more. A Gibson Hummingbird guitar is up there right now, over $3,000 already. A golf enthusiast experience at Meadowbrook. Grand Hotel bed and breakfast package for 2. Go to a Tigers game with J.K. Simmons. Go to New York and have brunch with Jane Pauley.
Wow.
The Jane Pauley experience, they're calling that. Jared Goff signed a football for us. You can bid on that. Joe Buck and Troy Aikman will narrate a TV segment about you, okay? Or they'll do a play-by-play about you. You cannot have a better gift than that. Cat Williams tickets at Little Caesars. Lucas Raymond signed Red Wings jersey. Lunch with Bernie Smilovitz and Carmen Harlan. Lunch with the Mitch Albom show cast. Mike Tirico, a fantasy call Zoom with him as well.
First round.
Yeah, he will narrate
round.
your first round of your
First
fantasy
round.
draft for you. Let's see. Nate Burleson prize package. Go into New York and see the CBS morning show with Nate Burleson. Oakland Hills Country Club golf outing with Coach. Who's this? Coach Greg Campy. Okay, it didn't make the line there. You can go up to Michigan State and meet Pat Fitzgerald, the new coach, and watch a practice. Yeah, you can co-host the Paul W. Smith show with Paul W. Go to a Pistons luxury suite experience. Go into luxury suite, see a game, all the rest of that stuff. Riley Green signed a baseball. Riley Green signed a jersey. The Rocket Mortgage Classic Club Ace Hospitality package, a Shields Pizza Party, a Shinola Hotel getaway weekend, the Tag Heuer Formula stainless steel men's watch. Those are expensive watches, right? Go to see a batting practice with the Tigers, as well as go to a game. Go inside the Tigers broadcast booth with Dan Dickerson and hang out with him during a game.
Great time.
Yeah. So all of those things are available right now to bid on our auction thing at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com.
Mitch, you want a life-size Elvis, man?
Or go to Eddie Murphy's house and see a life-size Elvis. Okay. We need to take a break here, and we will come back in the 5 o'clock hour. George Blaha going to be with us, Tony Kornheiser, Brian Kilmeade from Fox News, and we're going to give away a house.
Wow.
So all that coming up. Stay with us. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or text your donation to Mitch14 to 59925. Mitch14 59925. Back with much more on 760 WJR.
The holidays mean more
Our
travel.
new event is offering up a fun way to taste some of Detroit's newest restaurants while helping out a great cause. Mitch Albom is here to talk about Eat Detroit.
For one night each summer, you have the chance to join Detroit's top restaurants and support the important community causes of Say Detroit. A unique fundraiser and culinary experience, Eat Detroit brings more than 1,000 people to the heart of the city to explore its growing foodie scene. Live music, VIP extras, and private shuttles all make it an event not to miss.
Fun?
Yeah, it's a great time. Fabulous. The restaurants and service is excellent.
The community comes together for one great night to help provide pathways to success for Detroiters in need. I hope you'll join us.
All right,
It is a one-of-a-kind, one-night only, citywide foodie experience. One of a kind. One of a kind. We're gonna
ussoccer.com and explore a wide range of official U.S. soccer gear and merch. Whether you're decking the halls or hitting the field, we've got you covered. Show your true colors and share the excitement of U.S. soccer this season. Visit store.ussoccer.com today and score big with your holiday shopping.
Stay on the right track, 59 miles a night. Royal cigars make your money back.
Mark O'Brien here, wishing you and your family all the best this holiday season. Our year-end sales event offers available zero-interest financing and the highest rebates we've seen all year. With convenient home or office delivery, find out why friends have been sending friends to Roy O'Brien Ford for over 79 years.
Hey everybody, come with me to take a tour of our new community resource hub. Upon entering, we have this beautiful artwork done by Rob at Peak of Perfection, who also did our work for the hub. I just wanted to point this out because of the beautiful free-handed work he did here. So that's a nice touch, nice surprise when you open the door. You get to see this lovely logo. Here we have our check-in desk for anybody that comes in that may need some items out of here. We also have our school supplies, as well as down here we have some school supplies, books. We'll keep more like pens, pencils, notebooks in there. On this side we keep our items that cannot be hung or folded in one of the cabinets. So this has all of our socks and just underclothes in these cubicles. At the bottom we keep clothing that can be folded. We try to separate them from boys and girls clothing. Over here we have our hung items, which right now is winter coats because it's winter time, it's cold outside. So if you know any kids that need a coat, we have plenty in stock ranging from extra small to extra large. Down here we have our shoe stock, our shoe rack here. Most of the shoes come from Sun Bundle. They frequently give us generous donations of shoes for our students here. So it's always nice if you see a kid that may need some new school shoes, we can always come in here and grab a pair for them. And at the top here, we're looking to fill this with lots of dry goods. Along this wall, we have some book bags on the hooks, and then our personal hygiene products. And all of these items are currently available for our students that may need them now, or any families that are looking for just extra resources for the holidays. And that concludes our tour of our new Community Resource Hub. Again, I'm Amber, the Partnership and Community Outreach Manager. If you know somebody in need or if you're in need, feel free to email me at amitchell@savedetroit.org.
It within the first day. So try it now. Go to ziprecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Need your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The following is presented by Long-Term Care Family.
Listen up, Michigan. Here they are, the top 3 reasons no one is planning for long-term care. Number 3, I'm healthy. I'm not going to need it. Folks, I hate to burst your bubble, but longtermcare.gov says that an astounding 70% of us age 65 and over will need care. Number 2, Medicare pays for that, right? Wrong. Medicare is health insurance and does not cover custodial care, which is long-term care. So unless you want to spend down your personal savings, you need a plan. And the number 1 reason people don't plan for long-term care, my spouse or my kid.
Another beautiful day at Save Play.
Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our buses. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yeah.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How was school?
It was so good.
Yeah, I like to hear that. What's up, big fella? Y'all doing good?
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
I got the highest grade in the class.
Oh, sweet. Hey, how was school?
Awesome.
Good. Y'all doing all right? How was school?
Good.
Huh? It's time for the deep. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the deep. The deep is our education center. It's named the deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our students are separated by grade. Our 3rd through 5th graders are on one side and our 6th through 12th graders are on the other side. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Having the reading table has been a valuable addition to the deep. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading. So we've identified almost 10 students that are reading well below their grade level, and what we're doing is giving them 1 hour of instructional time Monday through Thursday here for free at the center. So our goal is to have them reading at least 1 grade higher than where they are now by the end of the school year.
We've got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. And so whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities and the electives that are available to our students here 5 days a week. Notes for Notes is a national organization that provides music studios across the country. We also offer students an opportunity to learn how to podcast and expands the overall development of our young people. We have our wonderful coordinator here, Ms. Lolly.
Notes for Notes is a nonprofit that started in Nashville, and it has expanded. So there's over 20, I believe 26 actually, locations throughout the nation, and youth are able to really grow in the program, become tomorrow's musicians. So we really help them to record and get used to what it is to mean to be in the music industry.
So now we'll take a walk so that you can see our art room as well as our dance studio and the space that we hold our social justice initiative. Our wonderful art teacher, Ms. Kai Puritan. Can you talk a little bit about just kind of the value of having this kind of space for young people?
Especially in Detroit, this kind of space for young people to express themselves, to learn who they are as like humans and artists, to hone those skills with people from the community like us. I think it's a one-of-a-kind space, and it's needed like throughout this city.
As we leave the creative arts room, you may hear some music in the background, and that's because right next door is our dance studio. And we have a variety of different dance genres: hip hop dance, tap dance, modern dance, and then we also have an African dance and drum program. And so today, our students on Mondays are engaged in their hip hop dance activities. We're now in our gym area. We are extremely committed to making sure that our students increase their health. And so we exercise, calisthenics, running, agility, and then we also get into organized sports, including basketball, volleyball. But we also like to get our students outside, where we have a terrific AstroTurf football field, we have a baseball diamond, and we have a grass football field. We try to utilize our outside facilities as much as possible, both for recreational opportunities as well as for competitive sports. So that about wraps it up for our tour of the Say Detroit Play Center today. I want to thank you for taking the time out to join us, and we look forward to seeing you very soon.
Welcome to the 14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by the Clarence and Jack Himmel Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit was founded by Mitch Albom in 2006 and will be celebrating its 20th anniversary next year. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch.
Okay, we are in the 5 o'clock hour here on 760 WJR. Can we prepare a tote board to see where we are? Rosie, are we ready with that yet? Not yet. Okay. Give us a minute or two and we'll find out where we are here. But our audience now, this is normally when you listen to us. So the Mitch Albom Show is in its regular hour. But of course, it's nothing regular about today's show. This is our 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, and we have been at it since 6 a.m. So we're a little more tired than we usually come to you in the 5 o'clock hour. Kenny Brown is alongside. Kevin O'Neill is alongside. Ed Kelly somewhere around here. Steve Courtney is here. Eric Harthen's here. Craig Gass, is that your name? Yeah, is here. John Pizzarelli is here. And we want to say hi to our longtime favorite movie mogul, who is now getting out of the business, breaking our heart. Paul Glantz, the founder of Imagine Entertainment, has just sat down with us. Give him a hand, everybody. If you've gone to an Imagine theater, then you know this man as the voice that tells you to silence your cell phones.
And how many Pauls on the screen?
And how many Pauls fit on a screen? Hello, Paul.
Hi, Mitch. Hey, I'm not getting out of the business. I'm sticking around.
Well, see, this is what you sold the business. Usually when people sell the business, they go to Florida or someplace like that. Is that not happening?
No. I am sticking around. I'm going to continue to be the brand ambassador. And that's the most important role I play right now. And so you'll still be in the ads at the beginning? You'll still have Paul to kick around. Oh, we don't kick you around. You're a huge supporter of Say Detroit, which we appreciate greatly. So we want to thank you for that. Well, you're more than welcome, Mitch. You know, the work that you and your colleagues are doing in the city of Detroit is admirable. It's commendable. It's terrific. And so the least we can do is support you. Thank you. Well, thank you for doing that. And Jay Tower was here a little earlier, and he's in some of your spots. And he was worrying about job security, quite frankly. He was wondering if, he said, well, Paul's selling you. You think, what does that mean? I said, I guess you're out of the spots, buddy. But now what you're saying is Jay will have 3 jobs. Yeah, Jay will have his 9th job. Jay's got he's got 8 other jobs already, and now he'll have his 9th job. Well, do I understand that you've got a little gift for us here? We do. I mean, between Imagine and myself, we're up for $25,000 to the cause. Wow, $25,000. Paul, I knew you were coming on, and so I did the math. And I want to say that with your $25,000 donation, you only owe me $5,000 for the popcorn that I have spent in your place on Pop and Olive over the years.
I am at $30,500 worth of popcorn. No, I enjoy Imagine Theaters greatly. And as you know, every year on Thanksgiving, the day after Thanksgiving, I rent out one of your theaters and bring my family there. And we did that again this past year. And we had 80 some people there in the bowling alley that you have. And then we went in and saw Zootopia, which the kids loved. And we all fell asleep in because we had eaten too much turkey.
That's the purpose of those reclining chairs.
Exactly. Yes. You really need to, either you need to make your chairs less comfortable or you need to make your movies more interesting. But when you go and see a movie that's just mediocre at an Imagine Theater, you can count on falling asleep.
But
It is
why not?
too damn comfortable.
He's got the cuddle seats. That's me and my wife's favorite seats. The cuddle seats, Paul. Those are the best.
Okay, well, what if you're not with your wife?
You can cuddle with a friend.
Oh, no, you can't.
Can you do that legally?
Oh, no, you cannot. Well, thank you, Paul. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the donation. Thank you for everything that you do for the community. And I'm glad to know that you're going to still be a part of Imagine. That's really great news.
I am, Mitch. It's such a pleasure for us to support your Radiothon and all the good work you're doing throughout the year.
Well, you've done it a long time. Give it up for Mr. Paul Glantz, who will still be a part of Imagine. Well, that's good news indeed.
Great news.
We have a little bit of a summit here of voice people. We got George.
It's kind of eerie, I gotta be honest.
Yeah,
with
we've
you.
got Eric.
Summit is what
Ed
they
is
call it.
around here somewhere. Where's Ed? Is that Ed around
He's
here
around
somewhere?
He
Ed Kelly?
just walked away.
Ed, come on. Yeah, that's yeah. So just for a little 60 seconds, let's do a you know how they do those in 8 Mile, they did the rap thing back and forth.
Rap battle.
Okay, let's go ahead. Let's throw some voices. You go, Craig, Eric.
Eric, I'll let you start this trip down Imagination Lane.
Greg, I just want you to know I seized an oil tanker for Mr. Album here. He's got lots of oil. Lots of oil. We're going to translate that to dollars for the Say Detroit.
I kept that tanker in the only place it would fit. Can I say that on the air?
No, I don't think you
I'm
can.
going down a Pulp Fiction lane. and
Yeah,
realizing
very
nobody-
bad lane. Very bad lane.
In case you're wondering, you probably shouldn't do that.
With RFK. I'll see your RFK and raise you a.
I just had a baby. And guess what? My baby and I, we just both pooped our pants.
Al Pacino.
Baby Maggie hasn't pooped her pants in a long time.
Okay.
Mitch, during the break, there was a conversation between our impressionists, just 3 dudes. And I think I heard 77 voices.
Yeah, I know. It's like being in Sybil. Yeah. Speaking of voices that are familiar, this next gentleman's voice is awfully familiar to you if you've ever seen a Pistons game or a Michigan State game. How about it for George Blaha? Hello, George Blaha. A Hall of Famer, George. Hey, I hit that button. You're good. You're good. You're good. No, you're
Already good, huh? Now I can hear myself.
Yes. How are you, George?
The wonders of radio.
The wonders of
great.
radio.
Awesome to be here with you.
You look great.
Crew.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. We got a lot of people here. It takes a lot of people to make this thing work. But we've been at it since 6 a.m. What's the longest you ever broadcast straight through?
Maybe 5-6 hours. That's
An
it.
overtime game or
Yeah.
something like that.
Or back when I was doing news and some big story broke that you needed to stay after.
Yeah, yeah.
But never as long as you guys
Well, not
do
since
it.
6 a.m. Yeah. Well, you need a lot of coffee and cough drops and honey in your tea. But it works well.
Coffee
And
sounds good. Has anybody got any coffee?
yeah, we got plenty of coffee for you. Can we get George Blaha coffee around here? What's a man got to do to get his coffee? Yeah, come on. Look at you in your umpteenth season with the Pistons, and they're in first place. What is
Yeah.
this? What is going on?
Something nice to talk about. 19-5.
Yeah.
Leading the Eastern Conference, and still not talked about quite as much as, and that's probably good.
Yeah,
as
keep
some
them
of the
under the
other
radar.
squads. They're
Exactly.
This much under the radar.
Well,
Not around here,
but they're 23 games or 24 games into the season that has 82 games in it. That's not like the first week.
Exactly.
That's
We're
a
past
third
the
of the way
quarter pole, I
through.
would
Yeah.
say, yeah.
It's almost a third of the way through. Can they keep it up?
I think they can. I think they're going to get better because Jaden Ivey still isn't totally comfortable and all the way back.
Yeah.
And
You'll get there.
yeah, he will. And he, the way he can score and with his speed, he'll make these guys even better.
That's right.
And they love JB Bickerstaff. I can't say that with more emphasis, because if the guys love playing for a coach, it makes a team.
Well,
so much
JB
better.
was on with us this morning, and he was a pistol at 8 o'clock in the morning. At 7:30. I said, I hate to see him at 3 in the afternoon.
You got to give it up for George. He had his bobblehead night last week. He was honored last week. It was a great
Bobblehead
ceremony.
night.
That was a great ceremony.
Wow.
I've been with the team so long. It's my third bobblehead.
Did they change the look of the head, make it a little older?
Thank God. Yes.
Okay. All right. Nicely done. Well,
And, Mr. B, before you head out,
Hey,
good things-
Steve.
How are you, sir? Good things happen in East Lansing with our Spartans. Pat Fitzgerald now at the helm. You hated to see what went on with Jonathan Smith, a wonderful man, but they got the right guy.
Well, I think anybody in the country that needed a coach would have gladly hired Pat Fitzgerald. And
No doubt.
He did a excellent job with wins and losses, even at Northwestern, at a school that emphasizes football more and has more tradition. He'll do even better.
A lot of passion.
Yeah. Well, we had him. We had Pat Fitzgerald on this morning.
Oh,
and,
did you?
Yeah. He's fired up. He immediately looked at me. He said, "You're wearing purple. That's Northwestern's colors." So hang with us for a second. We got something very important to do here. We're now going to shift gears here, and we're going to do what is one of our favorite parts of our thing here. This is our Working Homes, Working Families project. Is one of what Say Detroit does, and we take homes. We refurbish them, our volunteers fix them up, and then we find families that are deserving but don't have a place to live. This is Brianna. Hi, Brianna.
Hi.
You were actually being put out of the home that you were in before? Yes. And didn't have a new place to live?
No.
And these are your children?
Yes.
Tell us their name.
Kyle in Brazil, and this is Charm.
It's Charm. Wow, what a beautiful baby. Well, we believe that families who work, and you work at a school and you drive for DoorDash as well.
Yes. Yes.
It's hard to feed a family and take care of you. Got to work hard, right?
Yeah.
Well, we decided that we learned about Brianna's case, and we have given her a house that she will be able to live in now. I have with me the keys to this home that we have fixed up, and these keys signify that this house is yours, and you and your family have a place to live for the holidays. No more running around and looking for a new place to go.
Thank you so much.
It's great to watch.
What do you guys have to say?
It's good to be in a new home, have our own space, and not having to move around.
And you?
Just want to say thank you very much.
Well, you're welcome. We hope that this house is a home, and especially for this beautiful little baby here, perfectly named Charm. Wow, you could not have done better than that. This is what Say Detroit does. We have been doing this. I think this is our 68th or 69th home that we have fixed up, and we give to responsible families that are working and that are paying the taxes and utilities on the house, and then we give them the deed to the house and the keys to the house. And we are happy to be able to do that for you and put you in a home. I hope you live there many, many years and grow up happily. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And thank all of you for helping us. That's what we're doing here. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. And Chris Tull is the Executive Director of Humble Design. And the beautiful decorations that are in your home are from the nice people at Humble Design. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. We've been partnered with Say Detroit for a long time, helping families like Brianna. And we're really transforming lives together and transforming community. So that's what we were all about. And the home is the foundation of everything. So congratulations. We're thrilled to help you.
Want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas out there.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Oh, I hope everybody has as good a happy Christmas as Brianna's family. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. This is what we do at Say Detroit. Thank you, WDIV, for joining us on that. I'm going to go back to my hubble over here.
There you go.
And see if we can pull this off. This is always the trickiest part of the Radiothon because you have to switch microphones.
Flawless.
And George Blaha, I bet in all your piston years, you never had to do this little trick.
No, this is pretty cool.
Down with that mic, up with this mic, back with the ears. And here we are again. Seamless.
That was wonderful to watch.
Yeah. Don't ask me to do it again.
No, Brianna and her children, that's great stuff.
Well, we vet these families and we meet them. We we find out their situation, and then, there's a lot of families that obviously are looking for homes, but we try to find people who are legitimately working and are out there just trying to make a go of it. And as sadly, as Chad Audi pointed out from the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministry, the biggest growth in the homeless population here in Detroit is the working homeless.
Wow.
People who have jobs and are still homeless because they cannot afford housing.
Just think about that for a second.
Yeah.
That's insane to me.
Yeah. In the United States of America, there was a time where if you had a job, you always had a home. And chances are you owned the home. You didn't even have to rent it. Now prices have gone to such a degree, and expenses for things have gone to such a degree that you can work and not even afford to be able to rent an apartment, let alone own a home. And so we're trying to rectify that one house at a time. And that's what we're doing here. And that's why we were asking you to call this phone number, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com to give on the web. And you're going to help other families like Brianna's in the future do the same thing, because we're going to continue to do this over and over again. Yeah, 68, 69 of them. We've lost track of them all. George Blaha, I can't thank you enough for coming out here, and I can't say how proud I am to have a friendship with you that goes back to, we had John Sally on here earlier today, and it just brought me back to, when he started laughing, when I said something and he started laughing, it just reminded me of like 1989 or 88 or whenever, when he started coming in and doing radio with me on WLLZ in the mornings, and I would say something, he would crack up, he would say something, I would crack up, and here it's like, almost 40 years later, we're still cracking each other up. And from that time, when the Pistons, we were out in Los Angeles when they were on the rise, when they were just about to win that first championship, and you're the connective tissue to that for all of us. You were the voice then, you're the voice now. So thank you.
I've been very, very lucky. You're very welcome, Mitch. It's an honor to be here. When I got a call to come over, I said, for sure, let's work this out. But we'll figure it out, and I'm glad to be here.
Well, it's not every day a Hall of Famer gets to sit down next to us here and show us how it's done.
Three-time bobblehead.
And a three-time bobbleheader. Okay? I don't know that I've ever met anybody with three bobbleheads.
Everybody's got to be good. That's a record for something, right?
Yeah. And, we had Paul and we have George. We got a John and a Ringo. We're all set around here. It's 760 WJR, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Back with more right after this.
WJR, traffic and weather first.
This is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see.
A new coronavirus testing site opened today with an important goal: eliminate barriers to get Detroit's most vulnerable screenings. It's at the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic in Highland Park on Glendale near Woodward and the Davidson. You don't need a car or health insurance to get screened.
So we're very fortunate that we were able to erect a mobile site to do some COVID testing. We had several days of testing at the clinic, and were able to be mobile with that. So we did some testing here at Say Play, and we did some additional testing at the Detroit Rescue Mission's main offices.
As you know, when COVID hit, there was a great need for testing, and it wasn't available at the state fairgrounds to people that didn't have cars and didn't have doctor's prescriptions. So the Say Clinic, with the surrounding community, really rose up to the occasion and had a great service.
Say Detroit has launched a new testing site in Highland Park and says it will help serve underserved communities. And doctors say they want to administer as many tests as possible to meet the growing needs.
We thought that we would not see so many this week, and it turns out we've seen much more than we thought.
We were often the only test site available to people because it was a free service. We didn't ask for an appointment. You didn't need any insurance. So it was very convenient for that community, and that was an important piece of our outreach.
There's only so much any individual can do, and being part of a collaborative effort where everyone cares, everyone's passionate, is incredible. And again, this is how you get stuff done in Detroit. This is what makes Detroit great.
Mitch Albom founded Say Detroit in 2006. Now, every week he's been posting new chapters to his series called Human Touch. All the proceeds will go to running this free testing facility.
What made you decide to do this, Mitch?
I wanted to help out my city, Anthony. I mean, Detroit is the hardest hit city after New York. We've got first responders that are dying. We've got hospitals that are overrun. And, I thought, well, this is what I do for a living. I sell books. So let me write a work of fiction. It's not a big full book, but it'll be a work of fiction. And let me offer it for free and see if I can get people around the world. I'm blessed to have readers from all over to help donate and help our city out.
So moving forward, we're going to look at opportunities to continue our testing efforts as we see the numbers rise. And we're going to look at opportunities to do something with the vaccine once we have something approved. For a lot of our communities, this is going to be their only opportunity. And so we want to make sure that we're ready to serve the community in the best way possible around COVID-19. So it's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy. And so that's our mission moving forward.
Happy holidays from Amish Direct. Visit us at AmishDirect.com.
U.S. soccer. Reality says the odds are stacked against us. To think our U.S. men's national team can ever raise the world's biggest trophy. Be the first soccer team to beat them at football. Never. But here's the thing about us. Refusing to accept reality.
My name is Rick Kelly, and I'm the Executive Director of Say Detroit. Our families are facing a lot of the challenges that many in the city are facing in terms of food insecurity, housing issues, medical issues, and schooling, really, and making sure kids are going to school. The pandemic set us back greatly in this city in terms of learning and healthcare, and so we're able to address a lot of those issues with the families that we serve. I get to see the results of our efforts on a daily basis. And it's not always that way, especially in the nonprofit world. I've worked in nonprofits for many years, and sometimes you're in a dark room on a telephone making calls. Here, I get to see the smiling faces of the kids that we serve at our play center. I get to see the smiling faces of the patients that we serve at our health clinic. I get to see the smiling faces of a family taking ownership of a home for the first time. And so I get to see the impact of all the good deeds that really our community does. A lot of our employees come from the communities where our kids come from, and them being successful in life is just as important to me as the kids that we serve. And so having an environment that's safe for them as well, and a career path and a pathway to success, it goes right into our mission statement. Not just the constituents that we serve, but also our staff and our volunteers are a very large part of that. We're very excited for the next few years because through our strategic planning process and our focus on these new 3 pillars, we have a lot of exciting things coming up in the future.
Basement waterproofing company, like all the other companies we have at the InsideOutsideGuys.com, 24/7 for housing information you can trust.
Sponsored by MI Remodelers.
Ready to transform your home? Trust MI Remodelers, the Integrity Guys. From small remodels to full renovations and new additions, they're your one-stop shop for licensed, insured, and high-quality home improvements. Whether it's your roof, kitchen, bathroom, basement, even your front door or back porch, MI Remodelers goes the extra mile to create beautiful, functional spaces. Experience the MI Remodelers difference. Expert design.
I served 28 years in 11 months. Now I'm in Clarenceville High School when they told me I was going to die in prison. Know why I'm here? Because I didn't give up. My name is Daryl. I dropped out of school in the 8th grade. Started selling drugs. I found myself at the wrong place at the wrong time, associating with the wrong people. Someone was killed. I didn't do it. They convicted me for being an aiding and abettor in this homicide. Let's stay engaged with them and hear them a lot, and get them to talk, because that's what's going to make a huge difference when we transition. Oh, this is amazing. This is the biggest one that we ever done with 400 students. They're laughing, they're working together, don't know who they're working with right now, but they just having fun, natural fun. Young people desire a lot. They want to be heard. So it's not just a monologue in here, it's a dialogue that's going on. We're here to lift each other up. First of all, we want to thank you for welcoming us into your school today. It's been an honor and a privilege for us to be here with you guys. We have some other good friends here that I want them to share just a little bit more about themselves and what they do, and then we want to have a conversation about that. And so I'm gonna ask my good friend here if he would say just a little bit more about himself.
I'm Tavan Hall. I'm a police officer for the city of Inkster.
This hour of the 14th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by the Clarence and Jack Himmel Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Say Detroit and say something amazing. Now, here's Mitch.
Welcome back here to the 14th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Let's take a look at the tote board here before we go back to our guests, and let's see where we are at. We haven't checked it in a long time in our effort to try to get to 2.2 million, which is what we did last year. We are at, drum roll, and waiting. Yeah, I'm staring at myself here. We are at, all right, $1,599,380 at 5:30. All right, I can take the jacket off.
Jacket is coming up.
Say again?
And 2 cents.
And 2 cents.
Don't forget that 2 cents.
Yes, and 2
Very
cents. Yes, somebody gave us 2 cents.
Does anybody know how this is pacing out over last year?
I don't know, but we can find that out.
Yeah.
Let's go to our research department.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, let me say hello to my friend Tony Kornheiser from Pardon the Interruption and ESPN. Everybody say hi. Hello, Tony.
Hello.
Tony. I was told Tony was on the other end of the line.
It's great to be with
No,
you.
no.
Everything sounds great here in Washington, D.C. Always good, Mitch.
Okay.
Doing Pardon the Interruption.
Okay. That would be John Pizzarelli doing that. All right. I
Taking our
just
job.
waiting for him, but all right. I guess we'll do something else, or somebody could try to get him back on the line. My apologies for that. They told me he was there.
Nice builder.
A couple of incentive items here that these are things, by the way, that you can just go to mitchalbumradiothon.com and just buy straight out. You don't have to mess around with anything. You just buy them, okay? Alex Anzalone signed football. $250, get you a football.
Oh, there you go.
Coach Tom Izzo signed Michigan State basketball. $350, done. Craig Gass's celebrity impersonation voicemail. $100. He'll do any of his voices.
Yes.
Do Al Pacino, do who are the don't make me remember them. Christopher Walken,
Gene Simmons.
Gene
Paul
Simmons,
Stanley,
there you
Gilbert
go.
Gottfried, Adam Sandler.
You do Adam Sandler?
Yes, I do. Shibby do.
Okay. A hand and stone massage and facial spa gift card, $225. It's yours. Matthew Stafford, LA Rams jersey signed white, $300. It's yours. Matthew Stafford signed LA Rams football, $150. It's yours. Co-host the Mitch Albom program with us here, $1,000. It's yours.
Wow.
That's about $990 more expensive than it is worth. But hey, it's yours.
But most of the people that have done it, Mitch, have enjoyed themselves.
Yes.
If you would like to get a signed copy of my new book, Twice, autographed by me, $35 donation, it's yours. You got it. Top Golf, which is a great place if you've ever gone out there. A gift voucher, $100, it's yours. A Somerset Collection gift card, $200, it's yours. You've got a $200 gift card. 2 James E. gift cards, $100. Shelby E. gift card, $200. A Redondo player guitar, $500. It's yours. Desmond Howard signed Wolverine football, $200. It's yours. A Lowe's gift card, $300. Yours. My Cycle One original bike. We have it right out front here, $500. It's yours. Motor City Casino Hotel giveaway for $1,000. It's yours. So all these things you could just buy. All the money goes to charity, and you've done your Christmas shopping.
Big time.
And you don't even have to leave the house.
Just like that.
What could be better than that?
No better.
Right?
Nothing better.
Okay.
Nothing
all right.
better.
So now we've got all three voice guys with us here. Okay. So Ed's here, Eric's here, Craig's here. All right. Down the line. Okay.
I want to talk about Tulsa King, seasons 2 and 3.
Okay.
I saw Tulsa King. It was sexy as hell. Thank you, I think.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message. Nobody wants Casey anymore. But in the meantime, keep your feet on the ground, keep reaching for the stars, and in heavy traffic, keep your finger on your nose.
Keep your finger under your nose.
Down one notch and into number 2. That's the best Casey impression I've ever heard.
Okay. Now we've got literally 3 different people doing Casey. Is there one like voice that if you are a voice guy, everybody does? It's just easy for some reason.
Oh, it was for the 80s. It was Nicholson, and it seems like after that, everyone does walking.
Yeah.
You know, everybody has. Well, I'll come off stage and people go, "Hi, how, hey, hey."
I don't think anybody does Morgan Freeman.
Well, I don't think any of you do Tony Kornheiser, but if you do, now's the time because now's the here's the original Tony Kornheiser. Hello, Tony Kornheiser.
Who's ever impersonated me? I've never reached that level where anybody cares, which is fine.
No, you're fairly easy to impersonate, I would think.
Well, if I did earn I would think Kornheiser should be a shoo-in.
My impression of you sounds like Sam Kinison.
Hey guys, it's me. It's Kornheiser. I'm on the phone. What's going on 2 minutes ago? Oh, it's Gilbert Gottfried as Kornheiser.
Okay. As you can tell, Tony, I've been on the air. Been on the air since 6 a.m., so things are spiraling out of control.
That's okay. That's okay. You do great work, and you know that I appreciate it. So I'm glad.
Tony always embarrasses me because he calls me, says, "How you doing?" And I say, "Tony, how you doing?" He goes, "I'm old."
Yeah, I'm old.
Yeah,
really old.
Old. And then I tell him something that I'm doing in Haiti. He goes, "You're a good person. I'm a bad person. You're a good person. I'm a bad person. Congratulations." And then he hangs up.
Yeah. Well, what else is there to say, honestly? I mean, we think we've covered it at that point. Yeah.
How long has PTI been on?
We are in our 25th year, which, as you know, is just amazing.
You're in I Love Lucy territory at this point.
Yeah, it's really, and it's amazing because it's still me and Mike.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of times there's different generations. Like if you look at 60 Minutes, there's different generations of people, and it's still me and Mike. And the good thing for us is that as old as I am, he's almost as old, so it works. It's still
and how many times now, what percentage of the year are you two in the same place?
What percentage? If we do 200 shows a year, 100, 80 to 100. I mean, you know, Mike is a world traveler.
Right.
Mike, you cannot ask him to sit still. He's got to go to Chicago. He's got to go to Phoenix. He's got to go to New York. And me, if he's gone, I just go, okay, I'm staying home doing the show from there. Because if we're going to be on split screen, what's the difference?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yeah. And you've got to set up in your house now so you can basically do that. That's your dream, right? Like you do the radio and never have to leave the house. You're a happy man.
No, my commute is one flight of stairs. Come on. It's great. It's just great.
What could be better than that, right?
No, great. It's great.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Because you're in the state of Michigan, what is happening? What is like? Do you have some sense of what Michigan's going to do to get a football coach?
You know you know how in Airplane they said I picked a bad time to stop smoking. You know, we picked a bad day to do a 15-hour radiothon that doesn't talk about anything that's going on in the news because yes, the local football coach started the day as the head football coach at Michigan and finished it in a jail cell where apparently he's going to be charged with some kind of potential assault thing or something like that. I don't know. It's
early as tomorrow.
So we just did PTI. It's on right now. We just stopped taping about 10 minutes ago. And one of the things I looked in the camera and said is, we don't know any more than this. You know, because there's all these rumors. We don't know anymore, but we're a sports show, so we're going to have to deal with at least what is Michigan supposed to do with its football team. Because you can't go wild about this and just go to the internet. It's unfair. You can't do it.
No. But suffice it to say, something seriously wrong happened. And Michigan would not come out and say, we have cause and we are firing. You know how universities are. If there was something delicate or a maybe or any maybe to it, it would be we're doing an investigation. He's been suspended. When you come out and fire a guy for cause, and then you come out and say he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member, you can pretty much rest assured that there was an inappropriate relationship with a staff member, because otherwise the school's going to get sued and lose its shirt. So, and everything that we're hearing here is that yes, that's exactly what happened, and there may be actually even more to it than that.
See, I revert to the role that you normally revert to as well. We're sports writers. That's our upbringing. Whatever else we're doing now, we're sports writers. And so I'm watching television this morning in the afterglow of this, and I see almost unanimity. Everybody I see says the same thing. Well, Michigan's got to hire Kalen DeBoer. And I go, whoa, where did that come from? He's coaching at Alabama.
Yeah,
He's
I
gonna
know.
leave Alabama? So,
And by the way, they're not that crazy about him in Alabama, are they?
Right.
Isn't he
No,
a
they're not.
disappointment?
They have no patience. They have no patience for anybody who loses more than one game.
Right,
That's
exactly.
all.
Exactly.
They don't like it.
Because they say Nick Saban didn't lose that many, and
That's right.
and you're in
That's
trouble.
right.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen here, but as I say, we picked a bad day to do a 15-hour radiothon. But before we listen, we always try to see if we can get an auction item that we can put up on the web. I have an idea. I hope it will be all right with you. You're a friend, so I can put you on the spot. You can say no. Would you and Mike, if we had someone, call in and bid on it, the winner, if he gave us maybe it's for his kid and his kid plays basketball, would you and Mike film a little segment about the kid saying he's the next superstar, he's next Michael Jordan, do a script about him, a little fantasy thing, film
most
a thing like
likely
that?
what we would say is this kid has no chance. We would do that. We would be cruel. I mean, that's who we are. We would be cruel.
Well,
Yes,
maybe
the answer
that's
is
what
yes.
they'd be insulted by Tony and Mike. That might sell
The
for
answer is
more.
Yes, we will do that, but we'll also do it the way we want to do it so that we get a lot of grins out of it as well.
Okay. And then you
Okay?
send them both versions, and they can use whatever they want. All right.
Yes, Mike and I would.
Fair
we would be
enough.
happy to do that.
All right. Before you leave us, the great
Because
John.
you're a good person and I'm a bad person.
I know. And you're old. Yes, I know.
I'm old.
The great John Pizzarelli is here with us, as he is
Oh,
every
he always
year.
He sings for me. I
And
like that.
he's got a little song for you, and here we go.
He's been dubbed the most multi-talented personality. He worked at radio, the Washington Post, and on TV. Yeah. A fear of flying and a bedtime that's early. Can name 50 states and their capitals.
I can't.
And do it all alphabetical. Filled in for Dick Shep. Had parting shot spots. He's a PTI guy. The best there could be. For goes Anthony Irwin. Every day at 5:30 p.m. There's no interruption. We thank you, Mr. T.
Yeah.
The fact that you just affiliated me with Paul Simon is a great honor in my life.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah. Paul Simon will never do it, so we had to do it here.
He's now a Uncle brother.
Tony, I love you. Thank you so much, pal.
Be good.
Tony Kornheiser from PTI. How about that? And we're going to shift from one TV network to the next. Another man who I'm proud to call a friend is Brian Kilmeade from Fox News and, of course, the Fox Morning Show. And we want to say hi to Brian. Hey, Brian, how you doing? There he is.
Got him. Yes. Thanks for having me.
How you doing, Brian? Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Thank you for taking time to talk to me and then talk to Detroit. We're raising money for Say Detroit here, the charity that I started nearly 20 years ago and has now blossomed into 9 big, huge operations in the city. Everything from kids 5 days old in daycare all the way up to senior citizens, veterans, homeless programs, housing programs. We have an after-school center that's hugely successful. We have a medical clinic for homeless children and their families. And we even have a bicycle factory. I don't know if you can show them that bicycle with the camera there, then maybe you can see if the cameras can go on. We make bicycles using formerly incarcerated people who sometimes have a hard time finding jobs. And they make bicycles and then we give them to Detroiters who need them to get around to jobs and transportation or get to school. So that's what you're helping us with here today.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having me on. I'm glad to be a part of it. And let alone what you're doing in Haiti, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah. Well, Brian and I talk about Haiti all the time, and Brian tries to help me. And by the way, this is the first time I think I've ever seen you without a suit and tie on. I didn't know you had a T-shirt. Brian Kilmeade is always in a suit and tie. Look at you.
That's true, Mitch, because we always see each other on air, and we get a chance to talk like real people in the breaks. So I do the radio show after the TV show. So I'm about to hop in the gym, and I realize 5:40. Let's go. 5:40 Eastern, my time. You know, you were kind enough to ask me to join you, and it's good to know what's going on, and also great to know a sports guy branched on to do other things. So you still go back to sports, but man, have you diversified and spread out with the books you're doing, and the stuff that you know, and the international relations you pull off, and what you're doing for the community is pretty amazing.
Well, you're the same. I mean, and that's why I think we've always kind of taken to each other because we've both, started in sports, and we've both had people say to us, stick to sports. They usually say that when they disagree with you. Why don't you just stick to sports? And nobody is born into sports, and nobody dies in sports. It's something you get into, and you can also branch out and do other things. When someone has said to you over the course of your career, oh, you're just a sports guy, or what are you doing? And, talking politics or things like that. How did you respond to them?
Dad, leave me alone. I always know what I always approach it as. I just want to know enough to ask the right questions to help the audience. And then after, I've been doing this at Fox. I started as a sports guy here for, I think, 5-6 years. And then you start doing everything. And then after a while, you get to know everybody. And then you get to talk to them off camera, and you build up an arsenal of knowledge you don't even know you have. And then when things pop up, you remember stuff that happened in 9/11. You remember Iraq. You remember Afghanistan. You remember this general, what this person said to, and then you just build it up. And when they say you're the sports guy, I say, okay, I'll take that as an insult if you want, but I don't take it that way because I think the fundamentals of the stories are the same. And when you go up to somebody in the locker and you just say to them, how was the game? You'll get a generic answer. But if you go up to that person, you know what they did in high school, you know what they did in college, they got cut from 2 teams that got signed by the 3rd, and you dropped a big pass in a big situation, and you can bring that knowledge, that usually gets people's respect. So I just try to earn it, and I try not to overreact to insults because, the way it goes with Fox and Friends, 3 hours. The Brian Kilmeade radio show, 3 hours. You fill in here an hour. So if you want to insult me in the A block, by the C block, maybe that C block will like me. And next thing you know, at the end of the show, I black out the insult. So it's almost like I look at our shows as a slice of life. And if you want to say something negative, it's okay. I'm going to go back. I'm still going to study. I'm still going to get ready. I'll still work my contacts. And then thankfully I get to go play the next day and then try to win those people over.
Exactly. And if the viewer doesn't say something insulting, you can always go on Gutfeld and he can insult you.
Yes. That's Tuesday, by the way. Why I go on that show, I don't know.
I watch you on that. I watch you on that program, and I know you a little bit, and he digs at you, and sometimes you always have a smile on your face, always. And I'm going, he's not getting to him. He's not getting to him. But I'm wondering underneath if there's that little voice that goes, I'm going to kill this guy when we're off the air. I'm going to kill him. Keep the smile on my face, but I'm going to kill him.
I tell you, I feel much better being the target. And sometimes, I did stand up for 10 years, but I never wanted to make people feel worse. So I'd much rather someone come at me and I go, okay, no problem. Than if I ever do that and I, unnecessarily say something negative. Plus, I'm actually friends with him. So he's a good guy. So I know where it comes from. So, he's afraid of Tyrus. He won't say anything, and Kat, he'll let her go. So if he wants to change up that paddle and go after me, if it makes the show better, it's okay. And our network is a big gym. So one day you're playing volleyball, the next day you're playing basketball, soccer, and, at different points. He has a book out. He comes on my show. And we have a different conversation. But when I go on his show, I just want to make his show better. If it's going at me, it's okay.
Well, you are the ultimate utility man. Absolutely. You play every position, if Fox was a baseball game, he'd be the guy who pitches, catches, plays the outfield, plays all the inside, everything, and you do a great job of it. And you've always been very kind to me. We always try to see if we can get something that we can auction off to help raise funds for our charity here. Anything come to mind? Any experiential things that you could offer, or any souvenirs or something like that?
Well, how about this? How about let me see. Well, this is national. This is Chicago. This is Michigan. Right. So it might not be around the block, but we can send somebody to New York, and we can go to lunch afterwards. I got my.
Someone can come in and view Fox. If they can come into New York, view Fox and Friends, and you guys can go to lunch afterwards.
Yeah, go to the radio show, and after that, we go to lunch afterwards. And I'll grab another anchor who's probably a better conversationalist than me. I'll get Carly or Ainsley or Lawrence, and then we'll go to lunch afterwards. And if you're not sick of me by then, that'll be a new record. So maybe we can do that.
All right.
And if you go kill me at foxnews.com, we could do that. Or I could autograph. I got a box set of my history books because we're coming up on year 250, and these are different slices of the American story. And they made it into a pretty cool book set. I could sign them and send them out. I could do that, and you could auction both those things off, killme@foxnews.com. And where do I go if I want to donate?
I will send you a link right now on my text. I'm not going to give your phone number out, but I will text you the link, and that's very kind of you, and you can just make it right there.
All right, sounds good.
Sound good? Brian, you're a pal. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you for those generous offerings. That's going to raise a lot of money. Brian Kilmeade, everybody, helping Detroit.
You know who wants it. Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate you having me.
All right, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. We're going to go from one TV legend to another. We now jump over to my friend. I got a lot of friends out there, I got to say. Dr. Phil McGraw joining us from Texas.
All right.
I believe he's been waiting patiently in the green room there. And if we can we bring him up? Is he up there? It's like this is becoming a habit. I'm introducing people who are not here. Yeah. What's going on? Hello.
But they eventually get here.
Yeah, eventually they just usually show up.
Fill in if you'd like.
Well, I don't want to take the actual
he can't
voice
steal my thunder.
Yeah.
When I was first in a psychiatrist.
Any updates? Anybody got anything? What is that? I can't see what you're holding your hand up, but you're holding one finger. 1 minute?
1 minute to
1
fill.
minute.
1 minute to fill.
1 minute to and there he is. Okay. There's Dr. Phil and Robin. Hey. Say hi to everybody.
How are
folks.
you?
Oh, how nice to see you two.
Good to see you. How you doing?
Yeah, we're
Great to be here.
We've been on since 6 a.m. Eastern time here, so we're going on 12 hours of broadcasting through the day. And outside of this caffeine here, there's nothing else keeping us going. So we have 3 more hours. We're trying to reach $2.2 million for the day, which is what we raised last year. And we're at 1.6 million so far. So hopefully we'll get there.
Wow, sounds like you're close. Sounds like you're maybe on track.
Yeah, we're gonna push those last few hours and see what we can talk people into. So, how are you guys doing down there in Texas? You've totally relocated. Everything's Texas now. No more Los Angeles. You're back in your home state.
Well, actually, we're still in Los Angeles. We still have our home there because we have our youngest son, our precious daughter-in-law, and our 2 grandchildren are still there. So we go back and forth. But yes, we've relocated to Texas and we absolutely love it here.
Yeah. What's it like, Phil?
It is really great. We're in the middle of the country, so guests can get here really easily because it's 2.5 hours to either coast. And we've launched Envoy TV and a new network, and it just couldn't be going better. We're very excited about it. And it's great to be back in Texas because this is home for us. We both of us, our families were here. We grew up here. And it is nice to be back home. It's a different environment here, and we have great relationships and great friends in California, but we love being back here. And it gets hot in the summer and cold in the winter, but that's okay. We learn to adapt, and we couldn't be happier.
Cold in the winter is a relative term, Phil. I just want you to understand.
Listen, I've been with you in Detroit.
Okay.
I've been with you in Detroit in the winter, and that redefined cold for me.
Yeah.
But listen, I have a hard time making the decision.
Yeah. Phil and I went to the churches in downtown Detroit. He conducted a whole thing in the I Am My Brother's Keeper church there with a hole in the roof in it. And Phil, and I want you to know, Phil, remember the medical clinic that you helped us open. This is how far Phil and I go back. In 2006, when we started Say Detroit, you were like the first visitor there. We walked into this medical clinic that we had opened, and we had put a TV in the corner. And just by the timing of when we walked in, the Dr. Phil show was on the TV. And Phil was in the clinic. And the patients were there like, wait a minute. He's up there, he's here, he's down there, he's here. And that television, the guy who put that television in, made me a bet. He said, that TV's not going to last in downtown Detroit. That thing's going to be stolen before the end of the year. Do you know that thing is, we still have that television set, and we just moved the clinic to a brand new, double the size facility, twice the patients, twice the examining room, dental clinic, OBGYN, all kinds of stuff. And you helped launch that thing. That's how long we've been doing it, almost 20 years ago. So thank you for that.
That's amazing. That was definitely a cue the deer moment when I came in. It's like, get Dr. Phil up on the screen.
Oh.
Well, you're pretty powerful if you could make a TV in Detroit, make yourself appear on it. That's pretty good. So thank you for being there at the beginning, and thank you for being here today. And you have offered, as you have always are so generous to do, an experiential thing that we can raise money with to come down and see your new program, now your new network. It's the same Dr. Phil in the same show, but it's now on the Envoy network. Tell everybody about what you're offering up there.
Well, yes, we are offering a package where everybody comes down, and where you can come down, and it's for two people and includes airfare to and from. We'll send you back home. You don't have to stay, so it's round trip airfare. And you come to the studio and be at the Dr. Phil show and the other shows that we're doing at the network as well, and spend time with us there, time with me, time with Robin. And it includes lodging while you're here to spend the night, so you can be there first thing in the morning for the shows, and all the ground transportation, everything while you're here. And it's really a lot of fun because it's a whole network now. So we have news programs and other programs that we're shooting there. So you get to